Chapter 1. The Sudden Car Accident. Today was a day off, and after spending the entire day at home, Sun Zichu stepped out of his residential complex, rubbing his hungry stomach as he made his way towards his favorite Sha County eatery, eager to indulge in a plate of fried rice. Such is the plight of a working individual, and this has become the daily routine of Sun Zichu. With a workweek spanning 9 days, his only day of rest is spent languishing in bed, often for the entire day, merging 3 meals into one solitary dinner at night. As Sun Zichu strolled down the street lined with eateries, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey, Zichu!" Turning around, Sun Zichu was taken aback by the sight of a tall figure clad in a tailored suit, complete with sunglasses, exuding an air of sophistication. "Who are you?" Sun Zichu inquired. Puzzled as he scanned his memory for anyone he might know, it soon became apparent that he did not recognize this person. The individual promptly removed his sunglasses and exclaimed, "It's me, Ping Fan, your college roommate. Don't you remember? Ping Fan?" The name triggered a memory of a stout friend resembling a barrel. However, Sun Zichu struggled to reconcile the handsome man before him with the image of his rotund companion. Upon closer inspection, he finally discerned a faint resemblance in the shape of his face. "Is that really you, Ping Fan?" Sun Zichu asked, still uncertain. "You rascal! It's been nearly 5 years since we last met," Ping Fan exclaimed, pulling Sun Zichu into a warm embrace. At that moment, Sun Zichu was certain that the man before him was indeed his college friend, Ping Fan, as only those who shared a dormitory could be so unabashedly familiar. Sun Zichu extricated himself from Ping Fan's embrace and reciprocated with a hug of his own, giving his back a hearty pat before exclaiming in astonishment, "No way. Have you undergone plastic surgery? How did you become so handsome? How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Do you honestly think I need surgery?" "This is all the result of hard work," Ping Fan replied, flexing his chest muscles for emphasis. The sound reverberated like a drum, stirring envy within Sun Zichu. "Seriously, have you struck it rich? Why are you dressed so flamboyantly?" Sun Zichu inquired, casting another glance at Ping Fan's attire. Ping Fan casually glanced at his suit and shrugged. "Oh, this is nothing. My wife bought all of this. I'm indifferent to it, really." "What? You're already married? When did this happen?" Sun Zichu exclaimed in disbelief. Ping Fan then slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot to introduce you. My wife is at the mall up ahead. Come on, let me take you to meet her with that." Ping Fan led Sun Zichu towards a nearby shopping center. Inside the mall, Sun Zichu encountered Ping Fan's wife, whose stunningly beautiful and icy demeanor left a profound impression on him. The more he looked, the more she resembled the character Android 18 for Dragon Ball. "Zichu, this is my wife, Lily. Lily, this is my college friend, Sun Zichu." Ping Fan introduced the two. Android 18 extended her hand to shake Sun Zichu's, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Ping Fan often speaks of you." Sun Zichu felt somewhat out of place. As the disparity in attire between him and the couple was glaring, he suddenly regretted his casual appearance for the evening. He was acutely aware that this was no longer the college days the world outside often judged based on superficial appearances. Ping Fan broke the silence. "Zichu, let's go. It's a rare occasion for us to meet. Let's have a meal together." Sun Zichu found it difficult to refuse, as it had indeed been a long time since they last saw each other. The trio casually selected a restaurant in the mall and began to order their meals. At the table, Ping Fan and Sun Zichu reminisced about their college days, while Android 18 listened with a smile, occasionally serving Ping Fan food. Sun Zichu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the scene before him. After dinner, the three strolled along the street towards Sun Zichu's home. By now, Sun Zichu had learned of Ping Fan's current situation, had purchased a house in the bustling metropolis across the river, paid in full. As for himself, he was still burdened with a mortgage in this city, with over $1 million in debt and monthly payments exceeding $7,000. Having indulged a bit too much in drink, and perhaps spurred by the presence of his friend, Sun Zichu began to unburden his heart, expressing the pressures and sorrows he had endured over the past few years. He felt constrained by financial obligations, hesitant to spend, reluctant to quit his job, and fearful of pursuing a romantic relationship, as his meager salary vanished into mortgage payments. The thought of living such a life for another 30 years filled him with regret, lamented the decision to buy a house, feeling that he had forfeited his freedom. Ping Fan could only offer consolation, unsure of what else to say. At that moment, a car suddenly swerved out of control, its tire having blown, hurtling directly towards Ping Fan and Sun Zichu. With Ping Fan's back turned to the oncoming vehicle and Sun Zichu facing it, he instinctively pushed Ping Fan out of harm's way, only to be struck by the car himself, sending him flying. Perhaps this is liberation, Sun Zichu thought as he gazed at the neon-lit sky, the sound of Ping Fan's voice fading into the distance. He felt his soul beginning to ascend towards the heavens, drifting gently. Standing beside Ping Fan, Android 18 observed as Sun Zichu was loaded onto an ambulance and asked, "What are you going to do?" Ping Fan, somewhat despondent, replied, "What can I do? I can only expend divine energy to have him reborn in the Dragon Ball universe I created." "Weren't you the one who said you didn't want to create a Dragon Ball universe?" Android 18 asked, perplexed. Creating a world takes time with Zika's sudden demise. There isn't enough time to forge a new realm. I can only replicate the Dragon Ball world otherwise. Zika's soul won't be able to wait that long, Ping Fan explained. All right then. I'm indifferent to it. I won't be entering a Dragon Ball world. That would be too awkward, Android 18 said with a shrug. By the way, who are you planning for your classmate to be reborn as? Android 18 suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. The character Zichu loves most in the Dragon Ball world is Vegeta. Since that's the case, let him be reborn as a brand new Vegeta, Ping Fan said with a chuckle. Chapter 2. Rebirth as Vegeta. When Sun Zichu came to, he found himself submerged in water. He immediately began to struggle, only to discover a breathing mask covering his nose and mouth, allowing him to breathe without difficulty. Realizing he was in no immediate danger, Sun Zichu calmed himself and began to reassess his situation, only to find himself encased in a glass container. Am I being treated as experimental material? Sun Zichu pondered, a possibility crossing his mind, but I'm not dead yet. The thought of being carted off to an operating table for dissection sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to swim towards the glass enclosure and knock against it. After a few knocks, his expression became rigid as he caught a glimpse of his reflection had transformed into a child. His hair stood on end, forming a triangular shape, though still an infant. His face bore a surprising firmness, deviating from the typical chubby visage of babies, and had an inexplicable charm. As Sun Zichu scrutinized his new appearance, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from distance. Quickly closing his eyes, he strained to listen to the conversation outside the glass container. It soon became apparent that 3 individuals had arrived before him, one of whom introduced King Vegeta. This is the newly born prince. Indeed, one look at his appearance, and it is evident he is my offspring. What are the results of the battle power test? The person addressed as King Vegeta inquired. The subordinate continued. The battle scanner indicates a power level of 103, a rare genius warrior among the Scions. A power level of 103? Quite impressive. Higher than my own at birth with a bit of training, surpassing my strength will be within reach. Ha. King Vegeta laughed heartily. Congratulations, King Vegeta. Best wishes, King Vegeta. The 2 subordinates quickly offered their congratulations. King Vegeta, beaming with pride, declared, "This is not just my personal joy, it is a celebration for the entire Scion race. You are to inform all the Scion people of this joyous occasion, celebrating the future emergence of a mightier king to lead them." Understood, King Vegeta. A subordinate promptly responded, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, clearly on their way to execute King Vegeta's command. King Vegeta then inquired, "When approximately will the prince be able to detach from a nutrient solution?" The subordinate replied, "He should be ready in about a month." Very well, excellent. King Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the subordinate continued, "So, King Vegeta, shouldn't you bestow a name upon the young prince? A name? Is it truly necessary? Let it be called Vegeta, for he is deserving of this name," King Vegeta declared with delight. Very well, King Vegeta. From now on we shall refer to the young prince as Prince Vegeta, the subordinate added. Agreed. I shall return to see him after a month. Ensure you take good care of the prince, King Vegeta instructed further. Rest assured, King Vegeta, we will take utmost care of the young prince and ensure that he comes to no harm, the subordinate immediately assured him. Soon after, the two figures faded into the distance, quickly leaving Suanzi Chu's hearing range. Vegeta, Prince Vegeta, Science? Suanzi Chu exclaimed in astonishment. Have I truly arrived in the world of Dragon Ball? He suddenly found the situation rather absurd. Never did he anticipate that a mere incident of being struck by a vehicle would lead to his unanticipated journey into the Dragon Ball universe. In the real world, he still had many ties. Yet, upon reflection, he seemed to have little of significance: an elder brother, parents who were well taken care of, and no girlfriend, only a house with a mortgage that had been paid for 2 years. It appeared that there was nothing in the real world worthy of lamentation. With this realization, Suanzi Chu's earlier discontent began to dissipate. Surely anyone in his position would choose the Dragon Ball world, consider Edo prince of an entire race, endowed with exceptional talents. In a realm where planets are seized one after another, it seemed impossible for him to lack shelter or wealth. Just as Suanzi Chu prepared to settle comfortably in the Dragon Ball universe for a few years before wreaking havoc, an unexpected voice resonated in his mind. Due to the host's acceptance of this transference, the system is now activated. Identity binding, sole host. Vegeta. Wait, my name is Suanzi Chu, not Vegeta. Suanzi Chu quickly protested. At this, the system responded. As the host exists within the Dragon Ball universe, you must accept the name of this realm to revert to your original name. You must complete the final task. With no alternatives, Suanzi Chu reluctantly accepted the reality that he would have to use the name Vegeta. Vegeta could only concede. You are the authority, your word is law. The system continued its activation. System activation complete. This system is known as the Jin Yong martial arts system. The creator of this system deemed the martial knowledge of the Dragon Ball world to be quite lacking. The entirety consists merely of brute force. With no coherent martial theories, it's a form of self-indulgent martial knowledge that is inexplicably esoteric. Thus, the deity hopes that the host, inheriting the Jin Yong martial arts system, will disseminate the principles of Chinese martial arts within the Dragon Ball world, thereby expanding the influence of Chinese culture. May I ask, host Vegeta, are you capable of this? At this moment, Vegeta was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of spreading Chinese martial knowledge within the Dragon Ball universe. May I ask, host Vegeta, are you capable of this? The system reiterated. Finally returning to his senses, Vegeta quietly inquired, what if I refuse? The system replied, the deity will revoke the system, and you, host, will perish. Upon hearing this, Vegeta resolutely declared, then I choose to accept it as my duty to assist the warriors of the Dragon Ball world in embracing our Chinese martial arts. However, it was evident that Vegeta had misread the situation. Upon his acceptance, the system promptly announced, ultimate task accepted. Impart Chinese martial knowledge in the Dragon Ball world and become the true god of martial arts. Time limit. 100 years failure to complete the task will result in the host's demise. Hey, I've already accepted the task. Why would I still face death if I cannot complete it? Vegeta questioned, visibly dissatisfied. Yet the system remained unresponsive, continuing, as this is the host's first use of the system, a novice reward is granted. 9 Yong Divine Skill. Chapter 3. Jin Yong Martial Arts System. Host, do you wish to learn 9 Yong Divine Skill? The system inquired. Of course I wish to learn. Vegeta promptly replied, for this was the 9 Yong Divine Skill, a pinnacle internal martial art from the Jin Yong martial arts world. The 9 Yong Divine Skill, derived from the 9 Yong Sutra, upon mastery, will enable the host to transform their physique and emanate ethereal purple energy. The internal energy cultivates at an astonishing rate, boundless and inexhaustible, enabling even ordinary strikes to unleash tremendous offensive power. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled, automatically forming a protective barrier that rebounds external attacks, thus achieving an indestructible physique. The practitioner's speed receives a substantial enhancement, and it serves as a divine scripture for healing, rendering one immune to ailments and poisons alike. The manifestation of the pure yang energy can incinerate a person to ashes. specifically designed to counteract all forms of cold and toxic internal energies. The Jin Yong divine skill embodies a comprehensive martial arts system. Upon mastery, it allows one to utilize all martial arts techniques across the world. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was profoundly astonished and hastily urged, "Let me learn it at once." The system continued its explanation of the Jin Yong divine skill. Suddenly, Vegeta felt an overwhelming influx of martial knowledge flooding his mind, ultimately leading him to faint in glory. It was unclear how much time had passed when Vegeta regained consciousness and called out in his mind, "System, I am here," he replied. "How long was I unconscious?" Vegeta inquired. 3 days. If I were to calculate my battle power in the context of the Dragon Ball universe after mastering the Jin Yong divine skill, what would it be? Vegeta asked, his curiosity piqued. In the tale of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji became nearly invincible after mastering the Jin Yong divine skill, but that invincibility merely translated to slightly enhanced agility. However, this is the Dragon Ball universe, where the powerful can obliterate planets, star systems, and even the cosmos itself. If the Jin Yong divine skill only grants a few hundred points of battle power, what significance would that hold? At this moment, the system responded, "The Jin Yong divine skill is divided into 9 realms. The first Yang realm grants 1,000 battle power. The second Yang realm grants 10,000 battle power. As one ascends each major realm, battle power increases tenfold. Thus, upon achieving complete mastery of the Jin Yong divine skill, one could possess a staggering 100 billion battle power." Hearing this, Vegeta's mouth watered with excitement, and he resolutely declared, "I will strive for it." The system then added, "Due to the previous interruption of my task introduction, I must administer a punishment of 100,000 volts of electric shock. Please refrain from interrupting the system in future task presentations." Upon the completion of this statement, Vegeta felt an intense electric current surge through his body, as if he were being roasted alive. Once the shock subsided, the system continued, as the host disseminates Chinese martial arts. Rewards will be granted in martial points based on the number of disciples and overall recognition. Hosts with martial points can exchange them for various martial arts skills from the Jin Yong universe. After this, a virtual marketplace appeared in Vegeta's mind, filled with numerous pages, one of which was labeled Secret Techniques. The other pages included technology, elixirs, and miscellaneous. Vegeta clicked on the Secret Techniques tab, which promptly displayed all the martial arts from the Jin Yong universe. Among them were techniques that Vegeta coveted dearly, such as the Qianquan Yi, the 9 Meridians Divine Sword, and the Duga 9 Swords. However, when he attempted to access the details of the Qianquan Yi, he was taken aback to find that it required a staggering 100 million martial points for exchange. "System, have you lost your mind? That's an outrageous amount of martial points," Vegeta complained loudly in his mind. The system replied, "What you see is the top-tier technique. You may also explore more affordable options. The greater the number of martial points required for exchange, the more it incentivizes the host to diligently promote Chinese martial arts, assisting you in completing your tasks more swiftly." "Nonsense! This is pure sophistry," Vegeta exclaimed. "I protest." Ignoring Vegeta's objections, the system remained unresponsive. After shouting for a while with no reply, Vegeta reluctantly resigned himself to the situation. Before having the system, he had never felt the pressing need to travel to Earth, but now, with the system's task, he contemplated that starting the mission from Earth would indeed be far more convenient. After all, Earth is where the primary narrative of the Dragon Ball universe unfolds, with protagonists, supporting characters, and antagonists all making their appearances to expand the influence of Chinese martial arts. It was evident that beginning on Earth was the most prudent choice. The thought of potentially recruiting the main and supporting characters as disciples thrilled him. Just imagine how many martial points that could yield. With this in mind, Vegeta's earlier frustration began to dissipate. Yet upon glancing at his diminutive arms and legs, still under a year old, he sighed and murmured, "Come on, grow up quickly." After encouraging himself, Vegeta succumbed to a deep slumber, still weary from digesting the contents of the Jin Yong divine skill. As he drifted off, the subtle flow of Jin Yong true energy began to circulate within him. Thus, a month passed in the Dragon Ball world, and Vegeta was finally lifted from the nutrient tank. Science matured rapidly, and with the aid of nutrient fluids, Vegeta had already reached the height of an average 2-year-old human. King Vegeta beamed with joy at the sight of his son, yet he soon ordered that Vegeta be taken to the training grounds. Yes, you heard it right, the training grounds. Although Vegeta had only just turned 1 month old, King Vegeta had already begun arranging rigorous training for him. Chapter 4. First encounter with Frieza. Time flew by swiftly. Since the system had issued the task to travel to Earth, 2 years had passed without any new assignments. Had it not been for Vegeta continually utilizing the system's built-in backpack, he might have nearly forgotten about possessing the system altogether. One day, while seated in the training room meditating, a sudden crack resonated within him, as though he had shattered some barrier. Vegeta felt the flow of his Jin Yong true energy accelerate slightly. Thus, he opened the system to check his physical data. System, display my physical status, Vegeta commanded. Before him appeared an interface visible only to himself. Name: Vegeta. Age: 2 years. Battle power: 1005. Physical condition: healthy skills: Jin Yong divine skill, first Yang realm martial points, 5. Upon reviewing the system's data interface, Vegeta's expectations were confirmed. He had finally broken through to the first Yang realm of the Jin Yong divine skill. However, upon noticing the 5 martial points displayed, he was somewhat surprised, realizing that scions around him must be admiring his martial prowess. While Vegeta meditated, several female scions in attendance began discussing among themselves. Hey, do you think our prince just sits cross-legged all day, doing nothing? One female scion asked her companion. Perhaps the prince has some unique training method. After all, he is a once-in-a-century genius warrior among our scion clan. Another female scion began to explain. However, it was evident that her explanation failed to persuade anyone. For scions, or indeed for nearly the entire Dragon Ball universe, the singular path to training was to relentlessly push their bodies to the brink of exhaustion. The process involved forging one's physical form to its utmost limits, then surpassing those limits incrementally. As for sitting cross-legged in meditation, such a method of training was utterly non-existent. That moment, a panicked teenage scion burst into the training room. With a loud crash, he forcefully swung open the door to the chamber designated for Vegeta. How dare you act so recklessly and in such a flustered manner? A maid scolded loudly. Yes, my apologies, Prince, it is King Vegeta. He urgently requests your presence in the royal palace. The messenger panted. Upon hearing this, Vegeta exhaled slowly and drew his Kyokyu energy into his dantian. Rising from the ground, he asked, Do you know why my father has summoned me with such urgency? At this moment, the messenger replied, Your Highness, it is Frieza, the Galactic Emperor. He wishes to see you. Frieza. Upon hearing the name of that cosmic tyrant, Vegeta's expression turned grave. Indeed, however, Your Highness, once you meet King Frieza, it would be wise to show him some respect. Lest we scions suffer the consequences, the subordinate quietly cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware, Vegeta replied. It was impossible not to feel anxious about meeting the ultimate antagonist of the Dragon Ball saga, Frieza. For in his final form, Frieza possessed a battle power exceeding 100 million, a being who single-handedly shattered the balance of power in the Dragon Ball universe. Currently, Vegeta had only just broken through to the first level of the Yang realm. His power barely exceeding 1,000, far beneath Frieza's threshold. It was thus impossible not to worry. Should he inadvertently provoke Frieza, he could be slain, abruptly ending his journey through the Dragon Ball universe. As for the notion of being killed and somehow returning to the real world, Vegeta deemed that fanciful, believing that without fulfilling the task bestowed upon him by the deity, he could hardly expect a return. With this thought, Vegeta sighed deeply and resolved that no matter how much Frieza insulted him, he would not provoke the tyrant. Simultaneously, he solidified his determination to reach Earth as swiftly as possible. Recalling that he had seemingly been held as a hostage within Frieza's army since childhood, the distance was not great, and soon Vegeta, guided by the messenger, arrived at the royal palace. Atop the highest throne sat not the esteemed King Vegeta, but rather Frieza, the cosmic emperor, with his personal hovering chair beside him. On either side of the steps, to the left stood key leaders of Frieza's army, such as Zarbon, Dodoria, and Shui, who seemed to have already aligned themselves with Frieza. To the right stood important scion figures, led by King Vegeta himself. Among them, Vegeta even spotted Bardock, the father of Kakarot, Goku. Entering the Grand Hall, Vegeta feigned a look of confusion as he glanced at Frieza and the others present. Noting Vegeta's lack of decorum, King Vegeta quickly turned to Frieza, saying, "King Frieza, my son is still quite young and has not had much exposure to the world. I sincerely apologize for his rudeness. Please forgive him." After speaking, King Vegeta approached his son and kicked Vegeta's knee, causing him to kneel on one knee. Simultaneously, King Vegeta also knelt, pleading for Frieza's forgiveness. Vegeta was caught off guard by his father's actions. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself on one knee. At that moment, he looked up at Frieza seated upon the throne, silently vowing, "When I become powerful enough, I will be the first to take you down." Just then, the system chimed in with its presence. System task: eliminate Frieza. Reward: 100 million martial points, no time limit. Failure to complete the task will result in a deduction of 100 million martial points. If insufficient points remain, the host will face annihilation. Upon seeing the system's task, Vegeta nearly spat blood in disbelief. He currently possessed only 5 martial points. How long would it take to accumulate 100 million? Frieza, oh Frieza, it seems that even if I were to regret not wanting to kill you now, it would be futile, for not only have you offended me, but you have also angered the system. While Vegeta pondered this sudden task, Frieza spoke up, "No matter. The prince is still young, and his actions do not constitute an offense." He then turned to Vegeta, saying, "Stand and let me observe you, the future general of our Frieza force." Chapter 5. Journey to Earth. Hearing Frieza's words, King Vegeta swiftly pulled Vegeta to his feet. Looking at the small figure of Vegeta standing before him, Frieza activated the power level scouter affixed to his right eye. Instantly, numbers flashed across the device, ultimately displaying a combat value of 332. Observing the reading, Frieza felt a twinge of disappointment. Though he was unsure of the source of his discontent, he remarked, "I heard that Prince Vegeta's battle power exceeded 100 upon his birth. I did not expect that 2 years later it would only be a little over 300. He turned to King Vegeta and inquired sternly, "Have you been diligent in training the prince?" The seriousness of Frieza's tone startled King Vegeta. Causing his heart to race, he quickly knelt on one knee and said, "It is true that I have been preoccupied with clan matters and have somewhat neglected my son's training. Please rest assured, King Frieza, from tomorrow onward, I will closely supervise his training, and by the time you return to Planet Vegeta, I will provide you with a satisfactory report." Vegeta, overhearing Frieza's words, was momentarily taken aback. He knew he had over 1,000 points of battle power. So why did Frieza's scouter only register a little over 300? At that moment, the system explained, traditional martial arts inherently possess the ability to conceal one's energy. Thus, such instruments, which solely gauge energy signatures, cannot accurately assess the host's full battle power. Upon receiving this clarification, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Hearing King Vegeta's assurance, he rolled his eyes internally, feeling that his future would be fraught with hardship. After acknowledging King Vegeta's promise, Frieza nodded slightly and concluded, "Very well. However, when the prince turns 4, he must be sent to the headquarters of the Frieza force. You understand? For years old?" King Vegeta certainly recognized Frieza's intentions. It was to make him a hostage. However, he hesitated. "King Frieza is 4 not a tad too young. Could we perhaps wait until he's a bit older before sending him?" King Vegeta pleaded. Hearing this, Frieza's narrowed eyes widened slightly, and with a nasal tone, he sternly asked, "What? Are you questioning my decision?" Startled by Frieza's rising anger, King Vegeta immediately knelt and lowered his head to the ground, saying, "I dare not. I will ensure that when my son turns 4, he is promptly delivered to the headquarters of the Frieza force." Only then did Frieza appear somewhat satisfied, turning to Vegeta with a hint of mischief in his smile. "Prince Vegeta, we shall meet again in 2 years. I hope by then your battle power has reached a level that pleases me." Whether it was merely an illusion, Frieza felt as if he had glimpsed a trace of murderous intent in Vegeta's gaze. Yet, when he scrutinized Vegeta once more, all he discerned was confusion and uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. How could a 2-year-old child possibly harbor such malice? Frieza self-deprecatingly mused. then soared to his hovering chair. "Let us depart, back to the headquarters." Frieza addressed his subordinates on the left, then took the lead as he soared towards the exterior of the royal palace. King Vegeta promptly rose from the ground. Rallying all the elite scions to escort Frieza to the spaceship, it was only after Frieza's spacecraft ascended into the cosmos that King Vegeta let out a long, relieved sigh. Turning, he then caught sight of Vegeta standing beside him. Igniting an inexplicable fury within his heart, he sternly declared to Vegeta, "From this day forth, you shall reside in the training room until you reach the age of 4. After that, you are destined to venture into that merciless den of slaughter. Without strength, you will fall prey to the whims of others. So from this moment on, you must train with relentless fervor." Upon hearing King Vegeta's words, a sense of despair welled up within Vegeta. The days of ease had come to an end. Indeed, King Vegeta was a man of his word. Whenever he had no pressing tasks, he would remain in the training room, vigilant over Vegeta's training. The rigorous regimen bore fruit, as Vegeta's physical prowess escalated at a visible rate. However, the price he paid was the slow progression of his mastery over the nine-yang divine art, as his overwhelming physical strength disrupted the balance between his body and internal energy. This excessive power and speed made it challenging for Vegeta to execute intricate techniques. At this juncture, the desire to depart planet Vegeta for Earth grew ever stronger within him. Thus, nearly 2 years passed in this manner, during which Vegeta trained diligently, while also learning from the Scion scientist how to operate a spaceship and interpret interstellar maps. The rationale was compelling. At the age of 4, he would be dispatched to the Frieza Force headquarters. Alone in the vastness of space, necessitating proficiency in spacecraft navigation and map comprehension. The instructors imparted knowledge to Vegeta with unwavering dedication, ensuring he grasped all essential information. As time went on, Vegeta continued to acquire this knowledge, train diligently, and await the opportunity to escape planet Vegeta and journey to Earth. Fortune favored the diligent. The chance for Vegeta to flee to Earth arrived unexpectedly. One day, King Vegeta received a directive from Frieza, commanding him to lead the majority of the Scion warriors in a campaign to conquer a planet. This particular planet had previously shown fierce resistance, prompting Frieza to deploy his ace in the hole, the formidable Scion warriors. As King Vegeta and the Scion warriors set out, Vegeta stealthily made his way to the spaceship hangar, where he incapacitated the guard and clandestinely boarded an egg-shaped spacecraft. The vessel then took off from the hangar, soaring into the depths of space. By the time the personnel at the control console realized what had transpired, it was too late to intercept. They could only shout into the communicator, "Hello, who are you? And why are you piloting a spaceship away from planet Vegeta?" Simultaneously, the supervisor barked orders to his subordinates. "Quickly investigate who among the remaining personnel is missing from planet Vegeta." Naturally, Vegeta had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with them. He promptly switched off the communicator and removed the tracking device from the spacecraft. When the tower staff received the list of missing individuals to present to the supervisor, he was taken aback. The name on the list of those who had just piloted a spaceship away from planet Vegeta was none other than their prince, the future king, Vegeta. Chapter 9. Arrival on Earth. The supervisor, infuriated, slammed the documents to the ground and bellowed, "Get someone to pursue him immediately. The prince has gone missing. If King Vegeta returns and we have not found the prince, we shall face execution." Consequently, chaos erupted across planet Vegeta, with countless spaceships scattering into the cosmos in search of their missing prince. While the turmoil unfolded on planet Vegeta, our protagonist, Vegeta, had comfortably entered a state of slumber. As the journey from planet Vegeta to Earth would take nearly a year, ding, attention, pilot. The spacecraft is about to reach the target planet. Please reduce speed accordingly, announced the control system, awakening Vegeta. Stretching slightly, Vegeta found the egg-shaped spacecraft small enough for his diminutive form to maneuver comfortably. He skillfully navigated the spacecraft, avoiding the major cities of Earth, preparing to land in the outskirts. At that moment, in West City, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief were taking their 3-year-old daughter, Bulma, for an outing in the countryside. Dr. Brief had already invented the space capsule and was swiftly on his way to becoming the world's richest individual. Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, and little Bulma picnicked in the forest, an unexpected flash of light streaked across the sky. Resembling a falling meteor, it ultimately crashed to the ground with a resounding explosion, sending plumes of dust into the air. Dr. Brief quickly drove towards the source of the fallen meteor. After all, meteorite research was at the forefront of scientific inquiry, as meteorites could provide valuable information about the universe. Upon arriving at the impact site, Dr. Brief was astounded to find not a meteorite, but rather a small spaceship nestled within the crater. Just as he hesitated to investigate further, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. Startled, he ducked behind his car, uncertain of the potential threat posed by the occupant. However, when he discerned that the figure emerging from the spaceship was merely a child clad in peculiar battle attire, complete with a tail, he felt somewhat reassured. Vegeta's spacecraft touchdown on Earth. The system chimed in with a timely announcement. Congratulations, host. You have arrived on Earth and completed your mission. Reward, 1,000 martial arts points. Current balance, 1104 points. Vegeta leaped from the spacecraft and began to ascend into the air. Having acquired the ability to fly, it was then that he locked eyes with Dr. Brief, who was still concealed behind his car. At that moment, Dr. Brief appeared youthful, his short black hair preventing Vegeta from recognizing him immediately. Vegeta descended gracefully before Dr. Brief and politely inquired, "Good day, sir. May I ask the name of the nearest city?" Dr. Brief, taken aback, gazed at Vegeta in disbelief and stammered, "Oh, you speak our language?" Hearing this, Vegeta too felt a sense of confusion. It was indeed surprising that Science and Earthlings communicated in the same tongue. "That is indeed curious, but could you kindly answer my question?" Vegeta pressed. Regaining his composure, Dr. Brief realized that this extraterrestrial being was merely a child and likely posed no threat. Adjusting his glasses, he replied, "Oh, the largest city nearby is called West City." West City. How intriguing, Vegeta thought, instantly recalling Bulma, the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, who was also officially designated as his future wife. He continued, "Might I ask, sir, do you know Dr. Brief?" Dr. Brief, surprised to hear his name from Vegeta's lips, was uncertain whether the boy was referring to him or someone else with the same name. Thus, he asked for clarification. "Which Dr. Brief are you referring to?" Contemplating the question, Vegeta queried, "Are there many Dr. Briefs in West City?" "Not too many, but there are a few," Dr. Brief answered with a hint of mischief. Vegeta pondered briefly before stating, "I am uncertain, but I believe I am referring to the one who invented the capsules and founded the Capsule Corporation." "Oh, you mean that Dr. Brief?" "Yes, I know him well. He is indeed the most renowned figure in West City." Dr. Brief responded with a faint expression of surprise. Upon hearing that the other party was acquainted with Dr. Brief, Vegeta felt a surge of joy and inquired, "Could you take me to Dr. Brief's residence?" "That is certainly not a problem, but may I ask your name and your relationship with Dr. Brief?" Dr. Brief asked. "Oh, I am Vegeta," he replied. After a moment's thought, Vegeta boldly added, "I suppose I am to be Dr. Brief's future son-in-law." At this, Dr. Brief fell silent, taken aback by the audacity of the young boy's statement. His daughter Bulma was merely 3 years old. Surely, it was rather inappropriate to be fixated on such a young girl. Dr. Brief then said to Vegeta, "Very well, I shall take you to Dr. Brief's home." Upon hearing this, Vegeta exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Uncle, you are truly a good person." Thus, Dr. Brief drove the car, taking Vegeta towards Mrs. Brief and Bulma. Suddenly, Vegeta asked, "By the way, Uncle, may I ask your name?" Hearing Vegeta finally inquire about his name, Dr. Brief replied, "Oh, I am Brief. You may call me Dr. Brief." Upon recognizing the familiar name, Vegeta was momentarily stunned. "Dr. Brief, could it be that you are the very one I just inquired about? Are you involved in espionage?" he asked cautiously. "Indeed, I'm the Dr. Brief you just mentioned," Dr. Brief confirmed. The car fell into silence, an awkward atmosphere enveloping Vegeta. "I believe I shall get out now," Vegeta suddenly declared. Attempting to leap from the vehicle, Dr. Brief swiftly pulled over and stopped him, saying, "Did you not just claim you wish to become my son-in-law? Why are you suddenly shy?" Chapter 7. Residing at Dr. Brief's home. Ultimately, Vegeta did not exit the vehicle, and the two engaged in a warm and friendly conversation. Vegeta recounted his origins to Dr. Brief, concocting a tale about how he had intercepted radio signals from a spaceship, Declaring that Dr. Brief was the most renowned individual in West City, Dr. Brief believed Vegeta's story and resolved to take him in. With the condition that Vegeta would provide a spaceship in return, Vegeta readily agreed to this arrangement. They aligned their narratives, and Dr. Brief drove the car to reunite with Mrs. Brief and Bulma. Mrs. Brief was taken aback to see her husband return with a young boy after a brief outing. Dr. Brief introduced, "My dear, this child is named Vegeta. He is an orphan and will be staying with us from now on." Fortunately, Mrs. Brief was rather easygoing and harbored no suspicions about Vegeta's sudden appearance. Instead, she compassionately embraced him, saying, "How unfortunate to be so young and already an orphan. You shall live with us. We will be your parents." Afterward, she called over the snacking Bulma, pointing to Vegeta and saying, "This will be your brother from now on. Greet him as such." Little Bulma, unperturbed, promptly offered her food to Vegeta, exclaiming, "Brother, eat." Witnessing Bulma's endearing nature, Vegeta felt his heart melt, joyfully accepting the food. He mused, "Having Bulma as my future wife might not be so bad after all." Meanwhile, Dr. Brief observed the harmonious interaction between Bulma and Vegeta and recalled the boy's earlier claim of being his son-in-law. Could it be true? Dr. Brief pondered, realizing he would need to keep a watchful eye on this boy. After all, his daughter was still quite young, and their association was perhaps premature. He would wait until they were both older. Thus, by a twist of fate, Vegeta found himself residing in Dr. Brief's household, becoming his adopted son. That night, as Vegeta lay in bed, relishing the softness of his bedding, he felt a profound sense of comfort. He then opened the system marketplace, eager to see if he could purchase any martial arts manuals with his current martial arts points. However, after browsing the system store for a while, Vegeta grew frustrated and abruptly closed the marketplace. The cheapest martial arts manual required 10,000 points, whereas he only possessed a little over 1,000. At this moment, his martial arts points could only purchase consumables, such as minor elixirs, which cost 10,000 points and could enhance one's martial arts training for a month. Major elixirs, costing 100,000 points, could boost training for a year. This training advancement was substantial, based on the training speed within the Dragon Ball universe. He noted that while the conversion rate for gold was quite reasonable, one martial arts point equating to 1 pound, he would never find himself lacking in finances in the future. After a cursory examination, Vegeta realized that anything that could boost martial arts points required a significant amount of conversion points, while items lacking in any contribution to martial arts advancement were exceedingly cheap. Closing the system marketplace, Vegeta began to contemplate how he might earn martial arts points. The primary means of acquiring these points involved promoting the principles of Chinese martial arts, which included increasing notoriety, taking on disciples, and establishing martial arts academies. Therefore, he resolved to start disseminating the knowledge of Chinese martial arts among those around him the very next day. As dawn broke, Vegeta roused the still slumbering Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, Little Bulma, and the household staff. Dr. Brief, yawning, asked Vegeta, "Vegeta, I was up late conducting experiments last night. Why have you awoken us so early?" Among the group, only Little Bulma appeared excited, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her brother. Vegeta puffed out his little belly and proclaimed, "The reason for calling everyone up so early is to engage in exercise together. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and a healthy body is essential for sustaining our energy throughout the day. Henceforth, I shall lead everyone in learning Chinese martial arts." At the conclusion of Vegeta's speech, Mrs. Brief and Little Bulma clapped enthusiastically in support. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond, and directed their gaze towards Dr. Brief. At that moment, Dr. Brief remarked, "What are you talking about, Vegeta? Exercising is simply a waste of time. When I have a moment, I'll develop a drug to combat aging." With that, he attempted to retreat to his room to continue sleeping. Suddenly, a small stone whizzed past Dr. Brief, striking the courtyard wall with a resounding thud, creating a small hole. Dr. Brief jumped in fright, the drowsiness instantly vanishing. Vegeta seized the moment to ask, "Who is in favor? And who is against?" Instantly, everyone ceased their chatter and stood upright before Vegeta. Satisfied with their response, Vegeta began to expound upon the principles of Chinese martial arts. Upon concluding his introduction, Vegeta proceeded to teach them the most fundamental breathing techniques. Originally, he intended to impart the 9 Yang divine skill to them, but the system intervened. The system informed him that while he could teach the 9 Yang divine skill, it would require purchasing it for 100 million martial arts points. Vegeta protested, "But this 9 Yang divine skill was my novice reward. It has already been given to me. Why must I pay 100 million martial arts points to teach it?" The system explained. "If you provide 100 million martial arts points, the 9 Yang divine skill will be entirely yours. However, although it is a system reward now, the ownership remains with the system. You possess only the right to use it." Thus, merely possessing usage rights meant that Vegeta could not pass on the 9 Yang divine skill to others. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was incensed and erupted into a torrent of curses. However, ultimately, he had no choice but to accept this reality. It was for this very reason that the 9 Yang divine skill remained unbestowed upon anyone, even as Vegeta ascended to become the supreme martial deity of the Dragon Ball universe, ultimately becoming his exclusive technique. Chapter 8. Participation in the 20th Martial Arts Tournament with no means to impart the 9 Yang divine skill and lacking martial points for exchanging techniques. Vegeta was compelled to distill a simplified method of breathing and meditation based upon the essence of the 9 Yang divine skill to share with those around him. Thus began Vegeta's arduous and protracted journey of collecting martial points. Apart from those at Dr. Brief's home, everyone learned Chinese martial arts under Vegeta's tutelage, and at Dr. Brief's command, the Capsule Corporation also embarked on the journey of mastering Chinese martial arts alongside Vegeta. Before long, every morning, instead of performing calisthenics, the Capsule Corporation staff sat cross-legged in meditation, transforming into a remarkable spectacle on Earth. Fortunately, the breathing method imparted by Vegeta proved effective, albeit initially requiring him to enforce discipline among the learners. However, after 7 days, those with talent began to cultivate true energy, experiencing a profound transformation in their perception of the world and feeling less fatigued than before. Eventually, they no longer required Vegeta's supervision and began to practice with enthusiasm and initiative. Approximately a year later, Vegeta finally amassed 10,000 martial points. Perusing the system's shop, he ultimately decided to exchange for the Taizu Long Fist. One must not underestimate the Taizu Long Fist. It was the very technique that allowed Zhao Kuangyin, the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, to achieve unparalleled dominance with its 32 forms and the Taizu Long Staff, in the demigods and semi-devils. Xiao Feng similarly wielded the Taizu Long Fist and the 18 dragon-subduing palms to command respect from all. Thus, the Taizu Long Fist should not be taken lightly, especially since it is accompanied by a corresponding internal cultivation method, making the expenditure of 10,000 martial points exceedingly worthwhile. After acquiring the Taizu Long Fist, Vegeta set out to establish a Chinese martial arts dojo, preparing to take on disciples. Should he find a student with exceptional martial talent, the flow of martial points would certainly enrich his coffers. At the tender age of 10, with Dr. Brief's support, he founded the first Chinese martial arts dojo in West Capital. It was during this year that Vegeta's 9 Yang divine skill finally transcended to the second Yang realm, elevating his combat power to 10,000 points. At this juncture, Vegeta was invincible on Earth. However, his pursuit was not merely the enhancement of his own combat prowess. Rather, it was the propagation of Chinese martial arts. Under its influence, practitioners could significantly elevate their capabilities. Since the establishment of the Chinese martial arts dojo, Vegeta began residing there, awaiting destined individuals to come forth as disciples. Alas, while no eager pupils appeared, a series of challengers did. One day, a martial artist arrived at the dojo, a towering figure of a man. Upon seeing the diminutive figure before him as the dojo's master, he erupted in laughter. "Little one, you should go home and drink your milk. The world of martial arts awaits you when you are older." His companions joined in the raucous laughter. Like a tea that moment, a system notification timely emerged. Task: teach the challenger a significant lesson, ensuring he never underestimates Chinese martial arts again and demonstrate its prowess to the onlookers. Reward: 1,000 martial points. Failure: deduct 1,000 martial points. Upon viewing the task, Vegeta was elated. It was akin to receiving a monetary gift. Rising from the central mat, he approached the challenger, offering a slight bow and stating, "Sir, our Chinese martial arts dojo welcomes all like-minded individuals to challenge us. Please, this way." With that, Vegeta led the group to the training arena, where a character he had pinned, Marshall, hung prominently on the central wall. All who entered were immediately captivated by this character, feeling as if a fierce martial wind were bearing down upon them. Those with lesser martial cultivation began to sweat profusely, gripped by trepidation. Even the burly challenger displayed a look of disbelief as he regarded Vegeta once more. His expression had grown notably grave. The two exchanged formalities and assumed their stances. Vegeta spoke. As the guest, I permit you to strike first. The imposing man, not daring to be careless, swung his fist towards Vegeta. With a mere brush, Vegeta deflected the man's arm and delivered a punch to his abdomen, sending the challenger hurtling backward as if struck by a tremendous force. Vegeta had held back. Otherwise, the man's life would have been forfeit. Clutching his abdomen, the muscular man struggled to rise, offering a bow to Vegeta in apology before departing the dojo. Witnessing such an effortless defeat of the giant left the onlookers astounded, gazing at Vegeta in disbelief. At that moment, the system chimed in. Task complete. Remaining martial points. 5098. Vegeta seized the opportunity to address the crowd. Welcome everyone to the Chinese Martial Arts Dojo, where you may learn and hone your skills. Seeing Vegeta's displayed prowess, some were indeed intrigued and inquired about the cost of training. However, upon hearing the price, potential disciples were quick to retreat, dismayed by the exorbitant fee. It was not that Vegeta wished to set such a high price. Ideally, he would prefer to impart knowledge freely. Yet the system had other ideas, asserting that knowledge should not be given lightly. Only by investing substantial resources would they truly commit to learning Chinese martial arts, as free instruction would lead to a lack of appreciation. Vegeta had questioned the system about the possibility of encountering exceptionally talented students, such as Sun Wukong, Krillin, or Tien Shinhan. The system replied, gifted disciples are rare and should be welcomed at all costs, even if it means offering free instruction. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rolled his eyes in exasperation. Such double standards. As the dojo once again fell silent with no visitors, Vegeta realized he needed to devise a strategy. Otherwise, he would never fulfill the ultimate task set by the system within a century. At that moment, his attention was drawn to an advertisement on the screen for the World Martial Arts Tournament, and a spark ignited within him. What could be a simpler method of promotion than winning a martial arts championship? Chapter 9. Registration. Vegeta dialed the number listed in the advertisement to inquire about the tournament schedule. Through his inquiries, he learned that the World Martial Arts Tournament occurs every 5 years, with the 20th edition set to take place in 2 years. With no alternatives, Vegeta resolved to diligently practice the 9-Yang divine skill while patiently awaiting the tournament. Finally, after 2 years, only 2 days remained until the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. Dr. Brief, upon learning of Vegeta's intention to participate, was overjoyed and promptly prepared an aircraft for the family to accompany him. Growing up alongside Vegeta, Bulma, now 11, admired him greatly and insisted on joining to cheer him on. Thus, what began as Vegeta's solitary endeavor transformed into a family outing. Dr. Brief piloted the aircraft to the tournament venue on Papaya Island. Upon arrival at the registration area, Vegeta approached and declared, I am Vegeta, here to register for the competition. The staff, glancing at the small figure before them, replied incredulously, Child, how old are you to be registering for a martial arts tournament? This is not a place for play. Vegeta felt a twinge of annoyance. Had not Sun Wukong registered at the tender age of 12 in the original story? Vegeta continued, regardless of my age. I have but one inquiry. Is there an age restriction for participants in the martial arts tournament? The staff member shook his head in response, saying, Not at all that I in that case. Please register me without delay, or I shall not hesitate to file a complaint, Vegeta declared with determination. Faced with Vegeta's threat, the staff member had no choice but to acquiesce, promptly inscribing Vegeta's name on the registration form. With a haughty snort, Vegeta departed from the registration area. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed, and soon it was time for the preliminary rounds at the competition venue that Dr. Brief and his family stood at the entrance. Bidding farewell to Vegeta. Go for it, big brother, Bulma shouted enthusiastically, cheering him on to that moment. Dr. Brief produced a capsule from his pocket, brimming with excitement as he addressed Vegeta. Vegeta, I have specially designed a martial arts uniform just for you. Do try it on. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt his mind freeze momentarily, hoping it was not an eccentric design. Before he could finish his thought, Dr. Brief pressed the capsule's button, and with a loud pop, a box containing the martial arts uniform appeared in his hands. That Dr. Brief opened the box, revealing a sleek black martial arts uniform, devoid of any embellishments, showcasing the beauty of simplicity. Relieved by the sight of the uniform, Vegeta thought to himself, "Thank goodness, it's not some bizarre attire." Dr. Brief, brimming with pride, elaborated, "This uniform is crafted from the latest fiber material developed in our Capsule Corporation laboratory. It fits snugly, boasts excellent elasticity, and is both waterproof and fire-resistant, although that applies only to the inner lining." After sharing this, Dr. Brief handed the uniform to Vegeta, then retrieved several pieces of rigid black armor from the box. Among them were a chest plate and a back plate, both inscribed with the character from martial arts. Dr. Brief continued, "This armor is made from another innovative material, offering exceptional shock absorption. Upon impact, the fibers in the armor swiftly dissipate the force, providing maximum protection for the wearer." Just as Dr. Brief was about to elaborate further, Vegeta interjected, "Uncle, I appreciate your concern, but have you considered how peculiar it would be to wear such a tight-fitting outfit in the arena?" Vegeta had already detected a flaw. The chest and back armor did not adequately protect the groin area. Wearing a snug martial arts uniform beneath, it would render it almost equivalent to being unclothed. Sensing the absurdity, he hastily interrupted Dr. Brief. "Peculiar?" Dr. Brief pondered, examining the martial arts uniform he had meticulously designed, yet still failing to grasp what was amiss. Realizing he could not rely on Dr. Brief's insights, Vegeta quickly produced a capsule of his own, for which he extracted the martial arts uniform he had designed for himself. Upon unfolding it, he revealed another black uniform, intricately adorned with dark golden threads depicting 9 dragon patterns and auspicious clouds. The design resembled a traditional Tang suit, featuring traditional Chinese characters on the left chest and the character from martial arts emblazoned on the center of the back. Vegeta donned his self-designed uniform, instantly transforming into a charmingly mature young boy before Dr. Brief's family. Years of training in Chinese martial arts had softened Vegeta's once fierce visage, rendering it rather gentle and approachable. The only aspect of his appearance that displeased Vegeta was his hair. No matter how he styled it, it quickly reverted to its upright position, resembling a large brush atop his head. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Brother, you look so handsome." Mrs. Brief nodded with a smile, remarking, "I never imagined our Vegeta would grow into such a dashing young man." Meanwhile, Dr. Brief muttered to himself, "I still believe my design is the most impressive. All right, I shall head into the venue now. Please wait for me outside. Once I advance past the preliminaries, you will witness my triumph on the final stage." Vegeta waved goodbye to the trio. "Go for it, big brother." Bulma cheered loudly once more, with Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief joining in the chorus of encouragement. Vegeta raised his hand high, clenching it into a fist, brimming with confidence for the battle that would etch his name into legend on Earth. Upon entering the venue, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, hoping to spot familiar faces from the Dragon Ball world, such as Master Roshi or Gohan. Regrettably, none of them had come to participate, leaving Vegeta with a sense of disappointment. Goku should have arrived on Earth by now, shouldn't he? Vegeta mused. Chapter 10. Advancing through the preliminary rounds, there was little of note to mention regarding the preliminaries, especially since they were held in a completely enclosed venue with no live broadcast. Thus, Vegeta had no intention of wasting time and aimed to conclude his matches swiftly with a single decisive move. In his first preliminary match, Vegeta faced a towering man, standing at least 2 meters tall. To Vegeta, he appeared no larger than a child. The burly man laughed heartily at the sight of his diminutive opponent, exclaiming, "Little one, have you weaned yet? This is no place for play. I'll give you a chance to surrender." I would want anyone to say that Guskert the Bear is bullying a child. The spectacle on the stage attracted the attention of onlookers, who gathered to witness the match between such contrasting physiques. Among martial artists, few possessed amiable dispositions, and many began to shout, "Fight! Hurry up and fight!" Observing the hulking figure before him, Vegeta sensed the man's energy was exceedingly weak. Apart from his size, he seemed utterly lacking in merit. It was baffling where he derived his confidence. Just to show off, Vegeta thought, adopting a fighting stance. Let us begin. I somewhat regret participating in this tournament, filled as it is with boastful individuals. Vegeta's words not only enraged his opponent, but also incited the other competitors present. Guskert clenched his fists, growling, "You successfully provoked me, little one. I shall crush your limbs, leaving you to coexist with a wheelchair." With that, Guskert lunged at Vegeta like a giant bear, in a swift motion. Vegeta executed a flying side kick that struck Guskert squarely in the face, sending him hurtling off the stage and crashing into the wall of the venue. With a resounding thud, Guskert slammed against the wall before slowly sliding down. Leaving behind a cracked surface, the surrounding competitors fell into stunned silence, astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming prowess. The once boisterous atmosphere transformed into a hushed reverence as they absorbed the spectacle. However, murmurs soon erupted within the venue, as spectators speculated about Vegeta's identity. Though Vegeta initially paid little heed to their chatter, he happened to overhear two individuals discussing him. One remarked, "Don't let his youthful appearance deceive you. He is actually over 100 years old." The other, seemingly oblivious to the obvious absurdity, asked, "I see. I was wondering how such a young child could be so formidable. By the way, how old is contestant number 12? Contestant number 12 was Vegeta's entry number. If I had to guess, he is probably around 112 years old. If he is that age, it explains his remarkable strength. I'm curious to know how he maintains such a youthful appearance." Unable to endure their conversation any longer, Vegeta interjected, "I've been eating people. Do you believe it?" His sudden outburst startled the two men. The foolish one, recovering from his shock and realizing it was Vegeta, continued to inquire naively, "How do you consume them? Stir-fried or boiled?" Another individual, evidently a shrewd character, hastily covered his companion's mouth and dragged him away from the vicinity of Vegeta. Vegeta found himself somewhat vexed. Despite his victory, no one was discussing the prowess of his martial skills, but rather his age. How absurd! Subsequently, Vegeta continued to demonstrate his might, effortlessly defeating his opponents with a single strike, ultimately securing a ticket to the finals at an astonishing speed. The system announced defeated all preliminary opponents, instilling fear in numerous participants. Martial points increased by 1134 points, remaining martial points 9,533 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Vegeta scoffed, finding the reward meager. The morning was reserved for preliminaries, while the afternoon would witness 7 final matches to determine the champion of the 20th martial arts tournament. With an hour's break at noon, Vegeta exited the venue. Dr. Brief and his companions awaited him outside. Upon seeing Vegeta emerge, Bulma eagerly inquired, "Brother, how did it go?" Vegeta gestured an okay with his hand, responding, "No issues at all. It was all one-hit victories, not a single worthy opponent among them." Dr. Brief, brimming with excitement, patted Vegeta on the shoulder and proposed, "To celebrate your advancement to the finals, let us indulge in a sumptuous meal." Afterward, the quartet sought a restaurant, ordering an abundant feast. It was clear that this lavish spread was prepared for Vegeta. Soon, Vegeta demonstrated his remarkable ability to make a meal vanish at an astonishing pace. Although Dr. Brief's family had grown accustomed to this spectacle, the other patrons in the restaurant stood dumbfounded, watching as Vegeta devoured plate after plate of food. Vegeta estimated that his appetite now surpassed even his original self from the narrative, bolstered by the fact that this scion body was concurrently cultivating the 9 Yang divine skill, resulting in an insatiable hunger. As the table's contents rapidly disappeared down Vegeta's throat, Bulma excitedly called out, "Waiter, please bring us another table of dishes." Bulma found immense joy in witnessing Vegeta's voracious eating. Seeing him consume such copious amounts of food filled her with delight. Vegeta finished his meal swiftly, while Dr. Brief took his time, leisurely savoring his lunch. A concerned waiter glanced at Vegeta and asked Dr. Brief, "Is it all right for your child to eat this much at noon?" Dr. Brief feigned nonchalance, stating, "It's nothing. He has only 8/10 full." After delivering his boast, Dr. Brief calmly handed his bank card to the astonished waiter, commanding, "Check, please." Exultant, Dr. Brief thought to himself. After their meal, the family of 4 arrived at an open area where Dr. Brief produced a capsule that transformed into a domed villa. Under the envious gazes of onlookers, they entered the dwelling. The time for the afternoon finals draw was approaching, and the Brief family, made their way to the arena. However, to their surprise, they found the area surrounding the ring thronged with spectators. Having arrived late, Bulma anxiously exclaimed, "Brother, what should we do? I can't see your match." Vegeta confidently proclaimed, "Watch this." He summoned his ki to create a barrier that pushed the crowd aside, clearing a path. Chapter 11. Champion 1 Vegeta ensured Dr. Brief and the others were settled, then leapt onto the stage. Upon arriving at the drawing venue, the other 7 contestants had already gathered. The host and chief referee, a man with a small mustache, joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Vegeta, "Vegeta, you have finally arrived. I was about to send someone to look for you." Once everyone was present, he continued, "Let us commence the drawing." A contestant interrupted, insisting, "Let us hurry. Draw the lots so the matches can begin and end sooner. Had I known, I wouldn't have participated in this childish tournament." Another competitor chimed in. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, recognizing the speaker as a burly man with dark skin who clearly harbored animosity towards him. The host quickly interjected, "All right, I won't waste any more of your time. Let us begin the drawing." He picked up his list and called out, "Vegeta." Vegeta approached the drawing box, reached in without stirring the contents, and casually drew a slip, revealing the number 4. The host promptly wrote Vegeta's name in the 4th position. Soon, each competitor took their turn, and the drawing concluded, with Vegeta's opponent being the complaining, childishly dismissive African contestant named Sean. Upon discovering that his opponent was Vegeta, Sean burst into laughter, stepping forward to mockingly declare, "Little one, I never anticipated such fortune. I've advanced straight to the semi-finals. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." As he reached out to pat Vegeta's head, Vegeta swiftly swatted his hand away. Vegeta had little patience for such self-satisfied individuals. "That I hope your performance in the ring surpasses your boastful words," Vegeta retorted. With the drawing complete, the finals officially commenced. Vegeta did not step outside to spectate, deeming it unnecessary. Moments later, amidst the cheers of the audience, the first match concluded with contestant number 2 emerging victorious. Amidst the applause, the host called out for Vegeta and Sean to take the stage. The mustachioed host, microphone in hand, announced loudly, "Next, we shall witness a match characterized by significant disparity in both size and age. Contestant number 3, Sean, hails from East City, weighs 94 kg, and stands 184 centimeters tall. He was crowned the champion of the global free fighting competition last year. At 32 years of age, Sean is at the pinnacle of both power and speed, making him a formidable contender for the title of champion in this year's martial arts tournament. Conversely, his opponent, our number 4 contestant, is Vegeta from West City, who weighs 52 kilograms and stands 142 centimeters tall. Most notably, Vegeta is merely 12 years old, making him the youngest participant in this tournament. He is also the master of the West City Chinese Martial Arts Dojo, participating in this event to promote his dojo, hoping to attract students eager to learn martial arts. Upon hearing that Vegeta was only 12 years old, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Some contestants shouted, "Is there some sort of inside deal allowing such a young competitor to pass the preliminaries?" Others echoed, "How can someone so young possibly possess significant strength? Surely the organizers have rigged this." The audience buzzed with speculation. Amidst the clamor, Bulma's voice rang out, desperately defending Vegeta. "It's not cheating. My brother is incredibly strong. Don't wrongfully accuse him." Unfortunately, her voice was quickly drowned out by the uproar, and even those beside her paid her no heed, except for Vegeta, who, hearing Bulma's defense, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up at that moment. The host hurriedly intervened. "No, everyone, please don't misunderstand. We, the organizers, have always upheld principles of fairness and justice. The match will commence shortly, and if Vegeta truly was a ringer, his inadequacies will surely be revealed during the competition. So, let us not delay any further. Let us begin the match." The spectators clamored loudly, urging for the match to commence without delay. The host, initially intending to say more, observed the fervent atmosphere and directly inquired of the 2 competitors on stage. "The competition is about to begin. Are both of you ready?" Both nodded in unison, affirming their readiness. The host positioned himself between them and proclaimed with vigor, "Let the match begin." This was immediately followed by the resounding sound of a gong. Vegeta had originally contemplated dispatching his opponent with a single move, but upon reflection, he realized that such a tactic would not adequately showcase his prowess. Therefore, Vegeta resolved to allow his adversary to make the first move. Meanwhile, Sean was convinced that victory was entirely within his grasp and felt no need to take the match seriously. How could he, faced with such a feeble opponent, fail to present a commendable performance? Thus, Sean boldly began to flaunt his physique on the stage, executing push-ups, one-handed push-ups, and even one-handed two-finger push-ups. He threw punches and kicked into the air, eliciting raucous cheers from the audience, who recognized his strength. As his display concluded, Sean turned to Vegeta and taunted, "Kid, having witnessed my prowess, do you still refuse to concede? Have you finished your performance? If so, let us commence the match," Vegeta replied. "I see you are quite the braggart." Upon hearing Vegeta's nonchalant response, Sean was incensed. "It seems I have truly underestimated your stubbornness. Very well, I shall send you tumbling from the stage." Without further ado, Sean launched an attack at Vegeta. However, he soon found himself momentarily blinded, as Vegeta vanished from his sight. Chapter 12. The Champion? Where did he go? Sean gazed around in confusion, his not-so-bright mind struggling to comprehend how his opponent had seemingly evaporated before him. The audience, however, was keenly aware of Vegeta's whereabouts, who was currently positioned behind Sean, deftly evading his line of sight. Observing Sean's bewildered search, the crowd shouted in unison, "He's behind you, you fool!" The spectators' cries finally reached Sean's ears, prompting him to swiftly turn around, only to find Vegeta smiling at him from behind. In that instant, Sean realized that the seemingly insignificant child was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. He had been outmaneuvered. "You wretched little brat! How dare you toy with me?" Sean bellowed, swinging his fists at Vegeta once more. What is the shortcut to fame? Simply stand on the shoulders of another celebrity. In the face of Sean's assault, Vegeta made no attempt to retaliate. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and skillfully evaded Sean's blows. After several exchanges, Sean found himself unable to land even a glancing blow on Vegeta, who remained untouched. As the audience witnessed this one-sided spectacle, they erupted into applause for Vegeta while booing Sean. Frustrated by the current state of affairs, Sean glared at Vegeta and declared, "You're merely dodging my attacks with speed. Have the courage to stand your ground and let us engage in a contest of strength." Vegeta replied coolly, "Rest assured, your wish will be granted." With that, he withdrew his hand from behind his back and assumed a fighting stance. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, as they preferred the spectacle of a fierce contest over mere evasive maneuvers. Sean, seeing that the young boy was finally prepared to confront him, felt a surge of excitement. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "I'll make sure to make you pay for this." With that, Sean lunged at Vegeta once again. Vegeta effortlessly blocked Sean's attack with a left arm lift, countering with a series of punches to Sean's chest, culminating in a decisive upward strike that connected squarely with Sean's chin. Remarkably, Vegeta's movements were deliberate, allowing the audience to witness every action clearly. Ultimately, Sean was sent flying from the force of Vegeta's upward blow, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the platform below. Outside the arena, the host announced with fervor, "Vegeta has emerged victorious." The audience erupted into cheers, astonished to witness such remarkable prowess from a mere child. Amidst the applause, dissenting voices arose, questioning how a 12-year-old could possibly defeat a world champion. Vegeta paid no heed to the surrounding cheers or doubts. Shortly after the match began, the system notifications had been incessant. Fortunately, his opponent was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, the barrage of notifications would have severely distracted him. Vegeta accessed the system and cleared the notifications from his screen, then directed his attention to his own status. Name: Vegeta. Age: 12. Combat power: 21,300. Physical condition: healthy. Skills: 9 Suns Divine Art, 2nd Sun Realm Martial Points, 203, 762. Upon seeing the number of martial points, Vegeta felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, participating in competitions and televised events significantly bolstered his martial points. System, please configure it so that I no longer receive notification sounds for martial point increases. I will monitor it myself, Vegeta instructed. Understood, settings adjusted. Soon, the remaining matches 3 and 4 concluded, paving the way for the semifinals. Vegeta was set to face off against his next competitor, Jin. Notably, Jin had observed Vegeta's previous match against Sean in its entirety, witnessing how effortlessly Vegeta had eliminated him. After the match, Jin gasped, well aware of Sean's capabilities, and had believed it would require considerable effort to defeat him. Yet here was this child who had easily triumphed over such a formidable opponent. How powerful must he be? At that moment, the host announced, "The match begins." Vegeta assumed his stance, preparing to attack, when Jin suddenly shouted, "Wait, what is it?" Vegeta inquired, perplexed, halting his movements. "Kid, your strength is remarkable. I am no match for you," Jin stated, extending his hand. "Let us shake hands." Vegeta, somewhat bewildered, extended his hand in return, grasping Jin. However, he was taken aback when Jin seized his hand with all his might. With a triumphant yet slightly sinister grin, Jin declared, "Ha! I've got you. Your victory over Sean was solely reliant on your speed. Right? Now that I have you firmly in my grasp, you can no longer rely on that advantage." The host, overhearing Jin words, raised his microphone to explain to the audience, "Goodness, Jin has cunningly ensnared Vegeta, rendering him unable to utilize his speed as he did against Sean, who will emerge victorious between Vegeta and Jin. Let us await the outcome." The audience, having absorbed the host's commentary, began to murmur excitedly. Vegeta, upon hearing Jin words, let out a cold laugh. "Is this how you achieved your success? By relying on naivety?" Jin's initially jovial expression faltered, his brow furrowing as he asked, "What do you mean?" "My point is, what gives you the right to assume my strength is lacking?" With that, Vegeta clenched the hand that Jin held firmly. Chapter 13. The Champion 3. Jin let out a piercing scream as an overwhelming force surged through his hand, causing him to cry out in agony, "My hand, it's going to break." Jin body went limp as he shouted in pain. "What is happening?" The host and the surrounding audience were momentarily stunned. The current situation was entirely different from what they had anticipated, and it seemed that Jin was the one ensnared. Meanwhile, Jin continued to wail in torment atop the platform, exclaiming, "Let go of me. I command you to release me." As he spoke, he swung his other hand in an attempt to strike Vegeta. Vegeta's right hand tightened its grip, and the punch Jin had intended for him resulted in him collapsing onto the stage. A sharp crack echoed in the host's ears. My hand. As Vegeta finally released his grip, Jin clutched his right hand in agony. That moment, the host shouted, a reversal of fortune. We initially thought Vegeta would face danger, but unexpectedly, he has crushed Jin's hand with his immense strength." After announcing this, the host approached the stage, microphone in hand, and asked Jin, "Your hand is broken, do you concede?" By this time, Jin had regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Vegeta and declared, "Concede? How could I possibly concede? I intend to kill this guy." The host, attempting to be helpful, reminded him, "Jin, I must inform you that during the competition, killing your opponent is strictly prohibited. If you kill your opponent, you will be disqualified. Enough of your prattle. I can't afford to heed your words right now. If you keep talking, I might just eliminate you as well." Jin shouted vehemently at the host. The fierce tones startled the host, prompting him to quickly retreat from the stage, fearing he might become collateral damage. Jin slowly stood up from the platform, his face contorted with pain, now appearing even more menacing. "You little brat, how dare you break my hand? I will kill you and tear your body to shreds. Do you truly believe you possess the strength for that?" Vegeta replied disdainfully. "Damn you!" Jin roared, charging at Vegeta. In response to the attack, Vegeta merely crouched slightly and delivered a powerful punch to Jin's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge as he lost consciousness. Vegeta lifted Jin and threw him from the stage. Victory! Vegeta has triumphed. Let us congratulate him on advancing to the finals of the martial arts tournament, the host announced loudly. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, the identity of his opponent in the finals remained a mystery, and he returned to the backstage area to await his challenger. Approximately half an hour later, the audience erupted in cheers that I see my opponent for the finals has arrived. Vegeta remarked as he rose from his resting chair. Soon, a tall figure with brown skin approached him, saying, "Little brother, I acknowledge your strength, but you will never be a match for me. King Joppa." King Joppa? Upon hearing this name, Vegeta slightly opened his eyes, recognizing this well-known minor character from the early Dragon Ball series. "Do you know me?" King Joppa asked with a hint of pride. Vegeta shook his head, responding, "Sorry, I don't know you. How dare you? I'm a champion of the last 2 martial arts tournaments, and you claim not to recognize me." King Joppa shouted, visibly enraged. Vegeta looked at him as if he were foolish and replied, "Is that so strange? I am only 12 years old. I was 7 5 years ago, and 2 10 years ago. Oh, you really think I should know you? Well, regardless, now that we're both in the finals, you should show me some respect as your opponent." King Joppa continued, "I apologize, but I never bothered to familiarize myself with those I have defeated," Vegeta retorted before turning to leave for the arena. "Damn brat, he's infuriating." King Joppa shouted angrily. At this moment, the host was outside calling out loudly, "Next, we will commence the finals of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. One of our contenders is the young prodigy martial artist, only 12 years old, and making his debut in the tournament. Contestant Vegeta, let us give him a warm welcome." As the hostess' words echoed, the audience erupted in applause. After the previous 2 matches, Vegeta had won over the majority of the spectators, who adored the youthful talent. Amidst the cheers, Vegeta strode slowly toward the stage, waving to the audience with an air of celebrity. He understood well that to garner more martial arts points and earn the majority's acknowledgement, one must learn to present oneself as a star, embodying the dreams of many. Thus, regardless of his past disdain for such occasions, this life destined Vegeta to become the focal point of public attention. Once Vegeta ascended the stage, the host enthusiastically introduced the other contestant. The other contender is even more remarkable. He has been the champion for the last 2 tournaments. This time, he aims to become the first martial artist in the world to achieve 3 consecutive championships. He is known as the 8-armed Arhut, King Joppa. Let us welcome him with applause," the host proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the surrounding area of the stage erupted in thunderous applause, far surpassing the welcome Vegeta received. Bulma, observing the frenzied audience cheering for King Joppa, remarked discontentedly, "Humph, the ultimate champion can only be my brother." King Joppa approached the stage, hands clasped together in a respectful bow to the audience, exuding calmness. Despite having previously displayed a moment of frustration backstage. Chapter 14. Champion for though his pace was slow, King Joppa eventually reached the stage a few minutes later, upon seeing Vegeta before him. King Joppa's brow furrowed as he recalled the impolite demeanor Vegeta had displayed earlier. Once both contestants stood on the stage, the host inquired, "The finals are about to begin. Do either of you have anything to say to your opponent?" The host first offered the microphone to Vegeta, who flashed an innocent smile. However, the words that followed were anything but innocent. King Joppa is a seasoned veteran and has been the champion twice. It is time for him to step aside and let the new generation take over. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers at such a provocative statement. For them, this was the kind of rhetoric they craved, not the gentle niceties of politeness. The host, thrilled by Vegeta's audacity, quickly passed the microphone to King Joppa, eagerly asking, "King Joppa, Vegeta has issued a challenge to you. What do you wish to say?" King Joppa, undeterred, replied, "After all, Vegeta is still quite young and lacks extensive combat experience, that I hope this encounter will facilitate his growth." The host then seized the opportunity to ask, "So, King Joppa, do you believe you will emerge victorious this time?" "Is there any doubt about that?" King Joppa replied confidently. His assured words incited loud cheers and enthusiastic applause from the surrounding crowd. At this juncture, the host raised the microphone and announced, "Now, let us declare the commencement of the finals of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament." As the host announced the commencement of the competition with a resounding gong, King Joppa immediately assumed a battle stance. Having witnessed the fierce confrontations of Vegeta and other participants, he was compelled to prepare himself for the formidable prowess Vegeta displayed. However, upon observing Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor, with his hands casually tucked behind his back, Joppa felt a surge of irritation and inquired, "What does this mean?" "Do you look down upon me?" Vegeta shrugged lightly and replied, "I harbor no contempt for you. I merely believe your strength is insufficient to pose a threat to me." This incited King Joppa's fury, causing him to bellow, "You little brat, your arrogance is astounding. I am the 8-armed Arhut King Joppa, a champion for 2 consecutive tournaments." With that proclamation, King Joppa lunged at Vegeta, his arms transforming into mere afterimages, as if he possessed 8 limbs, relentlessly launching a barrage of strikes towards Vegeta. The crowd erupted in cheers at the display of King Joppa's fervent assault. Yet to no avail, Vegeta deftly evaded every single attack, his movements a blur as he danced around Joppa's attempts with ease. The 2 figures darted across the arena, but regardless of Joppa's relentless onslaught, he could not land a single blow on Vegeta. Realizing that continuing this fruitless endeavor would yield no favorable outcome, Joppa eventually retreated, creating distance between them after several exchanges. "Why have you ceased your assault?" Vegeta inquired. Panting slightly, Joppa retorted, "What, is dodging your only skill? Let me tell you, I am not like those previous opponents who were worn down by your speed. Ultimately succumbing to your hands that I differ from them. I endure rigorous training daily. My stamina is top-notch. In a contest of endurance, you, a mere child, stand no chance against me. Thus, I advise you to muster all your strength and face me. At least you might retain a sliver of hope for victory." Vegeta, taken aback by Joppa's words, decided to acquiesce, saying, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall initiate my attack." With that, Vegeta readied himself, seeing his opponent finally abandon evasion for a direct confrontation. Joppa heaved a sigh of relief but remarked, "After my several rounds of attacks, you may go first. I fear that if I strike, I might eliminate you in an instant." Vegeta remained silent, for verbal sparring was not his forte. Since his opponent had made the request, Vegeta wasted no time. With a powerful leap, he charged towards King Joppa. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist connected squarely with Joppa, sending him hurtling off the stage, crashing against the barrier surrounding the arena before collapsing onto the ground. The raucous cheers from the crowd abruptly ceased, leaving both the host and the spectators in stunned silence, unable to fathom that a single strike from Vegeta had concluded the match. It appeared that he had unwittingly exerted too much force. Amidst the silence, Vegeta muttered quietly, "Brother, you are truly formidable. Brother, you are the champion. I admire you immensely." Only Bulma's voice rang out, fervently cheering for Vegeta from below. Bulma's exuberance roused the host from his stupor, who awkwardly approached Vegeta and remarked, "I never anticipated that contestant Vegeta would possess such remarkable strength. Defeating King Joppa with just one punch, I hereby declare that the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Vegeta. Let us applaud in congratulations." The applause, however, was tepid. Some audience members even shouted for refunds. Ignoring the murmurs from the crowd, the host held the microphone towards Vegeta, asking, "Might I inquire, Vegeta, as the youngest champion in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament, do you have anything to say to our audience?" This was precisely the opportunity Vegeta had been awaiting to promote his martial arts school. Taking the microphone, he stated, "Initially, I was somewhat reluctant to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, as my current prowess renders it akin to an adult bullying a child, entirely lacking in challenge. My sole reason for entering was to advertise my Chinese martial arts academy in West City. Following this tournament, I welcome all martial arts enthusiasts to join me at the academy to learn and hone their skills." The host, pleased with the advertisement, inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, could you elaborate on the martial arts styles taught at your Chinese martial arts academy?" Vegeta continued, "Our academy's martial arts differ from the popular trends of contemporary society. We emphasize the cultivation of physical resilience and inner strength. Our Chinese martial arts do not seek to engage in conflict or promote violence. Rather, they aim for self-improvement, both mentally and physically, that we pursue a martial spirit, striving for harmonious unity between heaven and humanity. Our goal is to utilize martial arts to quell strife and achieve a world of peace." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the host remarked, "What a noble aspiration. I wish Mr. Vegeta's Chinese Martial Arts Academy great success." Finally, he concluded, Once more, congratulations to contestant Vegeta for becoming the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. I hereby declare the tournament officially concluded. Tonight, there will be a splendid fireworks display on Papaya Island, so I encourage all spectators to remain and enjoy. Until we meet again in 5 years at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. With the host's announcement, the tournament came to a formal end, and he promptly presented Vegeta with a check for 500,000 zeni, the champion's prize. There was no awards ceremony, and the conclusion felt abrupt. Nonetheless, Vegeta had finally achieved his objective. Clutching the check, Vegeta crossed the barrier and joined Bulma and the others. Bulma embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly amazing." Vegeta steadied himself as he caught her in his arms, feeling her figure had matured significantly. However, upon remembering Bulma's age, he quickly composed himself. Silently chanting for calmness, he waved the check in his hand and declared, "We are now wealthy. Although not exceedingly so, we can still indulge in a lavish feast." At that moment, Dr. Briefs interjected with a smile, "Excellent. Has our Vegeta begun to earn money? Tonight, let us enjoy a grand meal, relish the evening's fireworks, and return to West City tomorrow." Thus, the four individuals spent an extraordinarily delightful night on Papaya Island. Returning to West City the following day by plane. With the passage of time, Vegeta gained worldwide fame, with various news media extolling the prodigious achievements of this 12-year-old champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. His martial arts points increased daily, and he was filled with excitement as he observed the continual rise in his score. In addition to the proactive promotion from television and radio, numerous channels invited Vegeta to participate in a variety of programs. He willingly attended several shows that promoted Chinese martial arts, and in a short time, Vegeta became one of the most renowned figures on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, following Vegeta's rise to fame. The anticipated outcome unfolded as many of his admirers flocked to West City, eager to become his disciples and learn Chinese martial arts. However, upon discovering the substantial fees required for training under Vegeta, a considerable number of them hesitated, with some openly accusing him of seeking to amass wealth, denouncing him as greedy. Nevertheless, Vegeta chose not to explain the principle of not imparting knowledge lightly. Ultimately, approximately 24 individuals paid the tuition fees, successfully becoming his students. On the first day after becoming his disciples, the 24 students stood in 3 rows, 8 in each, facing Vegeta, who stood upon a platform to ensure that all could see him. As his 12-year-old stature was still quite diminutive, "I trust you are all elated," Vegeta proclaimed passionately from the platform. Why, you may ask? Because among the hundreds, if not thousands, of applicants, I have selected you 24. Isn't it simply because we are the only ones who paid the tuition? One student murmured from the crowd, prompting laughter among the others. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, continuing, "A moment ago, a student suggested that your admission was solely due to your tuition payment. I must clarify, many can afford the fee. Yet why are you the only 24 who chose to pay? Have you considered that question? Perhaps we are just foolish," another student chimed in, eliciting hearty laughter from the group. Vegeta, however, did not share in their amusement. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this student speaks the truth. You are rather foolish. Yet to master my Chinese martial arts, such foolishness is essential. More importantly, this is a matter of destiny. The teachings are not to be passed on to the unworthy. Those lacking sincerity cannot hope to learn from me. You are the final 24 sincere individuals. Let's applaud for ourselves." With that, Vegeta initiated applause, which was met with enthusiastic clapping from the 24 students, all of whom had paid a hefty sum, indicating their willingness to believe in Vegeta. As the applause subsided, Vegeta waved his hand, and Bulma approached from behind, accompanied by 2 aides carrying boxes. Under Bulma's direction, the aides opened the boxes they had brought. Vegeta retrieved a white tang suit from one of the boxes, identical in style to his own. Save for the absence of the dragon and cloud motifs, the IT bore the intricate traditional Chinese characters on the left breast and a large character for martial on the back. This will be your martial arts attire. Each of you will receive 2 sets, and all must wear them upon entering the dojo, Vegeta announced. That moment, one disciple boldly inquired, "Master, why can't we wear the same martial attire as you? Yours appears far more imposing and stylish." I regret to inform you that the dojo has its rules. As you are but disciples, you must don the white attire. Only when you have proven your worth in my eyes, upon your graduation, may you wear garments akin to mine. Vegeta explained. Chapter 19. The realm of the three suns. Utilizing the martial arts points he had accumulated over recent time, Vegeta expended 1 million points to exchange for the internal martial arts technique. Zixia Divine Art, from the Huashan sect, which he would impart to his newly accepted disciples. Within the system, Zixia Divine Art is divided into 9 realms. However, as a secondary level internal technique, its combat efficacy falls short of the superior Jin Yong Divine Art. Achieving the first level of Zixia Divine Art yields a combat power of merely 100 points, while reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level results in a staggering combat power of 100 billion points. Although it may not rival Jin Yong Divine Art, it is undeniably formidable compared to previous martial arts on Earth. Yet, this is only the ideal scenario. Due to individual martial arts talent, it is estimated that out of thousands, merely 12 could master Zixia Divine Art to perfection. In addition to the internal technique, Vegeta exchanged for various forms of boxing, palm techniques, and leg techniques, which he imparted to the 24 disciples. However, each individual was permitted to select only one martial art to study. Precluding the option of learning multiple disciplines, Vegeta himself utilized the remaining martial arts points to acquire the super technique, Qian Kun de Nua Yi, which he had long desired. In Vegeta's perspective, Jin Yong Divine Art should be practiced in conjunction with Qian Kun de Nua. This technique consists of 7 layers and, once fully mastered, offers 9 distinct functions, including unleashing maximum potential, consolidating martial principles, copying opponents' techniques, creating opportunities for opponents, accumulating energy, adhering power, guiding opponents' energy, transforming yin and yang qi, and using force against force. If Vegeta were to master Qian Kun de Nua Yi to perfection, it would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of the Ultra Instinct from the Dragon Ball series. Provided that the internal energies of both parties were comparable, it can be said that once Vegeta masters the Jin Yong Divine Art and Qian Kun de Nua Yi to their utmost potential, he would rightfully become a true deity of martial arts within the Dragon Ball realm. However, the situation remains static. Vegeta's martial arts points cease to accumulate, while each disciple could contribute points multiple times. Further increases would likely only come when Chinese martial arts gained widespread recognition across Earth. Thus, Vegeta could only gaze longingly at the 9 veins divine sword within the system, wiping away his drool. Consequently, Vegeta began earnestly fulfilling his role as a master within the dojo, imparting the teachings of Chinese martial arts to the 24 students. As time gradually passed, 5 years went by, and Vegeta matured into a 17-year-old young man, finally resembling the character from the original story. Comparatively, he had grown significantly taller, now standing approximately 178 centimeters, with a more refined appearance than depicted in the original work. One day, Vegeta was in his designated training room within the dojo, meditating while practicing Jin Yong Divine Art. With a white energy arrow exhale from his mouth, he gradually concluded his practice. At last, I have broken through to the 3rd sun realm, Vegeta sighed, acknowledging the formidable nature of Jin Yong Divine Art that had been fine-tuned by the system. Making breakthroughs quite challenging. System, display my current physical condition, Vegeta commanded. Upon receiving his request, the system swiftly opened his attribute interface. Name, Vegeta, age, 17 years, combat power, 10000, 3 physical condition, healthy skills, Jin Yong Divine Art, 3rd sun realm, Qian Kun, 3rd layer, wink with a frown, other skills, omitted, martial arts points, 108762. Clearly, further effort is required, Vegeta remarked. I must elevate my realm to the 9th sun realm by the time of my confrontation with Frieza. Otherwise, fulfilling the system's tasks will prove arduous. After closing the system interface, Vegeta stretched languidly, stood up from his meditation mat, and exited his training room. Master, you have emerged from your meditation. Master, you have emerged from your meditation. The disciples outside, upon witnessing the long-awaited emergence of Vegeta from his nearly year-long seclusion, promptly bowed and greeted him. Good, good, good. And to you all. Vegeta acknowledged each of them with a nod. Over the course of these 5 years, The dojo had gradually welcomed over a dozen new disciples, bringing the total to 32. Utilizing the system's inspection feature, Vegeta assessed the combat prowess of his disciples and discovered that approximately half were on the verge of breaking through to the first layer of the purple mist technique, while the majority of the remaining disciples had already reached the mid-stage of the first layer. Only a few, likely the later apprentices, had just recently managed to surpass the first layer of the purple mist technique. Among them, the most formidable was a disciple named Tang In, whose combat power had reached an impressive 983 points, mere moments away from transitioning to the second layer of the purple mist technique. Vegeta couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Chinese martial arts. Tang In was now even more powerful than Goku during his battle with Raditz in the original narrative. Vegeta called Tang In over and praised him. Tang In, you are quite remarkable. It seems you are on the cusp of breaking through to the second layer, are you not? Upon hearing his name, Tang In immediately expressed his gratitude. I must thank you, Master, for your guidance. Your Chinese martial arts are truly extraordinary that I can scarcely imagine how formidable I would become upon achieving the 9th layer of perfection. Vegeta patted his shoulder and replied, then strive diligently. Earth is vast, and the universe even more so, teeming with powerful adversaries. Relying solely on my strength is insufficient. We must all endeavor together. Yes, Master, I shall train hard. Tang In responded emphatically, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect for Vegeta. Vegeta waved his hand, saying, go and train hard. You shall represent our Chinese martial arts dojo in the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament and bring home the championship. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that he would represent the Chinese martial arts dojo, Tang In was instantly filled with a surge of battle spirit. After Vegeta departed, the other disciples surrounded Tang In, congratulating him on his imminent participation in the tournament. Ignoring the commotion among his disciples, Vegeta drove towards his home in West City. Having not seen Bulma or Dr. Brief for nearly a year, he found himself missing them quite a bit. The roads in West City were well constructed, and the magnetic levitation cars traveled at remarkable speeds, allowing Vegeta to return home within a matter of minutes. Chapter 17. The story begins upon entering the courtyard. Vegeta first encountered Mrs. Brief, who was watering the flowers in her garden with a watering can. Auntie, Vegeta greeted her cheerfully. Upon seeing Vegeta's return, she brightened, setting down the watering can and approaching him with a smile, exclaiming, look who has come back. It's our handsome little Vegeta. Auntie, where's Bulma? Is she home? Despite their years of acquaintance, Vegeta still felt somewhat unaccustomed to Mrs. Brief's playful banter, prompting him to interject with his question. Hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Mrs. Brief feigned sorrow, saying, oh dear, our little handsome boy has grown fond of that blonde girl. Bulma, instead of me. How can that young girl compare to her auntie? Vegeta, feeling overwhelmed, quickly dashed out of the courtyard, thinking, I'll just find her myself. Noticing Vegeta's hasty retreat, Mrs. Brief called after him. What would you like to eat for dinner? Anything Annie makes is fine with me, Vegeta shouted back. Vegeta rushed into the house, but after searching through several rooms, he could not find Bulma in the laboratory. He finally located Dr. Brief, who was engrossed in his research. Uncle, is Bulma not home? Vegeta inquired. Ah, Vegeta, you've returned. Dr. Brief lifted his visor to greet him. Uncle, where is Bulma gone? I couldn't find her at home. She should be on summer break now, right? Vegeta pressed on. Oh, Bulma. Did she not tell you? She said she was going out to search for some Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish, Dr. Brief explained. Searching for the Dragon Balls? Is she going alone? That sounds too dangerous. Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous. Dangerous? What danger could she encounter? She took plenty of capsules with her when she left. Dr. Brief remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta was momentarily at a loss. How fortunate Bulma was to have such parents who allowed her to thrive. With no other option, Vegeta turned to Dr. Brief, saying, I'm a bit worried about Bulma. I should go find her. Uncle, do we have any travel capsules left? He asked. The travel capsules, crafted specifically by Capsule Corporation for clients who enjoy traveling, contained an array of items. 1 housing capsule, 3 transportation capsules, airplane, off-road vehicle, and small boat, and 2 food storage capsules along with 2 water storage capsules. Dr. Brief gestured to a nearby cabinet, replying, oh, I recall there's a set of travel capsules in the cabinet. You should check there. Vegeta approached the cabinet and rummaged through it until he found a travel capsule box, still fully sealed in its packaging. He tore open the packaging, opened the box, examined its contents, and placed the capsule box in his backpack. "Uncle, I'll be off now," he declared, surprised that Vegeta was leaving so soon after returning. Dr. Brief asked, "You're heading out already?" Vegeta replied, "I have to see how Bulma is doing. What if she's in danger? I need to leave quickly and find her." Just as Vegeta dashed out of the laboratory, Mrs. Brief appeared, carrying a freshly brewed cup of tea. Observing Vegeta's hasty exit, she inquired with curiosity, "Where are you rushing off to? Don't you want to try this freshly brewed black tea?" "No, Annie, I'm worried Bulma might be in danger, so I must go find her," Vegeta shouted back. With that, his figure vanished from Mrs. Brief's sight. Once outside, Vegeta activated a car capsule, which transformed into a vehicle as he sped toward the outskirts of West City. However, upon reaching the city limits, he encountered a formidable dilemma. With the vastness of Earth, where should he begin his search for Bulma? Bulma possessed a dragon radar to guide her, but Vegeta did not. The thought of Bulma being seen by a lecherous old man while searching for the Dragon Balls, as happened in the original narrative, filled him with agitation. It was clear that aimlessly searching would not suffice. After some contemplation, Vegeta decided to return home. Rushing back into the laboratory, he found Dr. Brief still busy at work. "Vegeta, didn't you say you're going to find Bulma? Why are you back?" Dr. Brief asked, puzzled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Vegeta replied, "Uncle, I really want to bring Bulma back, but once I left the city, I realized I didn't know where to start." After pondering for a moment, Dr. Brief said, "Now that you mention it, Bulma seemed to have created a device called the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls." Excitedly, Vegeta asked, "So, Uncle, can you help me make a new Dragon Radar?" "Of course, no problem at all. I remember Bulma left behind the blueprints for it," Dr. Brief assured him. With that, Dr. Brief led Vegeta to Bulma's laboratory. The two quickly began rummaging through the lab. Before long, Vegeta discovered a set of blueprints resembling a dragon radar tucked away in a cabinet. "Uncle, take a look. Is this the Dragon Radar?" Vegeta handed the blueprint to Dr. Brief and inquired at Dr. Brief took a moment to examine the plans, then nodded and said, "Indeed, this is the schematic for the Dragon Ball radar. I will promptly set to work on creating a new one for you." Time passed swiftly, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, Dr. Brief presented a brand new Dragon Ball radar to Vegeta. "Vegeta, this is the Dragon Ball radar. Allow me to instruct you on its usage," Dr. Brief stated. However, Vegeta snatched the radar from his hands and declared, "Uncle, I am already familiar with how to use the Dragon Ball radar. I shall depart immediately to know." "Very well then. Do take care," Dr. Brief expressed his concern. Yet at that moment, Vegeta had vanished from Dr. Brief's sight. Chapter 18. Finding Bulma this time. Rather than utilizing a capsule vehicle, Vegeta opted to soar through the skies using the instant transmission technique. After years of traversing on foot, he had nearly forgotten his ability to fly. Ascending into the air, Vegeta retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and activated it, beginning his search for the Dragon Ball's locations. From the original narrative, Vegeta was aware that Bulma possessed 2 Dragon Balls, so it sufficed to locate the gathering point of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the number of Dragon Balls currently clustered together did not exceed 3. Vegeta eagerly anticipated the radar's revelation. Upon activating the radar, he was delighted to see 3 Dragon Balls congregated on the screen, prompting an exuberant cheer from him. "Not bad. I can still make it in time," he exclaimed, then accelerated towards Bulma's location. When Vegeta arrived near Bulma, the sky had already darkened, and the Dragon Balls were situated near a circular capsule house. Vegeta descended before the door and knocked. A voice emerged from within as Bulma called out, "Goku, go answer the door." Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a young child, Son Goku. "Whom do you seek?" Goku inquired curiously, his gaze shifting to the tail behind Vegeta. Astonished, he exclaimed, You actually have a tail too." Goku then turned to Bulma, who was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and shouted, "Bulma, didn't you say that people outside don't have tails? Why does he have one?" "Tail?" Bulma felt a jolt of realization, stepping out of the kitchen to behold the very person she had been yearning for, but a smile graced her face upon seeing Vegeta. but it quickly shifted to a stormy expression as she remembered something. "Humph, what brings you here? Haven't you been preoccupied with your so-called martial arts training?" Bulma questioned, her tone filled with indignation. Initially, Vegeta had intended to greet Bulma with a smile upon witnessing her joy. But his heart sank as her expression soured. It dawned on him that her frustration stemmed from his neglect due to his relentless training. Vegeta stepped forward, apologizing earnestly. "Bulma, I am truly sorry that I have been so focused on my training over the past year that I neglected you. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" While Bulma had already forgiven him in her heart for coming to find her, the prospect of being overlooked again in the future prompted her to teach Vegeta a lesson. "I'm sorry, but if simply saying I'm sorry suffice for every mistake, what need would there be for laws?" Vegeta pressed on. "What must I do for you to forgive me?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback by his question. Realizing she had not devised a punishment for him, "I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll let you know when I do," she replied. "That's perfectly fine. Take your time. However, your venture outside is rather reckless. It's dangerous. You should return home with me," Vegeta insisted. "What? Return? I refuse. I must gather the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to grant my wish," Bulma countered vehemently. "Don't you see these?" Bulma exclaimed, producing 2 Dragon Balls from her bag, specifically the 2-star and 5-star balls. "These are the legendary Dragon Balls. Once I collect all 7, I can summon the Eternal Dragon, and it will grant me any wish I desire. But do you not have everything you need?" "What wish could you possibly have?" Vegeta inquired, idly toying with the Dragon Balls. "Humph. Naturally, I wish for the Eternal Dragon to grant me a boyfriend who will always listen to me and stay by my side," Bulma replied, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. "Unlike certain individuals who seem to care for nothing but their training, leaving no room for me." Vegeta quickly interjected, "How could that be? Bulma, you occupy my thoughts entirely. There is no space for anyone else at that moment." Goku, who had been listening to their exchange, piped up, "Vegeta, do you also practice martial arts? Are you very strong?" Bulma, initially intent on remaining angry with Vegeta, became animated as she heard Goku's question. Without waiting for Vegeta's response, she enthusiastically proclaimed, "Strong? He's incredibly strong. Vegeta was the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament when he was just 12 years old." After her enthusiastic declaration, Bulma turned to Vegeta, but upon seeing the gentle smile in his eyes, her own expression faltered, her joy replaced by a frown, arms crossed as she stated, "In short, Vegeta is formidable. You two continue your conversation. I will return to the kitchen to prepare dinner." With that, Bulma hurried back to the kitchen. Once out of sight of Vegeta and Goku, Bulma placed her hands on her chest, attempting to calm her racing heart. Phew, phew, phew. That was close. I almost lost myself," she sighed, exhaling deeply. Honestly, he doesn't even look that remarkable, yet how can he smile so beautifully? In the living room, Goku, unaware of the World Martial Arts Tournament's significance, recognized the admiration in Bulma's words about Vegeta. He turned to Vegeta with excitement and asked, "Vegeta, can I spar with you?" Vegeta, examining Goku's combat power through the system, noted it was a mere 33. A stark contrast to his own power exceeding 100,000. However, Vegeta recognized Goku's innate talent for martial arts and his status as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. The potential rewards for taking him on as a pupil were immense. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Mission: take Son Goku as a disciple and teach him martial arts. Reward: 100 million martial arts points. Failure to complete the mission incurs no penalties. 100 million martial arts points. Vegeta could hardly believe the bounty for taking Goku on as a student. Resolute, he decided to accept Goku as his disciple. Of course, that would be no problem. However, don't you feel a bit hungry? Let us eat our fill first, and then we can spar. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku realized he too felt hungry. He called out loudly to Bulma in the kitchen, "Bulma, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Enough with the noise. Those who cannot cook have no right to rush me," Bulma retorted from the kitchen. Chapter 19. Taking Goku as a disciple. Preparing dinner typically would not take long. However, Bulma had not anticipated Vegeta's swift arrival. Knowing Vegeta's appetite, she hurried to prepare more food in the kitchen. Approximately an hour later, Bulma called out, "Dinner is ready. Come help bring the food to the table." At Bulma's summons, Vegeta and Goku entered the kitchen to assist. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Goku was overjoyed, exclaiming, "I've never had such a sumptuous feast in my entire life. Bulma, you were so kind to me." Goku's words moved Bulma deeply, prompting her to respond emotionally. "If you like it, then hurry and eat." While speaking, she brought forth a delectable array of dishes and placed them before Wukong. Naturally, it was not just Wukong who was remembered. Bulma also ensured that Vegeta was not overlooked, serving him a selection of his favorite foods that "I'm ready to dig in." Wukong exclaimed joyfully before he began to devour the meal voraciously. Although Vegeta had already eaten prior to their outing and thus was not particularly famished, he still ate at a pace that was considerably more moderate than Wukong's, yet still exceeded that of an ordinary person. After approximately half an hour, the trio had finished their dinner. Vegeta assisted Bulma in clearing the table, and then he and Wukong stepped outside. After performing a few warm-up exercises, Wukong assumed a fighting stance facing Vegeta. "Vegeta, I'm going to attack," Wukong announced, and without hesitation, he launched himself at Vegeta. Vegeta adeptly countered Wukong's onslaught with ease, standing his ground without any inclination to evade, and "Oh good, your strength is still too weak, your speed far too slow, and your movements are riddled with unnecessary actions," Vegeta remarked as he parried Wukong's strikes. Hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong quickened his attacks, increasing both power and speed, yet he still could not land a blow on Vegeta. Realizing that his efforts were futile, Wukong swiftly retreated, widening the gap between them. "Vegeta, you are truly formidable. I am no match for you. However, could you strike me once? I wish to gauge the extent of our differences," Wukong requested earnestly. "Are you certain? The disparity between us is quite significant." Vegeta inquired. "I want to give it a try." Wukong replied resolutely. "Very well. My attack is coming," Vegeta cautioned. Wukong immediately readied his defensive stance, declaring, "I'm prepared." Just as Wukong finished speaking, he was sent hurtling backward, unable to even catch a glimpse of Vegeta's assault. He crashed into two large trees before the third one finally halted his flight. When Wukong, clutching his abdomen, laboriously returned to the capsule house, he lamented, "Vegeta is indeed incredible. I am entirely outmatched. I didn't even see your attack coming before you defeated me." Wukong, do not sell yourself short. You are still young, and your physical potential is remarkably robust. With diligent training, you will become immensely powerful in the future, Vegeta praised Wukong. However, after the compliment, Vegeta continued, "At your current age, it is crucial to establish a solid foundation in martial arts, and having a good master is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong felt a pang of sadness as he recounted, "Before my grandfather passed away, he was the one who taught me martial arts. Since his departure, no one has guided me, and I have merely been training blindly on my own." That moment, Bulma, sitting nearby on the sofa while applying a facial mask and perusing a fashion magazine, suddenly interjected, "Wukong, you could apprentice under Vegeta. He is the master of the largest Chinese martial arts academy in West City." If the situation had been more appropriate, Vegeta would have been tempted to kiss Bulma for her perfect timing. Wukong then inquired, "What does it mean to be the master of an academy?" Vegeta pondered for a moment before explaining, "It means someone of exceptional skill." "Indeed, Vegeta, your prowess is truly remarkable. So, would you take me on as your disciple and teach me martial arts?" Wukong gazed at Vegeta with eager anticipation. At this point, Vegeta adjusted his posture on the sofa and solemnly addressed Wukong. "If you wish to study Chinese martial arts under me, you must strictly adhere to the Academy's rules." Vegeta proceeded to outline the Academy's regulations to Wukong, and upon finishing, he added, "Once you become my disciple, any violations will result in penalties ranging from a prohibition on advancing your training to expulsion from the Academy. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed?" Wukong, with unwavering determination, declared, "I am certain." "Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple today." Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. Bulma, seizing the moment, handed Wukong a cup of tea. Having been by Vegeta's side for many years, she was quite familiar with the disciple initiation ceremony of the Academy. However, Wukong was somewhat puzzled by what this entailed. Bulma whispered a few instructions in Wukong's ear, guiding him through the initiation process. Following Bulma's explanations, Wukong accepted the teacup, knelt on both knees, and respectfully offered it to Vegeta, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Vegeta accepted the cup, took a gentle sip, and instructed Wukong to rise, saying, "Wukong, from this day forth, you are my disciple. I hope you will remain humble and diligent in your training, ultimately helping to promote our Chinese martial arts. You are my 33rd disciple. There are 32 senior brothers ahead of you. Once we return to West City, I will introduce you to them." Meanwhile, a system notification informed Vegeta that he had completed the task of accepting Wukong as a disciple, rewarding him with 100 million martial arts points. Wukong nodded in agreement. "Understood, Master." Upon hearing Wukong address him as Master, Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction. He had taken the fated protagonist of Dragon Ball as his disciple, which could be seen as a point of pride for all transgressors. Nevertheless, he had no intention of misappropriating the 100 million martial arts points earned by Wukong. He planned to invest it all in Wukong's training. Vegeta examined the internal martial arts techniques that could be exchanged for the 100 million points and ultimately chose to redeem the pure Yang Wujigong. Created by the Wudong patriarch Zhang Sanfeng based on the 9 Yang divine art. Chapter 20. Saving the Turtle, the Wudong patriarch Zhang Sanfeng was a figure capable of cultivating to the golden elixir realm in martial arts. Standing on par with the likes of the drunken monk in terms of martial prowess, the pure Yang Wujigong underwent continuous refinement after its inception by Zhang Sanfeng, only attaining its pinnacle in his later years, making it a formidable counterpart to the 9 Yang divine art. This was undoubtedly why Vegeta decided to pass on the pure Yang Wujigong to son Wukong. Of course, the internal martial arts techniques acquired could also serve as a reference for Vegeta as own practice, which was why he refrained from spending the 100 million points on the 9 Yang divine art, as he was already familiar with it and saw no need to waste the martial arts points. That evening, after imparting the pure Yang Wujigong's internal techniques to son Wukong and leaving a true chi seed within his dantian to help him quickly grasp the basics, Vegeta observed that Wukong, being a scion, possessed an exceptional talent for martial arts. Apart from Vegeta himself, none of the other 32 Earth disciples exhibited the same level of aptitude for martial arts as Wukong. With just a simple instruction, Wukong was able to enter a state of deep meditation, a feat that took the most talented of the other disciples, like Tang Yin, nearly a month to achieve independently. Vegeta refrained from disturbing Wukong's training and quietly exited his room. Upon entering the living room, he found Bulma still engrossed in her magazine on the sofa. Vegeta softly addressed Bulma. "Bulma, now that I have found you, will you come back to West City with me tomorrow?" Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. While she was no longer truly angry, she couldn't easily abandon the exciting pursuit of collecting the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and make wishes. Moreover, Vegeta had been training for an entire year, and now that he was finally willing to accompany her, how could she easily forgive him and return to West City? Bulma replied, "No way. I still haven't gathered all 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill my wish." Hearing this, Vegeta felt a sense of urgency, quickly asking, "I am already here. What more do you wish for?" Bulma chuckled and replied, "What does it matter if you are here? Can't I summon Shenron and make a wish with you present?" Vegeta, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "But you want a wish for a handsome boyfriend, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Bulma realized that Vegeta was feeling jealous, which brought a sweet smile to her face. However, she also knew when to draw the line and responded, "As for the specifics of my wish, it will depend on my mood. First, let us focus on collecting the 7 Dragon Balls." Having returned to her room to rest, Bulma suggested that everyone should retire early as they had a long journey ahead the following day. After uttering her words, she departed to her chamber to the break of dawn. Vegeta rose early to lead Goku in practicing martial arts. The first technique imparted to Goku was the Taizu Changquan, which had now become the foundational practice at the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, with all disciples commencing their training with this form. After they had thoroughly practiced 5 complete rounds outside, Bulma finally arose, stretching lazily as she beheld the brilliant sunshine and the gentle spring breeze. "How delightful! I didn't expect the weather to be so splendid today. It is truly perfect for traveling," she remarked, As Bulma prepared to return to the living room to savor the breakfast that Vegeta had prepared, she was suddenly startled by a moving stone beside her. What on earth is that? Why is it moving? Bulma's scream startled both Vegeta and Goku. Vegeta rushed over to shield Bulma behind him, raising his hand to strike the stone with a swift chop. "I'm a turtle, not a stone," the stone exclaimed in a panic. Upon hearing the voice, Vegeta halted his attack just in front of the turtle. Realizing it was indeed a turtle, Bulma stepped out from behind Vegeta, somewhat annoyed, and said, "What a fright. It's just a turtle. But how odd. What brings you here? This place is quite far from the sea." Vegeta, well aware that this turtle was the one raised by Master Roshi and posed no threat, relaxed his guard. As the story unfolded, Bulma offered the turtle some salt water to replenish itself, and it requested that Vegeta and the others assisted in returning to the seaside. Unlike in the original tale, Bulma was not overly fixated on collecting the Dragon Balls. Rather, she viewed this endeavor as a delightful adventure with Vegeta. She wished for this journey to last forever and promptly agreed. As for Vegeta and Goku, they felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. Once everyone finished breakfast and changed clothes, Bulma produced a capsule, summoning a pickup truck. Goku placed the turtle in the truck bed, and they all set off towards the ocean. However, while they joyfully drove along the road, a massive sword suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself directly in their path, causing Bulma to slam on the brakes. The tires screeched loudly against the pavement. Fortunately, the pickup came to a stop just in front of the blade, averting a potential rollover. The abrupt halt sent everyone tumbling within the vehicle, especially Goku, who, not wearing a seatbelt in the back, was thrown forward, shattering the windshield and flying out of the truck. Infuriated, Bulma flung open the door, ready to confront the instigator. However, upon seeing a gigantic bear-like creature towering over 3 meters tall, she immediately recoiled behind Vegeta in fright. One of the creature's eyes bore a grotesque scar, complementing its naturally fierce countenance, making it a daunting sight for any onlooker. The bear creature yanked the enormous sword from the ground, bellowing at Vegeta and the others. "You have 2 options. Either leave the turtle behind, and I will let you go, or I will slay you and keep the turtle." Hearing this, Goku curiously glanced at the trembling turtle in the truck bed and asked, "Do you have a grudge against Mr. Turtle?" "A grudge? What are you talking about? I have no vendetta against the turtle. I merely wish to feast upon its meat. Surely, you know how delectable turtle meat is." The bear creature laughed heartily. At this moment, Vegeta interjected, "Goku, stop wasting time with him. This is an excellent opportunity for you to practice. Use the techniques I taught you to defeat this bear monster." Enraged by being called a bear monster, the creature roared, "I am a bear human, not a bear monster. You scoundrel, I will end you." The bear swung its massive blade toward Vegeta. In response, Vegeta leaped, cradling Bulma, narrowly evading the attack, while Goku stood firm before the bear. "Your opponent is me," Goku declared loudly, launching himself at the bear. The bear, unfazed, sneered at Goku. "You little brat. If you seek death, I shall make you my first target before dealing with the others." With that, the bear swung its weapon at Goku. Just as the blade was about to strike him, Goku deftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the side of the sword, causing the bear's hand to involuntarily release the weapon. Clutching its injured hand, the bear gazed at Goku in terror and asked, "Who on earth are you?" Goku, equally surprised by his own prowess, smiled and replied, "I am Son Goku." Afterward, he delivered a swift kick to the bear's abdomen, sending it flying. "Well, that takes care of that. Let us continue our journey," Vegeta remarked, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Bulma, brimming with excitement, scoffed at the fallen bear. "What a weakling! Even attempting to rob others. Perhaps you should train at a martial arts academy for a few more years." Vegeta, speechless, urged, "All right, Bulma, he cannot hear you now. Let us hurry and return the turtle to the SD. Oh, you not wish to collect the Dragon Balls?" In truth, Vegeta could have used his flight technique to assist Bulma in gathering the Dragon Balls, but she had dismissed that idea. Fortunately, having recently achieved the 3rd level of his training, and with Dawn overseeing the dojo, he had ample time to accompany Bulma. Thus, the 4 of them, 3 humans and 1 turtle, continued on their way. This time, they encountered no obstacles, and soon they arrived at the seashore, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, where the water met the sky in the distance. One could not help but feel a sense of vastness within their own heart. The turtle addressed Vegeta and the others. Please wait here a moment. I shall return to inform my master and bring him a thank you. Bulma insisted it was unnecessary, but the turtle paid her no heed, diving into the ocean and disappearing before their eyes. Reluctantly, to avoid having the turtle's efforts be in vain, Bulma suggested they wait, assuring that they would not accept any gifts of gratitude. Goku, having never seen the ocean before, played joyfully at the water's edge, while Vegeta and Bulma sought refuge from the sun beneath a nearby palm tree. After about an hour, Vegeta finally spotted a small black emerging on the horizon, exclaiming, "Someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately stood up, peering into the depths of the sea, yet seeing nothing. "Are you pulling my leg? Why can't I see anything?" Bulma questioned Vegeta skeptically. Vegeta, amused, replied, "Our martial training grants us exceptional vision, so it is entirely normal that you cannot see it. Sit down and wait patiently. They're still quite far from the shore." Just as Vegeta had predicted, after a few more minutes, Bulma finally discerned a figure approaching the beach. As the figure drew nearer, she recognized an emaciated old man with a shiny bald head, wearing sunglasses and riding atop the turtle. The turtle introduced, "Esteemed benefactors, this is my master, revered as the god of martial arts." "Master Roshi, god of martial arts?" Bulma gazed skeptically at the frail old man before her. Though clad in sunglasses, she felt uneasy under his gaze. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a pendant hanging on his chest, and she exclaimed, "Isn't that a Dragon Ball you have there?" Counting the stars, she joyfully declared, "It's a 3-star ball." At that moment, Master Roshi cleared his throat and said, "Kind-hearted individuals, I am immensely grateful that you returned my turtle instead of opting to make it into a soup. I am preparing to present each of you with a gift." This moment, Bulma quickly interjected, "I don't need any gifts. You may simply give me the Dragon Ball hanging from your chest." "Is that so?" Master Roshi replied, removing the Dragon Ball pendant from around his neck. He continued, "When I acquired it 3 years ago, I perceived it to be an exceptionally precious orb. However, since you are the savior of the sea turtle, I shall bestow it upon you." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Bulma was instantly overjoyed and reached out to take the Dragon Ball. Yet, Master Roshi did not immediately hand it over. Instead, he continued, "There is no issue in granting you the Dragon Ball. But as an elderly man, I have a small request." This point, Master Roshi's previously dignified demeanor suddenly shifted to one of lewdness, just as he was about to voice his unreasonable demand. Vegeta, standing nearby, spoke up sternly, "I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from making any requests." Vegeta was well aware of Master Roshi's intentions. Thus he intervened to prevent him from continuing. Master Roshi gazed at Vegeta's serious expression. His face stiffened, and he muttered under his breath, "It was merely a little jest. Must you be so serious?" Vegeta responded, "Because Bulma is my girlfriend." Upon hearing Vegeta's admission, Bulma nearly swooned with happiness. However, her last remaining shred of rationality prevailed, and she mustered her strength, snatching the Dragon Ball from him, exclaiming, "Who agreed to be your girlfriend?" After saying this, she swiftly turned and hid inside the pickup truck. Giggling foolishly, Master Roshi, understanding the reason for Vegeta's intervention, leaned closer to him with a lecherous grin, saying, "Hey, kid, your girlfriend is quite splendid. Could you find out if she has any sisters or younger siblings?" Chapter 22. Riding the flying Nimbus confronted with such a shameless Master Roshi, Vegeta was at a loss for words. Were it not for the knowledge that this old pervert possessed only this singular flaw, and was, in fact, a decent person, Vegeta would have contemplated delivering a punch to send him flying. Vegeta remarked, "You are mistaken. Bulma is an only child." "Well, that is indeed a pity," Master Roshi lamented. He then cleared his throat, resuming a fa of seriousness, and inquired, "So, what kind of reward do you both desire?" Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Forget it. I do not require a reward. You may give it to Goku instead." With that, Vegeta returned to the pickup truck. This moment, Bulma finally regained her composure. Upon seeing Vegeta join her in the truck, she found herself momentarily at a loss, bashfully asking, "Was what you just said true?" "What do you mean?" Vegeta feigned ignorance, fully aware of Bulma's inquiry. Bulma, upon hearing Vegeta's response, became dissatisfied and urgently pressed. "I mean what you just said about me being your girlfriend? But didn't you say you hadn't agreed to it?" Vegeta chuckled at Bulma's reaction. "Who said I didn't agree?" Bulma blurted out, only to be met with Vegeta's half-smirk. She promptly slapped him playfully, declaring, "Humph, you've always bullied me since childhood. One day, you'll push me too far." Vegeta pulled Bulma into an embrace, saying, "Bulma, I promise you, even if I were to die, I would never bully you." "Nonsense, don't speak such ominous words," Bulma retorted. Then, glancing at the Dragon Ball in her hand, she added, "If one day you accidentally die, I shall gather the Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to resurrect you." As they conversed, their lips gradually drew closer, seemingly on the verge of a kiss. At that moment, a face suddenly pressed against the window, startling Bulma, who let out a scream. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Goku. Goku knocked on the glass and inquired, "Master Roshi, Bulma, what are you two doing?" Bulma's face turned crimson, and she hastily distanced herself from Vegeta. Clearing his throat, Vegeta remarked, "Adult matters. Children should not pry." With that, Vegeta stepped out of the truck and noticed the flying Nimbus beside Goku. Goku gleefully hugged the Nimbus and exclaimed, "Master, look! This is the flying Nimbus, a gift from the old and to this point." Bulma also exited the vehicle, eyeing the fluffy yellow cloud with curiosity. "What purpose does this serve?" she asked. Hearing her question, Goku leapt onto the Nimbus, which effortlessly lifted him into the air. "The flying Nimbus allows me to fly freely." After saying this, Goku began performing various high-difficulty maneuvers in the air, akin to a roller coaster ride. Bulma, watching in envy, eagerly asked, "Can I try riding it?" Vegeta, overhearing Bulma's request, immediately voiced, "I wouldn't recommend you attempt it." Bulma immediately became displeased, retorting, "What's wrong with that? I just want to try flying. I want to perform any dangerous stunts like Goku." Observing Bulma's annoyance, Vegeta turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, are there any requirements for riding the flying Nimbus?" "Requirements? What do you mean?" Goku asked, puzzled. "What kind of person is allowed to ride the flying Nimbus?" Vegeta pressed on. "Oh, the old man said that only children with pure hearts and no distractions can ride the Nimbus." Goku explained, chuckling. "He actually wanted to test me, but he couldn't ride it himself." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a twinge of insecurity, yet she defiantly replied, "Humph, that old pervert is filled with unhealthy thoughts. It's only natural he couldn't ride it, but I am different. I am an invincible beauty. My heart harbors no unhealthy thoughts whatsoever." Yet, deep down, Bulma pondered, thinking about doing naughty things with my brother shouldn't be deemed unhealthy, right? After this, Bulma approached the Nimbus, taking deep breaths. Goku encouraged her, "Come on, Bulma, you can do it." The Nimbus then obediently lowered itself to a height just above Bulma's waist, making it easier for her to jump on. Taking a final deep breath, Bulma leaped onto the Nimbus. With a thud, her body passed straight through the Nimbus, landing heavily on the sandy beach below. Fortunately, the sand cushioned her fall, and the height was not too great, minimizing any pain. However, the humiliation of the incident was undeniable. Goku burst into laughter upon witnessing Bulma's failed attempt. "Ha! Bulma, turns out you're not such a good girl after all." Rubbing her sore spots, Bulma glared at the laughing Goku and the barely contained laughter of Vegeta. Feeling a surge of irritation, "Vegeta, you should give it a try too. I want to see if you can ride it," Bulma exclaimed, now addressing Vegeta by name instead of calling him brother. Vegeta shook his head, replying, "No need to try. I likely won't be able to ride it either." Bulma, feeling upset by Vegeta's refusal, couldn't allow Goku to think she was the only one with impure thoughts. Thus, she shook Vegeta's arm and sweetly urged, "Brother, just give it a shot. I want to see." Vegeta, unable to resist Bulma's tone and demeanor, relented. "Fine, I'll give it a try." After speaking, Vegeta approached the flying Nimbus. While Goku and Bulma looked on with eager anticipation, Vegeta lightly leaped and landed atop the Nimbus. As expected, his body passed right through it, descending to the ground. However, With his agility, falling was out of the question. At that moment, Bulma spoke up. I told you, there are certainly others in this world who are not pure of heart, and I would say that those with genuine innocence are indeed in the minority. Yes, you are absolutely right. All right, let us continue our journey, Vegeta replied, following her lead. Chapter 23. Encounter with Oolong the turtle had also delivered its master safely, along with a 3-star Dragon Ball and a piece of Nimbus. They had now found 4 Dragon Balls, with 3 more needed to complete the set of 7. Bulma stored away the pickup truck and switched to a motorcycle. She said to Goku, Goku, since you have a Nimbus, you can ride it while my brother and I take the motorcycle. Then she smiled at Vegeta and said, Brother, you can drive the motorcycle. Vegeta immediately grasped her intention and replied, while I'm driving, you had better hold on tightly and not distract me. Be careful, or we might tip over. Bulma, feeling exasperated, retorted, stop the chatter and start driving. Once Vegeta settled in front of the motorcycle, Bulma promptly positioned herself behind him, her body pressing tightly against his, arms wrapped around his waist. Vegeta felt the softness of her form against his back, causing a stir in his heart. He quickly cleared his throat and remarked, Bulma, you're holding on too tightly. However, Bulma pressed her face against Vegeta's back and said, No, I want Tita. Once we collect the Dragon Balls and return to West City, you'll be busy training again. I don't know how long I'll have to wait to be close to you like this. Bulma's words struck a tender chord in Vegeta's heart, and he gently reassured her. Do not worry. Even when we return to West City, I shall not ignore you. Bulma did not respond, merely holding him quietly, relishing the moment they shared. Vegeta ignited the motorcycle and sped across the vast expanse of land, while Bulma inhaled his pleasant scent, gradually drifting into slumber. Approximately 2 hours later, Vegeta softly called out, Bulma, Bulma. This roused her from her dreams, and she blinked her sleepy eyes, asking, What is it, brother? Vegeta replied, Check the Dragon Ball radar. We should be nearing the next Dragon Ball. Oh. Bulma quickly sat up, only to notice a wet spot on Vegeta's back where her face had rested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying to have drooled. At that moment, Goku approached and spotted the stain on Vegeta's shirt, bursting into laughter. Bulma, you drooled on Master S's shirt while you were sleeping. Before Bulma could retort, Vegeta delivered a punch to Goku's head. Saying, Shut up, Goku could only sulk away, rubbing his head. Bulma, her face crimson, took a handkerchief and attempted to wipe the spot, but when it wouldn't come off, she said, When we get to the capsule house, I'll change your clothes and wash them for you. Vegeta replied, It's of no concern. Finding the Dragon Balls is our priority. Hearing this, Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, activated it, and said, The 5th Dragon Ball should be just ahead, approximately 2 kilometers away. With that, Vegeta drove the motorcycle forward, and soon the trio arrived in a small town. However, it was peculiar that no one was seen walking about. As if the town were utterly deserted, Bulma inquired, What is going on? Why is there no one on the streets? Vegeta responded, Perhaps something has happened. I can sense that there are people inside those houses. At that moment, Goku walked up to a house and knocked loudly, calling out, Is anyone home? But no matter how hard he knocked, no one answered. Bulma, growing impatient, said, Goku, just break down the door. Goku, eager to comply with Bulma's command, kicked the door open with a loud crash, swaggering inside. However, from the darkness, a gleaming axe swung toward Goku. Vegeta swiftly grabbed the back of Goku's shirt, pulling him back just in time to avoid the attack. Seeing that their target had evaded, the assailant attempted to strike again, but Goku countered with a punch, sending the axe flying and knocking the attacker back. Instantly, the occupants of the room were astonished, dropping to their knees in fear, exclaiming, Lord Oolong, please forgive our rudeness. We were wrong. Their actions left Goku and Bulma stunned, halting Goku's assault. Vegeta interjected, Rise, we are not a you think we are merely travelers passing through. In search of the Dragon Balls, after saying this, Vegeta gestured to Bulma, who promptly displayed a Dragon Ball for all to see. This is a Dragon Ball, and we're looking for a glass orb that resembles it. An elderly woman approached, scrutinizing the Dragon Ball closely before saying, I remember, I have a similar orb at home. I picked it up because it was beautiful. Really? That's wonderful. May I see it? Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Wait here, I'll go get it. the old woman said before leaving to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Vegeta then asked, "Can someone tell me more about this oolong?" He was already aware of the situation. But Bulma and Goku were not. The same man who had attacked Goku began recounting the tale of the shape-shifting monster, Oolong. With a hint of sadness, the man concluded, "Numerous young girls have been abducted by Oolong. And now he has set his sights on my daughter. I had no choice but to prepare for a desperate fight against him, unaware that I would offend you 3 esteemed guests." Just as Vegeta was about to respond, the old woman returned, holding up a 5-star Dragon Ball. Upon seeing it, Bulma was ecstatic, taking it and exclaiming, "Yes, this is definitely a Dragon Ball. Granny, could you give it to us?" The old woman displayed a shrewd expression and replied, "This is a family heirloom. I cannot just give it away." Chapter 24. Encounter with Oolong 2. Upon hearing the old woman's words, everyone fell silent. "Oh, you think we've lost our memory. Old lady, did you not just say you found it?" Nevertheless, Vegeta and the others were not inclined to forcibly take it. Thus, he asked, "So, what do you believe we must do for you to part with the Dragon Ball?" "Will you pay me?" The old woman chuckled. "I'm old and have many years left. What would I do with all that money?" Vegeta remained silent, knowing she had more to say. Indeed, the old woman continued, "Although I may not have long to live, the children still have many experiences ahead of them." As she spoke, she beckoned to a young girl, who obediently ran to her. Looking somewhat forlorn, "I know you all possess great abilities. I only wish for you to subdue the monster known as Oolong. If you can accomplish this, then I will give you the Dragon Ball." The elderly woman ultimately presented her demands to Vegeta and his companions. A deal. Upon hearing that the request was surprisingly simple, Bulma felt relieved. With Goku by her side and Vegeta nearby, what could possibly intimidate them? Thus, she promptly agreed. The moment the townsfolk learned that Bulma and the others had consented to exorcise the demon, an overwhelming wave of joy surged through the community as they enthusiastically exchanged congratulatory gestures. Observing the jubilant villagers, Bulma felt elated, pleased to be of assistance to them. Subsequently, Bulma turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, how do you think we should tackle that creature named Oolong?" Vegeta nonchalantly replied, "Is a strategy really necessary? Just let Goku handle it." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku's excitement surged. As long as there was a chance for combat, he was overjoyed. However, Bulma, glancing at the diminutive Goku, expressed her concern, but won't it be too much for just Goku to take on that demon alone? Vegeta waved her off dismissively. "Rest assured, there's nothing to worry about. Goku's strength is formidable now." Having just consulted the system, Vegeta noted that Goku's combat power had reached 5-4 in merely 2 or 3 days. Goku's dedication to internal training had elevated his abilities to such an impressive level. Truly remarkable. Goku, feeling underestimated by Bulma, responded with some annoyance, "Bulma, don't underestimate me. Ever since I began training under Master, I've grown significantly stronger. You can trust that I will help the villagers defeat that demon named Oolong." At that moment, the elderly woman approached and said, "It would be best if you could subdue that demon, so everyone can learn what happened to the girls who were taken away." Upon hearing her words, Goku immediately patted his chest and declared, "Don't worry, Grandma. I will capture Oolong for you." After making that promise, Goku suddenly stared blankly at the old woman standing before him. Bulma, puzzled by Goku's silence, asked, "Goku, what's wrong? Why have you suddenly stopped talking?" However, the surrounding people were unprepared for Goku's next action. He abruptly patted the apron of the elderly woman and exclaimed, "Grandma, you're a girl too, right?" Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback with frustration. Bulma struck Goku on the head with a punch, scolding him fiercely, "Fool! Idiot! Is there such a way to distinguish between men and women?" Vegeta also felt a headache coming on. He had momentarily forgotten how lacking Goku was in basic life knowledge. Thus, he pulled Goku closer and said, "Once we subdue Oolong, you must first learn basic life skills from me. Right now, you're embarrassing the Chinese Martial Arts Academy." Goku gazed at Vegeta and Bulma with confusion, utterly unaware of his misstep. Fortunately, the elderly woman did not chastise Goku, but graciously said, "It's all right. He has a pure heart. With proper guidance, he should not be led astray by evildoers." Then she addressed Goku. "Goku, wasn't it? Your previous action was quite rude towards girls. It is not the behavior of a good child. Please refrain from doing that in the future. Do you understand?" Though he didn't fully grasp why he was wrong, Goku nodded and replied, "Okay, Grandma." After imparting this lesson, according to the plan, Vegeta, Bulma, and all the villagers took cover, leaving Goku alone on the street to await the arrival of the creature named Oolong. Time passed swiftly, and soon a middle-aged man clad in a white trench coat, holding flowers and exuding charm, strolled into the town. Bulma, observing from inside, scoffed, "Is this Oolong? He certainly looks like a lecherous scoundrel, clearly not a good person." After saying this, she glanced at Vegeta and added, "Only someone resembling my brother could be considered a good person." Vegeta internally scoffed, recalling that this was not how she behaved in the original story. At this moment, a villager murmured, "This is Oolong, but this isn't his true form. He often transforms into a monster to frighten us." Outside the house, Oolong, upon seeing that he was confronted by a mere boy instead of the beautiful maiden he had anticipated, furiously demanded, "Kid, who are you? Where's my bride?" Goku, looking at the middle-aged man before him, asked with confusion, "Aren't you supposed to be a monster? Why are you just a middle-aged man?" "Never mind it. I just need to defeat you." Oolong, enraged by Goku's words, retorted, "You little brat, that's just the croaking of a toad. Hand over my bride, or I shall devour you." With that, with a loud crash, the middle-aged man morphed into a towering red demon, his mouth gaping wide as he threatened, "Kid, are you scared now?" Goku, seeing the massive demon, became even more exhilarated and exclaimed, "Now this is more like it. I love fighting monsters." Without waiting for Oolong to speak again, he launched himself forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Oolong flying. The demon's enormous form seemed weightless as he was sent soaring out of the town. Chapter 25. Rescuing the girls? Oh no, I think I used too much strength, Goku realized with alarm as he watched Oolong sail away. Remembering that he needed to capture the demon, he shouted, "Nimbus Cloud!" Instantly, the yellow Nimbus Cloud sped from the horizon and descended beside Goku. He hopped onto the cloud and sped after Oolong, who had been kicked out of the town. The villagers rushed out of their homes, many pleading with Goku, "Little brother, you must catch that monster. We need him to find our daughters." Bulma and Vegeta stood at the back of the villagers, with Bulma commenting, "This Oolong demon is so weak. He seems even less formidable than that bear monster we faced before." Vegeta nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the energy emanating from him is weaker than yours. I suspect this demon merely bluffs and relies on size to intimidate." Before long, the Nimbus Cloud appeared in the distance, swiftly carrying Goku back towards the town. Bulma, noticing something in Goku's grasp, remarked, "Is he holding something? Could that be Oolong? And is he really that small?" Vegeta replied, "We'll know once Goku land." As the Nimbus Cloud hovered overhead, Goku jumped down, holding what appeared to be a pig-headed creature. A chilling wail erupted from the creature, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. As Goku touched down, the cries gradually subsided, revealing that he was indeed holding a pig-headed figure. The pig-headed being bellowed at Goku, "Kid, don't think you're so tough that you can do whatever you please. You must learn to respect others, understand?" A villager, puzzled, asked, "Is this pig-headed creature really Oolong?" "What pig-headed creature? I'm a pig-type human, just like you. Have you ever seen a pig that can speak human language?" Oolong retorted, adjusting his attire with indignation. Goku chimed in, "That's right, he is Oolong. He merely transforms into a monster to scare people, without any actual strength." The villagers, realizing they had been intimidated by such a small creature for so long, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, shouting, "You dare to transform into a monster to frighten us? Just wait until I get my hands on you." With that, they raised their fists to strike Oolong, and many others with similar thoughts joined in. Seeing this, Oolong was frightened and attempted to hide behind Goku. Vegeta swiftly pulled Goku aside to prevent him from being caught in the fray, and the three quickly distanced themselves from the enraged crowd. Meanwhile, Vegeta warned loudly, "You can strike him, but be careful not to kill him. We still need him to locate those missing girls." Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the crowd. Goku cast a concerned glance at Vegeta and inquired, "Is Master truly all right? The reason he agreed to return with me was contingent upon my promise to protect him from the villagers. Is that correct?" Vegeta feigned surprise and affirmed, "Indeed, that is the case." Goku nodded in response. "I did agree, otherwise he would not have consented to accompany me." Vegeta continued to probe. "So, have you upheld that promise?" Goku replied earnestly, "I have, for otherwise he would have been unwilling to come back with me, Dada. Since we have committed to another, we must follow through," Vegeta remarked, calculating that the lesson had been sufficiently learned. He then instructed Goku, "Go now, rescue him. A promise made must be fulfilled." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku immediately responded with enthusiasm and rushed into the throng to drag the battered Yulong out. The villagers, still seething with anger, attempted to continue their assault, but were halted by Vegeta. "Enough, enough. Although Yulong's transformation into a monster to frighten everyone was wrong, he has not harmed anyone. A good thrashing will suffice to alleviate your anger. Moreover, we must inquire about the whereabouts of the girls he abducted. Given his current state, I surmise the girls are not in any mortal danger." The villagers, upon absorbing Vegeta's words, realized that recovering the missing girls took precedence. "Yulong, quickly reveal where you have hidden the girls you took. If you dare lie, I shall treat you like a pig and slay you," boomed a burly villager wielding a butcher's knife. Yulong, already bruised and battered, trembled at the man's words and hastily replied, "They are unharmed. I have taken excellent care of them. They are currently in the palace within the mountains. Then lead us there at once." The villagers urged Yulong. Thus, Yulong, dragging his injured form, guided them deeper into the nearby mountains. Before long, they arrived at a palace nestled among the trees. Yulong pointed towards the palace and declared, "The girls are inside." Upon hearing this, the villagers whose daughters had been taken rushed inside, calling out their names. However, once they entered, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. They had expected the girls to be malnourished, sleep-deprived, and possibly subjected to endless torment. Yet what they found was their formerly simple daughters engaging in yoga, watching television, and pampering themselves with face masks, adorned in garments far more luxurious than before. Hearing the commotion, the girls mistakenly believed Yulong had returned and shouted, "Yulong, you're back. Hurry and prepare dinner for us. Yulong, I have my eye on a new handbag. Will you buy it for me? Yulong, I'm thirsty. Could you fetch me a glass of water?" At this, Yulong could no longer contain himself and burst into tears before the crowd. "Please, take them away. I merely wished for a gentle and virtuous wife. Why must it be so difficult?" His wailing startled the girls within the palace, who turned to see their parents and joyfully rushed into their embrace. However, when they learned their parents intended to take them home, they were filled with reluctance, wishing instead to remain with Yulong. Naturally, their parents' resolve was unyielding, and amidst an atmosphere thick with tears and sorrow, the girls bid a heart-wrenching farewell to Yulong. Chapter 29. Journey to the Fiery Mountain. Witnessing this scene, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, experiencing the reality firsthand is far more impactful than mere hearsay. Observing the weeping girls, Vegeta remarked, "I wonder if this rescue is a boon or a bane for them." Bulma, puzzled, asked, "Why do you say that? Isn't reuniting with their biological parents a good thing?" For Bulma, there could be no greater happiness than being with one's family. Vegeta glanced at the girl destined to become the future world's wealthiest individual and replied, "Consider this. While these young women lived with Yulong in a state of ease, where every need was catered to, they now faced the prospect of returning to their former lives, one of toil, tending to fields and livestock, serving others daily. In light of such a stark contrast, do you believe they will be joyous?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma comprehended the gravity of the situation and sighed, choosing to remain silent. Enough worrying about them. Each person has their own destiny to fulfill. We must focus on living our own lives. Fretting over others' fates only serves to amplify our troubles. Vegeta consoled Bulma, pulling her close. Once the rescued girls returned safely to the village, the elderly matriarch handed Bulma the 5-star ball. Bulma gratefully accepted it and expressed her thanks. The elderly woman smiled and said, "If anyone should be thanked, it is I who must thank you. You have vanquished the monster for us." They prepared to part ways. Vegeta and his companions initially had no intention of bringing Yulong along. However, upon seeing the hostile gazes of the villagers, Yulong swiftly changed his mind and insisted on accompanying Vegeta and the others. Thus, what began as an adventure for three became a journey for three and a pig. Vegeta and Bulma were indifferent to Oolong's presence and imposed no restrictions upon him. Originally, Oolong feared that Vegeta and Bulma would imprison him. But to his surprise, they did nothing of the sort, leaving him unsure of whether he should stay or go. After Vegeta and Bulma had been cozy in their vehicle for a while, he was startled to notice Oolong riding a motorcycle alongside them. "Why are you still following us?" Vegeta queried, bemused. Oolong, feeling somewhat disregarded by the couple, replied, "I believe it is safer to stay near you. So wherever you go, I shall follow." Oolong thought this prudent, as he was uncertain of his destination and intended to accompany Vegeta until he found a new purpose. Vegeta cast a curious glance at Oolong and said, "Very well, you may join us, but do not disturb us. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast that struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Oolong jumped in fright, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as he suddenly questioned the wisdom of his decision. Meanwhile, Goku, riding on his Nimbus cloud, watched in awe at Vegeta's display of power and eagerly asked, "Master, what technique was that? Can I learn it?" "You are not ready yet. Your strength is insufficient." Perhaps in due time, Vegeta dismissed him curtly. Goku, begrudgingly accepting this, continued to scout ahead on his Nimbus cloud. Thus, the group resumed their journey toward the location of the 9th Dragon Ball. As Oolong rode his motorcycle, he inquired, "By the way, what is the purpose of the Dragon Ball you seek?" Bulma was candid, revealing that for her, the ability of the dragon to grant wishes was no longer paramount. Instead, she relished the thrill of adventuring with Vegeta. The Dragon Balls were created by the gods, and once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the mighty dragon who can grant any wish. "Any wish?" Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, any wish," Bulma confirmed. "Then does that mean I could wish for a wife who is utterly devoted to me?" After listening to Bulma's explanation, Oolong's eyes sparkled with hearts as he drifted into a daydream. Soon, he jolted awake from his reverie. Wiping the drool that had unconsciously trickled from the corner of his mouth, he raised his right hand high and exclaimed, "Excellent! Let us hasten our departure and gather the 7 Dragon Balls." With that, Oolong revved his motorcycle and surged to the forefront. Bulma, observing Oolong's sudden enthusiasm, couldn't help but smirk, thinking, well, he certainly is spirited. Suddenly, Oolong, who had advanced quite a distance, pivoted his motorcycle and returned to Vegeta and Bulma's side. "I just realized, where are we headed next?" he asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Bulma activated the Dragon Radar, examined it briefly, and replied, "The radar indicates that the 9th Dragon Ball lies over 1,000 kilometers to the west." "Over 1,000 kilometers, that's not too far," Oolong said, his spirits lifted. Just as he was about to continue riding, his expression abruptly changed, and he stiffly turned his neck to say, "Over 1,000 kilometers? Isn't that the territory of the Ox King in Fire Mountain? Are you all mad? You want to venture into the Ox King's domain to snatch the Dragon Balls?" Oolong shouted in anger, "You must be crazy. I'm not joining you." With that, he turned his motorcycle around and rode off alone. Vegeta and Bulma exchanged indifferent glances at Oolong's departure and continued on their journey, considering the absence of a bothersome pig to be a fortunate turn of events. If it weren't for Vegeta's desire to have Goku deal with the minor adversaries along the way, he would have already sent Goku to report to the martial arts dojo in West City. However, after traveling a short distance, Oolong turned back and chased after them on his motorcycle. "Why are you back again?" Bulma asked, a touch of annoyance in her tone. Oolong replied, "I thought it over. You may not be able to contend with the Ox King. After all, you did save my life and rescue me from misery. I can't just stand by and watch you meet your doom at the hands of the Ox King," he declared earnestly. Chapter 27. Vegeta injured Che. Bulma shot Oolong a disdainful glance and retorted, "I see you don't want to give up on the chance to wish upon the dragon." Caught off guard by Bulma's insight into his motives, Oolong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "That you've said it yourself. The Dragon Balls were created by the gods and belong to everyone on Earth. You can't just claim them for yourself. It should be a shared opportunity. Fine, if you want to tag along, then do so today for who will make the wish after we gather the Dragon Balls. We'll discuss it later. Bulma replied nonchalantly. Oolong had intended to engage Bulma in further debate, but to his surprise, she let him off the hook, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Looking up at Bulma, who was comfortably nestled against Vegeta, he suddenly understood that she had no desire to waste time arguing with him. Ugh, despicable couple! Oolong muttered under his breath as he revved up his motorcycle to catch up. Before long, the four of them found themselves traversing a vast desert landscape, where the boundless expanse of sand evoked a sense of nature's grandeur and humanity's insignificance. Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the golden sands, but her voice quickly shifted to one of surprise and fear as she looked into the distance. Vegeta, who had been concentrating on driving, instinctively glanced up at Bulma's sudden change in tone and saw a missile hurtling towards them from the sky. The missile posed no threat to Vegeta, which was why he hadn't sensed any danger. He swerved the motorcycle sharply, attempting to evade the missile's trajectory. However, to his astonishment, the missile turned out to be a heat-seeking one, homing in on their warmth. As the missile closed in on the motorcycle, Vegeta swiftly turned, cradling Bulma and leaping into the air. The motorcycle, now driverless, continued on its path, and the missile soared beneath them, striking the unoccupied vehicle instead. With a thunderous explosion, the sound reverberated through the air. Bulma, shielded in Vegeta's embrace, emerged unscathed but stared blankly at him. Just as Bulma relished the protection Vegeta offered, he suddenly grunted, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Once they landed, Bulma hastily rose from Vegeta's arms, her expression frantic as she asked, "Vegeta, what happened? Are you hurt?" Her gaze fell upon her hands, now stained with blood. In a panic, she looked behind Vegeta and saw that his shirt was soaked in blood. A gruesome sight indeed. That moment, Goku, riding on his flying Nimbus, approached and was taken aback by the sight of his master, Vegeta, drenched in blood, and Bulma's hands also covered in it. "Bulma, Vegeta is going to die," she cried out to Goku, feigning severe injury. Vegeta rolled his eyes at Bulma's declaration. "How could I possibly be dying? As long as I can trick Bulma into returning to West City, that's all that matters." For Vegeta, this journey was about advancing his relationship with Bulma and taking Goku as a disciple, not about gathering the Dragon Balls to make wishes. Thus, he conjured a scenario reminiscent of Yamcha's ambush on Bulma and her companions, intending to use it to deceive her into returning to West City. The blood on his back had been procured from a blood bag he arranged beforehand, and the blood at his mouth was a small amount he had forced out through his inner energy, appearing more alarming than it truly was. "Master, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" the Navi Goku asked, hopping off the Nimbus, concern etched on his face as he looked at the supposedly injured Vegeta. Vegeta feigned a cough and stammered, "I'm fine, not dead yet. However, I may need to return to West City with Bulma to recuperate. I can't accompany you on your quest for the Dragon Balls any longer." Without hesitation, Goku replied, "I don't need to gather the Dragon Balls. I want to return with you, Master. Listen to me. The dragon can grant any wish. Didn't your grandfather pass away? You could ask the dragon to revive him." Vegeta urged Goku. "Really? The dragon can bring my grandfather back to life?" Goku exclaimed in delight, turning to Bulma for confirmation. Bulma nodded eagerly, affirming, "Yes, the dragon can fulfill any wish we desire." Just as Goku was about to speak, Oolong's trembling voice interrupted, "What are you all doing just standing around? The desert bandits are coming." With that, Oolong dashed to hide beneath a nearby rock wall. Upon hearing that bandits were approaching, Bulma recalled the missile that had suddenly appeared and realized it had been fired by these very bandits. Those despicable fiends! It must have been their missile that injured Vegeta. "I'll take them on," she declared, attempting to rise and confront them. Vegeta quickly restrained her, recognizing that Yamcha had indirectly assisted him, and he had no desire to repay kindness with malice. If Bulma were to confront them, given Yamcha's weakness around women, he might very well end up defeated by her. Vegeta addressed Goku. "Goku, go defeat the enemy. Don't worry, Master. Leave it to me." Goku replied confidently, sprinting toward the approaching Yamcha. Bulma shouted after him, "Goku, make sure to kill him. How dare he harm Vegeta?" Vegeta was sweating bullets, urgently instructing Goku, not to the point of killing. If Goku can avoid taking a life, he should just teach him a lesson. Turning to Bulma, Vegeta added, Though I appear covered in blood, my injuries are not severe. Just superficial wounds. I have inner energy protecting me. The force of the explosion could not harm me. Bulma pouted in frustration and replied, I just don't like it when someone hurts you. Vegeta, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Bulma, hastily shifted the topic, saying, let us observe the outcome of Goku's battle with that ambusher. Surely, Goku cannot be bested by his opponent. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma immediately turned her gaze towards the direction where Goku and Yamcha were locked in combat, her expression tinged with concern. Chapter 28. Return to West City, turning our attention to Son Goku and Yamcha. Goku confronted the long-haired man wielding a blade, his fury boiling over as he exclaimed, you must be the one who harmed my master. Yamcha, momentarily taken aback and bewildered, retorted, what are you babbling about? I did not injure your master. Spare me your nonsensical chatter and hand over the capsule. He brandished his weapon threateningly. Goku, incensed by Yamcha's arrogance, declared, you scoundrel. You dare to act so brazenly after injuring someone? I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he swung his magical staff towards Yamcha. Unprepared for Goku's swift assault, Yamcha barely had time to draw his sword, hastily raising the still-sheathed blade to block Goku's strike. With a resounding clash, the force of Goku's attack, fueled by rage, sent Yamcha's weapon flying, delivering a heavy blow to his shoulder. Yamcha felt a numbing sensation course through half of his body, astonished by the sheer strength of the child before him. Realizing Goku was poised for another attack, Yamcha swiftly executed a backflip to evade the follow-up strike. Yet Goku was relentless, waving his staff in pursuit. Wait, Yamcha called, raising a hand to halt Goku's advance. What is it? Goku, momentarily perplexed, paused his assault. Yamcha, eyeing the staff in Goku's grip, inquired, that is the Rui Jingu Bang, is it not? Who are you in relation to Son Goku? Goku raised the staff and replied, Son Gohan is my grandfather. Yamcha's eyes widened in realization. No wonder you possess such formidable power. You are the grandson of Son Gohan. He feigned generosity, stating, Son Gohan is a respected elder in our circle. Since you are his grandson, I shall not contest with you. You may leave. In that moment, Goku displayed his characteristic naivety, having forgotten his initial intent of avenging Vegeta, as he cheerfully responded, all right, since you know my grandfather, I shall let you off this time. Meanwhile, Bulma, overhearing their conversation, nearly lost her composure, exclaiming, Goku, you fool! You were here to avenge Vegeta, yet you so easily let the enemy go. Goku, jolted by Bulma's admonition, suddenly regained clarity and turned to face Yamcha once more. Yamcha, having heard Bulma's outburst, also glanced in her direction, only to be struck by a wave of weakness upon seeing the charming girl with blue hair nearby. Recognizing his master's vulnerability, poor anxiously observed Yamcha, who promptly succumbed to his faintness. Let us engage in battle once more. This time, I shall not hold back, Goku declared, raising his staff toward Yamcha. However, before Goku could strike, Yamcha collapsed to the ground. What is the matter? Are you injured? Goku inquired, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Poor struggled to lift Yamcha, urging, pull yourself together, Master Yamcha. He managed to hoist Yamcha into the vehicle they had arrived in and addressed Goku. Our master has fallen ill unexpectedly. Otherwise, you would not stand a chance against him. Wait until he recovers, and then we shall see who prevails. With that, Poor drove away, taking a weary Yamcha with him. Leaving Goku and Bulma in a state of confusion, Goku returned to Vegeta and Bulma's side, inquiring, Master, how are you faring? Vegeta replied, It is nothing serious. Once we return to West City, I shall recuperate properly. Bulma, having regained her composure, produced a capsule that transformed into an aircraft, though Vegeta intended to board the plane himself. Bulma insisted on helping Goku lift him aboard. Fortunately, Bulma had trained alongside Vegeta from a young age, so she did not find it too burdensome that moment. Oolong approached and asked, Are you all headed back? Vegeta answered, Bulma and I are returning to West City. You may go wherever you wish or accompany Goku in collecting the Dragon Balls. Afterward, Bulma handed Goku a backpack containing 4 Dragon Balls and a radar for locating them. Go. Gather the 7 Dragon Balls to revive your grandfather. I believe you will succeed, she encouraged, patting Goku's shoulder. Master, once my wish is granted, may I continue my martial arts training with you in West City? Goku implored, his eyes hopeful. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Of course, I have many techniques yet to teach you. I shall await your arrival at the martial arts dojo in West City. Having finalized their plans, Goku and Oolong disembarked from the aircraft, watching as Bulma piloted it into the distance. Inside the plane, Bulma, who had been silently flying, suddenly remarked, "Enough of the charade, Vegeta. You weren't truly injured, were you?" Caught off guard, Vegeta, still pretending to be hurt on the plane's floor, stiffened and replied awkwardly, "How did you figure it out?" "Umph. Anyone who is supposedly gravely injured yet appears increasingly spirited must take me for a fool." Bulma feigned annoyance. Vegeta, feeling embarrassed, asked, "Since you discovered my ruse, why not expose me?" "Enough. I know you're not fond of these frivolous outings, but I am genuinely pleased to have your company for this length of time," Bulma declared. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta ceased his pretense on the floor, tossed aside the blanket covering him, and moved to the co-pilot's seat, asking, "What do you propose as my punishment?" Bulma turned to him with a serious expression, stating, "I want you to promise me that once we return to West City, you will not ignore me for such extended periods again." Vegeta paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Of course. Whenever you need me, I shall be by your side." Chapter 29. Goku's arrival in West City. Upon their return to West City, Vegeta, under Bulma's insistence, signed several unequal contracts. The most significant stipulations mandated that during vacations, Vegeta would dedicate half his day to accompany Bulma. While she was at school, he was responsible for her transportation and evening companionship. In their passionate courtship, couples often yearn to be together at all times, and Vegeta understood Bulma's sentiments. Willingly complying, as time passed, Bulma would come to realize that granting each other space was the most prudent approach to their relationship. That Bulma's quest for Dragon Balls had commenced towards the end of summer vacation. So shortly after their return to West City, she had to resume her studies. Once Bulma returned to school, Vegeta adopted a routine that involved going between school, the dojo, and home. As Vegeta began escorting Bulma to school, he became the subject of much speculation among her peers. Particularly, his physique, more sculpted than that of a bodybuilder, elicited envy from Bulma's female classmates. One afternoon, as Vegeta was picking Bulma up from school, as usual, she suddenly remarked, "Brother, perhaps you should refrain from picking me up in the future." "What is the matter?" Vegeta inquired in a rather peculiar manner. "Since you belong solely to me, I find it displeasing when others gaze upon you." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta erupted into hearty laughter. Bulma, upon hearing his mirth, gently tapped him a few times and remarked, "You still laugh while I am beside myself with worry." Vegeta reassured her, saying, "What is there for you to fret about? In my eyes, you're the most exquisite sapphire in the world, while those girls surrounding you are merely stones by the roadside. Would I ever commit the folly of discarding a sapphire to pick up a stone?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and retorted, "Indeed, what right do those wretches have to compare themselves to me? However, even so, I shall attend school alone from now on. You needn't accompany me, but do spend more time with me in the evenings and during holidays." "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." Naturally, Vegeta was amenable to Bulma's suggestion, promptly acquiescing. Time passed day by day, and after Bulma had been attending school for over a month, a young boy with a tail soared into the bustling West City aboard a flying Nimbus. Goku gazed in awe at the towering buildings and throngs of pedestrians, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had never set foot in a city as grand as West City, such a vast place. Where might Master S dojo be? Goku pondered, standing atop the Nimbus and surveying the bustling crowd below. Feeling utterly bewildered, his presence on the cloud drew the attention of many passers-by, who halted in their tracks to point and murmur about him at that moment. A traffic officer, whistling, raised a loudspeaker and called out to Goku, "Hey, kid up there, come down." Goku, taken aback by the voice emanating from the loudspeaker, turned around, glancing about in confusion. The child looking around, "I'm calling you," the officer reiterated. Upon realizing the officer was indeed addressing him, Goku raised his hand, questioning, "Uncle, are you calling me?" "Yes, you. Hurry down from whatever that is. I don't think I've seen a vehicle like that before. We don't allow unlicensed vehicles on the streets of West City." The officer continued. Goku, now understanding he was being called, promptly descended from the Nimbus and landed before the officer. Uncle, this is a flying Nimbus, a gift from Master Roshi. He cheerfully explained, pointing to his cloud. I don't care who gave it to you to your age. Do you have a driver's license? Show me your license and registration, the officer insisted, eyeing the young boy. Uncle, what's a driver's license? Goku inquired, still perplexed. I came to West City to find my Master No license. You're under administrative detention. What is your Master S name? Where does he work? And do you have a contact number? Tell me so I can summon him. The officer stated sternly, and you need to accompany me to the police station. Goku remained utterly oblivious to the officer's words, but he caught on to the inquiry regarding his master. He exclaimed joyfully, my Master's name is Vegeta, and he's the head of the Chinese martial arts school. Upon hearing Chinese martial arts school and Vegeta, the officer swiftly noted down the information. All right, I'll arrange for someone to contact your master. Now, hand over the keys, he instructed, extending his hand towards Goku. Goku looked at the officer's outstretched hand, still bewildered. The officer then glanced at the Nimbus and realized. Ah, right, I forgot that your vehicle doesn't have keys. He circled around the Nimbus, commenting, this vehicle is quite advanced. No steering wheel, no brakes, no accelerator, nothing at all. How do I get on? Goku understood the last statement and cheerfully replied, you just need to jump on. With that, Goku leaped onto the Nimbus, which supported him effortlessly. The officer, seeing Goku handle it so easily, said, all right, come down and let me try. Goku obediently jumped down from the Nimbus and kindly cautioned, Uncle, the flying Nimbus can only be ridden by good children. Even Master Roshi and Bulma can't ride it, so be careful. The officer, dismissive of Goku's words, pointed to his badge and retorted, do you see this? If I weren't a good person, how could I be a police officer? With confidence, he jumped onto the Nimbus. Unsurprisingly, he passed right through it, landing heavily on the concrete below. Da-da! He cried out in pain as he fell before Goku. Goku looked at the officer and remarked, Uncle, it turns out you're not a good child after all. Hearing this, the officer became quite irate, retrieving a pair of handcuffs from behind him and swiftly cuffing Goku's hands. Chapter 30. Encountering Goku, you little rascal, are under arrest for contempt of law and insulting a law enforcement officer. The officer shouted in a fit of rage. Goku glanced at the cuffs binding his hands and, with a gentle tug, broke free. The officer, witnessing Goku's action, panicked and quickly distanced himself, drawing a revolver and aiming it at Goku, nervously demanding, who are you exactly? He then called for backup over the radio. Soon, a squad of police cars arrived, surrounding Goku alongside the young officer. At that moment, an older officer stepped out of one of the cars, and all the officers saluted him. The young officer hurriedly approached his superior. Saluting as he reported, Sir, greetings. Reporting in. The superior returned the salute and inquired, what exactly is happening that requires such an urgent call for backup? The young officer promptly recounted the conflict with Goku and his analysis to the superior. Upon hearing the names Vegeta and the Chinese martial arts school, the senior officer quickly grasped the situation. Although he didn't know Vegeta personally, he was familiar with the disciples of the Chinese martial arts school and understood their prowess. Making him quite aware of Goku's displayed abilities, the superior addressed the young officer, saying, all right, you stay here. I'll go have a word with this child. But sir, he is too dangerous. We should accompany you. The young officer insisted, eager to demonstrate his loyalty to his superior. However, the senior officer firmly commanded, follow orders. Hearing his superior's stern words, the young officer could only stand at attention, saluting and responding loudly. Yes, sir. The officer straightened his uniform and hat, then approached Goku, kindly asking, young man, what is your name? I am Sun Wukong. Goku, still uncertain of the unfolding events, answered earnestly. Sun Wukong, a splendid name, the officer complimented, introducing himself. I am Brandon. As Brandon extended his hand to Goku, the latter happily shook it and asked, Uncle, can you help me find my master? I can't locate him. What is your master's name? Brandon confirmed. His name is Vegeta, and he is the head of the Chinese martial arts school. Sun Wukong once again called out Vegeta's name. Upon confirming this information, Brandon could not help but feel immense joy. He was merely a minor leader in the West Capital District. naturally lacking the opportunity to meet celebrities like Vegeta and Bulma. However, this did not hinder his ambition. If he could establish a connection with Vegeta and Bulma through this young boy, and if they could speak favorably of him in front of their high-ranking associates, his political future would be boundless. With this thought in mind, Brandon addressed the surrounding police officers. All right, this is merely a misunderstanding. This young man is a disciple of the Chinese Martial Arts Institute and has lost his way. I shall escort him back to the Institute. You may all disperse. Upon hearing their superior's words, the surrounding officers promptly left in their respective vehicles, leaving only the young traffic officer who had confronted Wukong, standing there in confusion. Brandon then turned to Wukong and said, "Come, let's get into my car, and I shall take you to the Chinese Martial Arts Institute to find your master, Vegeta." "Thank you so much, Uncle," Wukong exclaimed with excitement. He then waved at Nimbus, saying, "Nimbus, you can return to the heavens for now. I will follow this uncle to his car and call for you when I need you." As Wukong's words faded, Nimbus gracefully ascended into the sky, leaving behind a long yellow trail until it vanished from sight. Brandon, observing the disappearing Nimbus, immediately praised, "What a marvelous flying apparatus! Did your master, Vegeta, gift it to you?" After the compliment, Brandon turned to engage Wukong in casual conversation to know, "It was given to me by Master Rashi." Wukong replied with utmost honesty. The two continued their discussion as they walked towards the roadside patrol car, completely disregarding the young officer standing nearby. However, the young officer, now fully aware that he had erred, could only hope his superior would forget about him. Brandon drove Wukong towards the Chinese Martial Arts Institute, arriving at its entrance approximately half an hour later. Upon exiting the car and gazing at the imposing structure before him, Wukong was once again filled with astonishment. The Chinese Martial Arts Institute was entirely designed in a traditional Chinese architectural style, the blueprint having been exchanged by Vegeta for 1,000 martial points from a system, and the construction costs were not a significant issue, as gold was quite affordable in the system's marketplace. Standing at the entrance, Wukong beheld two massive stone lions flanking a grand staircase leading up to an enormous redwood door, adorned with brass studs, and above it hung a purple sandalwood plaque inscribed with the words, "Chinese Martial Arts Institute." Wukong pronounced each character slowly. Brandon smiled and explained, "That is the full name, but people found it a bit cumbersome, so it gradually became known simply as the Chinese Martial Arts Institute, or the Martial Arts Institute for short. Since your master established the Chinese Martial Arts Institute, the business of other martial arts schools in the West capital has plummeted. So when people refer to the Martial Arts Institute, they are essentially referring to your master's establishment." "Come, let me take you inside," Brandon said as he led Wukong to a side entrance of the institute and pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the side door opened, and a person dressed in light blue martial attire emerged. He surveyed Wukong and Brandon before inquiring, "Are you here to pay your respects to the master?" But today is not the annual apprentice enrollment day. Initially, Vegeta welcomed all who sought to become his disciples. However, as the number of applicants dwindled, Vegeta, in frustration, decided to set a specific date for enrollment, which was established as August 18th. Now, with September nearing its end and October approaching, the enrollment period had long passed. Chapter 31. Meeting Wukong again. "Hello, young brother. I am a traffic officer, here to escort this young man to see Mr. Vegeta. He claims to be Mr. Vegeta's disciple," Brandon humbly stated, the disciple at the door. Noticing the insignia on Brandon's shoulder, quickly understood the humility in his words, and politely replied, "Please wait a moment. I will report this." With that, he stepped inside to make a phone call to IT that moment. Vegeta was meditating in his training chamber, eager to break through to the third level of enlightenment, as the looming threat of the super boss Frieza weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, he heard a gentle knock at the door. Vegeta slowly concluded his meditation and called out, "Come in, Master." Entered the disciple Tang In, recognized by Vegeta, since he was named to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. All the other disciples had tacitly acknowledged him as the eldest brother. Tang In stood at the door and reported, "Master, the doorman says a young man named Sun Wukong claims to be your disciple and is currently waiting outside." "Ah, he has arrived sooner than expected. Go personally escort your junior brother in. I will await you in the conference room," Vegeta instructed. He had anticipated Wukong's arrival, but was surprised by how quickly it had come to pass. In a grand reception room, Vegeta prepared tea while waiting for Wukong and the others. The Institute's backyard had a dedicated tea garden, where all the tea trees had been exchanged by Vegeta for marshal points from the marketplace. Consisting of only the finest varieties, A.S. Vegeta brewed the tea. The rich aroma soon filled the entire room. Before long, Tang returned with Wukong and Brandon to the reception room. Upon seeing Vegeta seated at the tea table, Wukong joyfully exclaimed, "Master, we meet again." Witnessing Wukong's unrestrained demeanor, Tang felt a twitch in his brow, expecting Vegeta to reprimand the boy. However, to his astonishment, Vegeta stood up from the tea table with a smile, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair, and said, "Remarkable! You've grown significantly taller since our last encounter." Tang felt a pang of disappointment, as he had always perceived Vegeta as a strict master. In the beginning, the disciples enjoyed jesting with Vegeta, who would not take offense. Yet, as training progressed, Vegeta would increase the difficulty, leaving those who joked with him utterly exhausted. Gradually, none dared to act frivolously in his presence, yet he had not anticipated such leniency and kindness towards this young boy. After greeting Wukong, Vegeta turned to Brandon, extending his hand in greeting. "Thank you, Brandon, it's a pleasure to meet you." Before Vegeta could continue, Brandon eagerly grasped his hand, introducing himself. "I am Sheriff Brandon. I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for you, my disciple might have caused considerable trouble in the West Capital." Vegeta expressed his gratitude. "Come, sit down and enjoy some tea from our institute." After saying this, Vegeta seated Brandon and Wukong around the tea table and instructed Tang In. "You join us as well." "Yes, master," Tang In replied, taking a seat at the table only after receiving Vegeta's approval. Vegeta poured tea for the three of them, inviting, "Please do savor this. It is the finest tea of the year, which I have been saving." Upon hearing Vegeta's invitation, they hurriedly began tasting the tea, with Wukong gulping down the contents of his cup in one go. Tang In glanced at Wukong's manner of drinking and inwardly scoffed, thinking, "What a bumpkin, wasting a cup of fine tea from the master." As Vegeta observed Wukong's scrunched-up face, he couldn't help but laugh and asked, "How does it taste?" Wukong frowned and replied, "It's a bit bitter, but better than Bulma's coffee." Upon hearing Wukong's response, Vegeta burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Brandon interjected, "Wukong, tea is not meant to be consumed like that. You should sip it slowly and savor it." As he spoke, Brandon gently sipped his tea, immediately feeling a wave of fragrant aroma envelop his senses, clearing his mind remarkably. "This truly is an exquisite tea," Brandon exclaimed, feeling fortunate, though lamenting that he might never encounter such a fine brew again. Upon hearing Brandon's words, Vegeta offered a slight smile, then retrieved a small package from his drawer and handed it to Brandon, saying, "I don't have much left, but I can spare this little bit for you." "Mr. Brandon." Brandon quickly accepted the tea bag from Vegeta, expressing his gratitude. "This is more than enough, truly. I am deeply thankful, Mr. Vegeta." After finishing his cup, Brandon bid farewell, and Don accompanied him out. Once the two had left, Vegeta resumed sipping tea with Goku, inquiring, "Goku, how goes the hunt for the Dragon Balls? Have you revived your grandfather yet?" Hearing Vegeta's question, Goku eagerly began to recount his tale. "Since parting with my master in the desert, I continued on with Oolong toward the fiery mountain of the Ox King. At this juncture, Goku excitedly added, "Master, do you know who the Ox King is?" "Who?" Vegeta inquired, playing along. "The Ox King happens to be my grandfather's junior apprentice, and both my grandfather and the Ox King are disciples of the Turtle Sage." Goku excitedly explained, That's so. I didn't realize that lecherous old man was also a martial artist." Vegeta responded, continuing to engage with Goku. Goku continued, "The Turtle Sage is incredibly formidable. The Ox King's castle was engulfed in flames that seemed impossible to extinguish, and ultimately he sought the Turtle Sage's aid. In the end, with a single Turtle School Kamehameha, not only did he extinguish the flames, but he also obliterated the fiery mountain." Goku animatedly demonstrated the Kamehameha technique. "The old man even offered to take me as a disciple, but I respectfully declined, as I have already chosen my master." Goku concluded, Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta nodded in approval before saying, "Rest assured, Goku, our Chinese martial arts are far superior to his turtle school. As long as you diligently train, you will soon surpass the turtle sage." Goku's face lit up with surprise at Vegeta's words, exclaiming, "Really?" "Indeed," Vegeta affirmed confidently. "Excellent. I shall train even harder. Next time, I'll employ the same techniques," Goku declared resolutely. Thus, Goku resumed his martial arts training alongside Vegeta. Unlike the turtle sage's training methods, which involved milking cows, farming, and fetching materials to build endurance, strength, speed, and coordination, Vegeta's approach was more scientific, in addition to utilizing various mechanical devices specifically designed to strengthen Goku's weaknesses. He also employed techniques and internal energy practices to enhance Goku's overall abilities. In comparison, the Chinese martial arts offered a significantly swifter enhancement to Goku's power, particularly with the internal energy cultivated, which greatly augmented his physical prowess. Notably, Vegeta devised a specialized training regimen targeting Goku's tail, knowing its significance from the original text, as a scion himself. Vegeta recognized that their shared weakness lay in their tails, and he diligently trained his own tail, aware that a vital meridian resided there. Understanding that this meridian was severely blocked, he felt immense power surge within him simply by channeling a small amount of his energy into it. He was acutely aware of the boundless strength contained within a scion's tail. The fact that scions could intermarry with earthlings indicated a significant genetic similarity. Yet, even the most ordinary scion surpassed the strongest earthling, with the only distinction being the tail. The transformation into a giant ape was also due to the tail's presence. Merely transforming would amplify their strength tenfold, making the tail exceedingly powerful for a scion. Acknowledging this, Vegeta felt a twinge of regret, for in the future, Goku and Vegeta would sever their tails. Had they retained them, their power would undoubtedly have soared beyond measure. Perhaps during the Tournament of Power, either Goku or Vegeta could have single-handedly defeated Jiren. That evening, upon returning home from school, Bulma immediately spotted Goku training in the yard with Vegeta. "Goku, you're here?" Bulma exclaimed joyfully. "Bulma." Goku responded with equal excitement, leaping and grasping her hand. Observing Goku's boldness in holding Bulma's hand before him, Vegeta feigned a cough as a reminder. Goku, oblivious to Vegeta's intent, queried, "Master, are you unwell? Is it a cold?" Meanwhile, Bulma, fully aware of Vegeta's meaning, had discovered that ever since their relationship solidified, Vegeta had become a jealous fiend. She often relished teasing him about it. Releasing Goku's hand, Bulma smiled and said, "Indeed, your master has caught a cold. I shall brew some tea for you both." With that, she turned to head indoors, while Goku, believing her words, looked to Vegeta with concern. "Master, is your cold severe? I know of several herbs that work wonders for colds. When I was a child, my grandfather used those herbs to cure mine." With that, Goku called out to the sky. Nimbus, Vegeta, witnessing Goku's determination to fetch herbs for him, could only chuckle in disbelief. "Goku, there's no need for that. I'm perfectly fine, truly. I am not ill." However, Goku remained unconvinced by Vegeta's reassurances, and once Nimbus arrived, he leapt aboard, saying, "Master, don't worry, I'll be back shortly." With that, he piloted Nimbus toward the mountainous outskirts of West City. When Bulma returned with the tea, she found only Vegeta practicing alone in the yard, leading her to curiously inquire, "Where's Goku?" Vegeta recounted Goku's quest for herbs, causing Bulma to burst into laughter, concluding, "Let us see if you dare speak carelessly in front of Goku again." Not long after, approximately an hour later, Goku returned aboard Nimbus. Leaping down with an armful of herbs, he approached Vegeta, who was enjoying tea with Bulma, exclaiming, "Master, wait a moment. I shall prepare the medicine promptly." Upon concluding his words, without waiting for Vegeta to respond, he dashed into the room, and faintly, one could hear him inquiring about the direction of the kitchen from the servants. Vegeta, in a hurry, turned to Bulma and asked, "What should I do? If Goku truly brings out a bowl of medicine, how should I handle it?" Bulma shrugged and replied, "This is all a predicament of your own making. You must resolve it yourself." Let me be clear, I cannot bring myself to deceive an innocent child. After saying this, Bulma adopted a nonchalant demeanor and resumed sipping her tea. Chapter 33. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Not long after, in less than half an hour, Goku cautiously emerged from the room, holding a bowl of medicine. Upon seeing the dark, murky herbal concoction placed on the table, Vegeta immediately furrowed his brow. Bulma, intrigued, leaned in to sniff its aroma and promptly covered her nose, asking Goku, "What herbs did you use to brew this medicine? It smells absolutely dreadful." Goku replied, "I'm not quite sure. When I had a cold as a child, my grandfather made this medicine for me, and after just one bowl, I was cured." Having finished his explanation, Goku looked at Vegeta with eager anticipation, saying, "Master, please drink the medicine while it's hot." Vegeta stared at the dark herbal brew before him, his lips twitching involuntarily, and then cast a pleading glance towards Bulma. In response to Vegeta's silent plea, Bulma took a delicate sip of her tea, delivering another emotional blow to Vegeta's fragile heart, reminding him of Goku's sincere intentions. "You wouldn't harm an innocent child, would you? If I were in your position, I would drink it immediately." Infuriated by Bulma's words, Vegeta wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, under Goku's expectant gaze, he closed his eyes and downed the bowl of medicine in one gulp. Ugh! An indescribable sensation washed over Vegeta after consuming the potion. It felt as though his entire stomach was in turmoil, prompting him to dash to the edge of the lawn and retch violently. At dinner that evening, faced with a sumptuous meal, Vegeta found himself devoid of any appetite. Mrs. Brief, puzzled, inquired, "Vegeta, what's the matter? Is today's dinner not to your liking?" Meanwhile, Bulma, happily indulging in her meal, interjected, "It's nothing. Mom, brother is just feeling a bit unwell today, so he lacks an appetite. He'll be fine by tomorrow." Observing Goku devouring his food, Mrs. Brief nodded and said, "It seems you truly are unwell, Vegeta. Do you need more medicine? I can fetch it for you." Upon hearing the suggestion of more medicine, Vegeta was taken aback and quickly interjected, "Auntie, I've already taken my medicine. There's no need to trouble you further. I'll just rest in my room for a bit." With that, Vegeta bid farewell to everyone and departed for his room, leaving Bulma unable to suppress her laughter at his somewhat disheveled appearance. As time passed, nearly 3 months slipped by, during which Goku diligently trained alongside Vegeta. It could be said that Goku's foundation, laid by Gohan, was quite solid. After 3 months of training under Vegeta, Goku finally broke through the first layer of the pure Yang infinite skill, successfully elevating his combat power above 1,000 points. That on a day when Goku was practicing long fist techniques in the dojo, Vegeta nodded in approval and called out, "Goku, come here for a moment." Goku swiftly ceased his movements and hurried to Vegeta's side, respectfully greeting him, "Master, Goku, your strength has been advancing rapidly. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching, and this time, our dojo will be sending you and your senior brother, Dan, to participate," Vegeta announced. In truth, there were more disciples eager to join the tournament, but Vegeta did not wish for the event to devolve into an internal exchange of the Chinese martial arts. Without opponents to highlight their prowess, how could the might of Chinese martial arts be showcased? Hence, he firmly suppressed other disciples who wished to participate in the tournament. The day of departure had arrived, and all disciples of the Chinese martial arts school stood in neat rows, with Vegeta positioned at the forefront. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament will take place the day after tomorrow, and today I will be leaving with Dan and Goku. As Vegeta contemplated the arrangements for the dojo during their absence, a disciple suddenly interrupted him loudly. "Master, we disciples have something to say. We believe your decision is unfair. Given Vegeta's youth, the majority of his disciples were older than him, and since he was not one to resort to reprimanding, this led them to perceive Vegeta as easy to bully." Upon spotting the speaker, Vegeta recognized him as Ron, a disciple slightly weaker than Dan, a large, muscular individual. Due to his struggles with long fist techniques, Vegeta had taken the liberty to teach him the iron shirt and iron sampalm techniques, which suited Ron's physique remarkably well. Although these techniques were considered subpar in the realm of Jin Yong's martial arts, Ron's prowess surged, propelling him from the bottom ranks to second place. only behind Dawn. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and calmly responded, "If you feel it is unfair, then please elaborate on where I've acted unjustly." Stepping forward from the ranks, Ron declared loudly, "Dawn's strength is evident to us all. We all acknowledge it, and we have no issue with you sending him to the tournament. But what about him?" He pointed angrily at Goku. He is merely a 12-year-old child who has only been with the dojo for 3 months. Why should he represent the dojo in the competition? As Ron's words resonated, murmurs erupted among the disciples below, and Vegeta could clearly discern that the majority supported Ron's stance. "Do you all share this sentiment?" Vegeta inquired slowly of his disciples. That a profound silence fell over the group, none daring to respond. Ron, sensing victory, smugly proclaimed, "Master, you need not ask them. Our opinions are unanimous, and they all agree with me to at that moment." Don interjected, "Ron, are you out of your mind? How dare you rally the other disciples against the master?" After chastising Ron, Don turned to Vegeta, apologizing, "I'm sorry, master. As the senior brother, I failed to manage the younger disciples properly. It is my negligence. Please punish me." Vegeta disregarded Don's apology and directed his gaze at the crowd of disciples. Indeed, the bonds forged through monetary exchange are the most fragile. They believe that learning martial arts was their inherent right simply because they paid for it. Chapter 34. The duel. Vegeta addressed all the disciples. "Have you truly all decided to side with Ron in this rebellion against me?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the disciples hesitated, and most began to shift away, leaving only 3 to remain behind Ron. Noticing that these 3 were Ron's close companions, who had initially come to the dojo with him, Ron's anger flared as he realized that those who had previously agreed with him had turned against him. However, Ron dismissed their betrayal and turned his attention back to Vegeta, stating, "Master, I wish to challenge this fellow." As he spoke, he pointed at Goku. Goku, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, looked confused, yet he understood Ron's challenge. His face lighting up with excitement. "Master, may I accept?" Goku asked Vegeta. "Of course." Vegeta replied with a nod. Turning his attention back to Ron, Vegeta added, "I hope you will not regret your decision today." Then Vegeta turned and strode toward the central arena of the dojo. With all the disciples hurrying to follow suit, he stood beneath the character from Martial at the very center of the arena and addressed the 2 figures standing before him, Goku and Ron, saying, "Begin your duel." Vegeta, now too disinterested to announce any rules for the match, simply shouted for them to start. Ron did not recklessly charge at Goku, but instead quickly assumed a stance, saying to Goku, "You were younger, so you attack first." Goku, unfazed, swiftly launched a punch at Ron. Ron sought to gauge Goku's strength. Facing Goku's incoming fist, he did not evade, but rather braced himself to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, Ron felt as though he had been struck by a massive hammer, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps, each footfall deeply imprinting the floor beneath him. Fortunately, having trained in the Iron Shirt technique, Goku's attack failed to breach his defenses, the force dissipating into the ground. "For one so young, your strength is quite impressive," Ron remarked. After this, he began to channel his energy, his palms turning black as he struck out at Goku with his meticulously honed Iron Sand Palm technique. Goku, not daring to underestimate him, countered with a series of long punches, and the 2 quickly became enmeshed in battle. However, Ron's prowess still paled in comparison to Goku's, and after only a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Were it not for the protective capabilities of his Iron Shirt, he would have already been bested by Goku. Observing Ron being pushed back once more by Goku, the surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, with even Darn surprised by the impressive strength of this disciple who had only been training under their master for 3 months, angered by the whispers of his peers. Ron felt a deep sense of humiliation, yet he understood clearly that he was not Goku's equal. He would need to devise another strategy to prevail. Ron again launched an attack toward Goku, who immediately retaliated. Then, to the astonishment of all, Ron, facing Goku's assault, stood his ground and took the hit. Goku, momentarily taken aback, couldn't fathom why Ron would choose to do such a thing. In that instant of distraction, Ron's Iron Sand Palm struck Goku squarely in the chest. With a loud thump, Goku was sent flying, crashing to the ground in silence. Ron erupted with joy, laughing heartily as he turned to Vegeta. exclaiming, "Master, did you see that? I won." However, Vegeta shook his head and replied, "Take a closer look. Did you really win?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ran's heart sank, and he turned to see Goku groaning as he slowly rose from the floor. Rubbing his chest, Goku remarked, "That hurt. How is this possible? How could you endure my full-force iron sand palm and still stand?" Ran exclaimed in disbelief. The onlookers were equally astonished. They had all faced Ran and were well aware of the potency of his iron sand palm. Even Darn would not dare to withstand its force head-on. After a moment of rubbing the impacted area, Goku stood tall once more and said to Ran, "Brother, you truly are formidable. In that case, I will now unleash my full strength. Arrogant little brat. It seems one blow won't suffice. Then I'll come at you with several." With that, Ran attacked Goku with all his might. Instantly, the two were once again locked in fierce combat, with Ran disregarding his injuries, aiming to trade blows with Goku. Although Goku was initially caught off guard, he quickly adapted to Ran's aggressive style, defending against Ran's relentless onslaught while striking back during openings in Ran's attacks. Thus, Ran found himself continuously pressured by Goku, but defeating his opponent proved no easy task. Ultimately, as Goku aimed a punch at Ran's abdomen, Ran jumped to evade, and Goku's strike landed squarely on a vital area. The force of Goku's punch sent Ran crashing down as if struck by lightning, landing heavily on the floor, cradling his wounded area and crying out in pain. Struggling to lift his head to look at Goku, Ran said, "You are utterly shameless." Goku, bewildered, glanced at his own fist, then back at the fallen Ran, unable to comprehend the sheer power of his own blow. Vegeta had initially planned to revoke their martial arts and expel them from the dojo after their duel. But seeing Ran writhing in pain, he waved for the disciples to take Ran for medical attention, deciding to address the matter after the martial arts tournament concluded. Once Ran was carried out of the dojo, Vegeta turned to all the disciples and asked, "Is there anyone who disagrees with my decision? You may challenge Goku." A heavy silence ensued, with no one daring to speak up. Vegeta surveyed the room, noting that no disciples opposed him, and declared, "In that case, it is settled. Darn and Goku will represent our Chinese martial arts dojo in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament." Upon finishing, Vegeta turned to Darn and Goku, saying, "I hope both of you can bring home the championship." "Yes, Master," Darn and Goku shouted in unison. Chapter 35. The martial arts tournament begins. Having temporarily resolved matters at the dojo, Vegeta and Bulma set off in their aircraft, accompanied by Darn and Goku, toward Papaya Island. Upon their return, the World Martial Arts Tournament had grown increasingly renowned, especially following the remarkable success of the youngest champion, Vegeta, in the previous tournament. Vegeta addressed Darn and Goku, saying, "Darn, please take Goku to register, then wait for me at the hotel so we can have dinner together." Following this, Vegeta and Bulma strolled through the bustling pedestrian streets of Papaya Island, observing the throngs of visitors. Bulma exclaimed, "I never expected this year's tournament would attract so many tourists." Vegeta nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, the fame of the World Martial Arts Tournament greatly benefits our efforts to promote Chinese martial arts. Once Goku or Darn wins the championship, I can initiate plans for expanding our branches." Just then, a lecherous voice reached their ears. "Lovely lady, may I touch you?" The accompanying sleazy grin instantly reminded Vegeta and Bulma of the perverted old man. Sure enough, when they turned to look, they spotted the old pervert in a suit, harassing a young waitress not far away. Bulma rushed over and punched Master Roshi on the head, causing him to stagger. Turning, Master Roshi saw Bulma and Vegeta and donned an annoyed expression, saying, "Ah, it's you two youngsters. How rude to interrupt my intimate moment with this beautiful young lady." Vegeta seized Master Roshi, pulling him aside, and retorted, "You shameless old man. Do you not feel any embarrassment constantly leering at young women?" Master Roshi swatted Vegeta's hand away and replied, "At my age, I don't have many years left to live. I'm merely enjoying life, do you understand?" Hearing Master Roshi lament his limited time left, Vegeta's mouth twitched. He knew well that in the original story, Master Roshi could still participate in the Tournament of Power years later. "So, Master Roshi, what brings you to the World Martial Arts Tournament? Are you or one of your disciples planning to compete?" Vegeta inquired. Just as Master Roshi was about to respond, two voices suddenly rang out nearby. "Master, Grandpa, As they followed the sound, Vegeta and the others discovered that it was none other than Son Goku along with a small bald-headed figure, presumably Krillin. Goku dashed over to Vegeta and his companions, joyfully addressing Master Roshi, "Grandpa, it's been such a long time." After greeting his master, he turned to Vegeta and acknowledged him as well. Vegeta nodded slightly and inquired, "Have you registered?" Goku replied with a nod. "Yes, I have already registered at AT." That moment, Master Roshi brought Krillin to Vegeta's side and introduced him. "Vegeta, this is my disciple, Krillin, that he will be representing our turtle school at this year's World Martial Arts Tournament." Vegeta regarded Krillin, the luckiest man in the original story, blessed with the most protective friend, Son Goku, the most beautiful wife, Android 18, and a lovely daughter. Envy washed over him as he recalled various images of Android 18 from the internet in his past life, pondering that perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. Just then, a voice jolted Vegeta from his thoughts. "Brother, what are you thinking so deeply about?" It was Bulma, and upon hearing her voice, Vegeta felt a surge of panic. "And no, it's nothing. What could I possibly be thinking about?" "It's just you," Vegeta stammered, his anxiety evident. Bulma, sensing his unusual demeanor, shot him a suspicious glance but chose not to press further. She then turned to Goku and asked, "Goku, where's Tien? Isn't he with you?" Goku responded, "Oh no, he headed back to the hotel first. I came over after hearing from Krillin that Grandpa was here." Master Roshi glanced at Goku and remarked, "So the master you mentioned is this little guy? He's barely older than you. What can he possibly teach you in martial arts? Why not switch to being my disciple instead?" Before Vegeta could interject, Goku eagerly replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely win the championship." Just as Goku finished speaking, the long-absent system reappeared, announcing a task. Assist Goku in winning the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and promote Chinese martial arts. Reward: 10 million martial arts points. Failure to complete the task will result in Goku becoming Master Roshi's disciple. Darn it, Vegeta cursed inwardly, irritated that the system always managed to bring up inconvenient matters. His concern was not for Krillin or Master Roshi hindering Goku, but rather for Tien, his first disciple, who had trained alongside him the longest and possessed the greatest strength in terms of combat power. Goku was currently inferior to Tien. Before Vegeta could dwell on it further, Master Roshi swiftly finalized the wager, saying, "All right, it's settled then. Krillin, let's go. I'll teach you some special techniques to enhance your strength." Yet in his mind, he thought, "Fortunately, I registered as well. Even if Krillin cannot defeat Goku, I will, and not only will the championship be mine, but I will also gain a formidable disciple." Chapter 39. The Martial Arts Tournament. Part 2. Grandpa, Krillin, take your time. Goku, in high spirits, waved goodbye to Master Roshi and Krillin. Watching Goku's naive enthusiasm nearly pushed Vegeta to the brink of frustration. Grabbing Goku by the collar, he said, "Come with me. I need to give you some special training to boost your strength." Initially displeased by Vegeta's actions, Goku lit up upon hearing his words and exclaimed, "Master, are you going to teach me some secret techniques?" "Indeed, secret techniques. You must learn them well and bring home the championship." Vegeta replied, "Master, what kind of techniques will they be? Are they powerful?" Goku continued to ask. Thus, the three returned to the hotel, where they found Tien waiting in the lobby. Bulma suggested, "Let's have dinner first. We can discuss everything afterward. Besides, we still have a day left." "All right, let's eat dinner," Vegeta agreed, releasing Goku's collar. Tien, somewhat oblivious to the unfolding events and not one for excessive conversation, silently followed his master and the others to the dining area. Goku devoured his meal quickly and, once finished, called out to Vegeta, "Master, I'm done. Hurry and teach me those secret techniques." Vegeta was momentarily speechless, but chose not to clarify. He intended to impart all the martial arts techniques from the Jin Yong martial arts system to his disciples, preferring they hone their skills first before learning everything. Setting down his utensils, Vegeta said, "Tien, don't overthink it. I'm merely going to explain some techniques to Goku. After all, he hasn't been with me long, and he just made a wager with the Turtle School." "Yes, Master, I understand," Tien replied promptly. Vegeta then led Goku to an open area behind the hotel, beginning to teach him the first layer of the Qinquan method. The Qinquan is undoubtedly one of the most formidable auxiliary martial arts in the Jin Yong universe. With numerous functions, one of which is to maximize the user's potential. In simple terms, if one originally had a combat power of 1, mastering the Chinquan could allow them to unleash a power of 2, effectively doubling their strength without any side effects. Of course, this applies only after mastering the complete method. Learning just the first layer allows for a mere 20 of potential to be unlocked. Thus, after spending an entire evening, Vegeta successfully imparted the rather complex first layer of the Chinquan method to Goku. Vegeta's surprise, Goku, a rare martial arts prodigy, grasped the intricate internal technique with relative ease, defying Vegeta's expectations. Such talent in martial arts even sparked a hint of envy within Vegeta. After another day passed, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament was finally set to commence. Vegeta and Bulma prepared to escort Tien and Goku to the venue. A familiar voice rang out, "Goku." Everyone turned to see Yamcha, sporting a shirt emblazoned with the character for joy, accompanied by Puar and Oolong. Upon recognizing Yamcha, Goku joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Yamcha, I'm so glad to see you. I thought you wouldn't make it." Yamcha smiled back, "Goku, I figured with your love for martial arts, you wouldn't miss the chance to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. That I was right. I searched for you near the venue all day yesterday and couldn't find you. I thought you might not participate." Goku replied, "No, I stayed at the hotel with my master yesterday. We just came out today." While they conversed, Master Roshi approached with Krillin, who had changed out of his blue suit into the orange martial arts uniform of the Turtle School. Master Roshi remarked, "So you two didn't leave the hotel yesterday? Were you practicing some secret techniques?" Vegeta interjected, "Let's hope your disciple is as formidable as your mouth is." Goku, ignoring the banter between Vegeta and Master Roshi, eagerly introduced Krillin to Yamcha, saying, "Yamcha, this is Krillin, Master Roshi's disciple, but he's also participating in the tournament." Master Roshi, at that moment, Yamcha realized that the old man standing beside Vegeta was none other than the legendary god of martial arts. Master Roshi, he promptly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master Roshi, greetings. I am your admirer." Yamcha, upon hearing Yamcha's respectful greeting, yet noticing his lack of recognition for Vegeta, Master Roshi raised an eyebrow with pride and praised Yamcha. "Greetings to you as well, young man. You are quite impressive to give your best in this martial arts tournament." Upon receiving Master Roshi's commendation, Yamcha felt an exhilarating rush of vitality and eagerly nodded in response. "Yes, Master Roshi, I will certainly strive to do my utmost." The two of them completely ignored the standing Vegeta, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed he had indeed become complacent over the years since his previous championship title had lost some of its luster. In truth, Vegeta had underestimated his own fame. He was still well known among martial artists, and this year's tournament had prominently featured advertisements featuring him. The key point was that Vegeta had grown taller. While he had not undergone a drastic transformation, the difference was significant enough that most martial artists failed to recognize him as the previous champion at that moment. A gong resonated, followed by an announcement from the loudspeaker. "Esteemed participants of the martial arts tournament, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Please proceed to the venue for the preliminary matches." The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Vegeta turned to Goku and Tien, saying, "You two go ahead. Bulma and I will wait outside for you to advance past the preliminaries and into the finals." He watched them enter the venue. Vegeta and Bulma had no immediate tasks and began to leisurely stroll nearby. Awaiting the finals later in the afternoon, time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, the morning had flown by, and the entrance of the tournament venue displayed the names of the 8 finalists. Vegeta squeezed through the crowd with Bulma and spotted Goku and Tien's names prominently on the list. Alongside them were Yamcha and Krillin, with the additional name of Chung Long, the disguised Master Roshi. Chapter 37. Martial Arts Tournament Match 3 TCH. Why didn't that lecherous old man face off against Goku or Tien in the preliminaries? Instead, he somehow made it to the finals. Vegeta scoffed at the list of finalists. Bulma, curious, asked, "Who asked this lecherous old man?" "Who else could it be but that Master Roshi?" Vegeta replied, pulling Bulma away from the crowd. "Is Master Roshi's name up there? I don't seem to see it." Bulma exclaimed, puzzled, thinking she had missed it and wanting to push back in the throng for a better look. Vegeta firmly pulled Bulma back and explained, "Don't bother looking, you're not mistaken. Chung Long up there's Master Roshi in disguise. Oh, I see." But why is he disguising himself? Isn't his identity as Master Roshi quite renowned? Bulma questioned, perplexed, as they walked toward the finals platform. Vegeta elaborated. Master Roshi's reputation is indeed substantial, revered as the god of martial arts by other fighters. If he were to compete under his true identity and happen to lose, it would severely tarnish his reputation. Conversely, by competing in disguise, if he wins, he can choose whether to reveal his identity or not, and if he loses, no one would know it was Master Roshi who was defeated, allowing him a strategic advantage. After considering Vegeta's analysis, Bulma exclaimed, "His approach is remarkably cunning. He must be trapped by the weight of his own fame," Vegeta sighed. When they arrived near the viewing area of the platform, a crowd had already gathered. Bulma, overwhelmed by the throngs of people, gestured invitingly to Vegeta, saying, "All right, it's your turn." However, this time, Vegeta did not lead Bulma into the crowd. Instead, he stated, "Let us go. I'll take you to the VIP section to watch." Afterward, Vegeta escorted Bulma to the entrance of the venue, where staff members were already waiting. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, one of the staff members waved enthusiastically, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, we are immensely grateful for your acceptance of our invitation." Vegeta replied, "It's no trouble. Our dojo has participants in this tournament as well, so it's a convenient arrangement. Regardless, we truly appreciate your presence," the staff member reiterated, firmly shaking Vegeta's hand in gratitude. "Shall we proceed inside?" Vegeta prompted. "Oh." The staff member snapped back to attention and quickly led the way, saying, "This way," pleased that as the three made their way toward the venue. Bulma quietly inquired, "What's this invitation about?" "Before coming to Papaya Island, the organizing committee of the World Martial Arts Tournament invited me to speak before the matches of the top 8 competitors, to encourage the other participants as well. I figured this would be an excellent opportunity to promote both my martial arts dojo and my personal reputation. So I accepted," Vegeta explained softly. "Humph, you've kept this from me." Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction upon hearing Vegeta's explanation. "I merely wanted to surprise you," Vegeta quickly apologized, having momentarily forgotten how much this particular lady disliked being kept in the dark. As they playfully bickered, they followed the staff member into a small VIP room on the second floor behind the venue. The VIP room had a window overlooking the platform, providing an unobstructed view of the action below. The staff member announced, "Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma, please wait here a moment. The host is currently conducting the draw for the 8 finalists. Once the draw concludes, we will call you out to address the audience." With that, the staff member exited the VIP room, leaving Vegeta and Bulma alone inside. Bulma, filled with excitement, leaned out the window to gaze below. The area surrounding the platform was packed with spectators. Some individuals, unable to see from the back, had climbed nearby rooftops, peering through binoculars to catch a glimpse of the competition. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "The organizers of this tournament are quite stingy that if they had constructed tiered seating around the platform like a stadium, the audience would have a much more comfortable viewing experience that as it stands. Only those in the front row can enjoy a good view that it's no wonder that after over 20 editions, its fame remains rather mediocre." Vegeta suggested, "Bulma, you're right that if possible, you should invest in the World Martial Arts Tournament and implement your ideas." Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, "That's a great suggestion. I'll arrange for it right away." With that, she took out her phone to contact her corporate team. Vegeta looked on in bemusement at Bulma, who was issuing commands to her company, realizing he had merely been joking. Truly, wealth allows for a whimsical nature. At that moment, a knock came at the door, and the earlier staff member re-entered after receiving Vegeta's approval. "Mr. Vegeta, the draw has concluded. You may go down to speak to the audience and the competitors." "All right," Vegeta replied as he stood and gestured to Bulma, indicating he would step out first. Bulma, still on the phone, waved him off. Vegeta then asked the staff member, "May I see the draw results? I have 2 disciples competing, and I'd like to know who their opponents are." The staff member promptly handed Vegeta the documents. Vegeta glanced over the matchups. First match, Bacterian versus Krillin. Second match, Tien versus Yamcha. Third match, Chunlong versus Lan Fong. Fourth match, Goku versus Jiren. TCH, who would have thought that lecherous old man would end up facing Lan Fong? Vegeta mused internally. But surely, that old man won't fall for a beauty's ploy and lose the match, will he? It's quite possible. Vegeta pondered deeply, reflecting on the considerable effort his disciples had expended in persuading Master Roshi to participate in the Tournament of Power during their previous lives. As he returned the documents to the staff, the two then made their way to the competitors' lounge. Upon the unexpected arrival of Vegeta, Goku and Don exclaimed joyously, "Master!" Vegeta waved back at them. "Master, how did you get in here? Are you going to compete as well?" Goku asked with excitement. "No, I am here to deliver a speech. You both need to give it your all, for I shall be watching your matches from above." Vegeta responded to that moment. A staff member approached Vegeta and said, "Mr. Vegeta, shortly the host will invite you to the stage to give your speech. You may go up directly when the time comes." "All right, no problem," Vegeta replied. Chapter 38. The Martial Arts Tournament. Match 4. Vegeta did not have to wait long when the host outside announced loudly, "Now, let us welcome the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament." Vegeta, as the host's words echoed, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, regardless of whether they recognized or liked Vegeta. They simply welcomed him with applause. The host continued, "Mr. Vegeta is the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament. The head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy and the founder of the Chinese Martial Arts School. He was merely 12 years old when he claimed victory, and now he is only 17. Although Mr. Vegeta has chosen not to participate in this year's tournament, 2 of his disciples will be competing and have both made it to the top 8, so we shall witness their thrilling matches shortly." Thus, amidst the applause of the audience and the host's introduction, Vegeta ascended the stage step by step, standing beside the host, clad in a black martial arts uniform adorned with an embroidered dark golden dragon and auspicious clouds. Vegeta exuded an aura of power and authority. As the applause gradually subsided, the host, microphone in hand, inquired, "Mr. Vegeta, may I ask why you are not participating in this year's tournament?" Vegeta responded with undeniable confidence, "Because I am invincible. If I were to compete, the championship would be mine, and that would not foster the development of martial arts on Earth. So I arranged for my disciples to take part." His words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the audience and the competitors backstage, who thought Vegeta was rather overestimating himself. The host, however, wore a look of excitement. Controversy breeds viewership, and no one relishes mundane conversations. The host pressed on, "As the reigning champion, do you have any words for this year's competitors?" "Without further ado," Vegeta declared, "give it your all. I will be here waiting for you." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the host swiftly announced, "The champion of this tournament will have the opportunity to challenge Mr. Vegeta. Let us eagerly anticipate the clash of champions." Following this, the host graciously escorted Vegeta off the stage and announced, "Now, let us welcome the first match competitors, Bacterian and Krillin." As Vegeta returned to the competitors' lounge, he encouraged Goku and Don, "Do your best. Bulma and I will be cheering for you from above." By the time Vegeta reached the VIP room, the first match had already commenced. The previously open window had been shut by Bulma, who was relentlessly spraying air freshener indoors. "Enough. If you keep spraying, we won't just suffocate from the smell. We'll be overwhelmed by the fumes." Vegeta hastily interjected, stopping Bulma from continuing. The two then returned to the window to watch the stage. Surrounding spectators and the host were all covering their noses, with those in the front row suffering the most. They had thought they had the best seats, only to find themselves in the worst predicament. Desiring to escape, they were pinned in place by the crowd behind them. On stage, Krillin found himself being continuously pressed down by Bacterian. Bulma watched anxiously as Krillin struggled beneath Bacterian's weight and worried aloud, "Krillin won't suffocate, will he? That shouldn't be possible. He doesn't even have a nose." Vegeta replied, "Oh, right, he doesn't have a nose," Bulma exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. At that moment, Goku shouted from the observation platform, "Krillin, you don't have a nose. What are you afraid of?" With Goku's encouragement, Krillin had an epiphany and began to fight back, swiftly flipping Bacterian onto his back and ultimately knocking him out with a retaliatory fart. As the first match concluded, the second match was about to begin. Don versus Yamcha. Observing Yamcha, the most unfortunate man in the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta couldn't help but lament that Yamcha's luck seemed even worse in this new world. With the sound of a gong, the match commenced. Yamcha, brimming with confidence, addressed his opponent, "If you wish to avoid the taste of defeat, it would be wise to surrender." Don stared at Yamcha, utterly perplexed by the bravado of his opponent and unable to fathom the basis for such statements. Seizing the moment as his words daunted Don, Yamcha leaped forward to attack. With a series of punches and kicks flowing seamlessly, he unleashed a combination attack. Yet regrettably, none landed on Don. Once Yamcha's assault concluded, Don capitalized on Yamcha's momentary lapse, effortlessly delivering a straight punch that sent Yamcha flying. Yamcha fell heavily to the stage, bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had been struck. Don remarked, "Your unnecessary movements during the attack exhausted your strength, and you failed to retain some energy for follow-up strikes, making it easy for me to seize the opportunity." Yamcha, incredulous, dismissed Don's words as mere boasting from a victor to a vanquished foe. Rising from the stage, he retorted, "Humph, arrogant fool, you will pay for this. Prepare to experience the claws of the desert wolf." With that, Yamcha adopted a stance and shouted, "Wolf Fong Fist." He charged at Don, his feet pounding against the stage. Resembling a wolf in full pursuit, the surrounding spectators gasped in a W as Yamcha lunged at Don, his hands transformed into claws, poised to strike. However, Don deftly evaded all of Yamcha's attacks, then delivered a knee strike that struck Yamcha squarely in the abdomen. Instantly, Yamcha's eyes bulged, and he let out a pained cry before collapsing onto the stage. The audience erupted in astonishment at how effortlessly Don had dispatched such a formidable opponent. The abrupt conclusion of the match left them in shock. In the competitor seating area, Chung Long observed Don's descent from the stage with a grave expression, fearing that his own prospects might be in jeopardy. Chapter 39. The Martial Arts Tournament. Match 5 with the conclusion of the second match. The third match was soon to commence. The previous 2 rounds have been nothing short of spectacular, the host announced loudly. Hearing the host's claim, the audience erupted in boos, as they felt the matches had ended far too swiftly and had not satiated their appetite for entertainment. Undeterred by the crowd's reaction, the host continued, "I believe all spectators like myself are eager for more action and impatient to witness the third match. Therefore, I hereby announce the competitors for the third match, Chung Long and Lan Fong." Suddenly, the surrounding audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, eagerly yearning for an evenly matched battle to vent their pent-up emotions. The contestant Lan Fong emerged first, adorned with a mane of fluffy purple hair, a deep blue athletic tank top, complemented by sports pants and canvas shoes, embodying both the grace of a mature woman and the innocence of a youthful girl. Her fiery red lips and a beauty mark at the left corner of her mouth further accentuated the allure of Lan Fong. Upon witnessing a female contender among the top 8, the male spectators erupted into howls and whistles. Vegeta, perched at the windowsill, gazed at Lan Fong and could not help but exclaim, "I never expected this female contestant to be so stunning." The moment the words left his lips, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had forgotten that Bulma was right beside him. He swiftly turned to see Bulma glaring at him, her eyes ablaze with jealousy, demanding, "What were you just saying? Who is beautiful?" Vegeta hastily replied, "Of course, you are the more beautiful one. Her beauty is overly gaudy. Yours is like the pure moon in the sky, sublime and natural." Upon hearing this, Bulma's anger subsided, yet she admonished, "In the future, before me, I do not wish to hear you praise other women." She added, "Of course, my heart is already filled with you." Leaving no room for others, Vegeta continued to shower her with compliments. After exchanging a few more sweet words, he finally managed to placate Bulma, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow and reflecting. It seems that in any world, making a woman happy is an essential skill for a man to master. Meanwhile, as Lan Fong ascended the stage, the disguised Master Roshi, competing as Chung Long, hopped onto the arena. Ignoring the audience, he rushed directly to Lan Fong, fawning over her. "Beautiful lady, I never imagined I would have the chance to battle you. But rest assured, I would never lay a hand on someone as lovely as you." Master Roshi said with a smarmy smile. Lan Fong, pleased with her charm, replied with a light laugh, "Is that so? Then I must thank you." Chung Long with that, her flawless white hand gently caressed Master Roshi's cheek, enveloping him in a fragrance reminiscent of orchids, leaving him feeling as though he were floating on clouds. However, Lan Fong quickly withdrew her hand, leaving Master Roshi momentarily dazed. He instinctively reached out to grasp her hand. only to have her deftly evade him. "Miss Lan Fong, you are simply too beautiful," Master Rashi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with infatuation, his hands clasped tightly. He yearned to touch her. The host, sensing the inappropriate tension, hurriedly intervened, pulling Master Rashi aside and sternly warning, "Chung Long, I must formally caution you against any actions that could be perceived as harassment towards Lan Fong during the competition. If not, I will have no choice but to declare you the loser." At that moment, Master Rashi was oblivious to the competition, urging the host, "Please, announce the start of the match." He was eager to commence the duel. The host shot a disapproving glance at Master Rashi before stepping aside and loudly declaring, "The third round of the match begins now." With the sound of a gong, Master Rashi charged towards Lan Fong without hesitation. Caught off guard by the old man's surprising speed, Lan Fong barely had time to react before he was upon her. As he stumbled, he fell forward, burying his face in her ample bosom, overwhelmed by an even more intoxicating scent. Lan Fong, while outwardly appearing flirtatious, was merely employing her tactics against her opponent. She had not anticipated being taken advantage of by this lecherous old man. Anger surged within her, and with a haughty huff, she swung a punch, her fist glowing red as it struck Master Rashi squarely on the cheek. With a resounding impact, he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stage. The host exclaimed, "Lan Fong is formidable," landing a direct blow on Chung Long that sent him reeling. The audience gasped, uncertain if Chung Long could rise after such a powerful hit. However, Chung Long, cheeks flushed, managed to stand again, smiling at Lan Fong. "Apologies, I slipped. I didn't mean to," he said, his face adorned with a lewd grin, showing no signs of shame. Lan Fong realized this was intentional, designed to take advantage of her. Infuriated, she reflected on her past successes with her charms and how she had never encountered such a significant setback. With determination, she leaped and launched a sweeping kick towards Master Rashi. This time, he did not absorb her attack but deftly dodged, evading her strikes. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, he stumbled again, landing fortuitously against her ample bosom. Lan Fong gasped and kneed him sharply in the chin, sending him careening once more. The audience erupted in astonishment, questioning whether Chung Long could rise again after such a blow. Yet he stood once more, although blood trickled from beneath his nose. The spectators were perplexed. Was the blood from the impact, or merely a result of his embarrassment? The host announced, "What an exhilarating spectacle. Lan Fong has knocked Chung Long down twice, yet he stands again, displaying remarkable resilience. Let us applaud both contestants." However, the atmosphere grew awkward as the audience remained silent. Sensing something amiss, it was too coincidental that he had slipped twice, landing in such a manner. Even the naive Bulma noticed the oddity, turning to Vegeta and asking, "Brother, why does this match seem so strange to me? It's as if Chung Long is doing this on purpose, isn't it?" Vegeta responded, "Yes, that is precisely the case. Indeed, Chung Long is deliberate. With his strength, he could easily defeat Lan Fong, yet he feigned slips to take advantage of her." Vegeta explained, "That lecherous old man tried to take advantage of you the first time we met, but I stopped him. Some habits are hard to break." After hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma asserted, "Vegeta, if you ever face him again, you must teach him a lesson about respecting women." Clearly, Bulma was incensed, as evidenced by her calling Vegeta by his name. "At your command, my queen," Vegeta replied, playing along down on the stage. Lan Fong was torn between continuing her offense or defending herself. As it seemed whatever she did only created opportunities for the lascivious old and as he inched closer, she steeled herself, thinking, "If you are so lecherous, then I shall give you a spectacle to behold. Let us see if you can handle it." With that thought, she changed her demeanor, gazing at Master Rashi with sultry eyes, saying, "Chung Long, would you like to see something even more beautiful?" At her words, Master Rashi froze, but as he noticed her hand moving towards the zipper of her outfit and slowly pulling it down, he immediately grasped her implication. Of course, I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Bulma spoke up. After the host made the announcement, Goku and Jiren ascended the stage together. Unlike the original narrative, where heavy rain interrupted the fourth round due to the swift conclusion of previous matches, this battle proceeded normally. The host, as before, introduced the two contestants on the arena. To my right stands contestant Son Goku, who has just turned 12, thereby setting a new record for the youngest participant in our World Martial Arts Tournament. To my left is contestant Jiren, a dinosaur-type fighter known for his immense strength, and he is also the heaviest competitor in this tournament. The host continued, with such a significant weight disparity between these two contenders. Will they be able to deliver an exceptionally thrilling match? He then declared, I hereby announce that the fourth round officially begins, with the host's powerful shout and the sound of gong. The final match of the quarterfinals commenced. Goku immediately assumed his stance, his small face serious as he focused on his opponent. Jiren, upon gazing at the diminutive figure before him, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Little one, this is not a place for you to play house. You should return home to your mother for your milk. After saying this, he lunged forward, arms outstretched, attempting to seize Goku. However, Goku executed a leap, performing several flips in midair before landing behind Jiren, puzzled over the sudden disappearance of the small boy. Goku executed a swift spinning kick, propelling Jiren away, just as Jiren seemed destined to plunge off the stage. He unfurled his wings and hovered in midair. Flapping his wings, he rubbed the spot on his back that had been struck, no longer underestimating the young challenger before him. This little guy was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. It appeared he would need to unleash his ultimate technique. With this thought, Jiren shouted at Goku, Brace yourself, little one. Following his declaration, Jiren opened his mouth wide, unleashing a beam of light that spiraled around Goku twice before solidifying and encasing him within a sphere of rubber. Jiren, seeing Goku ensnared, erupted into laughter, declaring, You're finished, kid. What I've expelled is the strongest rubber, and even I cannot break free from it. What hope do you have? In recognition of your strength, I will toss you off the stage. With that, Jiren descended onto the arena and approached Goku, intending to hurl him off. Yet before he could act, Goku let out a sharp cry, exerting force as he effortlessly broke free from the rubber confines that even Jiren could not escape. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiren stumbled back in disbelief, exclaiming, Impossible! When one's strength is sufficiently formidable, nothing is beyond reach. With that, Goku advanced step by step towards Jiren. Faced with this small opponent, Jiren felt as though he were the one diminished in stature, devoid of any courage to resist. Suddenly, Jiren realized he could retreat no further. Glancing back to find himself cornered against the wall separating the arena from the audience, in that fleeting moment, Goku executed another flying kick aimed at him. Jiren jumped back in alarm, closing his eyes and shouting, I concede. Upon hearing his opponent surrender, Goku was unable to halt his momentum in time and inadvertently kicked Jiren into the wall behind him. With a resounding crash, the brick wall crumbled under Goku's strike, sending debris flying towards the audience, where several contestants were present. The spectators swiftly dodged the incoming bricks, while the majority embedded themselves into the surrounding walls. The sheer force of the impact left Jiren terrified, grateful for his timely concession. Otherwise, he might have faced severe injury or worse. Thus, with Jiren's surrender, the finalists for the semifinals were determined. Krillin, Ten, Master Roshi, and Son Goku. The host then sought the contestants' consent, and upon confirming that they did not require a break, he promptly announced the commencement of the first round of the semifinals. After the staff cleared the debris from the stage, Krillin and Tien stepped forward to compete. The audience was already familiar with both fighters, and the host wasted no time, declaring the match to begin. Krillin wasted no time, launching an attack against Tien. Having witnessed how Tien eliminated Yamcha, and believing that a preemptive strike was his only chance at victory, in response to Krillin's relentless onslaught, Tien remained unfazed, nimbly evading the attacks while occasionally countering with precise strikes at Krillin's openings. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. Krillin, initially on the offensive, found himself on the defensive, struggling to withstand Tien's barrage. Master Roshi observed the match with a grave expression, astonished by Tien's strength. Had Tien desired to end the bout swiftly, Krillin would likely have been dispatched long ago. Eventually, Krillin could not keep pace with Tien's increasingly rapid movements and failed to block a critical blow, which sent him hurtling away. Krillin landed heavily on the arena floor, gasping for breath. Despite their brief exchanges, Tien's pressure had been overwhelming, forcing Krillin to exert all his energy in defense. Looking up at his opponent, he noticed Tien showing no intent to attack, merely watching him with an air of calm indifference. Frustrated, Krillin shouted, charging forward once more. Tien effortlessly raised his arm in a defensive stance, deflecting Krillin's attack before delivering a powerful punch to Krillin's abdomen, sending him crashing against the isolation wall and ultimately out of the ring. Unconscious, outside the ring, Tien is the victor, the host announced with enthusiasm. Following this, he called for the staff to bring a stretcher to escort Krillin to the hospital. Tien descended from the stage and, turning to Goku, said, "Brother, I shall await you in the finals." Without casting a glance at Master Roshi, he strode toward the back of the arena. Master Roshi felt no resentment. He recognized Tien's prowess and merely reflected on how many young talents had emerged in his absence over the years. "We VE1, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, throwing herself into Vegeta's arms and planting a kiss on him. "Aren't you happy? Your disciple has made it to the finals." Noticing Vegeta's almost expressionless demeanor, Bulma's satisfaction waned. "This is trivial. With his current strength, it would be odd for him not to reach the finals," Vegeta replied. "Humph, you are such a bore," Bulma retorted, slightly disgruntled. Realizing his misstep, Vegeta promptly corrected himself. "Would you care to ask again?" Although puzzled as to why Vegeta wanted her to repeat the question, Bulma complied. "Your disciple has made it to the finals. Aren't you happy?" Seeing Vegeta burst into exaggerated laughter, she was taken aback. "Is that so? Truly splendid. My disciple, Goku, has not shamed me. Ha!" His exaggerated mirth elicited a hearty laugh from Bulma. With the conclusion of the first round of the semifinals, the second round was poised to commence. Goku and Master Roshi, introduced by the host, stepped onto the stage. This time, Master Roshi bore a serious expression, fully aware that he might very well lose this match. Observing the two solemn contenders, the host wasted no words and declared, "The second round of the semifinals begins now." With the sound of a gong resonating through the air, Wukong and Master Roshi unleashed their full power in a fierce onslaught against their opponent. Given the rule of the martial arts tournament that stipulated the loss of qualification upon inflicting fatal harm on an opponent, Vegeta had previously instructed Wukong and Don to hold back their strength before the match commenced. Uncertain of the old man's true capabilities, Wukong did not initially exert his utmost power, resulting in a stalemate on the arena as both combatants engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. While the majority of fighters in the Dragon Ball universe displayed rather rudimentary attack techniques, with the outcome primarily determined by the magnitude of their ki, Master Roshi was an exception, having accumulated centuries of experience. The slow growth of his ki had led him to devote most of his energy to the study of combat techniques. Thus, even when faced with Wukong's intricate long-range attacks, Master Roshi relied on his vast experience to maintain the upper hand. This stalemate could not persist. Roshi realized that his stamina would surely falter before the battle reached its conclusion. With this thought in mind, he leaped back to create distance between himself and Wukong. "Wait!" Master Roshi called out loudly to the eager Wukong, who was poised to attack. "What is it?" The innocent Wukong responded, genuinely curious as he halted his advance. Chapter 43. The martial arts tournament continues. Master Roshi spoke. "If we continue this way, we may find it difficult to determine a victor. Thus, I am prepared to reveal my ultimate technique, though I wonder if you dare to face it." Upon hearing Roshi's words, Wukong's enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly replied, "No problem. Feel free to unleash your ultimate technique upon me." From his vantage point above, Vegeta nearly stumbled at Wukong's naivety, exclaiming to Bulma, "I fear that once this tournament concludes, I shall need to impart some common knowledge to Wukong, lest he be easily deceived." Bulma, equally bemused, remarked, "It seems there is no other option. However, is it not his innocence that allows him to befriend me?" On the arena, Master Roshi positioned his hands in a lotus formation at his waist and softly declared, "Kamehameha." Instantly, a searing white aura coalesced in the center of his palms, emanating an overwhelming and intimidating presence. Isn't that the signature technique of the Kame school? How could this old man, Chung Long, possibly wield it? Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to confer with the others, only to discover that Krillin had already been taken to the hospital. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Don expressed his reluctance to engage in conversation with this individual, even if it meant death. With a powerful thrust, Master Roshi propelled the formidable Kamehameha wave towards Wukong, just when the spectators anticipated that Wukong would evade the attack. To the surprise of the majority, he crossed his arms defiantly over his chest. He intends to take my Kamehameha head-on. Realizing Wukong's intention, Master Roshi felt a surge of contempt rising within him. With this thought, he intensified the already potent Kamehameha and directed it straight at Wukong. Boom! The powerful Kamehameha collided with Wukong's body, emitting a dazzling brilliance that compelled most onlookers to squint against the blinding light. Time seemed to stretch on, perhaps a minute or even 3, before the resplendent Kamehameha finally waned, dissipating into the air. Even the formidable Master Roshi found himself breathing heavily, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Wukong appeared unscathed. Just as Master Roshi feared that Wukong might be severely injured, he was startled by the sight before him. Wukong bore only slight abrasions on his arms and scuff marks on his shoes, without a hint of serious injury. How is this possible? What manner of creature is he to withstand my Kamehameha unscathed? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the announcer boomed. Incredible! Contestant son Wukong has withstood the Kamehameha. The ultimate technique of the Kame school without a scratch. What astonishing power! Hey, old man, your Kamehameha doesn't seem very effective. Do you have any of the tricks up your sleeve? If not, I might just have to make my move. Wukong said with a playful grin. Master Roshi, now wary of the young fighter before him, resolved to unveil his trump card. Very well, your strength is truly formidable. Initially, I feared that using this technique might cause you harm. But now my concerns have diminished. I hope you can endure it. Thus, Master Roshi brought his hands together and began to gather energy, a potent aura crackling like electricity around his palms. Upon accumulating sufficient energy, he shouted, "Universal shockwave." In an instant, 2 arcs of electricity shot from Master Roshi's hands, enveloping Wukong and ensnaring him within their grasp. Wukong, surrounded by the electric currents, emitted a cry of torment as Master Roshi observed the effect of his technique. He let out a sigh of relief. At last, this move was proving effective. Watching Wukong writhe within the confines of his universal shockwave, Master Roshi kindly advised, "You should surrender. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences." However, Wukong offered no reply, only continuing to scream in agony amidst the electric storm. Concerned, Master Roshi wondered, could this little brat have lost consciousness? With this thought, he called out to the announcer, "Hey, it seems Wukong has lost consciousness within my technique. I fear that if this continues, I may inadvertently cause him harm. Shouldn't you declare me the winner?" The announcer rushed to Wukong's side, but before he could approach, a spark of electricity leapt forth, startling him to be cautious. "I lack control over the universal shockwave, and the arcs of electricity may attract living beings," Master Roshi warned. The announcer refrained from advancing any further and instead shouted Wukong's name repeatedly. "Wukong! Wukong! Surely he won't truly lose?" Bulma, filled with concern, turned to Vegeta and asked, "Do you think Wukong will be all right?" Vegeta smiled and shook his head. "No, he possesses far more power than this, that he is merely toying with them." "Really?" Bulma, skeptical, found it hard to believe that Wukong was only playing around that moment. The announcer declared, "It appears that contestant Wukong may have lost consciousness. I will now announce." Wait! Suddenly, Wukong, who had been screaming moments before, ceased his cries and interrupted the announcer. Surrounded by electrical energy, Wukong suddenly flashed a smile and said, "I was just playing with you all. I found the electric sensation rather enjoyable. Hence, I indulged in it for a while." Master Roshi, thoroughly enraged at having been underestimated once more, thought, "This insufferable brat has no respect for his elders." With that, Master Roshi's hands crackled with electricity, and even more potent arcs surged towards Wukong. Faced with such a formidable universal shockwave, Wukong remained unfazed, instead channeling his energy as his muscles swelled. With a thunderous explosion, Wukong burst forth, shattering Master Roshi's universal shockwave. The backlash sent Master Roshi staggering back several steps, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Impossible!" Master Roshi exclaimed in shock, gazing at Wukong, utterly incredulous that his universal shockwave had been so easily dispelled. Wukong, grinning widely, asked Old Man, "Do you have any other techniques?" Chapter 44. The martial arts tournament continues. Upon hearing Wukong's question, Master Roshi's face shifted from red to pale, and he sighed deeply before conceding, "Very well, the future belongs to the youth. I admit defeat." As the turtle sage conceded defeat and stepped down, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the surrounding audience, a tribute not only to the splendid battle just witnessed, but also to a warrior on the brink of aging. Following the turtle sage's surrender, the host promptly announced that the victor of the second round of the semifinals was Sun Wukong. Thus, the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament was left with only the final round to determine the champion. An hour later, after ample rest, the two finalists, Dun and Wukong, ascended the stage at the host's summons. Before officially commencing the match, the host felt compelled to introduce the contenders, gesturing toward the martial arts uniforms worn by Dun and Wukong. "I trust everyone has noticed the characters emblazoned on their garments. Zhong, indeed, these two are the disciples spoken of by Mr. Vegeta at the outset. It is astonishing that not only is Mr. Vegeta formidable himself, but his students are equally impressive. The two disciples representing the martial arts school of Zhonghua have unexpectedly converged in the finals, marking a momentous occasion for their institution to AT that moment. The disciples of the Zhonghua Martial Arts School, watching the live broadcast, murmured to one another, "If it weren't for our master, the top 8 in the World Martial Arts Tournament would all be from our Zhonghua school." Back at the competition venue, the host, microphone in hand, posed a question to Dun. "Dun, you are about to face your junior brother Wukong. Do you feel confident in claiming the championship?" Dun furrowed his brow, but ultimately replied, "There is no doubt, for I have been studying Zhonghua martial arts under my master for nearly 5 years, while Wukong has only trained for a few months." Although Dun did not respond definitively to the host's inquiry, his answer suggested a strong belief in his ability to triumph over Wukong. Upon hearing Dun's response, the host turned the microphone toward Wukong, asking, "Wukong, do you have confidence in defeating your senior brother?" Wukong, with a naive smile, replied, "I'm not sure, but I will give it my all." The host was not disheartened by Wukong's response, as the essence of the martial arts tournament lay in the battle itself rather than the words spoken. Amidst the audience's anticipation, the host proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce that the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins." With that declaration, the host vigorously waved his arm. The resounding clang of a gong heralded the commencement of the decisive match. Upon hearing the announcement, both Dun and Wukong simultaneously assumed their stances. However, neither initiated an aggressive attack. They were acutely aware of the intricacies of Zhonghua martial arts, realizing that a hasty strike might lead to a counterattack from their opponent. Gradually, they closed the distance between them, and at the exact moment their hands made contact, both unleashed their strikes simultaneously. Though Long Fist is characterized as a boxing style, it encompasses techniques of punching, palming, and kicking. Those who have mastered the Long Fist possess an arsenal that includes not only all the combat techniques from the Dragon Ball universe, but also many exquisite moves rarely seen in that realm. After a dazzling exchange of dozens of rounds, the two combatants found themselves evenly matched and momentarily separated. The onlookers and competitors present were left in awe. Several defeated fighters began to wonder if they would have been vanquished had they unleashed their full power earlier. At that juncture, Dun spoke up, "Wukong, your strength is definitely more than what you have shown. Let us cease this mutual probing and unleash our full potential." Wukong, equally exhilarated, responded, "All right, big brother." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What do you mean they weren't going all out?" Both fighters began to gather their energy, and it became apparent that Dun's face shifted from pale to purple, surrounded by a faint aura of violet energy, an indication of the peak application of his wuxia divine skill. In the vibrant spiritual atmosphere of the Dragon Ball world, even the second tier of the wuxia divine skill exhibited power that rivaled that of a fully realized mastery in novels. Conversely, Wukong's appearance did not exhibit such stark changes as Dun's, yet his body was enveloped in a white aura tinged with red. Noticing the contrasting colors of their auras, Dun's expression flickered momentarily, though it went unnoticed by anyone. Subsequently, both fighters propelled themselves off the ground, shattering the arena floor beneath them, and engaged in combat high above the stage. The balance of power between them was nearly equal. making it difficult for the audience to discern a potential victor like T that moment. The spectators were too enthralled by the extraordinary display of combat to concern themselves with who possessed greater prowess. Meanwhile, the competitors in attendance were not merely spectators, but were also secretly absorbing the intricate techniques displayed by the two fighters, gaining invaluable insights. After exchanging dozens of rounds once more, Dun suddenly accelerated. Changing his tactics mid-strike, what had initially aimed at Wukong's face swiftly redirected downward, striking Wukong squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, Wukong was hit directly. Following this successful blow, Dun executed a swift downward chop, sending Wukong crashing onto the arena floor. With a thunderous crash, Wukong shattered the arena floor, creating a deep crater as he struggled to rise. However, Dun offered no opportunity for Wukong to recover, diving down from the air for a powerful knee strike to Wukong's back. Dun then seized the collar of Wukong's uniform and hurled him beyond the edge of the arena. Wukong managed to adjust his body mid-air and retaliated with a Kamehameha wave, utilizing its force to dissipate the momentum of Dun's onslaught. Regaining control of his body, Dun's relentless attacks were formidable, and had Wukong not possessed the exceptional physical attributes of Scion, he would have long since been incapacitated. Returning to the arena, Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth and remarked, "Big brother Dun, you are indeed impressive. I nearly lost. Yet I still have my ultimate move left to show you." Upon hearing Wukong's declaration, Dun's expression shifted, as he understood that the ultimate move could only be the technique bestowed upon Wukong by their master, Vegeta. However, his countenance quickly returned to a smile as he replied, "Very well, let me help you test the might of your ultimate technique." With that, he readied himself once more. Wukong exhaled gently, tracing arcs in the air with his hands, adopting a stance that Dun had never seen before. "Brother, please attack," Wukong said, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. "Could your ultimate move be a defensive technique?" Dun mused aloud, yet he did not wait for Wukong's response before launching an assault. Wukong, taken aback, found that Dun was not interested in waiting for an answer, and his words were abruptly halted. Although Wukong's attempt to speak was thwarted, he managed to deflect Dun's attack. Dun, undeterred, continued his offensive. However, as time progressed, Dun sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but he felt that with each of his strikes blocked by Wukong, his control over his techniques seemed to weaken. As Dun pondered this, he suddenly found that his own fist, under Wukong's influence, had reversed direction and struck him instead. With a dull thud, Dun stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, bewildered. "What is happening?" the host exclaimed, witnessing this unexpected turn of events. Dun's attack has inexplicably turned against him. On the edge of the arena, both Klin and Yamcha wore expressions of astonishment. Unlike the host, they were not entirely oblivious to the situation, yet they were utterly perplexed by how Goku had achieved such a feat. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, his eyes gleaming with excitement, remarked, "I cannot discern how Goku accomplished this, but is undoubtedly a highly advanced technique of harnessing power, likely a form of using strength against strength. However, what kind of extraordinary skill can reach such heights? It is truly astonishing." Within the arena, Don resumed his composure after momentarily being taken aback, stating, "I see now. It makes sense why my arm has felt increasingly unmanageable. During our recent encounter, you struck my arm with several invisible forces, ultimately causing me to lose control over it. What kind of technique is this?" Goku assumed his stance and replied, "My master calls it the Qian Kun, a technique he has only just begun to comprehend." Don looked at Goku and said, "It seems you are the most favored disciple among my master's students, which is no surprise given your exceptional talent. In just a few months, your strength has surpassed the years of toil I have endured. But do you truly believe you can defeat me now? I am prepared, and how will you execute the Qian Kun Dana against me?" With that, Don launched himself at Goku with full force. At this moment, Goku had merely scratched the surface of the Qian Kun Danu. Under Don's preparation, he was unable to counter the assault effectively. All Goku could do was redirect Don's attacks, seeking an opening to strike back. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle once more, with Don initially holding the advantage, but it soon turned into a prolonged struggle, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Bulma anxiously observed from the second-floor window and inquired of Vegeta, "Brother, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Vegeta shook his head and replied, "I cannot ascertain it either, but Goku's combat experience is still somewhat lacking compared to Don's. The odds may be around 94-6 in favor of D. Owen." As time ticked away, the sun slowly descended, and the moon began to rise at this point. Both fighters were utterly exhausted, relying solely on their dwindling willpower to continue the fight. Vegeta, too, found himself captivated by the battle, momentarily forgetting the full moon overhead. That moment, Bulma casually glanced upwards and exclaimed, "Today is a full moon." "What? A full moon?" Upon hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta was startled and looked up, only to be blinded by the moonlight. Instantly, he felt his heart racing violently within his chest. Particularly in his tail, a powerful force surged through him, coursing within his body, even impacting his mind, urging him to transform into a great ape. However, Vegeta had grown accustomed to these sudden surges of power over the years. Every full moon night on Earth, he would venture to the outskirts of West City to master his transformation. After years of control, he was now able to manage his transformation effortlessly. Yet this mastery was exclusive to him alone. Goku lacked such control. Ironically, what one fears often comes to pass. That moment, Goku, facing east, happened to gaze upon the newly risen full moon, becoming transfixed by its luminous orb. Yamcha, witnessing this development, was instantly alarmed, recalling the days of searching for Dragon Balls alongside Goku. Oh no, Goku must not see the full moon. If he does, he will transform into a giant ape. Yamcha shouted urgently, "What?" The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. However, it was too late. Goku had already begun to grow rapidly, soon tearing through his clothing, transforming into a massive, fur-covered creature with crimson eyes. Yamcha continued to shout, "Quick, cut off Goku's tail. If you sever it, he will revert to his human form." With that, Yamcha attempted to leap onto the stage to grasp Goku's tail. Yet, Goku, now in his transformed state, was beyond Yamcha's capacity to confront. In a swift motion, Goku's tail swung, sending Yamcha hurtling away, crashing against the wall with tremendous force. The impact caused the wall to crack, and Yamcha spat blood, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Chapter 49. Martial Arts Tournament Match 12. Master Roshi, who was preparing to assist, immediately withdrew his actions upon witnessing the scene, and he realized that the transformed Goku had significantly amplified his strength, far beyond what he could hope to subdue in the arena. The now giant Goku spotted Don standing before him and swung a fist in his direction. The powerful blow shattered the very platform upon which Don stood. Don, having leapt into the air just before Goku's strike, found Goku's other fist connecting with him mid-air. The speed was so great that Don only saw a blur, unable to evade in time. With a resounding crash, Don was sent flying, tumbling out of the arena. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments. By the time everyone reacted, Don had already fallen outside the ring. However, no one was concerned about Don's defeat. They were all too busy preparing to flee, for Goku, now transformed, was wreaking havoc. Vegeta could not permit Goku to continue his rampage. He crashed through the window, leaping onto the arena. "Hey, I'm here," Vegeta shouted at the now mindless Goku. Upon seeing Vegeta leap from the observation room, the host seized the opportunity to announce, "It is our champion, Mr. Vegeta. He has come to save us." Indeed, Vegeta's descent from the second-floor window positioned him before Goku like a savior. Igniting cheers from the surrounding spectators, the applause erupted as the crowd welcomed their hero. Goku, in his giant ape form, glared at Vegeta, who was taunting him. With a huff, he raised his fist and swung at Vegeta. The audience, including Bulma, gasped in horror, fearing they would witness a tragic end for Vegeta at Goku's hands. Yet, was it even possible? With a combat power now exceeding 100,000, Vegeta paid no heed to Goku's attack. He simply raised a finger to block the blow. Although Goku had transformed into a giant ape, now driven solely by instinct, the realization that his powerful strike was halted by this diminutive figure infuriated him. The giant ape swung its fist down upon Vegeta. This time, Vegeta chose not to endure Goku's assault. He leapt, using Goku's massive arm as leverage, and soared in front of Goku's head, delivering a decisive kick that sent the giant ape sprawling through the air. The colossal form of the ape was sent soaring, crashing heavily into the nearby venue. Those still within the arena, including Yamcha and Master Roshi, were taken aback and hurriedly fled from the impending chaos. Some weaker contestants, unable to move swiftly, barely leapt to safety just before the giant ape landed. With a thunderous roar, what was once the most extravagant structure of the martial arts tournament was reduced to rubble by Goku's rampage. The host, witnessing the destruction, slumped to the ground, internally lamenting, "After this, will I still have a job?" Without delving into the thoughts of the host, after Vegeta incapacitated Goku, he refrained from launching further attacks, instead choosing to observe quietly. Goku, having regained his footing, was consumed by fury. He clenched his fists and pounded his chest with fervor, unleashing a roar directed at Vegeta. With a powerful leap, he aimed his fists at Vegeta, in response. Vegeta intercepted Goku's mighty blows with crossed arms, leveraging his strength to hurl Goku away with a swift motion. Following this, Vegeta pursued the airborne Goku, rapidly striking at the immense form of the gorilla Goku had transformed into, each punch infused with latent energy targeting specific pressure points. With a resounding crash, the gorilla fell once again to the ground, while Vegeta descended gracefully from the sky, resembling a celestial being. As time passed, 1 minute, then 2, the gorilla lay motionless on the ground, drawing the attention of the surrounding audience. The host, microphone in hand, inquired of Vegeta, "Mr. Vegeta, have you killed it?" Vegeta shook his head, responding, "How could that be? It is my pupil." And this transformation was not his choice. Fortunately, there have been no casualties. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the host turned to the gorilla, curiosity piqued, and asked then, "Mr. Vegeta, what should we do now? When will Goku return to his original form?" Vegeta replied, "It will be swift. I have interrupted the flow of energy within him, and he will soon revert to his human shape." Just as Vegeta finished speaking, the gorilla began to shrink rapidly, soon returning to his human form. Goku lay there, nude and sound asleep. With the threat of the gorilla resolved, it was time to announce the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The host spoke from the ruins of the arena. According to the rules, since Goku transformed into a gorilla and knocked out contestant Don, he was still within the arena. Thus, from this perspective, Goku should be declared the champion. However, Goku's transformation was an unforeseen event, and he lost his original consciousness. Therefore, the gorilla he became can no longer be considered Goku. After deliberation by our committee, we have decided to award the championship jointly to both Goku and Don, allowing them to share the prize of 500,000 Sony. As he uttered these words, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, the two contenders remained oblivious, as they had already been taken to the hospital. With the hostess announcement, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close. Vegeta received a notification from the system. Task completed. Reward of 10 million martial arts points. Remaining points 10, 120, 985. Upon hearing this, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. The task, though seemingly simple, was quite challenging due to the numerous factors determining Goku's potential victory. Fortunately, with the host's assistance, the task was accomplished. Chapter 47. Return to West City in the hospital, as both champion disciples lay unconscious. Vegeta and Bulma felt little inclination to linger on Papaya Island for celebrations. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha, they boarded a plane back to West City, bringing the still unconscious Goku and Don with them. Yamcha, gazing at the departing aircraft, found himself recalling Vegeta's earlier words. "Yamcha, your strength is commendable, but it depends on whom you are compared to. Among Earth's martial artists, you are indeed a genius. Yet placed within my Chinese martial arts academy, you would not even rank among the lowest disciples. Reflect on this. Do you wish to pass your life in mediocrity or strive for a more brilliant existence? If you have made up your mind, come find me at the West City Chinese Martial Arts Academy." "What are you pondering, young man?" Master Roshi asked, observing Yamcha's contemplative expression. "Master Roshi, what do you think about me going to the Chinese Martial Arts Academy to study under Vegeta?" Yamcha inquired after a moment's thought. Hearing Yamcha's question, Master Roshi showed no surprise, nodding in agreement, I suspected you might be contemplating that my advice is to follow your heart. My heart. Yamcha mused, placing a hand over his thumping left heart. Silently resolving to pursue his decision in West City, at the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, Goku and Don had awakened. Goku was unscathed, merely feeling a bit hungry, while Don bore the brunt of the injuries, suffering multiple soft tissue contusions and requiring time to recuperate. During this healing period, he was unable to wield any martial arts. Following Vegeta's return to West City, the Chinese Martial Arts Academy experienced an influx of visitors. The televised spectacle of Vegeta and Goku's guerrilla battle had captivated audiences nationwide. Now, many were eager to disregard the Academy's exorbitant tuition fees and flock to learn Chinese martial arts for Vegeta. Vegeta welcomed all who wished to learn, accepting them without reservation, provided they were willing to pay the steep fees. After enrolling them, he assigned these new students to his longtime disciples, who would teach them the wuxia divine skill and various long fist techniques. Technically, these aspiring martial artists could only be classified as Vegeta's students, not yet disciples, as he had only formally accepted Goku and Don as his disciples. However, since Don had joined earlier, Vegeta imparted to him the wuxia divine skill rather than more advanced internal techniques. Internal martial arts differ from other combat styles. For one to cultivate a different internal technique, they must either master their current one or completely disperse it and begin anew. Otherwise, even Vegeta would need to complete the 9 Yang divine skill before pursuing other techniques. This was also the reason Vegeta refrained from teaching Don a more advanced pure Yang ultimate skill. As for the Chinkan Great Shift, it would not be taught to anyone whose character had not earned Vegeta's approval. Observing the room filled with martial artists, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, feeling it was indeed time to consider establishing a branch academy. With this thought in mind, he turned to exit, intending to discuss plans with Bulma. Suddenly, he halted, sensing something amiss in the dojo. He swiftly turned back, and after careful observation, he identified a significant issue. Jim, Vegeta called out loudly. Hearing his name, the disciples nearby began to assist in searching for Jim. At that moment, Jim was in the backyard instructing several newly assigned disciples in martial arts. That a fellow disciple rushed over, exclaiming, "Jim, Master is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Jim ceased his instruction and dashed forward. "Master, did you call for me?" he asked cautiously, noticing Vegeta's displeased expression. "Jim, where's Ron? Is he still injured?" Vegeta inquired. "And what about the 3 companions who have been with Ron? Why haven't I seen them?" Jim paused, then replied, "Master, Ron has not returned to the dojo since going to the hospital for treatment. As for the 3 companions, they said they went to visit Ron and Haven T returned. When I called them, they mentioned they were taking care of him at the hospital." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback. Realizing that Ron might have fled, he immediately instructed, "Call the hospital and find out if he is still there." Though he had already come to this conclusion in his heart, Vegeta still felt compelled to verify the situation. As expected, Ron had left the hospital on the very next day of his admission. "Master, what has happened to senior brother Ron?" one disciple inquired. Upon confirming the news of Ron's defection along with 3 disciples, Vegeta summoned all his disciples together. The multitude soon learned of this development from Jim's account. Vegeta spoke, "I can ascertain that Ron has indeed betrayed our Chinese Martial Arts Academy. Initially, I intended to punish him after participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, but I did not anticipate that he would flee prematurely. Henceforth, I declare that these 4 individuals are traitors to our academy. Each of you is entitled to take action against them. Upon encountering them, you must assist me in reclaiming the skills they have taken with them." "Yes, Master," all the disciples responded in unison, awed by Vegeta's decree. After making this decision, Vegeta returned home with a somewhat melancholic disposition. Although defectors had emerged from the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of individuals worldwide who wished to study under Vegeta. With the assistance of the Capsule Corporation, he rapidly established branches of the Academy in the world's 7 most prominent cities. Chapter 48. Searching for Bulma, the 21st Grand Martial Arts Tournament had undeniably elevated the reputation of the Chinese martial arts style. With Vegeta's 2 disciples simultaneously claiming victory, instilling belief that training under Vegeta could significantly enhance one's prowess. Moreover, with the Academy's branches opening in major cities worldwide and tuition fees being reduced, public interest in learning surged. In truth, Vegeta was not merely lowering fees. Due to the rapid increase in martial arts points, he was now able to exchange for the majority of common Jin Yong martial arts techniques. Armed with these precious manuals, Vegeta began to sell them at marked prices. Techniques such as Taizu Long Fist, Taizu Long Staff, and various others were distributed to all branches, allowing the general populace to purchase these manuals for a fee. After acquiring a manual, individuals could choose to study independently or seek the guidance of a master at the Academy, although this would require an additional substantial expenditure. Thus, nearly a year passed as Vegeta organized the affairs of the Academy. Upon returning to West City, he learned from Bulma that Goku had once again set out to collect Dragon Balls. Vegeta paid him no mind. At last, he had the time to resume his own training. Opening the system, Vegeta reviewed his attributes once more. Name: Vegeta. Age: 18 years. Combat power: 154783. Physical condition: healthy. Skills: 9 Yang Divine Art, 3 Yang Realm, Qian Kuan Great Shift, 3rd level. Wink with a Frown. Other skills and martial arts points: 46140033. Gazing at the impressive number of martial arts points displayed by the system, Vegeta could not help but swallow hard. System: without further ado, grant me 1,000 great recovery pills. Vegeta proclaimed with bravado. They've been stored in your system backpack. Please check, the system promptly replied. The realization of possessing a backpack within the system struck Vegeta momentarily dumb. He glanced at the system interface and discovered a backpack button beside his attributes. Vegeta furrowed his brow and questioned, System, why was I unaware of this backpack button before? The system remained silent, feigning ignorance. After a brief silence, Vegeta took a deep breath and chose not to dwell on the foolishness of the system. Opening the backpack revealed an interface akin to a game inventory, filled with identical slots. In the first slot lay 999 great recovery pills, while the second contained one solitary pill. Vegeta's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How can a single slot hold such a quantity? Is this system mimicking the games of my previous life, with one slot accommodating 999 identical items? Disregarding the absurdity of the system, Vegeta extracted the lone great recovery pill and placed it in his mouth. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his stomach, so swiftly that he barely discerned its flavor. The warmth spread throughout his limbs as he promptly assumed a meditative posture to commence his training, channeling the 9 Yang Divine Art. Approximately a month later, he finally digested the effects of the entire pill. Gently concluding his practice, Vegeta exhaled, causing a white mist to transform into a projectile that pierced a small hole in the opposite wall. He reopened the attributes panel to assess his combat power. The system had merely stated that the Great Recovery Pill could enhance one's power for a year. The question remained, how much power would that entail? Combat power: FFF Novel Transition Station 937929299. Goodness. The efficacy of a system-produced Great Recovery Pill is extraordinary. I was on the verge of surpassing 1 million in combat power, just a hair's breadth away from the 4 Yang realm with the 9 Yang Divine Art. Vegeta mused, feeling that this transaction was exceedingly worthwhile. Stifling the urge to consume another Great Recovery Pill to breach into the 4 Yang realm, he exited his training room. Master, upon seeing Vegeta emerge. The surrounding disciples quickly bowed in respect. Vegeta smiled in acknowledgement, and once outside the academy, he hurriedly drove home, envisioning how furious Bulma must be after a month of separation. However, upon his return, he found the house eerily empty. Not only was Bulma absent, but so were Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. Furthermore, the household staff and robots were also nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a handful of robots diligently cleaning the premises. Vegeta intercepted one of the cleaning robots. "Where has your sister Bulma gone?" he inquired. The robot's display screen flickered as it slowly responded. "Brother, sister said she will no longer pay attention to you. She called you a deceitful rascal." "Brother, what is a rascal?" Vegeta was at a loss for words. How much resentment could she possibly harbor? Complaining to a robot? "You are still too young. It is best you remain uninformed." "Continue with your duties," Vegeta said, stepping aside. "Oh, then goodbye, Brother, Xiao Jie will continue cleaning. With that, the cleaning robot resumed its chores. Vegeta proceeded to his own room, hoping to find some clue left by Bulma. However, after searching fruitlessly, he ventured into Bulma's room. The space was immaculately tidy, save for a laptop resting on the desk. Upon opening the laptop, he discovered it required a password. After a moment's thought, he entered Bulma's birthday. But it was incorrect. Next, he tried his own birthday, only to receive the same result. Sitting in the chair, he pondered before entering the date of their first meeting as children, which proved correct, allowing him access to the computer. On the desktop was a video, which he clicked to open. Soon, Bulma's beautiful visage appeared on the screen. Brother, I thought the password would not stump you that I am currently out with Goku to search for Dragon Balls. You manage things on your own. Humph. If I do not see you again, do not blame me for wishing on the dragon to grant me a more obedient and handsome boyfriend. After finishing her words, the video abruptly came to an end. Chapter 49, The Red Ribbon Army. Observing the sulking Bulma on the screen, Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes it's necessary for one's girlfriend to indulge in a bit of pouting. After her disappearance, it was imperative to locate her swiftly, for only then would she feel significant in his heart. Accessing Bulma's computer, Vegeta retrieved the blueprints for the Dragon Ball Arena and uploaded them to the automated processing center at home. Approximately an hour later, a brand new Dragon Radar materialized in Vegeta's hands. Activating the radar, Vegeta noted that 2 Dragon Balls remained stationary in a specific location. These must be the ones collected by the Red Ribbon Army. Additionally, 2 other Dragon Balls were gathered together, moving at high speed, likely the ones Goku had amassed. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared into the sky, accelerating toward Goku's location. About 5 minutes later, he arrived over a vast sea, where the radar indicated Goku was present. According to the storyline, it seemed they were now amidst a pirate treasure arc. However, given Goku's prowess, Vegeta was confident that he could dispatch the enemies swiftly. He chose not to descend, but instead waited on a nearby, small island for Goku and Bulma to emerge from the water. Finally, approximately 30 minutes later, a colossal shockwave propelled a small submarine skyward from the depths of the ocean. Kintown, Goku exclaimed as a vibrant yellow cloud swiftly descended to catch him at that moment. Bulma was also calling out loudly in the air, exclaiming how exhilarating it felt to burst forth from the sea. Suddenly, Bulma found herself falling into a warm embrace. Turning her head, she realized it was none other than Vegeta. Seeing Vegeta had finally arrived, Bulma quickly wrapped her arms around him, crying out, "Vegeta, you finally made it. You have no idea how perilous it was just now. I was nearly killed by a pervert." Hearing this, Vegeta reassured her, "Don't worry, I will avenge you." "Where's that scoundrel now?" Bulma replied, "I think his name is General Blue. He's a leader of the Red Ribbon Army." "Yes, that's so. The Red Ribbon Army, rest assured, I shall annihilate them shortly," Vegeta declared. Bulma contemplated for a moment and said, "Perhaps it's better to let it go. There are too many of them, along with tanks and planes, that I don't want you to take unnecessary risks." Vegeta insisted, "Fear not. The Red Ribbon Army poses no threat in my eyes." At that moment, Goku and Krillin flew nearby. "Master, what brings you here?" Goku exclaimed joyfully. "Goku, gather the Dragon Balls quickly. Return with me to train. Your power is increasing far too slowly," Vegeta instructed. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku eagerly nodded in agreement. "Let's go. Leaving the Red Ribbon Army intact will only create trouble. We should eliminate them." Vegeta landed on a nearby island, setting Bulma down. Krillin interjected, "What? You plan to confront the Red Ribbon Army? Have you lost your mind? They are the world's largest anti-government organization. Even the king cannot contend with them. And so what? Can a multitude of ants truly challenge a dinosaur?" Vegeta retorted. Krillin was momentarily speechless at Vegeta's analogy of himself as a dinosaur and the Red Ribbon Army as mere ants. After a moment, Krillin replied, "Forget it. I won't go to my current strength. I would only be a hindrance to you." Sighing, Krillin lamented, Bulma, we lost Master S submarine, and I have no way to explain it to him. What should we do?" He looked at Bulma with tear-filled eyes, knowing she was the future world's wealthiest heiress. Upon hearing Krillin's distress, Bulma suddenly seemed to have an idea and exclaimed, "Wait a moment. She turned away and produced a dazzling gemstone from an unknown source. Vegeta stared in astonishment at Bulma, clad only in her undergarments, as she revealed such a large gem. "Where on earth did you hide such a massive gemstone?" Vegeta asked, genuinely surprised. In response, Bulma angrily smacked Vegeta's head. She then handed the gemstone to Krillin, saying, "Take this to your lecherous master. It should suffice to buy several submarines like the last one." After reaching an agreement, the trio escorted Krillin back to Kame House. Upon arrival, they discovered that Kame House had also been invaded, with bullet casings scattered everywhere. Master, old man." Seeing the state of the island, Krillin and Goku were taken aback and rushed into Kame House to search for Master Roshi. Soon, Master Roshi emerged, grumbling, "What's all the commotion? I'm still alive." It was merely a group of lackeys. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, the two young men instantly brightened. "Master, what happened? Did the Red Ribbon Army attack?" Krillin inquired. "It's nothing serious. It seems the Red Ribbon Army is also searching for Dragon Balls. They just followed Goku here," Master Roshi replied, sipping his tea leisurely. Vegeta nodded, then addressed Bulma. "Bulma, I'll take you back to West City first, and then I will proceed to obliterate the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters." Turning to Goku, he instructed, "Goku, wait for me at the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. I will join you shortly." "Understood, Master," Goku readily agreed. "What? You intend to confront the Red Ribbon Army?" Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. "Master, don't even try to dissuade him. I already tried. He insists he is powerful enough not to fear such a minor threat as the Red Ribbon Army." Krillin chimed in somewhat enviously. Goku then said, "Krillin, you can do it too. All you need to do is become my master's disciple and learn martial arts." Upon hearing this, Krillin's eyes lit up, but he quickly glanced at Master Roshi, sitting nearby, and cautiously asked, "Master, may I?" Master Roshi exploded in anger, brandishing his staff and striking Krillin on the head. "You little rascal, are you thinking of betraying your master already? From today onward, all training will be doubled." All right, Master, please stop." "I'll train right away," Krillin pleaded as he dashed out of Kame House. Chapter 50. Researching Vegeta's DNA. After escorting Bulma back to her home in West City, Vegeta prepared to fly off to assist Goku. At that moment, Bulma seized Vegeta, pulling his head down with a sudden motion. Instantly, Vegeta felt too cool, soft lips pressed against his, a sweet scent enveloping his senses. "That I was kissed," was the first thought that crossed Vegeta's mind, quickly followed by the realization how sweet that Bulma's kiss was innocent. Despite her often bold words when with Vegeta, her actual romantic experiences were quite limited. After kissing Vegeta, she attempted to pull away, but he held her tightly against him. With a slightly hoarse voice, Vegeta asked, "Is that all? Do you even know how to kiss? Let me teach you." With that, Vegeta leaned down to kiss her again. How could Bulma possibly be a match for Vegeta? In an instant, she was left utterly bewildered, having been kissed into a daze. Meanwhile, Vegeta's large hand grew restless, no longer content to merely embrace Bulma's slender waist, as it gradually slid downward. I could see that moment. A sudden voice pierced the sweet atmosphere enveloping the two. "Are you two kissing?" Mrs. Brief inquired, only to feel her question was somewhat intrusive, hastening to add, "We didn't see anything. Please continue." Upon hearing Mrs. Brief's words, Bulma sprang from Vegeta's embrace like a startled rabbit. Vegeta, sensing the return of Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, chose to remain silent, captivated by the blissful moment. "I'll head back to my room," Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, turning to dash into her quarters. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back to shout at Vegeta, "Good luck, be safe." After imparting her words of encouragement, she finally retreated into her room. Vegeta then turned to face Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, who were watching him intently, and awkwardly remarked, "Uncle, Auntie, I have some matters to attend to." With that, he shot up into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Observing Vegeta's hasty departure, Dr. Brief turned to Mrs. Brief and said, "It seems we will soon have a little grandson." Mrs. Brief nodded with delight, responding, "Indeed, I can hardly wait to have a grandchild." The couple stood in the yard, gazing into the distance, lost in dreams of the future with their grandchild. Suddenly, Mrs. Brief's expression shifted as a thought struck her, and she asked Dr. Brief, "But Vegeta is an alien. Can he make Bulma pregnant? Upon hearing Mrs. Brief's inquiry, Dr. Brief's expression also changed, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, I'll find time to examine Vegeta's DNA to see if there are any differences from that of Earthlings. However, Vegeta's appearance is nearly indistinguishable from humans, aside from his extra tail. I doubt there will be any issues. You need to go to the lab right now. Mrs. Brief insisted. At least let me put down what I'm carrying and take a break. Dr. Brief protested. What is more important, your rest or the future of our grandchild? Hurry up, I'll handle the luggage, Mrs. Brief urged. With no other choice, Dr. Brief, under Mrs. Brief's insistence, set down his belongings and headed toward Vegeta's room, hoping to find some of Vegeta's skin flakes. Meanwhile, Bulma, now dressed, was sitting at Vegeta's computer desk, a blissful smile gracing her face as she reminisced about their sweet kiss. Just then, Dr. Brief entered, startling Bulma, recognizing her father. Bulma exclaimed in displeasure, Dad, can't you knock before entering my room? What if I've been changing clothes? Dr. Brief quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was thoughtless. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused, realizing, wait, this is Vegeta's room. And he's not home. Why would I knock? I didn't even know you were here. With that, he disregarded Bulma and began searching Vegeta's bed with a magnifying glass, as her father focused intently on his task. Bulma couldn't help but ask curiously, Dad, what are you looking for? You really are unconcerned about everything. Your mother and I support your relationship with Vegeta, but don't you care whether you two can have children? After all, Vegeta is an alien. With that, Dr. Brief resumed his search on Vegeta's bed. Hearing her father's words, Bulma, who had been lost in the sweetness of her romance, suddenly became alert. While she didn't particularly mind whether she and Vegeta could have children, the idea of being unable to would surely leave a sense of regret. With this thought, Bulma promptly declared, Dad, I'll help you look, without delving into how Bulma and her father searched for Vegeta's skin flakes. We find Vegeta, having departed West City, racing towards the location of the Dragon Balls held by the Red Ribbon Army, guided by his Dragon radar. The radar indicated that Goku had already arrived at the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters and was likely engaged in battle with their forces. Sensing this, Vegeta accelerated toward the Red Ribbon Army stronghold. Although Goku could single-handedly dismantle the entire Red Ribbon Army, he had promised Bulma he would take action himself. After a little over 5 minutes, Vegeta landed at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Chaos reigned as Goku fought through the ranks of the army's members with ease, unfazed by the onslaught of bullets raining down upon him. Goku stood resolute, using only his formidable physique to withstand the barrage that, my goodness, is this a monster? I'm out of here. Some cowardly members of the Red Ribbon Army, witnessing Goku's astounding prowess, immediately dropped their weapons and fled. Vegeta observed a scene of mass panic as countless soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army hastily retreated in vehicles, tanks, and even aircraft from their headquarters. Chapter 51. Annihilating the Red Ribbon Army Part 1. Vegeta descended from the sky before Goku. How is it going? Goku, recognizing his master Vegeta, quickly replied, Master, it's no trouble at all. Their strength is far too weak. You wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I can take them all out myself. Vegeta responded, I certainly believe in your strength, but since I promised Bulma I would eliminate the Red Ribbon Army, I must keep my word. With that, Vegeta raised a hand and unleashed a beam, swiftly dispatching several minions who attempted to shoot at him. Thus, the master and disciple made their way toward the command room of the Red Ribbon Army, with Goku engaging in close combat, while Vegeta provided range support. Watching his master eliminate enemies with such ease filled Goku with envy. After dispatching yet another foe, Goku eagerly inquired, Master, what is this technique? Can you teach it to me? Vegeta, indifferent, nodded in agreement. Sure, once you gather the Dragon Balls and revive your grandfather, I will teach you this technique. Goku, upon hearing this, beamed, Yes, Master. I'll collect the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible to this point. The Red Ribbon Army had been nearly decimated. Most of the soldiers had either fled or were eliminated by Goku and Vegeta. The two continued toward the location indicated by the Dragon radar, soon arriving at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. With a resounding crash, Goku kicked open the ornate office door, revealing the Black Commander, Colonel Black, and the hired assassin Tao Pai, alongside General Blue, who had narrowly escaped from the pirate cave. Upon seeing Vegeta and Goku burst through the door, the Black Commander leaped down from his imposing chair. He waddled over on his short legs, approaching Vegeta and Goku. Goku, noticing that the short commander was even shorter than himself, curiously asked, "Who are you? You're so short. You're not even as tall as me." Haha! The Black Commander's face flushed crimson, rendered momentarily speechless. I could see that moment. Colonel Black, standing behind him, shouted, "You insolent brat! This is our supreme leader, the Black Commander. Show some respect." Originally, this adjutant had good intentions, wishing to uphold the dignity of his own marshal. However, his folly lay in referring to Wukong as a little dwarf, which raised the question of what to make of the even shorter Black Marshal. Instantly, the simmering anger within the Black Marshal found an outlet. He rushed before Adjutant Burak, kicking at Burak's calves with all his might using his short legs, and bellowed, "You scoundrel! Do you look down on me in your heart? Have you been calling me a little dwarf all along?" Adjutant Burak was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his intention to defend his leader had backfired so spectacularly. "And Marshal, I was referring to that little brat. Not you," he hastily explained, believing that the Black Marshal had misheard him. "You still dare to argue by calling him a little dwarf? You are insulting me as well." Upon hearing Burak's words, the Black Marshal raised his foot and kicked Burak's calf once more, realizing he had unwittingly trespassed the taboo of the Black Marshal. Burak quickly bowed his head in apology, managing to quell the Marshal's fury. Vegeta paid no heed to the farce unfolding before him. Instead, he followed the Dragon Radar to the location where the Dragon Balls were stored. Upon arrival, he smashed the safe with a single punch and retrieved the 2 Dragon Balls contained within. "You little brat, put down my Dragon Balls!" The Black Marshal, seeing his most prized possessions being taken without a word, erupted in fury and attempted to seize the Dragon Balls. Fearing for the Black Marshal's safety, Adjutant Burak quickly intervened, calling out to the ever-observant Tao Pai Pai. "Tao Pai Pai, aren't you going to step in and stop him?" Tao Pai Pai replied slowly, "I only kill under certain conditions, without money. I want to take a life point 200 million zenny. I'll pay 200 million zenny for the lives of these 2. The Black Marshal immediately shouted, "Transfer the funds first." Tao Pai Pai produced his account details for the Black Marshal. With a furrowed brow, the Black Marshal begrudgingly approached his desk, and with Burak's assistance, he struggled to climb onto his lofty throne. That moment, General Blue interjected, "Marshal, let me handle this. As your subordinate. I don't need money. Just promote my position afterward." Upon hearing Blue's words, the Black Marshal rejoiced. "Excellent! Quickly, help me retrieve the Dragon Balls, and I will appoint you as the Vice Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army." Overjoyed by the Black Marshal's proclamation, General Blue approached Wukong and Vegeta, stating, "I apologize, but you 2 will have to serve as my stepping stones." Wukong, cautious, warned Vegeta, "Master, this guy possesses psychic powers. If his eyes flash blue, my body will become immobile." Amused, Vegeta responded, "That is only because you were unprepared last time. Now that you are on guard, let us see if his powers can affect you." Hearing Vegeta's words, General Blue became furious and, with a flash of blue light in his eyes, attempted to use his psychic abilities. However, Vegeta remained unaffected, calmly advancing toward General Blue. How is this possible? My psychic powers can't restrict your movements." General Blue exclaimed in terror, repeatedly activating his abilities, yet to no avail. "You may be able to control a small stream of water, but what can your powers do against an ocean?" Vegeta retorted, then swiftly unleashed an invisible force that struck General Blue's heart. Chapter 52, Annihilating the Red Ribbon Army, Part 2. Although General Blue bore no visible wounds, the energy from Vegeta's strike had penetrated his chest, shattering his heart. Clutching his chest in agony, General Blue slowly collapsed onto the floor. Meanwhile, the Black Marshal, undeterred by the ongoing battle between Blue and Vegeta, completed the transfer to Tao Pai Pai's account. Once the transaction was finalized, the Black Marshal turned to Tao Pai Pai and declared, "Tao Pai Pai, the money has been transferred. You may act now. Surely, as the world's greatest assassin, you can help me reclaim the Dragon Balls." Tao Pai Pai, confident in the transaction, approached Vegeta, tossing his long braid over his shoulder, and asked, "How do you wish to die?" Vegeta, amused by such a bold proclamation, chuckled and turned to Wukong, saying, Wukong, this one is yours. With that, Vegeta sauntered over to the Black Marshal's desk, startling the Black Marshal, who quickly scrambled off his chair and asked, "What do you want?" Ignoring the Black Marshal's question, Vegeta sat down on the Marshal's prized throne, resting his legs atop the ornate desk. The Black Marshal's expression shifted, but he remained silent, fearing Vegeta might unleash a similar attack on him. Meanwhile, Wukong and Tao Pai Pai squared off. Tao Pai Pai, extending his fingers, proclaimed, "Little brat, I only need 5 moves to deal with you." Sensing the threat, Wukong assumed a defensive stance, ready for the challenge ahead. Tao Pai Pai lunged forward, launching a flurry of swift strikes toward Wukong. The eyes of the Black Marshal and Barak. The speed of Tao Pai Pai's attacks was incomprehensible, clearly surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. The two men exchanged gleeful glances, hoping to witness Wukong's demise. Yet for Wukong, the barrage was laughably slow. He effortlessly blocked all of Tao Pai Pai's attacks. "Hey, can you put some effort into it? Or is this all you've got? If that's the case, you want to defeat me," Wukong taunted. Tao Pai Pai, stung by Wukong's words, felt a surge of anger. He had never anticipated that his proud attacks would be deemed ineffective. Realizing further attempts would yield no results, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Wukong. With a loud proclamation, Tao Pai Pai declared, "Don't get too cocky. I'll unleash my ultimate move, and we'll see if you have the courage to face it." Wukong, intrigued, replied, "All right, let me see your ultimate technique." A 1T dodge. Having successfully lured Wukong into his trap, Tao Pai Pai beamed with delight, raising his index finger to gather energy, forming an orange-red energy sphere. "Die, you detestable little brat, Dodon wave," he shouted, launching the powerful attack toward Wukong. Crossing his arms, Wukong chose to absorb the attack head-on. "This is impossible. Are you even human?" Tao Pai Pai screamed in disbelief, witnessing Wukong emerge unscathed, his shock rendering him speechless. The Black Marshal and Barak stood equally astonished, convinced they could never withstand Tao Pai Pai's assault. Wukong, grinning at Tao Pai Pai, said, "All right, you've exhausted your moves. Now it's my turn to strike." Upon concluding his words, Wukong swiftly struck with an elbow to the abdomen of Tao Pai Pai before the latter could even react. In an instant, Tao Pai Pai's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and mucus streamed from his nose, as he crumpled in agony, collapsing onto the floor. After vanquishing Tao Pai Pai, Wukong turned to face Black Marshal and Barak, causing both individuals to jump in fright. That moment, Vegeta produced an account and presented it to Black Marshal, saying, "Surely you know what to do." Sir, I understand. Rest assured, I will attend to it promptly," Black Marshal replied, rubbing his hands together as he took the note from Vegeta. He then attempted to climb onto the desk to operate the computer. But alas, he was too short to manage it. "You fool, lacking even a modicum of perception. Hurry and lift me up," Black Marshal commanded Barak, who quickly obliged by hoisting him onto the desk. Once seated, Black Marshal transferred the funds from his account to the one Vegeta had provided. Before long, Vegeta's phone chimed, revealing a notification of a deposit of 30 billion Sony. Vegeta furrowed his brow, inquiring, 30 billion? As the Supreme Commander of the Red Ribbon Army, is this truly all the wealth you possess? Is your life worth merely 30 billion Sony to me? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Black Marshal panicked, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, "Sir, the vast majority of my funds have been allocated to the establishment of the Red Ribbon Army. This young gentleman's actions have inflicted severe losses upon us, and thus I have not received any financial replenishment." Vegeta, unperturbed, chose not to verify Black Marshal's account, and instead turned to Barak, asking, "And you, as the Marshal's aide, must have amassed a fortune over the years. Transfer your earnings to me as well." Handing the computer, Vegeta instructed Black Marshal, "Indeed, sir, you are absolutely correct. Not only salary, but all procurement and recruitment for the Red Ribbon Army have been under his purview. He must have profited handsomely." Black Marshal hastily handed the computer to his aide. Chapter 53. Educating Wukong faced with Vegeta's intimidation and the betrayal of his superior, Barak could only swallow his pride and, with tears in his eyes, transfer the funds from his account to the one provided by Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta's phone received a notification of a deposit of 10 billion Sony. 10 billion Sony. Quite a substantial sum for your position as aide, Vegeta remarked, rising from his seat. Consider this a lesson. Should you provoke us again, the consequences will not be so trivial. He warned out of course, from now on. Wherever you gentlemen go, the Red Ribbon Army shall retreat, Black Marshal quickly assured him. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and addressed Wukong, saying, "Let us depart." Consequently, Vegeta and Wukong exited the nearly deserted headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. As Black Marshal and Brack observed Vegeta and Wukong leaving from the window, they both exhaled in relief. Brack remarked to Black Marshal, "Commander, how fortunate we are that these two terrifying individuals have spared us. However, our dreams of world domination have been temporarily halted, yet it is merely a matter of a year, for the Dragon Balls can be used again after a year. When that time comes, I shall assist you in realizing our ambition. World domination? Why would I desire to dominate the world? Given the current strength of the Red Ribbon Army, how many organizations on Earth could possibly oppose us?" Black Marshal replied, somewhat impatiently, "Dada, was it not your intent to collect the Dragon Balls for world domination?" Brack hesitated, then continued, "Oh, I see. You wish to become a king, just as the current king of Earth received his title through a wish to Shenron." Black Marshal interrupted Brack once more, stating, "I have no desire to be the king of Earth. To be frank, I seek to grow taller. I wish to Shenron to increase my height to 180 centimeters. What? Upon hearing Black Marshal's wish, Brack staggered back in disbelief, exclaiming, "Commander, have we lost so many brothers, spent so much, and endured such humiliation merely to fulfill your dream of growing taller? What are you yelling about? The money spent was all mine, and those so-called brothers of yours served me because I paid them. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives for me? Besides, those who took my money have already fled." Black Marshal scoffed. "This has all been a transaction. I pay them, and they serve me. It is a pity I must wait another year to collect the Dragon Balls and fulfill my wish." Black Marshal muttered angrily, gazing out the window as he could no longer see Vegeta and Wukong. Black Marshal turned to speak, but the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. "What do you intend to do? You are merely a dog I have hired. Do you plan to betray your master?" At that moment, Brack stood behind Black Marshal, holding a gun aimed directly at his forehead. "You are correct. You did hire us with your money. However, over these years, the dream of world domination has become the aspiration of me and all the brothers of the Red Ribbon Army. I cannot allow their blood to have been shed in vain. So I must eliminate you. A traitor to our dream," Brack declared, pulling the trigger and unleashing a fiery blast, despite his short stature. Black Marshal possessed agility, evading Brack's first shot with a leap. However, Brack fired again, and this time the bullet struck Black Marshal in the chest, causing blood to spatter. Clutching his wound in agony, Black Marshal gazed at his former aide, struggling to utter, "Traitor, your fate shall be equally grim. The gods will bring down their wrath upon you." Without hesitation, Brack fired several more rounds, emptying the magazine and ensuring Black Marshal's demise. He then proclaimed, "Whether the gods will punish me, I do not know, but I shall inherit your legacy and lead the Red Ribbon Army to dominate the Earth once more." After discarding the gun, he mused, "I wonder how Dr. Gero's research is progressing. Will the newly created androids be capable of dealing with those two just now?" Just as he finished speaking, applause erupted behind him. "Who?" Brack exclaimed, startled, as he spun around and leaped back, only to find Vegeta and Wukong standing behind him. "When did you two come in? Shouldn't you have already left?" Brack asked, his face paling in embarrassment. Vegeta, instead of responding, addressed Wukong, saying, "Wukong, do you see? This is the consequence of failing to eradicate the root of the problem. You may think you are being merciful by sparing an enemy, believing they will be grateful, but in reality, they might be plotting your demise anew. Therefore, remember that when dealing with enemies, do not let compassion cloud your judgment. If you must eliminate them, ensure their end is final." Realizing that Vegeta had not come to negotiate, Brack leaped toward the window in an attempt to escape. However, could he truly evade them? Vegeta unleashed a pinpoint attack, striking Brack directly. With a scream, Brack plummeted from the air. Vegeta approached the window, gazing at the motionless Brack, and said to Wukong, "Well, I must return to West City. Otherwise, Bulma will be angry. You should continue collecting the Dragon Balls to revive your grandfather. Once you have resurrected him, hurry back to West City so we can resume our training. To speak candidly, Vegeta's recent actions had a profound impact on Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was momentarily taken aback. Quickly responding, "Understood, Master." Noticing Goku's lingering astonishment, Vegeta continued, "Do not carry any psychological burdens. Act according to your inner convictions. I merely wish to convey that your kindness could potentially bring harm to both yourself and your friends. Well then, I shall take my leave. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out in West City." With that, Vegeta soared towards West City, leaving Goku amidst the nearly desolate headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 54. The Fortune Teller. Upon his return to West City, Vegeta handed over the 40 billion zen extorted from the Red Ribbon Army to Jur, the individual responsible for managing the dojo. Jur, who had previously served as Bulma's secretary, was assigned by her to oversee the construction and operation of the dojo, allowing Vegeta to focus on his training and spend time with Bulma. "Jur, how much capital do we currently have in our dojo's account?" Vegeta inquired. "Sir, including the funds you just provided, we now have 59.397 billion zen available in the account," Jur reported without even glancing at a computer. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "How many branches do we currently operate?" "We have 39 branches that are already operational, and approximately 72 more are under construction, expected to commence official operations in about a year. We have essentially covered all major and super cities on Earth. When personnel allows, we will continue to expand into medium and small cities, aiming for at least one of our Chinese martial arts dojos in every city with a population exceeding 100. After hearing this, Vegeta nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well. I will instruct Jim and the others to diligently cultivate the dojo masters." In reality, the dojo masters were students that Vegeta had taken under his wing. Initially, he had 33 disciples, but following the defection of 4, he now had only 29 students. Among them, the sole direct disciple was Son Goku, while the others remained under his observation. Vegeta had intended to take the pure-blooded and most talented Earthling disciple, Tanjin, as his apprentice following the World Martial Arts Tournament, planning to treat him on par with Goku. However, after observing Tanjin during the tournament, Vegeta reconsidered, deciding to postpone his acceptance as a direct disciple for further observation. For Vegeta, everyone in the Dragon Ball world, including those on this Earth, were strangers unworthy of trust. Just as he was about to return home from the dojo, a disciple entered, escorting a visitor. "Master, this gentleman wishes to see you. He claims you invited him to become your apprentice," the disciple said, bowing respectfully. Looking up, Vegeta recognized the visitor as Yamcha. "Have you made your decision?" Vegeta asked Yamcha. "Yes, Master. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me Chinese martial arts," Yamcha replied, kneeling respectfully before Vegeta. Vegeta nodded and said, "No problem. I welcome all who sincerely wish to learn Chinese martial arts." "Tanjin, come here," Vegeta called out. Tanjin, now fully recovered, returned to the dojo, ready to assist Vegeta in teaching the disciples martial arts. Vegeta addressed Yamcha. "You now know Tanjin. He is among my most gifted disciples and has proficiently mastered the Chinese martial arts I have taught him. You shall learn from him and solidify your foundation." Yamcha respectfully greeted Tanjin. "Brother Tanjin." Tanjin nodded slightly and then addressed Vegeta. "Master, I will take Brother Yamcha out to train." Vegeta nodded, watching as the two departed. As he gazed at Tanjin's retreating figure, Vegeta could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. Shortly after Vegeta returned to West City, Goku appeared once more, riding on the Nimbus cloud. "Bulma!" Goku shouted from outside. Did I just hear Goku's voice? Bulma, who had been reading inside, looked up and asked Vegeta, who was meditating on the bed. "I heard it too." "It must be Goku," Vegeta replied, stepping to the window to look outside. Seeing his master, Goku eagerly waved and rushed into the house. "Bulma, it seems my dragon radar is malfunctioning. The position of the last Dragon Ball is not showing up." Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma inquired, "Did you accidentally place the dragon radar against your chest again and damage it during battle?" As she spoke, Bulma took the dragon radar from Goku's hands and opened it. Instantly, 9 blinking points appeared in the center of the display. The radar isn't broken, Bulma exclaimed, perplexed, isn't it? But I can't see the position of the 7th Dragon Ball. Goku continued, puzzled. Perhaps it's too far away, Bulma suggested, adjusting the radar's display range. However, even when Bulma expanded the display to its maximum, the position of the 7th Dragon Ball remained elusive. This is strange. Why can the radar show the positions of the 9 collected Dragon Balls, yet not the last one? Bulma asked, frowning in confusion at that moment. Vegeta, aware of the reason, interjected, could it be that someone has collected the Dragon Balls and placed them in a signal-blocking container? Though Vegeta's description was not entirely accurate, Bulma immediately grasped his meaning. Nodding, she replied, that must be the reason. Otherwise, I can't fathom why the radar can display the positions of the 9 collected Dragon Balls, yet not the last one. Goku, feeling a bit disheartened, added, but without the last Dragon Ball, I can't gather all 7 to summon Shenron and revive my grandfather. Vegeta reassured him, do not worry. There's still a way to the very least. The individual who has collected the Dragon Balls likely also seeks to gather them all. The simplest method would be to wait for them to come to us. However, that approach is rather foolish. We can't simply wait indefinitely. I have heard of a palace deep in the desert where a fortune teller resides. She can divine the location of anything. I believe we should seek her out to ascertain the position of the last Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Vegeta's suggestion, Bulma and Goku immediately brightened, exclaiming, then let us set off without delay. Chapter 55. The battle for the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. Locating the fortune teller's palace was an effortless task. Before long, they received directions to her palace, and Bulma piloted the aircraft, taking Vegeta and Goku to an oasis in the heart of the desert. It seems this fortune teller possesses some remarkable abilities. She has managed to construct such an opulent palace in the depths of the desert, Bulma remarked, gazing in awe at the impressive palace complex before her. Goku, equally astonished, exclaimed, wow, what a grand building. I thought Bulma's home was already large. But this fortune teller's residence is even bigger. At Goku's praise, Bulma scoffed, it's merely that my family chooses not to build such a place. Otherwise, I could construct dozens of palaces like hers. Well, there's no point in comparing. Let us hurry inside. Vegeta opened his mouth to speak. After finishing his words, he took the lead, guiding Bulma and Goku to the entrance of the fortune teller's palace. At that moment, a small spirit flew out from within the palace. Adorned with a conical hat and wearing an exceedingly peculiar smile that if encountered at night, it would surely startle anyone. Fortunately, it was daytime, and there were many people around. You are welcome to come again. The little spirit cheerfully ushered the fortune teller's guests outside. This group consisted of a middle-aged couple, seemingly in search of a ring from the fortune teller. After bidding farewell to these guests, the little spirit turned to Vegeta and his companions and inquired, may I ask if you are here to request the fortune teller's assistance in finding something? At that moment, Bulma stepped forward and nodded, replying, indeed, we wish to ask the fortune teller to help us locate the last remaining Dragon Ball among the 7. No problem. As long as it exists in this world, she can certainly help you find it. The fee is 10 million zeni, the little spirit stated. Even someone as affluent as Bulma was taken aback by the fortune teller's exorbitant price. What? 10 million zeni. That is quite a steep demand. Upon hearing Bulma's exclamation, the little spirit's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile as it replied, beautiful lady, if you lack funds, do not worry. We also have methods that do not require payment. No payment required? Bulma had initially considered covering the cost for Goku if necessary, but upon hearing that there was an alternative, her interest was piqued. Pray tell, what is this method that incurs no cost? Do you see those individuals queuing over there? The little spirit pointed towards a few people in line. Vegeta and the others followed its gesture, and Bulma nodded, responding, yes, what about them? They are waiting for the method that does not require payment. You may stand in line behind them, and once they are done, it will be your turn, the little spirit explained, offering no further elaboration. What? A few more words wouldn't hurt. Bulma, frustrated at the lack of information, exclaimed loudly, calm down, Bulma, we shall understand once we enter, Vegeta urged, intercepting her agitation. Soon, it was the turn of the individuals in front to enter. Bulma, feeling bored, asked what kind of method can grant us free fortune-telling. Just then, a series of agonizing screams suddenly echoed from within the palace, startling Bulma so much that she instinctively hid behind Vegeta, anxiously asking, "Vegeta, what is happening in there? Will those who just enter be all right?" "They should be fine. It is broad daylight, and the fortune-teller would not resort to murder so openly. Otherwise, her reputation would not be so grand," Vegeta assured her. And no sooner had he spoken than the little spirit emerged, leading the group that had just entered. The sight was alarming. Those individuals were wrapped in bandages, some on their heads, others on their arms, limping out of the palace. After escorting them out, the little spirit smiled and said, "You are welcome to come again." Upon hearing this, the injured individuals, clearly suffering, immediately discarded their crutches and fled in a panic. Bulma watched in astonishment as they fled with remarkable speed, her curiosity intensifying about what had transpired within the palace to instill such fear. After sending off the previous guests, the little spirit turned to Vegeta and the others, stating, "Now, please follow me. We shall proceed to meet the fortune-teller." Under the little spirit's guidance, the trio traversed a dimly lit corridor and arrived at a secluded chamber. "Where is the fortune-teller?" Bulma inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "The fortune-teller is inside. She will be out shortly," the little spirit replied with a smile. Soon, a round, glowing orb floated towards them, startling Bulma, who nervously asked, "The fortune-teller, I see another ghost. Is she?" Such impolite speech from a young girl. Came an elderly woman's voice from the ORBAS. It emerged into the light. It revealed a diminutive, wizened old woman perched atop an enormous fortune-telling ball. Seated cross-legged, her small stature was accentuated by the pointed hat she wore, her face lined with deep wrinkles. "So, you wish for a free fortune-telling?" the fortune-teller inquired. "Yes, is that possible?" Vegeta asked. "Certainly. I cater not only to the wealthy, but also to the less fortunate. As long as they can meet my conditions," the fortune-teller continued. "What are those conditions? Please elaborate," Vegeta pressed. "Quite simple. If the three of you can defeat all 5 of my chosen contestants, I will grant you 1 free fortune-telling session," the fortune-teller declared. Bulma, hiding behind Vegeta, sighed in relief upon hearing the fortune-teller's terms, exclaiming, "Oh, I thought it was something terrifying. It's merely a contest." "What? You seem quite confident," the fortune-teller remarked. "Of course. Do you see these two? One is the champion of the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, and the other is the champion of the 21 SD. With 2 champions here, do you think we lack confidence?" Bulma declared proudly, "As long as you have confidence. Let us proceed to the arena," the fortune-teller said, directing her floating orb towards the back of the palace. Now reassured that it was merely a contest, Bulma began to engage in discussions with Vegeta, admiring the murals and sculptures within the fortune-teller's palace. Suddenly, Goku, trailing behind the fortune-teller, asked, "Grandma, are you a girl too?" Upon hearing Goku's question, the fortune-teller nearly lost her balance on the orb. Even the little spirit, who had been smiling, froze in surprise at Goku's remark. Vegeta and Bulma, following closely, exchanged alarmed glances, with Bulma whispering to Vegeta, "Is it too late to say we don't know him?" The fortune-teller regained her composure, sitting upright again, and looked at Goku. "Your expression reminds me of someone at you know the turtle hermit?" "Ah, Grandma. You know the old man too?" Goku replied, beaming with joy. "No, I do not wish to know him." "It is far too embarrassing," the fortune-teller retorted, as if she had bitten into something distasteful. "You should refrain from associating with him. Otherwise, you will inevitably be led astray. But the old man is really nice. He even gave me the flying nimbus," Goku protested. "The flying nimbus? He actually gifted you that. He must think quite highly of you. Did he not ask you to become his disciple?" the fortune-teller continued to inquire. "He did, but I have already taken Master as my teacher," Goku replied. "Oh, you have already taken a master? What a sad tale. When I next see him, I shall have a good laugh at his expense," the fortune-teller said gleefully upon learning that her lecherous brother had met with a setback. Their light-hearted banter continued as they arrived at a spacious courtyard, entirely surrounded by water, with a massive circular arena at its center. The fortune-teller led Vegeta and his companions to the base of the circular arena, stating, "You will battle my 5 chosen contestants here. Victory will grant you a free fortune-telling session. The rules are similar to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which I need not reiterate, as you have all participated in it. All right, sounds good. Let us begin, Vegeta replied with a nod. Turning to Goku, he then said, Goku, these 5 opponents are yours to handle. Are you confident in defeating them? Wukong, filled with unwavering determination, boldly declared, Have faith, just watch my master. With those words, he stepped confidently onto the stage. Oh, have you made your decision so swiftly? You must be cautious, for each contender I have dispatched is formidable. The fortune-teller remarked with a mysterious smile. Vegeta, somewhat disdainful, retorted, Rest assured, if Wukong cannot defeat these 5 opponents, he is unworthy of being my disciple. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the fortune-teller turned to regard him and said, Very well, let me introduce the first contestant from my side, the Bat Warrior. As her words resonated, a bat flapped its wings and soared from the palace behind. Upon reaching the arena, it transformed with a thud into a vampire warrior. Descending from the air, observing his adversary, Wukong's excitement surged as he clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance. Just as he prepared to strike, the Bat Warrior suddenly clasped his hands together and began an unknown dance. Bowing in all directions while muttering incomprehensible phrases, Wukong stood frozen, uncertain whether to attack or wait for the completion of the ritual. Vegeta chose not to intervene. Some lessons had to be imparted by the enemy, and he doubted the Bat Warrior could launch a successful ambush against Wukong. As Vegeta pondered, the Bat Warrior leaped beside Wukong and delivered a swift kick to his face, caught off guard. Wukong was sent flying, leaving Vegeta feeling slightly embarrassed, relieved that his thoughts remained unspoken. How despicable! What a cowardly attack! Wukong exclaimed, covering his cheek. Afterward, he readied himself for a counterattack, but to his surprise, the Bat Warrior resumed his ritualistic pose, leaving Wukong once again at a loss that moment. Vegeta could no longer contain himself and shouted, You fool! The battle has begun. What are you waiting for? Are you hoping for another ambush? Hearing his master's words, Wukong suddenly realized and quickly threw a punch at the Bat Warrior. The Bat Warrior attempted to evade the attack, but his reflexes were no match for Wukong's speed, resulting in a powerful blow that sent him crashing out of the arena and into the water. What a weak opponent. After all that boasting, I expected something more formidable, Bulma remarked, unimpressed by Wukong's victory. The fortune-teller could not tolerate such humiliation and promptly announced, The second match begins now. However, as she declared the star of the match, Wukong and the others noticed that he stood alone on the stage, with no sign of an opponent. What is this? The match has begun. Where's your second contestant? Bulma inquired bluntly. He is already on the stage. The fortune-teller replied with a raspy chuckle. Already on the stage? Bulma and Wukong scanned their surroundings, trying to identify the opponent. That moment, Vegeta spoke up. Wukong, your next enemy is an invisible man, hence you cannot see him. However, even if he is unseen, he still possesses energy. Though I have yet to teach you how to sense energy, I trust you will manage. Calm your mind, allow your inner energy to act as your eyes and ears, and you will perceive his presence. Vegeta utilized the invisible opponent as a practical lesson to instruct Wukong on sensing energy. Wukong, upon hearing Vegeta's words, closed his eyes and focused. That I've got you, Wukong exclaimed, his form darting as he kicked toward the spot on the stage. A stranger's scream echoed, only to vanish moments later. It was evident that the cry had belonged to the invisible man. Yet, due to Wukong's still developing ability to sense energy, he did not manage to defeat his opponent immediately. Nonetheless, his attack was far too powerful for the invisible man to withstand, and it became clear that he had sustained significant injuries from Wukong's earlier strike. Just then, the fortune-teller began to sing a horrendous tune in her raspy voice, mistakenly believing Wukong could locate the invisible man by sound. Vegeta interrupted her, stating, Old woman, it would be futile to exert yourself. I've already told you, Wukong does not rely on hearing to determine position. He depends on energy. Therefore, no matter how you interfere, you cannot prevent Wukong. Indeed, as Vegeta finished speaking, Wukong launched another assault, and just 3 exchanges later, a thud was heard as the invisible man was sent flying off the stage. Old lady, I've won again. Wukong beamed innocently at the fortune-teller after defeating the Invisible Man, observing Wukong's naive smile and impressive strength. The fortune-teller mused to herself, wondering where this little fellow had come from, possessing such remarkable power. With this thought in mind, she lowered her divination ball and addressed Wukong. Do not become too complacent. There are 5 contestants in total, and these 2 were merely the weakest among them. Upon learning that 3 more formidable opponents awaited, Wukong's excitement intensified, and he exclaimed, "Old lady, hurry and bring forth the remaining 3 contestants." However, the fortune-teller revealed a sly grin and said, "Next, we must change the battlefield. We will not be fighting here, that I hope you will not hesitate. Follow me." With that, she led the way, soaring with her divination ball deeper into the palace. Bulma, trailing closely behind Vegeta, whispered nervously, "Brother, do you think this old woman intends to lead us to a deserted place and kidnap us?" The eerie silence of the palace allowed Bulma's soft voice to reach the fortune-teller's ears. Before Vegeta could reassure Bulma, the fortune-teller snapped back, "What on earth are you thinking, little girl? Do you think I, the fortune-teller, lack the means to kidnap you?" Realizing her words had been overheard, Bulma stuck out her tongue and playfully made a face at the fortune-teller, asking, "Then tell me, where do you intend to take us?" The fortune-teller, unable to maintain her air of mystery, replied, "We are headed to the Demon-S Toilet, where you will battle my remaining 3 warriors." The Demon-S Toilet? What a revolting name, Bulma scoffed unceremoniously. The fortune-teller was left speechless. Was the name disgusting? It was terrifying, to be precise, truly an unappreciative little girl. The group fell silent as they soon arrived at a corner of the staircase, where a door was set into the wall. The fortune-teller instructed Wukong, "The contestants will enter through this door, while the rest of you will follow me up to the observation area, where you can see more clearly." Wukong obediently pushed open the door and continued forward, while Vegeta and Bulma followed the fortune-teller to an upper viewing platform. At that moment, the so-called Demon-S Toilet came into view for Vegeta and Bulma. It was a vast hollow space, flanked by 2 enormous demon statues squatting, their mouths extending stone tongues wide enough for 2 people to stand upon. The long tongues connected to form a narrow bridge above what appeared to be a pool of lava, continuously bubbling and emitting steam. Soon, they saw Wukong emerging from the left demon's mouth. In comparison to the vastness of the space and the colossal demon statues, Wukong seemed diminutive. However, the narrow stone tongue provided an inadequately small area for the contestants to engage in battle. "This is the Demon-S Toilet," the fortune-teller exclaimed as she casually tossed a piece of raw steak down, which sizzled and melted into the green lava below. "Thus, I advise you to concede. Should you fall, there will be nothing left of you." The fortune-teller, with a hint of benevolence, urged cautioned. In response, Vegeta retorted without a trace of politeness, "Thank you for your kind advice, but let us commence the match without delay, so I can return to West City and resume my training." It is difficult to counsel a fool determined to seek his own demise. In that case, allow me to showcase my 3rd warrior." The fortune-teller exclaimed in a fit of anger. With her hands forming intricate seals, she muttered incantations that were incomprehensible to those present. Shortly thereafter, a plume of green smoke erupted from the mouth of the demon statue to her right, and as the smoke dissipated, it revealed a coffin resting upon the tongue of the opposing demon, adorned with carvings reminiscent of ancient Egyptian motifs. "Arise, mummy warrior," the fortune-teller proclaimed with fervor. Moments later, the coffin's lid creaked open, unveiling a towering figure swathed in bandages. The mummy warrior emerged, a sinister grin spreading across his face, especially upon noticing that his opponent was merely a child. Goku, observing his opponent entirely wrapped in bandages, kindly advised, "You're injured so severely, you shouldn't fight." Upon hearing Goku's words, the previously jovial mummy warrior's expression soured, as if he had just tasted something foul. "You little fool, I am a mummy. This is how we are," he bellowed. "A mummy, you say? How peculiar! Does being bound in all those bandages not hinder your movements?" Goku Veli inquired. "Why do you have so many questions? Are we fighting or not? If not, then just get lost and don't disturb my sleep." The mummy warrior was clearly irritated by Goku's incessant queries. "Fine, I shan't ask anymore. Let us commence our battle, Goku declared, assuming a combat stance. Ah, little brat, I shall thoroughly torment you before tossing you aside, the mummy warrior retorted without restraint. Chapter 58. Victory 3. The match begins. The fortune teller announced with great fervor. The mummy warrior struck first, charging swiftly towards Goku and swinging his fist directly at Goku's face. With a graceful leap, Goku vaulted over the mummy warrior's head and, without waiting for a reaction, executed a swift side kick that landed squarely on the back of the mummy warrior's skull. The force was overwhelming. The mummy warrior could not withstand it and was sent crashing into the demon statue behind him, subsequently collapsing unconscious. The fortune teller, who had been vociferously cheering for the mummy warrior, suddenly fell silent, akin to a duck caught by the throat. Staring at the scene before her, she felt as if she had been ensnared by a petrifying spell, standing rigidly atop the fortune ball. After a prolonged moment, she finally exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. How can this little brat be so formidable?" Vegeta, satisfied, nodded and remarked with a smile, "Not be a deity, at least you haven't tarnished the name of Vegeta." The outcome was evident, and the fortune teller had no choice but to concede that he would not become too complacent. "I still have 2 more formidable warriors at my disposal. You cannot continue to win like this. Arise, demon warrior," she called out with a booming voice. Instantly, a warrior with horns atop his head and demonic wings emerged from the mouth of the demon statue across from them. "That I must say, I am quite pleased. I did not expect you to defeat the previous 3 worthless ones and reach me. You are slightly stronger than the rest. I shall refer to you as the superior worthless one," the demon warrior declared disdainfully upon entering the fray. Goku, unfazed by the demon warrior's insult, simply gazed at him and curiously asked, "Are you really that powerful?" "Of course. Have you not heard the legends of the demon warrior? Countless skilled fighters have perished at my hands," the demon warrior boasted. Goku tilted his head slightly and pondered, then replied, "I've never heard of you. You leave no impression on me." The demon warrior's anger flared. Yet he managed to retort, "That is not surprising. You are simply too young to know. Allow me to demonstrate my terror." With that, the demon warrior turned to the fortune teller and inquired, "Can we begin the match now?" "The match begins," the fortune teller proclaimed once more, having never anticipated that she would have to announce the start of the match so many times in such a short span. With a swift motion of his wings, the demon warrior lunged at Goku, his claws extended like an eagle seizing its prey. Goku deftly dodged to the sides, easily evading the demon warrior's numerous attacks. Once the demon warrior's onslaught faltered, Goku soared upward and delivered a punch that struck the demon warrior squarely in the cheek. The demon warrior was sent flying, crashing into the demon statue behind him and plummeting straight towards the molten lava below. "Ah!" Bulma gasped, unable to watch. Fortunately, the demon warrior, being stronger than the mummy warrior and equipped with wings, regained consciousness just before hitting the lava pool and soared back up, seeing his opponent rise once more. Goku let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "I'm glad you managed to fly back up. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. It seems I have yet to fully master my strength. I need to be gentler." The demon warrior seethed with rage at Goku's dismissive words, shouting, "You insolent little brat! I will see you dead." Goku replied earnestly, "No, you cannot kill me. Did I suggest you surrender? You cannot defeat me." The demon warrior's face turned crimson with fury as he flapped his wings and ascended, declaring, "I will make you understand why I am so feared. Countless individuals tremble at my name, and my legend is known far and wide." The fortune teller interrupted, "Wait, you cannot use that technique. Humph, do not interfere. I will kill this little brat today. If you try to stop me, I'll take you down as well." The demon warrior shouted furiously. The fortune teller trembled with rage at the demon warrior's words. At that moment, Bulma inquired, "What technique is he planning to use?" taking a deep breath to quell her anger. The fortune teller explained, "He is called the demon warrior not merely for his appearance, but also for his ultimate move, the demon beam." "The demon beam?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. If Goku is struck by it, he will be doomed? Indeed, I apologize for not being able to restrain my subordinates." The fortune teller replied with a hint of sorrow, There's no need for apologies. The demon beam is merely a jest to Goku at this point. Vegeta interjected suddenly. What? Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The fortune teller exclaimed in shock that I am well aware of my disciple's abilities. The demon beam cannot harm him, Vegeta said, casting a disdainful glance at the fortune teller. We shall see about that, the fortune teller retorted with a proud expression. Soon, the demon warrior gathered his energy for his ultimate move, pointing his index fingers at Goku and shouting, Demon Beam. Suddenly, a swirling crimson beam shot towards Wukong. He felt no energy emanating from this light, leaving him perplexed as to why his opponent would launch such a feeble attack. When the beam enveloped Wukong, it merely glimmered faintly without any discernible effect. Witnessing Wukong remain unscathed after being struck by his dark beam, the demon warrior was rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. How is this possible? Why are you unharmed? The demon warrior exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 59. Victory. For not only was the demon warrior taken aback, but the fortune-telling elder displayed a similar expression of disbelief. Wukong, curiosity etched on his face, turned to the demon warrior and inquired, Hey, did you even exert any effort? Is this truly your ultimate technique? It lacks any real power. It cannot be that nothing happened. This is impossible, the fortune-telling elder murmured. Could it be? The elder seemed to have an epiphany, her expression shifting dramatically. Deity that moment. Vegeta interjected. Indeed, it is because Wukong harbors no such malevolent thoughts. Whether hunting beasts or confronting foes, to Wukong, it was merely a matter of adhering to the natural order. He never sought to kill for the sake of killing. Thus, in Wukong's heart, the concept of evil was entirely foreign, devoid of the sordid complexities found in the hearts of others. I cannot believe that in my lifetime I would witness someone with such a pure heart, the fortune-telling elder remarked. The demon warrior, having overheard Vegeta and the elder's exchange, shouted in a frenzy, I refuse to believe that a person devoid of malign thoughts exists in this world. It must be that I have not used my abilities in years, causing my technique to falter, that I will attempt it once more. With that, the demon warrior placed his fingers in his mouth and bit down. Releasing a stream of purple blood, he used his blood to inscribe a rune in the air, shouting once again, Demon Beam. In an instant, a thicker beam surged towards Wukong, enveloping him in a radiant red glow. Alas, it proved ineffective. Just as before, the crimson light dissipated after a short while, leaving Wukong standing unchanged, showing no signs of being overwhelmed. Wukong, hurry and finish this fight, so we can wrap things up, Vegeta urged. All right. Heeding Vegeta's words, Wukong leapt into action, using the demon statue as leverage to deliver a powerful kick that sent the airborne demon warrior crashing into the stands. Fortunately, Vegeta swiftly pushed Bulma's head down, preventing her from being struck. Wukong, be careful, Bulma admonished. My apologies. Wukong quickly responded. With the fourth warrior defeated, only the final combatant remained. Soon, at the elder's summons, the last warrior emerged from the mouth of the demon statue. This fifth warrior wore a rabbit mask, concealing his true visage. Bulma scoffed upon seeing him. What's this? Hiding your face. Are you so afraid of being seen, or perhaps you simply fear that your appearance might frighten others? Vegeta, with a knowing look, replied, perhaps he fears being recognized. At this moment, the masked figure addressed the elder. Elder, may I change the battleground to the outside? I wish to engage this young man in a proper duel. The elder paused, then nodded. Of course, as you wished. In no time, they all returned to the circular arena of their previous battle. Wukong and the masked warrior took their positions on the stage. The match begins. The elder declared. Without hesitation, Wukong launched the first strike, targeting the masked warrior. The two immediately clashed, and although the masked warrior possessed considerable strength, he was easily subdued by Wukong, lacking any substantial counterattack. Even a few attempts at retaliation were effortlessly sidestepped by Wukong. As defeat loomed, the masked warrior feigned a direct confrontation with Wukong, then skillfully leaped back to create distance. Kamehameha. The masked figure executed the signature technique of the Turtle School, unleashing a Kamehameha wave at Wukong. Wukong merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, for this technique was not particularly challenging. He could perform it himself, standing firm, Wukong spread his legs, adopting a half-squat stance, and extended his arms, bracing his chest against the incoming Kamehameha. This was utterly astonishing. The masked warrior was taken aback to see his ultimate technique blocked so effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity before the masked warrior could react, Wukong swiftly executed a leg sweep, knocking him down, and followed up with an upward kick that sent the masked warrior soaring into the in a final flourish. Wukong leapt high, spinning 390 degrees in midair, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the masked warrior crashing onto the stage. The masked figure landed heavily on the platform. Motionless as Wukong descended, he raised his hand in a V shape towards the elder, exclaiming, "Elder, I have one. Please assist me with the divination." However, just as Wukong finished speaking, the masked warrior suddenly sat up on the stage and swiftly darted behind Wukong, grabbing his tail. I've caught your tail," the masked warrior proclaimed triumphantly. Yet the sight before him was disheartening. He saw Wukong standing there, completely unfazed. "Shouldn't you be powerless now that I've grabbed your tail?" he shouted in disbelief. Wukong chuckled, then forcefully flicked his tail upward, sending the masked warrior crashing back on his stage. As the masked figure scrambled to distance himself from Wukong, he barely managed to escape another blow. Wukong then remarked, "You're not wrong, but that was merely a vulnerability from my past. After becoming a disciple, my master insisted I train my tail to become an exceptional martial artist. One must not possess any glaring weaknesses." The masked warrior looked at Wukong, then sighed. "Your master must be a remarkable martial artist. I wonder if I might have the chance to meet him." Hearing this, Wukong pointed at Vegeta, declaring, "You can meet him now. He is my master." The masked warrior was taken aback upon learning that Wukong's master was Vegeta, having expected someone elderly and wise, akin to his own master. The turtle hermit, he was astonished to discover such a young man in that role. Vegeta then turned to Sun Wufan, stating, "Mr. Sun, you may concede. With your current strength, you cannot hope to match Wukong. Had he not shown you mercy, you would have lost long ago." Chapter 90. The last Dragon Ball Sun Wufan was momentarily stunned when Vegeta addressed him as Mr. Sunday. The intensity of Vegeta's gaze seemed to pierce through him. Reading his thoughts, Wufan hastily averted his eyes, unsure how Vegeta recognized him. Yet he knew the truth in his words. Finally, he turned to Wukong and declared, "I concede." "Concede?" Wukong was slightly taken aback. He had only just begun to warm up and was eager for a more exhilarating bout. He had not anticipated such a swift concession. "Very well. If you concede, then so be it." Wukong relaxed his stance and turned to the elder, asking, "Elder, can you now help me locate the last Dragon Ball?" The elder nodded, "No problem. You have defeated my 5 warriors, so I shall provide you with a free divination." At that moment, the masked warrior removed his mask, looking at Wukong and exclaiming, "Wukong, do you recognize who I am?" Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to him and was instantly overcome with joy, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Grandfather, is it really you? Have you returned to us?" Wukong joyfully dashed into Sun Wufan's embrace. Upon witnessing this heartwarming scene, Bulma was equally moved, turning to Vegeta and inquiring, "Brother, did you already know who he was?" Vegeta nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, I discerned it." Bulma refrained from pressing him further on how he came to that conclusion, as she had long understood that her brother possessed an all-knowing nature. However, a nagging thought crossed her mind. Wasn't Wukong's grandfather already deceased? At that moment, Wukong also looked at Sun Wufan with a puzzled expression. The fortune teller, sensing the confusion, interjected, "Allow me to clarify this matter. I possess the innate ability to traverse both the realms of the living and the dead. Additionally, I can bring back the souls of the departed for a limited time of 24 hours. Hence, you are able to see Sun Wufan now, as evidenced by the halo above his head." Understanding dawned on Bulma, and she nodded in realization. Meanwhile, Wukong excitedly addressed Sun Wufan, saying, "Grandfather, it's all right. I am currently gathering the Dragon Balls. Once I collect all 7, I can summon the Eternal Dragon. The dragon is omnipotent. I can wish for your resurrection, and then we can live together again." Upon hearing this, Sun Wufan nodded with enthusiasm, replying, "That sounds wonderful. I will await your revival, grandfather." Wukong, brimming with impatience, turned to the fortune teller and urged, "Fortune teller, please tell me where the final Dragon Ball is." Without hesitation, the fortune teller began to chant incantations over her crystal ball, which soon revealed a speeding car on the road. "The Dragon Ball is within that vehicle, heading towards us from the west," she declared. "Very well, grandfather, please wait for me here. I shall retrieve the last Dragon Ball at once." With that, Wukong summoned the Nimbus and sped off towards the west. Observing Wukong's swift departure, Sun Wufan couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected Wukong to know Master Roshi." He even bestowed the Nimbus upon him. Afterward, Sun Wufan turned to Vegeta and expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Vegeta, I cannot thank you enough for taking my grandson as your disciple and imparting such formidable martial skills to him, enabling him to become so powerful. Even if I were alive, I doubt I could have done better." Vegeta casually shook his head, replying, "It is merely fate. Wukong is innocent and full of vitality, truly a prodigy in martial arts. More importantly, he and I share the same lineage." As he spoke, Vegeta revealed the tail coiled around his waist. At this moment, both the fortune teller and Sun Wufan realized that, like Wukong, Vegeta also had a tail. Sun Wufan, intrigued, remarked, "I had no idea there was more than one person with a tail on Earth. It seems there are others of the same lineage. This truly surprises me. But this is a good thing. At least Wukong is no longer alone. He is kin." Bulma then pondered, "So, Wukong is an alien as well. Mr. Vegeta, may I inquire what race you and Wukong belong to, if it is a matter of secrecy?" "You need not disclose it," Sun Wufan continued to ask. "There is nothing to conceal. We are both scions, and on Earth is just the two of us," Vegeta replied. "Only two? What of the others? Are they not on Earth?" Sun Wufan pressed on. "Indeed, we are both extraterrestrials having descended to Earth by chance. That as for the others, they perished with the destruction of our planet, lost to the vastness of space. The few remaining members of our race now wander the cosmos." Vegeta explained, "Oh my, is my brother's past so tragic?" Bulma exclaimed, her heart swelling with sympathy. "Please accept my condolences," both Sun Wufan and the fortune teller said in unison. "Thank you, but I am not so fragile. I have grown accustomed to it over the years," Vegeta acknowledged. Seeing that Vegeta remained composed, everyone sighed in relief, though they tacitly agreed to avoid further discussion regarding the science in less than half an hour. Wukong returned on the Nimbus, having successfully retrieved the last Dragon Ball. They all placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the expansive arena. Wukong called out to the dragon, "Arise, eternal dragon." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Once the clouds completely obscured the heavens, a bolt of energy shot upwards from the Dragon Balls, and amidst the flickering light, a colossal azure dragon gradually materialized before them. Its immense form radiated a powerful presence, yet its aura felt surprisingly feeble, not befitting its celestial status. "State your wishes. I can fulfill any one of them," the dragon proclaimed in a booming voice to Vegeta and the others. At that moment, Wukong shouted, "Dragon, please revive my grandfather, Sun Wufan." As soon as Wukong uttered his request, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, and the atmosphere turned awkward, observing the halo above his grandfather's head still glowing. Wukong angrily questioned the dragon. "Did you not say you could grant any wish? Can you not bring my grandfather back to life?" The dragon awkwardly nodded. "I apologize, but while I can resurrect the deceased, I can only bring back those who have died within the past year. That I cannot revive anyone who has been dead for over a year, as this is a limitation imposed upon me by the divine." "What? I always believed the dragon was all-powerful. It is disheartening to learn that even you have limitations," Bulma remarked disdainfully. The dragon was left speechless, floating awkwardly in midair, unable to respond. Wukong, tears streaming down his face, turned to Sun Wufan. "Grandfather, I am so sorry. I cannot bring you back." Although Sun Wufan felt a twinge of disappointment, it did not plunge him into despair. For him, witnessing his grandson's remarkable martial prowess and knowing he was cared for was enough to put his mind at ease. To him, living on Earth or in the afterlife made little difference. "Wukong, it is all right that I am content just to see you thriving. You have your own life ahead, and I have mine. Even if we are apart, we will still care for one another. Besides, as long as I do not reincarnate in the afterlife, we will meet again one day. We will be together once more, right? So, do not be overly sorrowful. This is a natural part of life. Sun Wufan reassured Wukong, "Oh, you have any other wishes you wish to fulfill? My time here is limited," the dragon interjected. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. We no longer expect anything from you. Depart now, and we shall summon you again when we have wishes to fulfill." The dragon, hearing Bulma's words, nearly bristled with indignation. What did she mean by summoning him when they had wishes to fulfill? Was he some sort of household pet? However, the dragon dared not voice his grievances, sensing the immense power radiating from Vegeta, which dwarfed his own. With a sigh, the dragon said, "Then I shall take my leave." Transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, he ascended into the sky, preparing to scatter. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta leaped into the air and snatched the 4-star ball. He handed it to Wukong, stating, "Wukong, this is the 4-star ball. Keep it safe to avoid further searches for the Dragon Balls." "Thank you, Master," Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the 4-star ball, displaying it to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan gazed at the Dragon Ball in Wukong's hands, marveling, "I never imagined this small orb was the fabled Dragon Ball." Having expressed his sentiments, Sun Wukong turned to Bulma and Vegeta, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. "I cannot thank you both enough. Were it not for your intervention, Goku might still be leading a solitary existence on Bowsy Mountain. It is you who have introduced him to a life filled with greater wonders. Please, do not say such things, son Grandpa. Goku is remarkable. He is pure-hearted and kind. You have raised him splendidly," Bulma replied. As everyone engaged in casual chatter, they observed Goku and Sun Wukong participating in a nostalgic martial arts exercise reminiscent of their childhood. After a couple of hours had passed, the fortune-telling old woman approached and announced, "All right, Mr. Wufan, the time has come for you to accompany me back to the underworld." Upon hearing her words, Goku was instantly overcome with sorrow, crying out in despair, for he had not anticipated that their brief reunion would be followed by yet another farewell. Sun Wukong embraced Goku's small head, offering comfort. "Why are you crying? You are already an adult. You must be strong. From now on, dedicate yourself to training under your master. That I can see that Mr. Vegeta is a formidable martial artist, and I will always be watching over you from the underworld. Grandpa, please take care of yourself in the underworld." Goku looked up at Sun Wukong with tear-filled eyes, yet his words were somewhat foolish. Upon hearing her grandson's concern, Sun Wufan burst into laughter, saying, "Silly boy. What nonsense are you speaking? Grandpa is already deceased. Could he die again?" At this, everyone erupted into laughter. Although Vegeta understood that the dead could indeed die again, he refrained from voicing this thought, not wanting to dampen the jovial atmosphere. The moment of parting had arrived. Ultimately, urged by the fortune-telling old woman, Sun Wufan bid farewell to everyone and vanished from their sight alongside her. Observing Goku, standing in the hall, somewhat lost in thought, Vegeta approached and patted Goku's shoulder, saying, "Come, Goku, let us return home. Your grandfather will live well in the underworld." Goku turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Master, will I be able to see my grandfather again?" "I'm certain you will. You must have faith," Vegeta reassured him. Goku nodded and resolutely stated, "Master, let us return to West City. Please train me diligently. I wish to surprise my grandfather when we meet again." "Rest assured, I will," Vegeta replied with a slight smile, though it carried an inexplicable undertone. Upon their return to West City, Vegeta commenced Goku's continued training in the art of Chinese martial arts. The time Goku had spent training by Vegeta's side had been too brief. Aside from internal martial arts, he had only taught him a long fist technique, and even the Qian Kuan Dao, it was conveyed in a rather cursory manner in the subsequent years. Vegeta dedicated himself to imparting the fundamentals of Chinese martial arts to Goku. He began with the philosophical principles, or the philosophy of martial arts, which is essential for the perpetuation of Chinese martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe. Without this foundation, Chinese martial arts would merely become another fleeting trend, akin to other martial arts styles within the Dragon Ball realm. The detailed nuances of these teachings need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say that Vegeta elucidated the concepts of Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, military strategy, and yin-yang philosophy in relation to Chinese martial arts. Ultimately, he summarized the principles of harmony between heaven and humanity, the unity of knowledge and action, the relationship between form and spirit, the dynamics of yin and yang, and the theory of the five elements, among others. However, it should be noted that this summary was merely Vegeta reiterating the systematic theoretical knowledge. Of course, these theories were not solely imparted to Goku. Vegeta shared them with all his disciples. This initiative on Vegeta's part elevated Chinese martial arts to a foundational level of Tao, distinguishing it from other martial arts schools, such as the Turtle School and Crane School, which remained at a technical level. This laid the groundwork for the comprehensive establishment of Chinese martial arts. Chapter 92. 3 years later, 3 years had swiftly passed. Under Vegeta's rigorous training, Goku's prowess had surged remarkably, soon breaking through to the third level of internal martial arts, achieving a combat power of approximately 250,000. Furthermore, Vegeta introduced Goku to the legendary techniques of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 9 Pulse Divine Sword, and the Lingbo Weibo, 3 extraordinary martial arts. It was not that Vegeta was unwilling to teach Goku more. Rather, he was concerned about Goku's capacity to absorb the knowledge. In truth, Vegeta himself had only added the Tianshan Jime hand and Tai Chi to his repertoire. As for other martial arts, such as the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin, Vegeta had only a cursory understanding. As for Vegeta, he had easily broken through to the 4th Yang level, his combat power now exceeding 3 million, that he was confident that with a few more years of training, he could reach the 5th Yang level, entering the realm of combat power in the tens of millions. Moreover, having attained this level of strength, Vegeta could distinctly sense a vast power within him gradually awakening. The It was a force of anger, and Vegeta understood that it must be the latent power of the Super Saiyan. The power of the Super Saiyan had always resided within the Saiyan body. It did not simply materialize out of thin air, which was why the old Kaioshin had assisted Gohan in unlocking his potential, ultimately enabling Gohan to suppress Majin Buu even in his base form. Over the course of 3 years, not only had Vegeta and Goku significantly enhanced their individual strengths, but the Chinese Martial Arts Academy had also flourished across the globe. Every major and minor city boasted at least one branch of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. The number of martial artists on Earth had surged, and their combat capabilities had vastly improved. Some martial artists who were reluctant to join the academy opted to purchase manuals from it and practice independently. Vegeta welcomed all, desiring to disseminate the philosophy of Chinese martial arts as swiftly as possible. Thus, after 3 years, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was officially set to commence. This would be the first tournament held since the Capsule Corporation's involvement. Bulma, are you ready? Vegeta and Goku bellowed from downstairs toward Bulma's bedroom. The World Martial Arts Tournament was to begin the following day, and today, Vegeta and the others needed to travel to Papaya Island. As the heiress of Capsule Corporation, it was Bulma's first time overseeing the tournament's organizing committee, necessitating her to prepare herself meticulously, always urging me, Vegeta, don't you know that for women, makeup is a matter of confidence? Bulma chided playfully as she descended the stairs. It must be said that Bulma looked stunning after applying her makeup. If her natural appearance rated a 90, her made-up visage could easily score a 99. How do I look today? Bulma asked, showcasing her appearance to Vegeta. Absolutely beautiful. You certainly do justice to those expensive cosmetics. Vegeta marveled that you're insufferable. Can't you just compliment me without sarcasm? Bulma feigned annoyance, playfully swatting at Vegeta. All right. You're the most beautiful woman in the world and the most precious treasure in my heart. Vegeta hurriedly praised. Now that's more like it. Let's go. We need to catch our flight, Bulma declared with enthusiasm. The 3 of them boarded the plane, and under Bulma's skilled piloting, they soared towards Papaya Island. As they approached the island, the number of aircraft increased, with countless private jets and commercial flights continuously arriving at their destination. Goku leaned against the airplane window, marveling at the bustling scene outside, exclaiming, wow, this tournament is going to be so lively with so many people. Vegeta, observing the flurry of aircraft, remarked, there's no choice. Although Bulma is wealthy, she has raised the grand prize to 10 million zenny and 5 million for the runner-up. Martial artists from all around the world are drawn to it. Once the three of them disembarked and officially arrived at Papaya Island, they discovered a remarkable transformation. Every building on the island appeared to have been razed and rebuilt. The ground was adorned with marble flooring, and the surrounding structures exhibited a unique blend of Western, Eastern, classical, and modern architectural styles, each occupying its own area. To the west of the island lay a grand amusement park, with a colossal Ferris wheel and roller coasters visible from afar. Bulma proudly introduced the renovations to Vegeta and Goku. Our Capsule Corporation has acquired the entire Papaya Island and enlisted the world's most renowned designers to revamp it completely. At present, the entirety of Papaya Island resembles a colossal amusement park, a pedestrian street where everyone arrives with a singular purpose: to revel in merriment. With that, Bulma led Vegeta and Goku into the bustling thoroughfare. As Vegeta surveyed the lively street, he noticed a particularly striking feature. Each shop's entrance was adorned with a massive LCD television. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta inquired, "Bulma, why do all these stores have televisions hanging at their doors?" "Oh, this time our martial arts tournament will be broadcast live in its entirety, from the preliminary rounds to the final match," Bulma explained. After all, the venue for the tournament has limited seating, accommodating only around 40,000 spectators. This way, those who cannot secure tickets can still witness the live broadcast from the televisions outside the shops. That IT ensures they feel included, preventing anyone from coming to Papaya Island and missing out on the competition. Vegeta couldn't help but give Bulma a thumbs up. After spending the better part of the day exploring the charming pedestrian street, the trio made their way to the tournament venue. Upon arrival, the architectural grandeur of the arena left both Vegeta and Goku momentarily speechless. It was designed in the style of the Roman Colosseum. It is worth noting that such a structure was non-existent in the Dragon Ball world, and its sudden appearance captivated the attention of all visitors to Papaya Island, with countless individuals standing beneath the arena to capture photographs. At that moment, members of the tournament organizing committee awaited the arrival of Vegeta, Bulma, and Goku at the entrance. Upon spotting them, a man at the forefront hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Young Master Goku, we welcome you to our martial arts tournament venue." Vegeta spoke first. "Let us not delay the tour. Please assist Goku in registering for the tournament. That I was just about to ask young Master Goku if he would participate in this tournament. It's fortunate he will, as his presence will undoubtedly enhance the event." The official exclaimed with delight. He promptly dispatched his subordinates to handle Goku's registration. The process would be managed by staff, allowing the man to continue guiding Bulma and the others through the magnificent structure. As they toured, Vegeta posed a question: how many participants are currently registered for the tournament? This time, he had not restricted the enrollment to the students of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. All aspiring contestants were permitted to sign up, along with outside martial artists who had purchased manuals for study. Therefore, he speculated that the number of participants would be considerable. The staff member accompanying them responded promptly, "Mr. Vegeta, over 1,300 individuals have already registered, and we anticipate the total number will exceed 2,000. Such a multitude." Even though Vegeta had braced himself for the figure, it still startled him. Bulma nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. You must ensure that the logistical arrangements for the contestants are impeccable. We rely on them for profit." Subsequently, the trio continued to explore the majestic arena, standing atop the stage and envisioning the audience seats filled to capacity. Vegeta remarked, "Such a grand arena evokes an impulse within me to participate." The supervisor quickly bowed and responded, "If Mr. Vegeta were to join this tournament, I am certain it would greatly enhance the event's prestige. Forget it. If I enter the competition, the championship will be a foregone conclusion. Bulma would surely berate me for it." Vegeta chuckled. This was indeed the truth. Hosting the world's premier martial arts tournament was not particularly lucrative. Even the profits generated from the influx of tourists were merely modest gains. The true source of Bulma's revenue stemmed from her spinach company, part of the Capsule Corporation, which facilitated global betting on the tournament through televised broadcasts, allowing the corporation to take a share of the proceeds. While Vegeta was indifferent to the specifics of the commission, he understood that even a small percentage could yield an astonishing fortune given the vast volume of bets that, of course, The more profound reason for Vegeta's reluctance to participate in the tournament was his current role as the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Academy. The Grandmaster of the Chinese martial arts style. Engaging in combat with younger fighters would be a demotion of his status, as long as the academy had participants, and if one of them ultimately claimed victory. It would further amplify Vegeta's prowess without necessitating his direct involvement. Upon exiting the arena, Vegeta and his companions encountered Yamcha, Krillin, and the others at the entrance. Upon seeing Vegeta, Goku, and Bulma, they greeted them enthusiastically. "Ah, Goku, Mr. Vegeta, Miss Bulma." Goku, recognizing these old friends, joyfully exclaimed, "Krillin, Yamcha Longpoir, it's wonderful to see you all again." Vegeta followed suit, responding, "No need for such formality. Just call me Vegeta." Bulma waved to her attendants, signaling them to resume their duties, and added cheerfully, "Yes, just call me Bulma." Yamcha felt somewhat awkward facing Vegeta, recalling how Vegeta had invited him after the last tournament. Like a tea that time, he had expressed his need to think it over. But inwardly, he had declined, as he found it difficult to address someone of his own generation as a master. He considered himself a martial arts prodigy. While he could not match Vegeta and Goku, he was still formidable among his peers, ultimately choosing to study under Master Roshi. However, Master Roshi proved to be an excellent teacher, and after the Chinese Martial Arts Academy began selling its manuals, Roshi invested all his savings in a few of them and diligently researched with his two disciples that it could be said that Krillin and Yamcha's abilities vastly exceeded those portrayed in the original storyline. Vegeta noticed the shift in Yamcha's demeanor and smiled. "It's quite all right. As long as you continue your martial arts studies, I've been diligently practicing. I later became a disciple of Master Roshi and just arrived here from Kame House with him." Yamcha replied with a smile. After some leisurely conversation, Bulma curiously inquired, "Where's that lecherous master of yours?" "Why, isn't he here?" Yamcha quickly responded, "Master is getting on in years. Flying can be tiring for him. So he's resting at the hotel." However, just as Yamcha finished speaking, Master Roshi's unmistakably lecherous voice rang out. "Beautiful young lady, how about a date? I can make you very happy." Bulma stared at Yamcha and Krillin with a sardonic expression, signaling, "Is this what you call him being tired and resting at the hotel?" Instantly, the faces of Yamcha and Krillin turned crimson with embarrassment, feeling their master had utterly disgraced himself. Meanwhile, Goku appeared delighted, eager to greet his grandfather, but was swiftly silenced by Vegeta, who covered his mouth. "Goku, don't speak. Do you want others to think we are allies with that lecher?" Vegeta admonished. Goku, somewhat confused, nodded, unaware of the connotation of the term lecher. Bulma also felt it was not the appropriate moment to greet Master Roshi, stating, "Let us head back to the hotel." He'll return once he had enough as Vegeta and the others turned to leave. Master Roshi's voice echoed once more, capturing everyone's attention. "Well, if it isn't you, you old bald turtle. After all these years, you're still as lecherous as ever." They turned to see a figure clad in a crane-emblazoned outfit. Master Roshi, upon recognizing the person, exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, it's you old feathered rascal. Why aren't you in your chicken coop?" Chapter 94. Master Crane, what brings me here, you ask? Naturally, it is to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Master Crane remarked, "I have heard that your Turtle School disciples were defeated in the last competition. How utterly inept. So what? There are countless martial artists in the world. No one has decreed that the disciples of the Turtle School must secure the championship." Master Turtle retorted without hesitation. "Humph. That may be the case for your Turtle School, but our Crane School disciples aim to be the strongest. The championship that your Turtle School cannot attain will be ours." Master Crane declared sternly. Upon hearing Master Crane's words, Master Turtle burst in a hearty laughter. "Champion? Ha! Bald Turtle, what are you laughing at?" Master Crane's expression darkened immediately. "Feathered fool, it is not that I underestimate your Crane School. You should first pass the preliminaries before dreaming of claiming the championship," Master Turtle taunted. Master Crane, incensed, shouted, "Bald Turtle, are you looking down on our Crane School?" "Indeed, feathered fool, I'm looking down upon you. What can you do about it?" Master Turtle shot back defiantly. The two stood face to face, their eyes locked in an unwavering stare that moment. A disciple with 3 eyes behind Master Crane interjected, "Master, let us not dwell on this matter. I will ensure we secure the championship." "Yes, Master. Tian Shinhan will surely defeat all his opponents," Kairatsu chimed in. Hearing the words of his disciples, Master Crane straightened up and slowly replied, "Since my 2 disciples have spoken, I shall not hold this against you. The outcome will be revealed on the arena." "Humph. As if I fear you. I have disciples too," Master Turtle asserted, unwilling to back down, and immediately turned to search for his own disciples. He soon spotted Yamcha and Krillin observing from a distance. Master Turtle then called out loudly, "Hey Yamcha, Krillin, come over here." With no choice, Yamcha and Krillin bid farewell to Vegeta and Goku before hastily approaching Master Turtle. Pointing at Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu, Master Turtle instructed Yamcha and Krillin, "You two must keep a close eye on those 2 over there. Whether in the preliminaries or the finals, if you face them, you must eliminate them. Should you be defeated by them, do not call me your master any longer." Upon hearing their master's words, Yamcha and Krillin's expressions grew serious as they regarded their future opponents. Tien Shinhan and Katz also looked towards Yamcha and Krillin, and the atmosphere between them crackled with tension, as if electric sparks were flashing in the air. Not far away, Vegeta observed the commotion between the Turtle School and the Crane School and remarked to Bulma, "This is quite an intriguing spectacle, the clash between the Turtle School and the Crane School." Bulma smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I have arranged for some publicity as the confrontation between the Turtle School and the Crane School garner more attention." And their tempers flare, Vegeta stepped between them, but he gazed at both sides, particularly at the Crane School, and spoke calmly, "If a fight breaks out outside the arena, you will be disqualified from the competition. I assume neither of you desires that outcome." Seeing the glint in Vegeta's eyes, both sides were momentarily subdued by his imposing presence and fell silent. After a while, Master Crane spoke, "Very well. We shall meet on the arena then. Who fears whom?" Master Turtle naturally refused to back down. After they separated, Master Crane turned to Tien Shinhan and inquired, "What do you think of that young man who just appeared?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Tien Shinhan replied, somewhat apprehensively, "He is an exceptionally formidable master. In his eyes, I seemed to glimpse the cosmos, and in that instant, I felt utterly devoid of courage to strike." Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Master Crane nodded and commanded Tien Shinhan, "Go find out who that young man is. That I refuse to believe he is merely an obscure individual." "Yes, Master," Tien Shinhan acknowledged with a nod. It was evident that Master Crane and his 2 disciples had been away for too long, as even the head of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Vegeta, did not recognize him. Meanwhile, Krillin curiously asked Master Turtle, "Master, who is that old man? Is he your enemy?" Master Turtle nodded vigorously, saying, "Indeed, you are correct. He is my foe. I cannot coexist with him. Remember, when you step onto the arena tomorrow, you must defeat those 2 Crane School disciples. Your master has always kept that feathered fool in check, and you must not tarnish my reputation." At this moment, Krillin exclaimed in exasperation, "Master, if you want us to triumph, you must teach us your ultimate techniques. Concealing them will not help us defeat our opponents." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Master Turtle became furious and, wielding his cane, prepared to chastise his ungrateful disciple. Just as the commotion ensued at the martial arts venue, far away from Papaya Island, a submarine quietly descended into the depths of the ocean. The pilot of the submarine was none other than Vegeta's future daughter-in-law, Marin, with Pilaf and Shu seated behind her. Observing the dark abyss illuminated by the submarine's lights, Marin nervously asked, "Pilaf, is the legendary Demon King Piccolo truly in this trench?" Pilaf, without hesitation, smacked Marin's head and asserted confidently, "Of course, you must trust me. I have consulted numerous ancient texts to ascertain the location of Demon King Piccolo. But if he is a Demon King, will he help us? What if he decides to devour us?" The dog-like Shu interjected. Pilaf hesitated, uncertainty crossing his face. However, after a moment, he regained his determination and replied, "There is no other option. That wretched little brat is far too powerful for us to handle. Thus, if we wish to realize our ambition of world domination, we must rely on the assistance of Demon King Piccolo." Marin and Shu exchanged glances, each recognizing the worry in the other's eyes. Yet neither continued to press the matter, Chapter 95. Demon King Piccolo. Approximately half an hour later, the submarine journeyed deeper into the trench. Marin cautiously navigated the vessel, avoiding surrounding obstacles while meticulously searching the depths. However, the sealing rice cooker, meant to contain the Demon King, was far too small in comparison to the vast trench, and they had yet to locate it despite searching the entire area. Shu turned to Pilaf and asked, "Pilaf, we have searched 3 times already and still have not found the sealing rice cooker. The oxygen in the submarine is running low. Should we return to the surface?" Though Pilaf wore a face of dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to concede and nodded, instructing, "Let us ascend." Upon hearing Pilaf's command, Marin pulled the steering wheel, and the submarine smoothly glided toward the surface. Just as they passed through an underwater cliff, Pilaf suddenly spotted something glimmering on the cliffside. He shouted, "Stop!" Marin immediately halted the submarine and turned to Pilaf, asking Pilaf, "What is it?" Pilaf pointed his left and declared, "Over there. It seems there is something." The light just reflected off it. With a deft maneuver, Xiao adjusted the direction of the submarine, and at last, under the illumination of its lights, Pilaf beheld the long-sought electric rice cooker that sealed the formidable Demon King Piccolo. It turned out that although Master Rashi and Master Crane had cast the rice cooker into the depths of the ocean, it had not sunk to the abyssal floor, but had become lodged against a sheer cliff. Xiao carefully controlled the mechanical arm to grasp the rice cooker, then piloted the submarine swiftly towards the surface. Upon reaching the water's surface, Pilaf, accompanied by Xiao and Axie, ascended into their colossal flying fortress. The rice cooker, which contained the seal of Demon King Piccolo, lay upon the floor of the command room. Gazing at the seal atop the cooker, Pilaf addressed Xiao, saying, "Xiao, you must remove the seal and release Demon King Piccolo." Startled by Pilaf's command, Xiao exclaimed, "Pilaf, I dare not do that." Pilaf retorted, "If you do not dare, shall I? Axie, perhaps you should go." Noticing that Xiao was a girl, Pilaf turned to Axie and ordered him. Axie, equally alarmed, hastily shook his head, declaring, "Pilaf, though I'm a dog, I'm the most timid dog in the world. I too cannot release Demon King Piccolo." Seeing both of his subordinates unwilling to comply, Pilaf's fury ignited. He shouted, "You scoundrels! Are you not my subordinates? Must I undertake this trivial task myself? Go, both of you, together!" Now immediately, upon hearing Pilaf's command, Xiao and Axie cautiously approached the sealed rice cooker. As they reached its front, Xiao nudged Axie and urged, "Quick, remove the seal." "Why must it be me?" Axie queried in panic. "You two imbeciles, do not delay. Remove it at once." Pilaf bellowed from a safe distance, observing their reluctance. "Yes, Pilaf," Axie replied hurriedly. With great trepidation, he stretched out his hand and tore the seal from the rice cooker. Then, like a startled rabbit, dashed behind Pilaf with remarkable speed. Xiao, taken aback by Axie's sudden movement, found herself alone at the forefront. At that moment, the rice cooker began to tremble violently, prompting Xiao to scream and flee to a corner, huddling with Pilaf and Axie. The trio, armed with guns, aimed at the quaking rice cooker, filled with trepidation. The tremors intensified, culminating in a deafening explosion as the rice cooker shattered, releasing a cloud of green smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a creature with deep green skin and 2 antennae emerged, revealing itself to be the ancient Demon King Piccolo. His face etched with wrinkles and sagging skin, a testament to his age. Gasping for breath, he turned to regard the trio in the corner. The murderous glint in his eyes startled Pilaf and his companions, prompting them to discard their weapons and kneel, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. "Your Highness, Demon King Piccolo, we did not mean to offend you. Please spare us." Piccolo surveyed the 3 diminutive figures before him and spoke slowly. "Do not worry, I shall not take your lives. After all, you are my saviors." Afterward, Piccolo surveyed the spacious command room, then summoned his strength. Gradually, the skin on his abdomen began to shift until it reached his throat, causing his throat and mouth to swell. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and expelled an egg. After this exertion, Piccolo gasped for air, as if this action drained him of considerable energy. Moments later, he steadied his breath and recited a few incantations toward the egg before proclaiming, "Come forth, Pinu!" As Piccolo's voice echoed, the egg began to crack, and from within emerged a diminutive demon with a dragon-like visage. Upon seeing Piccolo, Pinnu immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, Pinnu, you know my habits. This ship is now under your command." "I require some time to recuperate," Piccolo instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty," Pinnu replied promptly. Piccolo then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the floor to meditate. Pinnu, standing upright, turned his gaze towards Pilaf and his companions, causing them to recoil in fear. Observing the trio's cowardice, Pinnu furrowed his brow in displeasure, but soon relaxed and beckoned them closer. Witnessing Pinnu's gesture, Pilaf and his companions shook their heads vigorously. This reaction incited Pinnu's wrath, and his expression darkened as he admonished, "Do you wish to die?" In unison, Xiaowu and Axi pushed Pilaf toward Pinnu, resulting in frantic cries from Pilaf. Chapter 99. The Competition. Upon hearing Pilaf's shouts, Pinnu seethed, "Fool! Do you wish to rouse His Majesty?" The trio, upon realizing their error, quickly covered their mouths to suppress any further sound. As they approached, Pinnu quietly instructed them, "Your first task is to prepare a throne for His Majesty. Look around. There is not a suitable chair in sight." Relieved to hear they were merely tasked with preparing a chair rather than facing death, Pilaf and his companions nodded in agreement. "Yes, Lord Pinnu. We shall prepare a throne for His Majesty at once." With that, they rushed towards the lower deck of the flying fortress. At that moment, Pinnu interjected, "Wait, leave one behind. I've questions to ask." After a brief exchange of glances, Xiaowu and Axi tacitly decided to leave Pilaf behind. Proceeding towards the workshop below, Pilaf, caught off guard by his subordinate's decision to abandon him, felt a surge of indignation but recognized he had no recourse, silently vowing to settle the score later. Cautiously, Pilaf approached Pinnu and inquired softly, "Lord Pinnu, what is it you wish to ask?" Pinnu slowly began to inquire, "Are there many martial artists in this world now, or how has the martial arts scene developed?" Though somewhat perplexed by the question, Pilaf earnestly replied, "The martial arts are flourishing. At every World Martial Arts Tournament, hundreds, if not thousands, participate." "The World Martial Arts Tournament?" Pinnu asked, intrigued. "Indeed, it is a grand assembly for martial artists. Previously held every 5 years, it has now been changed to every 3 years, a testament to the thriving martial arts community," Pilaf elaborated. "Excellent. All martial artists must perish. Let them serve as stepping stones for our demon race to dominate the world." Pinnu grinned wickedly. Pilaf, taken aback by the malevolent expression, staggered back in fear. Pinnu then turned to Pilaf and inquired, "Are you a martial artist?" Beads of cold sweat formed on Pilaf's brow as he fervently shook his head. No. I am not a martial artist. I do not practice martial arts." He resolved within himself that he would never pursue martial arts, even unto death. Pinnu nodded with a smile. "It is good that you are not a martial artist." As Pilaf released the mighty Demon King Piccolo, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together, as in the preliminary rounds, Tien Shinhan clashed with Yamcha, while Krillin faced off against Kaiatsu. This edition of the tournament was broadcast live in its entirety, and following the drawing of lots, the majority of the broadcast cameras were focused on those 2 preliminary matchups. All the competitors were now acutely aware of the long-standing rivalry between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Although the contemporary world primarily embraced the Chinese martial arts style, Master Roshi and Master Shin were revered figures among all martial artists, making the duel between their disciples a matter of great interest to everyone. Particularly for those who had trained in the Chinese martial arts, their foremost desire was to triumph over the disciples of the Turtle and Crane schools. Yamcha and Tien were the first to engage in battle, instantly capturing the attention of the world to ensure high viewership for their confrontation. The other preliminary matchups were temporarily halted. The two ascended the stage with measured steps. And Tien spoke first. "It seems that fate does not favor you. It wishes for me to prevent you from reaching the finals." Yamcha, seemingly unfazed, replied, "I truly do not understand the source of your confidence. Do the disciples of the Crane School merely indulge in empty boasts? You'll soon find out whether I am all talk or if I possess true strength," Tien retorted, clenching his fists with determination. As the 2 competitors readied themselves, the referee announced loudly, "Let the match begin." With the proclamation, both rushed towards one another, neither yielding an inch. The arena erupted with the sounds of combat, yet Yamcha had yet to employ the Chinese martial arts technique known as the Void Fist. However, bolstered by his mastery of the true essence technique, Yamcha began to dominate Tin. Outside a shop on Papaya Island, Master Rashi and Master Shin vociferously cheered for their respective disciples, their excitement palpable as they gesticulated wildly. Witnessing his disciple overpowering his old rivals, Master Rashi exclaimed with glee, "Excellent. Keep it up and knock him off the stage." Master Shun, with a look of discontent, retorted, "Humph. Do you truly believe Tien possesses only this level of skill? You underestimate him gravely." Back in the arena, Yamcha delivered a powerful blow that sent Tien flying towards the edge of the stage. Just as it seemed Tien would plummet off, he unexpectedly hovered in midair. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Yamcha, taken aback, had not anticipated that anyone could defy gravity in such a manner. With a triumphant flourish, Tien soared back onto the stage, declaring, "This is our Crane School's ultimate technique. The Dance of the Void, which ensures I cannot be knocked off the stage." Yamcha smirked coldly before replying, "In that case, I shall strike until you concede." Tien's expression hardened as he responded, "I truly did not expect the Turtle School to possess any real strength. It seems I must now unleash my full power." With that, Tien slowly removed his shirt and tossed it to Kaiatsu below. He began to roar, summoning his energy, which surged dramatically, causing Yamcha to adopt a serious demeanor. Suddenly, Tien cried out in anguish as two protrusions emerged from his back. After the painful outcry, Tien sprouted 2 additional arms. Chapter 97. Match 2, 4 Demon Fists. Tien bellowed, re-establishing his stance, observing Tien's display of ultimate skills. Yamcha calmly stated, "Very well. I shall now reveal my true strength, so you may see that the Turtle School is not easily defeated." Yamcha positioned himself for the Void Fist. Recognizing the stance, several martial artists who practiced the technique exclaimed in unison, "The Void Fist." Following this declaration, all eyes were glued to the match, eager to discern the differences between those who had trained in the Chinese martial arts and the disciples of the Turtle School. Vegeta, observing from the second-floor viewing area, remarked with a smile, "Quite impressive. Even those from the Turtle School are beginning to adopt our Chinese martial arts techniques. Soon, we shall see it recognized worldwide. What of the Void Fist? Is it superior to my 4 Demon Fists?" Tien shouted defiantly, launching 4 arms to attack Yamcha. However, Tien quickly learned the principle of yielding to overcome strength. The Void Fist, embodying the essence of softness, proved to be incredibly resilient in the face of Tien's relentless assaults. Yamcha adeptly demonstrated the characteristics of emptiness and clarity. Tien's strikes seemed to vanish into a net, lacking any point of impact, rendering his tremendous efforts futile. Conversely, Yamcha's strikes landed on Tien with the force of a whip. Though gentle in nature, they inflicted profound pain. After numerous exchanges, Tien found himself battered and bruised, unable to land a single blow on Yamcha. Vegeta nodded in approval, noting, "Master Rashi's teachings are evident. Yamcha's execution of the Void Fist captures the essence of emptiness and softness perfectly." Bulma inquired, "How does he compare to Goku?" Vegeta chuckled derisively. "It is unfair to compare Yamcha to Goku. For Goku is a true martial arts prodigy, far beyond Yamcha's capabilities, that if Goku were willing, Yamcha would not last a single round against him." Bulma gasped in surprise. "Is Goku truly that formidable?" "Indeed," Vegeta replied. "Aside from myself, there is no one on Earth who can rival Goku." Back on the stage, Yamcha urged him, "You should concede. You cannot hope to match me." Tin, infuriated by the suggestion, prepared to strike again, only to find his 2 extra arms retracting unexpectedly. His energy had waned, leaving him unable to sustain the 4 Demon Fists. The spectators quickly realized that the Crane School was destined to lose this round. The disparity in skill was evident. Regaining his composure, Tien declared, "I will not concede. I have one final technique. Let's see if you dare to face it." Yamcha, unflinching, responded, "What is there to fear? Unleash your ultimate move." Tien positioned himself for the Kamehameha wave. Kaiatsu, below, shouted in alarm, "Tien, you cannot use that technique. It could be fatal." "Enough. Even if it costs me my life, I will defeat the turtle school, Tien roared. With that, he began to gather all his energy, creating an aura of immense power around his hands, reminiscent of Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Kamehameha, Tien shouted, unleashing a colossal wave of energy towards Yamcha. Caught off guard by the ferocity of Tien's attack, Yamcha crossed his arms defensively, his muscles tensing as he braced for impact. The enormous energy wave collided with him, yet he stood firm, unable to yield even an inch. What? How is this possible? Upon witnessing his signature move effortlessly thwarted by his opponent, Tianjin Fan could not suppress his frustration and bellowed. As time progressed, his momentum waned, and the potency of his kikaho diminished correspondingly. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha raised his hand and delivered a punch that forcefully split the kikaho, launching a direct assault on Tianjin Fan. With a resounding thud, the blow struck him squarely in the chest, sending him plummeting from the ring. Jiaozi hurriedly approached to assist Tianjin Fan to his feet. Yamcha approached the edge of the arena, casting a disdainful glance at Tianjin Fan, who sat below, and taunted, now, which is superior, the turtle school or the crane school? A wave of shock swept over Tianjin Fan. He yearned to retaliate, yet all his energy had been expended, leaving him powerless. Outside the venue, witnessing Yamcha's triumph over Tianjin Fan, Master Roshi smugly remarked to Master Shun, "Do you see now, feathered fool? The turtle school far surpasses the crane school." Master Shun, filled with resentment, replied, "Your disciple's technique was undoubtedly not from the turtle school. After all these years of rivalry, I have never seen you wield such formidable skills." Master Roshi did not directly address Master Shin's words, but instead inquired, "How long has it been since you ventured out to observe this world?" Confused by Master Roshi's statement, Master Shin asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I merely wish to convey that you should take a good look at this world. It is no longer the same as in our day," Master Roshi responded, turning away with his hands clasped behind him as he walked towards the venue. "Humph, a petty man revels in his success. I shall see what is so different about this world," Master Shun retorted bitterly. Shortly after Yamcha's victory over Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi confronted Krillin in the arena, as expected, even with Jiaozi employing his extraordinary abilities. Krillin effortlessly eliminated him. As time elapsed, the top 8 competitors quickly emerged. Among them were Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin, while the remaining 5 contenders were all from the Chinese Martial Arts Academy, with one being the previous tournament's runner-up. "Tanjin, Goku, this time I shall not fall to you again," Tanjin declared solemnly, gazing at his junior. Unfazed, Goku regarded the championship as inconsequential. To him, the essence lay in the battle. "All right, Master Brother, I shall not hold back either," he cheerfully replied. Chapter 98. Demon King Piccolo and the Dragon Balls. As the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, Demon King Piccolo had already begun to rejuvenate his weary body, which had suffered from prolonged confinement. However, this merely restored his physical condition to its best state. The reality of his aging remained an unavoidable challenge. In the control room of Pilaf's castle, seated upon his skeletal throne, Demon King Piccolo spoke slowly. "That wretched Master Mateto, were it not for his sealing me away for centuries, the entire earth would have long been united under our demonic rule." Pilaf, eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in, "Your Excellency, it matters not. Master Mateto is dead, and this world still belongs to us. Yet, even if I could conquer the earth, what good would it do? My body is far too decrepit," Piccolo sighed, lamenting that all ambitions are rendered futile in the face of time. Pilaf stammered, hesitating to speak. Fearful of incurring Piccolo's wrath, Piccolo's crimson gaze fell upon Pilaf, causing him to flinch in trepidation. "Speak your mind. But be warned, if it is mere drivel, I may very well end your life," Piccolo declared. This. Pilaf felt a surge of regret and promptly knelt before Piccolo. "Your Excellency, do you know of the Dragon Balls?" "Dragon Balls?" Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Although he was a fragment separated from a god, he had not inherited the memories of the divine. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls were crafted after the separation, leaving Piccolo unaware of their legend. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are said to have been created by the god. When gathered, they can summon Shenron, who is capable of granting any wish that would be a simple matter for Shenron to restore your youth. Your Excellency, Pilaf explained. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls were fashioned by the god, Piccolo's interest peaked, as he understood the god possessed many extraordinary abilities, leading him to believe it was mostly true. Have you ever summoned Shinron? What wish did you make? Piccolo asked, intrigued at this question. Pilaf's lips twitched as he recalled a sorrowful tale from the past. Your Excellency, although I did summon Shinron, just as I was about to make my wish, a pig interfered, ruining everything. However, I assure you, the act of summoning Shinron is indeed true. Piccolo nodded, continuing to probe, but with the earth being so vast, how shall we ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls? I have no desire to toil for decades, or even centuries, to find them. Hearing this, Pilaf rushed to a corner of the room and pressed a button. Suddenly, a globe descended from the ceiling of the control room, displaying 7 blinking lights. Your Excellency, these 7 lights indicate the locations of the Dragon Balls that we simply need to follow this Dragon Ball detector to locate them, Pilaf explained. This is rather impressive. I never imagined such technology could prove useful. Centuries ago, before my sealing, there were no such peculiar devices. Ordinary folk traveled solely by horse-drawn carriages. Do you think they can now create such massive flying machines? It appears I have indeed been away from the world for far too long. Piccolo remarked that at this moment, Pino interjected, Your Excellency, what shall we do next? Shall we search for the Dragon Balls? Finding the Dragon Balls is essential, but exterminating all the martial artists across the globe is even more imperative. I refuse to allow another Master Mateto to arise, Piccolo declared vehemently. With that, he once again harnessed his energy, causing his once flat abdomen to bulge, which then began to rise. Pilaf, Jiaozi, and Pino instantly understood Piccolo's intentions. And before long, he laboriously expelled a demon egg from his mouth. Dambalin, emerge, Piccolo commanded. The egg shattered, and a new demon stepped forth, kneeling before Piccolo. Your Excellency, Dambalin, I require you to go to the site of the ongoing World Martial Arts Tournament and retrieve the roster of participants from all previous tournaments. I intend to eliminate them one by one, Piccolo instructed. Upon receiving Piccolo's command, Dambalin bowed his head in acknowledgement. Tell Dambalin the location of Papaya Island, Piccolo directed, turning to Pilaf. Pilaf quickly approached the globe and soon pinpointed the location of Papaya Island. Exclaiming, Here it is, Papaya Island. To my surprise, one of the Dragon Balls is located there. Is that so? That simplifies matters. What do the Dragon Balls look like? Piccolo continued to inquire. Pilaf promptly produced a photograph of the Dragon Balls for Piccolo and the others to examine. After viewing it, Dambalin nodded to Piccolo and said, Your Excellency, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. After he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew out of the spacecraft towards the direction of Papaya Island. At that moment, the finals of the martial arts tournament were underway on Papaya Island, with no unexpected events occurring. Goku and Dawn were once again battling for the championship title. However, unlike the last encounter where their strengths were evenly matched, Goku now held a decisive advantage with overwhelming power. Despite Dawn possessing a battle power of over 100,000, he was still no match for Goku. The final outcome was unsurprising. Goku unleashed a technique called Kong Long Yuhui, summoning a colossal golden dragon that soared toward Dawn, sending him crashing down from the arena. As Goku secured his victory once more, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Bulma, as a director of Capsule Corporation, made her entrance to present medals and prizes to the champions. Just as she was about to hand a massive 5 million Sony prize to Dawn, a haughty voice echoed above the crowd. Is this the site of the world's greatest martial arts tournament? It seems your match has concluded. Everyone looked up to find a creature with bat-like wings and green skin hovering in the sky, prompting a flurry of speculation among the onlookers regarding its identity. Seated in the audience, Master Roshi and Master Karen's expressions shifted dramatically, with Master Roshi gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "A demon tribe." However, his words were drowned out by the chatter of the crowd. Aside from Master Karen, no one paid heed. Fortunately, Dambalin had no intention of concealing his identity, proudly announcing, "I am Dambalin, the chief commander under King Piccolo. Now I demand you hand over the list of participants from all previous tournaments, as well as the Dragon Balls." Dawn, still seething from his defeat to Goku, was infuriated by the disruption at his award ceremony. As Dambalin attempted to continue speaking, Don leapt above him, his face a mask of fury as he declared, "I detest anyone daring to appear above me." With that, he brought his leg down, striking Dambolin without hesitation. Sending him crashing to the arena floor, a resounding thud echoed as the arena was left with a significant dent. Fortunately, Don had refrained from using lethal force. Otherwise, Dambolin would surely have met his end. Struggling to rise from the crater, Dambolin coughed up blue blood, clearly gravely injured from the blow. Gazing at the stern-faced Don before him, he spat, "You vile scoundrel, are you not afraid of King Piccolo?" Unfazed, Don replied, "King Piccolo? Who is that? If he has the guts, let him come find me, but no one is allowed to interrupt our awards ceremony." With that, Don approached Bulma and said, "Miss Bulma, let us continue." Bulma, undeterred, resumed the ceremony. Dambolin, seething with rage, realized he was no match for Don and quickly transmitted this information to King Piccolo in his mind. In Dambolin's mind, King Piccolo was invincible, though he could not defeat his opponent. He believed that once King Piccolo intervened, everyone present would perish. Meanwhile, in the castle spacecraft, King Piccolo received Dambolin's message and stood up abruptly, startling everyone present. Pilaf and his companions clung to each other in fright. King Piccolo turned to Pilaf and commanded, "Change course. We're heading to Papaya Island." Pinot, noticing King Piccolo's grim demeanor, asked, "Your Excellency, what is the matter?" King Piccolo sat back down and sighed. "Dambolin has been injured." "What?" Pinot exclaimed in shock. "How is that possible?" "Perhaps it is due to my aging body. I am still too old," King Piccolo lamented. "However, Dambolin is no match for that individual, meaning he must be the strongest martial artist on the planet right now. Therefore, I intend to deal with him personally. I refuse to believe that he possesses strength greater than mine, of course. Your Excellency's power is unparalleled." Pilaf chimed in, eager to curry favor. Unbeknownst to Pilaf, Pinot cast him a disapproving glance. Under the guidance of Xiao Wu, the castle spacecraft quickly adjusted its course toward Papaya Island. Vegeta, observing the battle between Don and Dambolin from the second-floor window, could not help but exclaim, "It appears King Piccolo is about to make an appearance." However, dealing with him is a rather troublesome predicament. King Piccolo was a fragment of the god. They shared a single life, and the death of either would result in the other's demise, should the god perish. The Dragon Balls would lose their power as well. Although Vegeta was confident in his ability to survive, and with his system, he had no need to seek the dragon's assistance. The existence of the system itself must remain a secret. Just because he did not need it did not mean others did not, such as Bulma, who could use the Dragon Balls to regain her youth. After Bulma presented the championship trophy and prize money to Goku, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Bulma took the microphone and announced, "I declare the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded." Just as Bulma declared the tournament's conclusion, the audience looked up in unison to see a massive shadow enveloping the venue. A colossal spacecraft loomed overhead. Dambolin, sprawled on the arena floor, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You are finished! You are finished! The mighty King Piccolo has personally arrived." What a nuisance! Don, who had been monitoring Dambolin, kicked him away in irritation. Dambolin, already severely injured, crashed violently against the surrounding walls of the arena, vomiting blood and on the verge of collapse. The spacecraft slowly opened a large door, and King Piccolo descended gracefully, landing beside Dambolin. "Dambolin, who injured you?" King Piccolo demanded furiously. Without waiting for Dambolin to respond, Don coldly interjected, "It was either you here to seek vengeance for that old fool." King Piccolo, enraged by the audacity of this individual who remained defiant in his presence, retorted with a bitter laugh, "It seems that after hundreds of years without emerging, the world has forgotten the terror of me, King Piccolo." The audience began to murmur in response to King Piccolo's words. And one bold individual shouted from the crowd, "Hey, greenskin freak, where do you come from? You're far too arrogant. This is the venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament, gathering the finest warriors from across the globe. With so many masters present, who gave you the audacity to spout such nonsense? You should return from whence you came." Laughter erupted among the crowd at this bold remark. King Piccolo's expression darkened ominously as he pointed a finger. unleashing a red beam toward the heckler. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before the spectator, blocking the attack. Although martial arts had spread widely, not everyone had trained in it. Indeed, the vast majority of Earthlings remained feeble. Mere mortals think you can kill while on my territory. You have far too little respect for me, he declared. Vegeta looked up at King Piccolo and spoke. Chapter 70. The villain is so weak. King Piccolo furrowed his brow as he regarded Vegeta, but a chill ran through him. He had just witnessed clearly that the energy blast he launched was effortlessly blocked by Vegeta's hand. It is worth noting that that particular energy blast possessed an extraordinarily high temperature and energy, something he would not dare to take head-on. Yet this young man had casually intercepted his attack with his bare hand. Such strength! Could he truly defeat this opponent now? Who are you? With your power, you shouldn't be a nameless nobody, King Piccolo inquired. Vegeta gradually floated in front of King Piccolo and introduced himself. I am Vegeta, the master of the Chinese martial arts hall. Seeing how young you are, you likely do not recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself as well, King Piccolo said, though internally he was quite anxious. He aimed to intimidate Vegeta with his self-introduction. However, Vegeta raised a hand to halt King Piccolo's introduction and replied, I know who you are. You are the King Piccolo who wreaked havoc on the world 300 years ago. You nearly exterminated all martial artists back then, but alas, you were sealed away in a rice cooker by the martial arts master. Master Mateto, on the spectator stands. Master Roshi and Master Shun exchanged glances. Then simultaneously asked, Did you tell him? I did not. Master Roshi continued. Although we were directly involved in that event, we cannot deny that others must have passed down the tale. Master Shun nodded in agreement, and then asked, Can that young man on the arena confront King Piccolo? Will he not be killed by him? Master Roshi scoffed at Master Shun, saying, Do you think he is like you? He is a martial arts master who has created an entirely new school. The master of the Chinese martial arts hall. Nearly half of the martial artists participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament are his students or disciples. King Piccolo. HMPF, this is no longer 300 years ago. The martial arts on Earth are flourishing, beyond what King Piccolo can fathom. In the arena, King Piccolo was astonished that he had been recognized by a younger generation. Youngster, since you are aware of my reputation, why not surrender? I might consider making you my right-hand general. King Piccolo continued to bluff. When did King Piccolo need to rely on bluster to defeat his opponents? Vegeta laughed heartily and added, If you wish for me to submit to you, it is simple. Just defeat me. That I believe that should not be a challenging task for you. King Piccolo. King Piccolo clenched his fists, wanting to strike Vegeta. However, as he gazed at Vegeta, he found himself unable to throw that simple punch. For in his eyes, Vegeta had suddenly transformed into a towering mountain and a vast ocean. What use is it to strike at a mountain or the sea? Observing King Piccolo drenched in sweat, Vegeta slowly approached him and gently tapped his forehead with a finger. Instantly, King Piccolo was sent flying back as if struck by a heavy blow, crashing into the wall. The sturdy red brick wall crumbled upon impact, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Master Shun, Tenshinhan, and many martial artists watched Vegeta in the arena, their faces filled with astonishment, for they too recognized the mountainous and oceanic aura and strength of Vegeta. Standing beside Yamcha, Tenshinhan exclaimed, He is the master of the Chinese martial arts hall. He is truly formidable. Yamcha replied, Of course. You see, I became this powerful only by learning their martial arts secrets. If I were still the old me, I could never have matched you. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Tenshinhan nodded in understanding that it was no wonder there were so many skilled fighters in the world. It seemed he too should pay a visit to the Chinese martial arts hall. With great difficulty, King Piccolo climbed out of the rubble, glaring at Vegeta, and shouted, You are insufferable, you bastard. Vegeta calmly advised, Surrender. You stand no chance. That I know you are the evil that was separated from the god. To kill you would mean the death of the god as well. So I will take you to rejoin with him. I see. So you are a lackey of the god. Humph, to think you can make me merge back with him. What a dream. King Piccolo roared, If we are to die, we shall die together. As King Piccolo, I will not yield to anyone. Having said that, King Piccolo began to gather energy, his aura becoming unstable and tremulous, planning to self-destruct. With me around, can you truly do that? Vegeta swiftly darted in front of King Piccolo and struck him repeatedly with his hands. With each tap, an immense amount of energy flowed from Vegeta into King Piccolo. The energy King Piccolo was accumulating suddenly ceased, and his body became immobile, leaving only his eyes and mouth able to move. In terror, King Piccolo shouted, "What have you done to me? Why can't I move my body?" Vegeta responded, "This is a pressure point technique, but fear not. This restriction will last no longer than an hour before it automatically releases the AT that moment." Goku rushed over, standing beside Vegeta and calling out, "Master!" He curiously glanced at King Piccolo. "What are you looking at, you brat?" King Piccolo snapped, but no one acknowledged him. Vegeta then asked Goku, "Would you like to go see what the god looks like?" "What? The god?" Yes, yes, Goku exclaimed excitedly. Thus Vegeta, along with Bulma and Goku, escorted King Piccolo aboard a flying machine towards the Korin forest. As they gazed upon the towering white tower in the distance, Goku eagerly asked, "Master, is that Korin tower ahead? Does the god reside near Korin tower?" Vegeta replied, "Yes, but the god does not live near Korin tower. He resides atop a dada. He lives above Korin tower. How high must that be?" Goku marveled. Chapter 71. The God. Soon, Bulma piloted the flying machine to the vicinity of Korin tower, then ascended higher towards the top of Korin tower. The tail of the machine erupted with immense flames as it soared upwards, and in a short while, they arrived at the residence of the Korin sage at the peak of Korin tower. Goku joyfully waved to the Korin sage, and under the watchful gaze of the cat sage, the flying machine continued its ascent. The cat sage, observing the machine continuing upwards, stroked his beard and sighed, "I wonder if their meeting with the god will be good or bad." The cat sage's musings went unheard by Vegeta and the others, as Bulma skillfully navigated the aircraft upward. Their journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of the thunderous storms encountered in the original tale. After about 10 minutes, they beheld the grand celestial palace floating in the sky. What a magnificent structure! Is this where the god resides? Goku marveled, leaning against the window. Indeed, this is the celestial palace, where the god and his servant dwell, Vegeta remarked. Bulma carefully landed the aircraft on the floor of the celestial palace. Vegeta and his companions escorted King Piccolo out of the aircraft. The god and Popo were already waiting outside for them. Upon seeing the god, Bulma and Goku were instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, the god looks just like King Piccolo." The god, with a grave expression, spoke, "Yes, that is because King Piccolo was separated from the evil within me. I sincerely apologize for the suffering my actions have caused in the mortal realm." Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction regarding the deity of Earth in Dragon Ball, slowly articulating, "You should not apologize to us. Rather, you owe an apology to the countless humans who perished at the hands of King Piccolo and his minions 3 centuries ago." The deity fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. At that juncture, Bubbles interjected, "The deity did not act out of malice. To ascend to divinity, he must ensure that his body, heart, and mind are entirely pure and benevolent, without a trace of wickedness." "You are correct," Vegeta replied. "Yet what he ought to do is eradicate the evil within, rather than merely separating it from himself." Bubbles attempted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the deity, who conceded, "Indeed, Mr. Bubbles, what Mr. Vegeta says is not without merit. You are not beyond redemption. At the very least, you demonstrate competence in acknowledging your faults." That Mr. Vegeta, the deity queried, "What is your purpose in bringing King Piccolo to the lookout?" "Deity, how do you perceive your own strength?" Vegeta countered, refraining from addressing the deity's question. The deity furrowed his brow, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet he responded honestly, "In the current state of Earth, there are far too many beings more powerful than I. I am no match for them. Then, if a formidable extraterrestrial were to invade Earth, what assistance do you believe you could provide?" Vegeta pressed on without reservation. The deity inhaled deeply and asked tentatively, "Mr. Vegeta, did you come here solely to humiliate me?" Vegeta shook his head and replied, "Your role is indeed significant. You created the Dragon Balls. While you cannot resurrect the deceased, the eternal dragon can. Therefore, your paramount function for Earth lies in preserving the existence of the eternal dragon. Do you acknowledge this, deity?" Upon hearing Vegeta's words, The deity nodded and said, "You are correct. This is indeed the greatest contribution I can make to Earth in the future." Satisfied, Vegeta then brought King Piccolo before the deity and said, "Now, you and Piccolo must fuse once more. This way, no one can kill you by slaying Piccolo. Moreover, upon your refusion, you will emerge as a new deity, significantly enhancing your power, perhaps even rivaling my own." Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Piccolo let out a piercing scream, frantically shouting, "I refuse to fuse. Let me go." The deity looked at Vegeta in astonishment and asked, "Surely, you understand that as a deity, one must harbor no malevolent thoughts. If I were to fuse with Piccolo, I would no longer be a god. Why is that impossible? You are a deity now. If you assert it, it shall be so. You believe you cannot master such a minor evil in your heart?" Vegeta inquired. The deity, taken aback by Vegeta's assertion, found himself at a loss. Vegeta then grasped the deity's hand and placed it upon King Piccolo's chest, urging, "Hurry. For us on Earth, your divinity is not of paramount importance. What we truly need are the Dragon Balls. Since we cannot eliminate King Piccolo, you must fuse with him, for it is the only way to ultimately resolve this issue." The deity hesitated, standing motionless, while Bubbles looked on with concern. King Piccolo, observing the deity's indecision, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "He dares not. He fears fusing with me because he cannot subdue the evil within himself." Ignoring Piccolo's taunts, Vegeta shouted, "Why do you still hesitate? What is there to ponder? It is merely a matter of a thought becoming divine or demonic." Upon hearing Vegeta's final words, the deity experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, both divinity and malevolence reside within one's thoughts. There exists no absolute god nor absolute demon. With this realization, the deity resolved to act decisively, firmly pressing his hand against King Piccolo's chest. Piccolo, witnessing the deity's determination, panicked and shouted, "No, you cannot fuse with me, since I was separated from you. We should not merge again." The deity disregarded Piccolo's incessant protests, beginning to chant incantations before finally declaring, "Fusion." In an instant, Piccolo transformed into a torrent of emerald energy, both beings radiating intense light. Ultimately, the green energy that was Piccolo fully merged into the deity's being. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance dissipated, leaving the deity standing alone. Chapter 72. The Lookout. Is this not splendid? King Piccolo has vanished, the deity remains alive, and the Dragon Balls have not been lost. What a joyous outcome, Vegeta remarked. The deity, regaining his composure and feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Vegeta." Vegeta waved his hand dismissively and, accompanied by Bulma and Goku, made his way toward their spacecraft, stating, "Now that King Piccolo's matter is resolved, we must return. Should time permit, we would be delighted to welcome the deity to West City." After this, the trio boarded their craft, preparing for departure. I could see that moment. Bulma voiced her mild dissatisfaction. "Are we leaving already? This is my first visit to the Lookout. Shouldn't we explore a bit?" Before Vegeta could respond, the deity, having overheard Bulma's remarks thanks to the exceptional hearing of Namekians, hurriedly invited, "Indeed, Mr. Vegeta, Ms. Bulma, Mr. Goku, please stay and explore the Lookout. There are many fascinating things to see." "Oh, wonderful." Without waiting for Vegeta's refusal, Bulma eagerly leapt from the spacecraft and headed toward the Lookout. Vegeta, unable to resist, followed along, knowing that he found little of interest in the Lookout. But understanding Bulma's curiosity, accompanied by the deity and Bubbles, the trio explored the Grand Palace complex. Just as Vegeta had anticipated, the Lookout offered little in terms of entertainment. The deity and Bubbles led lives devoid of peculiar interests, resembling ascetic beings. Thus, apart from the essentials for living, the Lookout housed no extraordinary items. As Bulma's disappointment deepened, she mused aloud, "Deity, do you not have any angels or anything of the sort?" Upon hearing Bulma mention angels, the deity flustered and waved his hands, exclaiming, "Ms. Bulma, please do not say such things. Angels are not within the purview of a small deity like myself. You overestimate my capabilities." Initially, Bulma believed angels to be mere myths. But the deity's words suggested that such beings indeed existed. Are you implying that angels truly exist in this world, and their status is even higher than yours? Bulma inquired. Vegeta, well aware of what angels were like, chose to remain silent, not out of fear, but due to the complications that would arise from explaining angels, the Kais, the Supreme Kai, and the Destroyer's IT was simply too cumbersome, so he refrained from elaborating for Bulma's sake. The deity, upon hearing Bulma's question, quickly replied, "Such matters cannot be disclosed. If the opportunity arises, you may meet an angel." After this, the deity fell silent. Though Bulma was profoundly curious, she could not press the deity for further explanations. So she continued to follow him through the lookout. Before long, they arrived at the center of the lookout, where a vast pool of water lay. Bulma, intrigued, asked, "I never expected such a grand bathing pool to exist at the heart of the lookout. You and Bubbles seem to enjoy yourselves." Upon hearing Bulma's comment, the deity hastily corrected her. "Ms. Bulma, you are mistaken. This is not a bathing pool, but rather a passage that leads to various realms and the past." "What do you mean?" Bulma leaned closer to the water, astonished to see that the pool reflected the scene of the World Martial Arts Tournament on Papaya Island. "Wow, so this is how you spy on Earth?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing her words, the god felt an involuntary embarrassment and hastily replied, "This is not peeping. My duty as a deity is to safeguard the entire Earth from severe harm." Bulma, unfazed by the deity's explanation, continued to inquire, "You just mentioned that this can lead to the past." The god nodded and then elaborated. "While it is referred to as the past, it does not truly allow one to return and alter the timeline. Rather, it is a reflection of the past within the time pool, through which we can relive past events." As he spoke, the deity gently tapped the surface of the time pool, causing the waters to shimmer and shift, revealing a scene of Bulma and Vegeta playing together in their childhood. Upon witnessing this tableau, Bulma was instantly transported back to that memory, a smile breaking across her face. After exploring the time pool, the group, under the deity's guidance, made their way outside. Moments later, they arrived at a door. The deity opened it and introduced, "This is an extraordinarily unique space." As he spoke, he led the group inside. Bulma exclaimed as she stepped in, feeling an overwhelming heaviness weighed down her body. Had Vegeta not reached out to catch her, she would have collapsed onto the floor. Vegeta had anticipated this. Upon entering the time room, he had already infused Bulma with a considerable amount of energy. The deity, upon witnessing Bulma's condition, was taken aback and quickly ushered everyone back outside. Bulma, still shaken, queried, "What was that room?" The deity explained that was the hyperbolic time chamber, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth. The air is thin with oxygen levels only 50% of Earth's, and temperatures fluctuate between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees. "What a terrifying place," Bulma exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the deity's description. While it might seem daunting to an ordinary person for martial artists, it is indeed an exceptional training ground. The most crucial aspect is that a year spent inside equates to merely a day outside. The deity smiled as he said this. Bulma gasped in admiration. "Indeed, if we train there for a few years, we'll surely emerge as unmatched warriors." She then turned to Vegeta and Goku, asking, "Don't you two want to give it a try?" Vegeta shook his head, replying, "Not necessary at the moment. If the need arises in the future, we can always train there then." Indeed, Vegeta's power had already reached several million, and with 7 to 8 years until facing Frieza, his strength could potentially soar into the tens of millions or even billions that they're truly in need to fear Frieza. After completing their tour of the Heavenly Temple and satisfying Bulma's curiosity, the trio departed in their flying vehicle, bidding farewell to the deity and Pobo as they headed towards West City. Chapter 73. Birthday time flew by swiftly. Vegeta was now 22, and Bulma had turned 21. One day, after leaving the Chinese Martial Arts Association, Vegeta returned home, only to find the house eerily quiet and shrouded in darkness. There were no servants, nor were the robotic caretakers performing their duties. What could have happened? Vegeta pondered, extending his senses and quickly discovering that numerous people were gathered in the dining room. He approached the dining area, flipped on the lights, and was immediately greeted by a cascade of fireworks as everyone shouted in unison. Happy birthday! Realizing that today was his birthday, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Bulma, holding a gift, stepped forward and playfully chided, "Why didn't you scream? You have no sense of entertainment." Vegeta feigned a shout. "Is that satisfactory?" This elicited a hearty laugh from Bulma, who replied, "Is that real or fake?" Vegeta retorted, "With so many people hiding in the dining room, they felt like countless light bulbs to my senses. How could I possibly be scared?" "How boring. I forgot that you can sense people's presence," Bulma remarked. Afterward, she handed him the gift box and said mysteriously, "Take a look. This is my present for you." Vegeta opened the gift to find a key inside. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "What is this key for?" Bulma cryptically replied, "This surprise can only be unveiled after your birthday, in the room to the left on the top floor." "The left side on the top floor?" Vegeta recalled, "That used to be an empty room. It was empty before, but not anymore. I've had it renovated," Bulma explained, urging Vegeta to cut the cake. Thus, surrounded by loved ones, Vegeta celebrated his 22nd birthday since being reborn into the Dragon Ball world. That evening, Vegeta ascended to the top floor, retrieving the key Bulma had given him. As he opened the door and stepped inside, a shadow suddenly enveloped him from behind. That it wasn't that Vegeta lacked vigilance. Rather, the individual posed no threat, so his energy remained unresponsive. In that instant, he recognized the familiar scent of Bulma as she embraced him. "Bulma, why are you hiding in this room? What about the mysterious gift you mentioned?" Bulma whispered sweetly in his ear, "Brother, tonight I am your birthday gift. Do you like it?" At her words, Vegeta felt a rush of warmth course through him, his voice slightly hoarse as he replied, "Woman, you are dancing with wolves, playing with fire. Just tell me if you will accept this gift," Bulma said, wrapping her arms around his sturdy neck, her breath tantalizingly close. "This little enchantress." Vegeta swiftly turned, pulling Bulma into his embrace. Though the bedroom remained dim, to Vegeta, it was as bright as day, allowing him to see Bulma's flushed cheeks clearly. Despite her bold words, her face was adorned with a shy blush, and Vegeta realized that uttering such sentiments required considerable courage for a girl. He swept Bulma into his arms and strode toward the large bed in the center of the room, declaring, "After tonight, you will belong to me, so don't you dare regret it. Whoever regrets is a little dog," Bulma asserted, clinging to Vegeta's neck with determination. Gazing at the radiant Bulma, Vegeta softly confessed, "Bulma, I love you." The moonlight outside illuminated the sheer curtains, casting a hazy glow as it gently swayed, dispelling the heat of the moment. The following day, though Bulma walked with some difficulty, with Vegeta's assistance and the consumption of a small recovery pill, her discomfort lessened significantly. She playfully tapped Vegeta's shoulder and declared, "From now on, I am yours. And you must not entertain thoughts of other women." Vegeta, feeling unjustly accused, thought to himself that Bulma had always kept a close watch on him. He hadn't even met her girlfriends, sensing Vegeta's thoughts. Bulma huffed, "Humph, from now on, only I will reside in your heart. Of course, in my heart. There will always be room only for you," Bulma professed earnestly. "Bulma, rest assured in my heart, you're the most beautiful and significant person in this world and universe. No one can replace your position in my heart." Vegeta reciprocated her sentiment deeply. In the dining room, Bulma's parents had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of Vegeta and Bulma. This couple had long regarded Vegeta as their son-in-law, and the events of the previous night had been something they had looked forward to for a long time. Mrs. Brief cheerfully called out, Come, sit down. I had someone prepare chicken soup for you both." Vegeta, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Auntie, thank you. Why are you still calling me Aunt? You should refer to me as Mother." Mrs. Brief exclaimed, "Mom." Vegeta responded without hesitation, showing no reluctance in addressing her differently. "Oh, hurry, drink your soup," Mrs. Brief joyfully urged. At that moment, Dr. Brief interjected, "When are you two planning to hold the wedding? I believe the 7th of next month would be an excellent date. Why not host the ceremony then?" Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Vegeta remained unfazed, while Bulma, just having taken a sip of her soup, promptly spewed it out. "Dad, are you so eager to marry me off?" Bulma asked, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. What's wrong with that? Isn't it your long-held desire? Dr. Brief queried, somewhat puzzled. Didn't you always say as a child, when I grow up, I want to be my brother's bride? Now that you are in this relationship, why not get married? The sooner you wed, the sooner you can have children. While your mother and I are still young, we can help take care of them, and I can pass the Capsule Corporation into your hands. Dr. Brief asserted, his reasoning firm that it seems you are not keen on our marriage. Rather, you wish to take the easy route. Am I right? Bulma cast a dubious glance at Dr. Brief. Regardless of your thoughts, the date is set. You two are getting married next month, Dr. Brief insisted playfully as Bulma prepared to voice her objections. Vegeta interjected, let Mom and Dad decide. Bulma and I have no objections that we both acknowledge each other and will not part ways in the future. So the timing of our wedding is inconsequential. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma ceased to protest, her heart swelling with joy. It was that Bulma was opposed to marriage. Rather, she wished for Vegeta to willingly choose to marry her, without feeling coerced by their relationship. Hence, when Dr. Brief made his earlier proclamation, Bulma had initially resisted, but now that Vegeta had expressed his willingness, she had no qualms. Soon, news of the union between the heiress of Capsule Corporation and a master of the martial arts pavilion spread across the globe. Both were renowned figures, and their wedding naturally drew considerable attention. However, neither Bulma nor Vegeta relished the limelight, so they quietly exchanged vows on a beautiful island, surrounded by family and friends. Goku, Vegeta's favorite disciple, served as Vegeta's best man, beaming with joy as he watched Bulma and Vegeta declare their vows. Vegeta turned to Goku and remarked, when you marry, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. A grand gift? Is it some extraordinary martial arts technique? Goku asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement, leaving Vegeta speechless. The wedding ceremony proceeded splendidly, with Vegeta and Bulma needing not worry, as a professional wedding company organized every detail. Ultimately, amidst laughter and cheer, everyone posed for a grand group photo on the island, creating a cherished memory. The following year, Bulma became pregnant and gave birth to her and Vegeta's first child, whom she named Trunks. Holding little Trunks in his arms, Vegeta softly mused, you arrived quite early. I wonder how surprised you'll be when the future Trunks arrives. The IT will surely be an amusing sight. Perhaps having understood Vegeta's words. The sleeping Trunks displayed an innocent smile. When Trunks turned 1, in the year 759 of the age, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was once again held. This time, the number of participants surged to 5,000, extending the originally 3-day event to 10 days, making the entire Papaya Island bustling with excitement. Having won 2 consecutive championships, Goku initially planned to sit out, but Vegeta insisted he participate as he awaited Chi-Chi's arrival. Master, why must you insist I join this tournament? It lacks any challenge, the 18-year-old Goku said, playfully entertaining little Trunks that you'll understand soon enough. I'm doing this for your own good. Once my objective is achieved, you are free to withdraw at any time. I won't stop you, Vegeta replied. All right, Goku conceded, respecting Vegeta's wishes. Soon, after 8 days, the 8 finalists were determined. Point 1 must acknowledge Tian's remarkable martial arts talent. After adopting the Chinese martial arts techniques, his strength improved rapidly, earning him a spot among the top 8. However, Chaozu fell short again, failing to progress past the preliminaries. Alongside him were Dawn, Krillin, Goku, Yamcha, the mysterious girl, Kiki, and the final contestant, Roria, another prodigious talent from the Chinese martial arts pavilion. Roria was not a direct disciple of Vegeta. She hailed from the eastern city as Chinese martial arts pavilion and was 19 years old, 2 years younger than Goku. During the draw for the finals, Vegeta observed quietly from the second floor and instructed Chaozu beside him, make sure Goku draws number 1, and that mysterious girl draws number 2. Understood, Mr. Vegeta. Chaozu nodded in agreement. Soon, Goku and the mysterious girl took the stage to draw lots. Successfully arranged by Chaozu, Goku looked at his draw and felt a wave of confusion. He couldn't fathom why that girl, Kiki, seemed intent on opposing him. Kiki stepped up to Goku and declared, it seems fate has brought us together. Just wait. I will defeat you. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien looked on, stunned. Krillin quietly warned Goku, "Hey, be careful. That girl also practices Chinese martial arts and is quite skilled. You don't want to underestimate her." Yamcha added curiously, "Goku, are you sure you don't know her? A girl as beautiful as her would surely be unforgettable." Goku, looking distressed, replied, "I truly don't know her. For the past 3 years, I've been training with my master. And aside from Bulma and the girls at the dojo, I haven't met any other girls." "Oh, what a pity. She might be the girl who has a crush on you," Yamcha speculated, excitedly pinching Goku's neck, exclaiming, "What kind of luck do you have to be acquainted with such a lovely girl? What does that have to do with me? I don't wish to know her." Goku coughed awkwardly. "Listen to yourself. Is this even humanly possible? Brothers, let us give him a hard time," Yamcha shouted, prompting Krillin and Tien to join in teasing Goku. Soon, the first match of the finals commenced, with Kiki and Goku stepping onto the stage. This time, Vegeta did not remain in the VIP room on the second floor. Eager to witness this significant moment, he and Bulma joined the backstage with Yamcha and others to watch the match unfold. On the stage, Kiki looked at Goku and asked, "Goku, I'll ask you again, do you truly not recognize me?" Goku, feeling helpless, replied, "Miss, I sincerely do not know you. If we've even met before, please enlighten me." Kiki took a deep breath and said, "All right, I want to be angry. Being upset is pointless. That I can tell you who I am, but only if you defeat me." Goku's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. It was that simple. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have defeated you long ago." "Simple. You underestimate my abilities. I'm not one of those weaklings from the preliminaries. I'll show you my true strength." Chi-Chi immediately assumed a stance to prepare for Wukong's onslaught. However, she was taken aback when Wukong did not launch a direct attack. Instead, he raised his hand and swept it through the air, unleashing a powerful gust that sent Chi-Chi sprawling off the stage. How formidable! The other 9 contestants watching the match gasped in astonishment, realizing that over the past 3 years, the gap in strength between them and Wukong had not only failed to close, but had widened considerably. Wukong approached Chi-Chi. Extending his hand to help her back onto the stage, he inquired, "Now, can you tell me who you are?" Rubbing the back of her head where she had collided, Chi-Chi smiled and replied, "Wukong, I am the daughter of the Bull Demon King, and your fiancé, Neo Chi-Chi." Neo Chi-Chi. Wukong gazed at her intently, his memory slowly rekindling the image of the little girl who had accompanied him to summon Master Roshi. "Good heavens, you are Chi-Chi. I can hardly recognize you now that you've grown up," he exclaimed. "I remember back then. You only wore." Before he could finish, Chi-Chi quickly covered his mouth, threateningly stating, "If you dare reveal what I used to wear, you'll be in big trouble." Wukong, feeling a wave of apprehension at her serious demeanor, nodded in compliance. Then, "Chi-Chi, what brings you to me today? Surely, it is not to challenge me to a duel." Wukong asked, "What nonsense. Wukong, do you think I am that kind of violent girl?" Chi-Chi replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Oh, you remember the promise you made back then. I came to fulfill it when you left Flame Mountain." "Promise?" Wukong pondered, trying to recall the events of those years past, but the details eluded him. "Could you remind me? I really cannot recall. Have you truly forgotten? You promised to marry me, to take me as your bride. Do I mean so little to you?" Chi-Chi's frustration surfaced as Wukong continued to struggle with his memory. However, after revealing her identity, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands. The onlookers, eavesdropping from the sidelines, erupted in astonished exclamations. "Marriage? Bride?" The only one who remained unfazed was Vegeta, who nodded in satisfaction, seeing the storyline align with the original plot. Bulma, equally astonished, turned to Vegeta and teasingly remarked, "It seems you have always known about Chi-Chi and Wukong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have insisted he participate in this tournament." Vegeta shook his head in denial. "I did not. Do not speak nonsense. That I am not a fortune teller to foresee their situation." Bulma, unconvinced by Vegeta's words, chose not to press further and instead beamed at Wukong, wishing him happiness in finding his love. Krillin and Yamcha, standing nearby, cast envious glances at Wukong, lamenting, "Heavenly powers! Why can this dullard find such a lovely girl to be his bride?" Just as everyone anticipated Wukong to embrace his bride, he suddenly turned to Vegeta and the others, asking, "Do you know what a bride is?" Upon hearing such a foolish question from Yukong, Krillin and the others staggered and collapsed to the ground. Bulma, exasperated, loudly clarified, "You fool. A bride is the woman you will spend your life with." After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Vegeta's, adding, "I am now Vegeta's bride. Do you understand, you dolt?" "Oh, so that is what a bride is?" Wukong exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "Yes, indeed. Last year on the small island, the ceremony I had with Vegeta was a wedding." Bulma continued to elaborate. "Now I understand," Wukong said, scratching his head. "I thought marriage was a grand feast, and a bride was a delicious dish." His words left everyone speechless once more. And Bulma sighed, "You only remember food. I truly do not understand what Chi-Chi sees in you." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi looked slightly hurt and asked, "So, does that mean you do not wish to marry me?" Wukong shook his head, affirming, "Since I've already promised you, I must uphold my word. Let us marry." At Wukong's declaration, Chi-Chi joyfully clung to his arm, beaming like a child. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, and the host climbed onto the stage, proclaiming, "Heavenly powers! I have presided over the World Martial Arts Tournament for many years and have never witnessed a wedding take place on stage. This will undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the history of our tournament. Let us sincerely wish Mr. Sun Wukong and Miss Neo Chi-Chi a lifetime of happiness together." Thus, amid the cheers and applause, Wukong and Chi-Chi descended from the stage. Vegeta, holding little Trunks, approached Wukong and said, "Now, you may choose whether or not to participate in this tournament." Upon hearing his master's words, Wukong grasped the implication and replied, "Master, so you insisted I participate just for this reason?" "Guess," Vegeta said, leading Bulma out of the arena. Bulma, intrigued, asked, "Aren't you going to watch this year's World Martial Arts Tournament?" Vegeta replied, "No need, as long as I know that under my leadership, the martial arts on Earth are flourishing. There is no necessity to continue watching." That a month later, Vegeta, Bulma, and other family and friends gathered at Flame Mountain to attend Wukong and Chi-Chi's wedding. After the ceremony, Wukong took Chi-Chi back to live at Baozing Mountain, where Vegeta and Bulma gifted them an incredibly luxurious capsule house. Thus, Earth enjoyed 5 years of tranquility, and martial arts became the mainstream on the planet. Chapter 79, The Gathering Trunks. "Have you changed your clothes yet? Gohan and the others are about to arrive," Bulma called out loudly from outside Trunks' bedroom. "Almost done. I'm just picking out what to wear today," Trunks shouted back. Now 9 years old, Trunks had been training alongside Vegeta since he was 3. Though still young, his combat power had exceeded 10,000. Notably, Trunks was honing skills from the Taishin Sutra, which integrated internal martial arts, agility, boxing, palm techniques, and swordsmanship. Merely acquiring the Taishin Sutra required a staggering 10 billion martial arts points, nearly depleting Vegeta's own points. In terms of internal martial arts, the 9-yang divine skill was not inferior to the Taishin Sutra, and the 18 dragon-subduing palms were equally formidable. The key factor was that the Taishin Sutra was comprehensive, encompassing all martial arts forms, which justified its exorbitant cost. "I'm ready, Mom. When will Gohan and the others arrive?" Trunks asked as he followed Bulma into the dining area. "They should be here any moment now. Not only your uncle Wukong, Aunt Chi-Chi, and Gohan, but also Krillin, Yamcha, and others will be coming," Bulma remarked like a tea that moment. Vegeta was seated in the courtyard, enjoying tea with Dr. Brief while awaiting the arrival of others. Over the span of 5 years, much had transpired. Vegeta's strength had advanced further, and his 9-yang divine skill had now reached the 5-yang realm, boasting a battle power exceeding 90 million, tantalizingly close to breaking the 100 million threshold and entering the advanced stage of the 9-yang realm. The Chinese Martial Arts Institute had flourished across the earth, with its disciples numbering over 100,000, alongside millions of martial artists who had purchased the Institute's teachings to self-study. Although this number seemed insignificant compared to Earth's population of billions, it is essential to recognize that martial arts cultivation requires inherent talent. Not everyone is suited for such rigorous training. Furthermore, the practice of martial arts demands both time and financial resources, and the majority of people struggle to make ends meet, leaving them little to invest in martial pursuits. Where there is good news, there often lies bad news, and the most significant piece of unfavorable news over the years was the departure of Don from the Chinese Martial Arts Institute. Don was an exceedingly proud individual, possessing formidable strength. Among all at the Institute, only son Wukong could rival him, while the rest fell short. However, his arrogance was overwhelming, and Vegeta had discerned the ambition concealed within him, thus refraining from imparting top-tier martial arts to him. Ultimately, 2 years ago, after claiming victory at the 24th World Martial Arts Championship, Don vanished without a word, leaving even the vast Chinese Martial Arts Institute unaware of his whereabouts. Vegeta remained unperturbed by this. His primary concern was the growth of the Institute, confident that his strength was sufficient to dominate the entire Earth, rendering him indifferent to any minor details. Around 10 in the morning, Goku, accompanied by Chi-Chi and Gohan on the flying Nimbus, arrived at Bulma's residence. Master, Dr. Brief, good morning. Goku greeted Vegeta and Dr. Brief, who were seated in the courtyard. Chi-Chi gently urged Gohan, "Gohan, why aren't you greeting your uncle and grandpa?" Gohan, adorned with a 4-star ball hat, approached Vegeta and Dr. Brief, bowing politely. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, grandpa." Although Gohan was already 4 years old, this was his first outing with Goku and the others. Dr. Brief, delighted by Gohan's manners, exclaimed, "Gohan is so polite at such a young age." "Goku, you have truly done well in his upbringing," he added. "Unlike my own Trunks, who is nothing but a mischievous little monkey, constantly causing trouble to that moment." Bulma arrived with Trunks, who, having overheard his grandfather's remarks, expressed his discontent. "Grandpa, you should not speak of me like that." Upon hearing Trunks' retort, everyone erupted in laughter. Trunks then politely greeted Goku and Chi-Chi before turning to Gohan, saying, "You must be son Gohan. Come on, let's go to my room. I have plenty of fun toys waiting for you." Upon hearing Trunks' invitation, Gohan glanced at his mother, Chi-Chi. Seeing her smile and nod, Gohan eagerly followed Trunks into the house. Bulma, with a hint of envy, remarked to Chi-Chi, "You have raised Gohan splendidly." Chi-Chi beamed with satisfaction. Despite their families being close, she couldn't help but compare herself to Bulma. There was no competition when it came to their husbands, as Goku was Vegeta's disciple. However, in terms of knowledge and wealth, Chi-Chi found herself at a disadvantage compared to Bulma. Perhaps her only superiority lay in her culinary skills, but given Bulma's wealth, she could easily hire the world's finest chefs to prepare meals for her family. Thus, the only aspect left for comparison was their children. With pride, Chi-Chi declared, "Our Gohan is destined to become a great scholar, but a scholar." Bulma responded, slightly taken aback, glancing at Goku. Goku scratched his head, somewhat helplessly explaining, "There's no changing Chi-Chi's mind. She believed that with so many powerful martial artists protecting the Earth, we don't need another Gohan. She insists that true progress for humanity lies in scientific knowledge. Hence her refusal to let Gohan study martial arts, focusing instead on science." "Is that so? That makes a certain degree of sense." Bulma chuckled awkwardly at this moment. Vegeta interjected, "In truth, studying martial arts and aspiring to be a scholar are not mutually exclusive. It would be wise to lay a foundation in martial arts for Gohan, as an exceptional scientist requires a robust physique. Otherwise, if his health falters, he may struggle to undertake prolonged scientific endeavors." As for Bulma, she had consistently practiced martial arts, specifically the subtle art that preserves youthful appearance. Although her martial prowess was somewhat lacking, and her perseverance was not particularly strong, the elixir of life had fortified her internal energy significantly. Albeit with virtually no combat experience, upon hearing Vegeta's words, Chi-Chi pondered for a moment before turning to Goku. "Very well, I believe Vegeta has a point. After this visit, you shall teach Gohan martial arts." Upon hearing Chi-Chi relent, Goku's spirits soared, but only for a maximum of 2 hours each day. Chi-Chi cautioned, "Fear not. Even if you wish for him to train longer, it is impossible. Martial arts training must be gradual, not something to be rushed." Vegeta remarked with a smile. Chapter 77. Visitors from the cosmos. As Vegeta and the others engaged in conversation in the courtyard, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and others descended in their aircraft. Krillin and Yamcha joyfully embraced Goku, excitedly recounting recent events. Just as everyone was preparing for lunch in high spirits, a mysterious egg-shaped spacecraft hurtled towards Earth from the cosmos. The spaceship pierced through the dense atmosphere, tracing a graceful arc across the azure sky before crashing onto a desolate wasteland with a resounding thud. Nearby, a farmer was tending to his fields when he spotted the unidentified flying object plummeting to the ground. He hastily tossed aside his pitchfork and drove his pickup truck towards the crash site, aware that meteorites could fetch a handsome price. The farmer eagerly arrived at the landing site, only to discover a white, egg-shaped spaceship nestled within a crater. Just as he stood there in astonishment, an oddly dressed figure emerged from the spacecraft. The farmer quickly sprinted back to his truck, retrieving a rifle from behind the seat and aiming at Raditz. In a commanding tone, "Who are you?" Raditz regarded the farmer. Activating the power level scouter affixed to his face. Upon seeing the displayed reading of 5, he burst into laughter, derisively exclaiming, "So, it's merely a weakling with a power level of 5. Understanding Raditz's words, the farmer became furious and fired a shot. However, to his astonishment, Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet with his bare hands. "That you're a martial artist?" The farmer exclaimed in disbelief. "What martial artist?" "I am Raditz, a scion." Raditz scoffed at the farmer's misconception. "Humph. Whether you are a scion or a martial artist, the Martial Artist Association has rules against harming ordinary people. Otherwise, you would be hunted down by martial artists worldwide." The farmer attempted to intimidate him, hoping to invoke fear of Earth's martial arts community. "What nonsense are you spouting? I intend to kill you, and not even a god could stop me." With that, Raditz promptly returned the bullet he had caught, sending it hurtling back with tremendous force, penetrating the farmer's body and embedding itself into the pickup truck. "You dare to harm an ordinary person." The farmer gasped, uttering those final words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Raditz regarded the corpse with disdain before reactivating his scouter, which began to emit frantic beeping sounds. "What is happening?" Gazing at the values displayed on the power level tester, Raditz was taken aback, for the device indicated the presence of numerous warriors around him, each boasting power levels in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. How could this be? Why were there so many formidable beings on such a remote planet as Earth? Was it not said that Earth was merely an ordinary sphere? Raditz clenched his fists and exclaimed in fear. And no wonder so many individuals existed on this planet. Kakarot was merely a low-level warrior, and his current power level was likely only a few hundred or perhaps 1,000. He could not possibly contend with these powerful beings. I wonder if Kakarot is all right. Could he have already been killed? Raditz expressed his concern. Upon this reflection, Raditz utilized the power level tester to contact his companions still on other planets. "Bellis, you are already aware of the situation here. What should I do now?" Although Vegeta was no longer present, it seemed that Raditz and his comrades had a new leader. In that case, continue your search for Kakarot's members of the Scion race. None of us can wander alone. Despite the overwhelming power levels on Earth reaching tens of thousands, what did it matter? After all, this planet had a moon, as the enigmatic Bellis remarked. "Nappa and I will arrive swiftly. With the two of us, we could easily obliterate this Earth." Hearing Bellis's words, Raditz's confidence surged, and he boldly declared, "Regardless of whether Kakarot is alive or dead, I will find him. If he is alive, I shall see him, and if he is dead, I shall see his corpse." With that, Raditz began his search across Earth using the power level tester. He stealthily approached each warrior indicated by the device, fortuitously heading in the direction of West City. None of these warriors are Kakarot. He can't truly be dead. Can he? Raditz muttered with a frown. As he continued his search, Raditz soon arrived at West City, one of the largest cities on Earth. Standing outside the Chinese Martial Arts Hall, Raditz frowned and remarked, "Once again, it is the Chinese Martial Arts Hall. It appears that many of the strongest fighters on this planet are associated with this hall. Could it be the dominant organization on Earth?" With that, Raditz entered the hall once more. Initially, he was cautious, but as he realized that the warriors would not attack unless provoked, he grew bolder. Just as Raditz stepped into the hall, a disciple approached him and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, are you here to seek a master or to purchase martial arts manuals?" In previous encounters at the Chinese martial arts halls, he had been asked the same question. So Raditz skillfully replied, "I am looking for someone. May I see the pictures of the strong fighters associated with your hall? There are many strong fighters who have departed from our hall." "What is the name of the person you seek?" the disciple inquired courteously. Perhaps he has changed his name. He was previously known as Kakarot. Raditz continued. Kakarot? That is indeed a peculiar name. I can confirm that there is no one by that name in our hall. The disciple responded. Raditz pressed on. May I see your roster? He may have changed his name. Are you joking? That is absolutely not permitted. The roster is a confidential document of our hall, and only high-ranking members are allowed to view it. I suggest you search elsewhere. The disciple immediately rejected. Raditz had anticipated such a response, having faced similar treatment in other halls. His lengthy inquiries were merely a means to observe the entire hall. As Raditz turned to leave, he suddenly noticed several posters affixed to the wall, and his gaze was drawn to an image of Sun Wukong. However, the name displayed was not Kakarot, but Sun Wukong. Chapter 78. Confrontation. Raditz excitedly pointed to the image of Sun Wukong and asked, Is this Sun Wukong a member of your hall? The disciple, observing the peculiar individual pointing at the picture of his senior brother, proudly replied, Of course, senior brother Sun is a 3-time champion of the martial arts tournament and the prized disciple of our hall's master, Vegeta. He is now a renowned warrior across the world. As a martial artist, you should certainly recognize him. The disciple, noticing Raditz's excitement at the image of Sun Wukong, regarded him with suspicion. Raditz suppressed his exhilaration and stated, I certainly know him. He was previously called Kakarot, but I never expected him to have changed to Sun Wukong. Gazing at the image of Sun Wukong, Raditz couldn't help but reflect at last, I have found you, Kakarot. It seems you are thriving on Earth. Raditz turned to the disciple and inquired, Could you tell me where this Sun Wukong resides? Where he lives, I truly do not know. Ever since senior brother married 5 years ago, he has lived in seclusion and rarely comes out. The disciple replied. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Just then, the disciple continued, Although I don't know, our hall master would certainly be aware, as he is senior brother Sun's master. Hall master? Where can I find him? Raditz eagerly asked. Our hall master lives in this city. Follow this road westward, and after about 5 intersections, you will find a largest private mansion in West City. Where our hall master resides, the disciple pointed out. Without uttering a word, Raditz immediately took flight in the direction indicated. How incredibly rude. He can't even say thank you. The disciple muttered in dissatisfaction. Raditz soon arrived at the grand private mansion the disciple had mentioned. He recognized it from afar, spotting Sun Wukong conversing with others in the courtyard. Kakarot, I have finally found you! Raditz exclaimed with excitement. I could see that moment. The group in the courtyard sensed a powerful aura approaching them. Everyone frowned and looked up, sensing the hidden killing intent within that aura. Raditz swiftly descended above Vegeta and the others, casting his gaze downwards, particularly fixating on Wukong. Recognizing the iconic long hair, Vegeta immediately identified the individual. But he was displeased by Raditz's presence above him. Vegeta raised his hand and executed a grabbing motion, using a dragon catch technique to pull Raditz down. Raditz was caught off guard, feeling a powerful force yank him downward, and he landed heavily in the courtyard. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Raditz exclaimed as he rose from the ground, glaring at Vegeta. Who are you, Raditz? Vegeta replied nonchalantly. What? Realizing that someone on Earth recognized him. Raditz quickly turned to see the figure before him, and his pupils widened in shock. The appearance of the person swiftly merged with his memory of King Vegeta, and Raditz gasped. King Vegeta! King Vegeta! The others in the courtyard turned to Vegeta, with Bulma smiling and remarking, Isn't he just called Vegeta? When did he become King Vegeta? Vegeta! Raditz snapped back to reality, noticing that the individual before him was indeed younger than King Vegeta. Suddenly, he recalled the deeply buried matter concerning the disappearance of King Vegeta's firstborn son, Vegeta. Could this person before him be the legendary Prince Vegeta? Raditz confirmed, You are not King Vegeta. You are Prince Vegeta. Vegeta set aside the newspaper he was holding and looked at Raditz, slowly nodding. Indeed, I am Vegeta. Raditz, it's been a long time. Raditz felt a surge of joy as he turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, Wonderful, with Prince Vegeta here. Our chances of victory have greatly increased. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Your Highness, Prince, why do you associate with these contemptible earthlings? Have you forgotten your true identity? We could easily eliminate these earth dwellers and sell the planet for a handsome sum. Upon hearing herself referred to as a lowly earthling, Bulma was instantly enraged and turned to Vegeta, exclaiming, "How can you sit idly by while this scoundrel speaks of your wife in such a manner?" Vegeta, addressing Trunks, who was playing with Gohan, commanded, "Trunks, assist your mother in teaching this impolite individual a lesson." "Understood, father," Trunks replied, promptly discarding his toy and stepping forward to face Raditz, with grave seriousness etched upon his youthful countenance. He confronted Raditz. "Is it you who bullies my mother?" Raditz, taken aback by this blue-haired child, never imagined that the Prince of Scions would sire a child with an earthling, and that this half-breed would dare to chastise him. Amused, Raditz chuckled derisively. "Vegeta, do not presume that your past as a Scion Prince grants you the audacity to act so brazenly. Your planet has been obliterated by meteors, and now, you and I are both solitary beings." Raditz's confidence stemmed from the readings on his power level scouter, which indicated that Vegeta's strength was a mere 500. In contrast, the child before him boasted a power level of only 1,000. While Raditz himself was an elite warrior with a power level around 1,500, that you possess remarkable strength for one so young. But you should not dare to challenge me, for I am not your equal, Raditz proclaimed with pride. Trunks, displeased by Raditz's taunts, was eager to return to his play with Gohan, in an instant. He darted forward and delivered a swift kick that sent Raditz flying. Not inclined to end the confrontation there, Trunks pursued and unleashed a barrage of punches, rendering Raditz unconscious. Chapter 79. Bella's Trunks, dragging Raditz's attire, returned to Vegeta's side, stating, "Father, this fool is quite weak. He was knocked out with such ease." "Very well, go play. I'll handle things here," Vegeta replied with a smile. Trunks happily resumed his games with Son Gohan. At that moment, Goku inquired, "What shall we do with this fellow?" With a sigh, Vegeta responded, "Let us wait until he regains consciousness. After all, he is one of our kin, your brother. As long as he does not commit any unforgivable crimes against Earth, we may spare him that Raditz's condition remains satisfactory, and since Trunks' strength was still relatively modest." Raditz awakened after a brief period. The moment he regained consciousness, he swiftly turned to observe Vegeta and the others with caution. "Awake now. Come and eat something," Vegeta beckoned, as dusk began to settle, and they prepared for a barbecue in the yard. In response to Vegeta's invitation, Raditz did not express gratitude. Instead, he scrutinized Vegeta and asked, "Vegeta, as the prince of our Scion race, how could you so willingly debase yourself by mingling with these earthlings? Compared to you, Prince Belus would be far more capable of shouldering the responsibility of reviving our Scion lineage." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta handed his skewer of grilled meat to Trunks and suddenly unleashed a wave of sword energy, shattering the power scouter at Raditz's side. Raditz, taken aback by Vegeta's abrupt attack, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that had the target been himself, he might have met with a dire fate. Even though the attack was aimed at the scouter, he could feel the menacing aura of the sword energy. "Because you are foolish, because you are ignorant, because you wreak havoc without awareness," Vegeta declared loudly. Raditz was left bewildered by Vegeta's unexpected outburst, struggling to comprehend his words. "Humph. Mindless slaughter is a path to demise. The most critical point is that the Scions have willingly become tools for Frieza. You not understand the principle of a cunning rabbit being hunted once it is dead?" Vegeta continued, You believe planet Vegeta was destroyed by meteors? Wrong. It was annihilated by Frieza. This is impossible." Upon hearing this revelation from Vegeta, Raditz staggered backward in disbelief. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Wait, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, you had been missing for over a year. How do you know it was Frieza who destroyed it?" Vegeta shook his head, stating, "Because it is the truth. When I encountered Frieza, I saw in his eyes his intention to obliterate planet Vegeta." "You lie. If you knew of this, why did you not inform King Vegeta?" "He is your father," Raditz retorted. "Indeed, he is my father, but do you think that if I told him, it would have changed anything? He would merely have handed me over to Frieza. The Scions. What does familial affection truly mean?" Vegeta sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Raditz found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing that he too embodied such traits, Oh, you know why I destroyed your power scouter? Vegeta queried once more. Why? Raditz asked, his heart racing with apprehension. Because you fools have been under Frisia's surveillance all along, Vegeta replied. What? Raditz was genuinely terrified. Are you saying Frisia has been monitoring us through the power scouters? Of course. What else would you think? Vegeta scoffed. But I doubt you were being watched. It was probably my foolish brother who was under scrutiny. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe on another planet, Nappa turned to Bellis and said, Bellis, I just lost Raditz's signal. Has he been dispatched by Vegeta? Bellis took a bite of an unknown roasted meat and replied, It matters not. If he is gone, so be it. What difference does it make with or without that fool Raditz? Then what shall we do? Should we head to Earth? Nappa inquired. Yes, we shall go. Now that I know my brother is on Earth. I must see him, but if possible, it would be best to eliminate him, Bellis declared, discarding the bone he had been gnawing on. Why? We could recruit him into our ranks. Nappa, perplexed, questioned why Bellis would wish to kill Vegeta. Bellis looked at Nappa, incredulous at his utter lack of intelligence. Even Raditz was smarter than him. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that made him easier to manage, because he is my brother. Once he joins our team. Who will we listen to? Bellis explained. Oh. Nappa feigned understanding, though he was still somewhat confused. Let us depart immediately. The journey to Earth will take us approximately a year. Bellis took the lead and walked towards the spaceship that was parked nearby. Just like that, time passed swiftly, and a year went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Raditz was confronted by the Martial Arts Supervisory Committee, who sought to hold him accountable for the farmer's death. Ultimately, after Vegeta used the Dragon Balls to resurrect the farmer, the committee, considering Vegeta's status, chose to let Raditz go. Raditz, having witnessed the extraordinary power of the Dragon Balls, began to entertain different thoughts. He believed that Vegeta and Kakarot's formidable strength must be due to their use of the Dragon Balls to make wishes to the Eternal Dragon. If they could do it, so could he. He merely needed to gather all the Dragon Balls. However, Vegeta was far too astute, while his brother Kakarot was somewhat naive. Thus, Raditz feigned camaraderie and eventually extracted information about the Dragon Balls from Kakarot. The most crucial piece of information revealed to him was that the Dragon Balls were created by the deity of Earth, who just so happened to be a Namekian he was familiar with. Since the Namekian on Earth could create Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish, it stood to reason that the Namekians on Namek possessed similar abilities that on Earth he was under constant surveillance by Vegeta and his companions. And he was no match for them. So he resolved to travel to Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. Chapter 80. Brothers finally meet. Having made up his mind, Raditz quietly lingered on Earth. However, he did not spend the year idly. Through his deliberate flattery, Goku almost let down his guard around him. As for Vegeta, he had never considered Raditz an enemy, so he did not warn Goku to be cautious of him. Thus, with Goku's assistance, Raditz managed to learn several martial arts techniques from China that if he diligently practiced, his strength would undoubtedly not be weak in the future. Boom! Boom! Two spaceships pierced through the thick atmosphere of Earth, making their descent. Following Raditz's previous incident, Earth had intensified its surveillance of outer space. The moment Bellis and Nappa's ship entered Earth's vicinity, the monitoring personnel swiftly detected their presence. Soon, Vegeta received information from the space agency. All right, I understand. You all focus on your tasks. I will handle this personally. Rest assured, with me around, they won't stir up much trouble. Yes, I will inform you if there are any developments. After hanging up, Vegeta called Goku. Goku, bring Raditz along. Bellis and Nappa have landed on Earth. Let us go meet them. Sure, Master. Goku readily agreed and called Raditz, who was outside training Gohan. The three of them soon gathered and, based on the calculations of the space agency and their sensing of energy, made their way to the location where the spaceships had landed. Boom! Boom! Two crashing sounds echoed as the spaceships piloted by Bellis and Nappa touched down. Then, a man resembling Vegeta, albeit with a notably different hairstyle, and a bald warrior emerged from the crater. The moment both parties caught sight of one another, they locked eyes. Bellis exclaimed, "My dear brother, I never imagined that from the moment of my birth until now. We would only meet for the first time." "Bellis, I only learned of your existence when Raditz came to me," Vegeta replied, his expression somewhat complex. "Life must have been tough in the Frisia Force." "Huh?" Vegeta inquired. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Belus was reminded of the days following his dispatch to the Frisia force by King Vegeta. Those were supposed to be the days Vegeta experienced, but he fled, leaving Belus to face the consequences. Humph, spare me the pretense. I have one question for you. Are you willing to join our team? Belus asked. Vegeta composed himself. After all, he was not of this world. The Scion race did not hold deep sentiment for him. Rather, Earth was his true home. Belus, you know I cannot accompany you, nor can I roam other planets indulging in slaughter. That is not my way of life. Vegeta responded. You could stay. Earth could become your new home, Belus urged, his demeanor grave. Crossing his arms, Belus stated, Vegeta, we Scions are not sentimental beings. If you refuse to join me, I shall destroy this Earth. You know I possess that power. Indeed, a mischievous child needs a beating to behave, Vegeta retorted. How about this? We hold a contest. A 2 versus 2 battle. You and Nappa against Goku and me. The winning side calls the shots. What do you think? Raditz silently implored from the sidelines. Don't agree. Please don't agree. Unfortunately, his thoughts went unheard by Belus, who, seeing the 2 power levels of 500 on his scouter, scoffed. I accept. Rest assured, we will not kill you. After all, we shall be teammates henceforth. Sigh. Realizing Belus had fallen for the trap, Raditz covered his face in despair and quietly flew to a nearby mountain to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Choose who will fight whom, Vegeta asked. Nappa, you take on Kakarot. Show him how we spent our years in the Frisia forest. As for Vegeta, leave him to me, Belus commanded. Understood, Belus, Nappa responded, stepping forward to face Goku. Kakarot, let's see how long you can last against me. Without hesitation, Goku approached Nappa with a cheerful grin. I advise you not to trust that scouter of yours. Sometimes what you see with your eyes isn't the truth. Enough of your chatter, Nappa exclaimed as he threw a punch at Goku. However, Goku swiftly dodged Nappa's attack. Nappa was momentarily taken aback. His strike had been executed without warning and with full force. How could Kakarot have evaded it so easily? I don't believe it. He must have gotten lucky. With this thought, Nappa continued his assault on Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches. Although lacking in finesse, his attacks were devoid of any superfluous movements, all born from life-or-death battles. Yet despite the ferocity of his strikes, Nappa could not even graze the hem of Goku's clothing. The most perplexing aspect was that Goku always gave the impression that he was just a fraction of a second away from landing a hit. No matter how much Nappa increased his speed, Goku consistently remained just out of reach. Observing from the sidelines, Belus's expression darkened as he realized that Kakarot's displayed strength was far beyond what the scouter indicated. Turning his gaze, Belus spotted Raditz watching from the sidelines and beckoned him over. Without a word, Raditz flew to Belus's side. Raditz, you've been here a year. Tell me, how strong are they? Belus inquired. They are unfathomable. Raditz replied succinctly. What about their specific capabilities? Belus pressed further. Raditz pondered for a moment, then leaned in to whisper in Belus's ear, not weaker than Frisia. Although Raditz's voice was barely audible, it thundered like a clap of thunder in Belus's ears. Chapter 81. The duel. Belus turned his attention back to the battlefield, where Kakarot was toying with Nappa as if he were a mere plaything. Finally, Belus could no longer remain silent. Stop, Belus shouted. Upon hearing Belus's command, Nappa halted his assault. Panting heavily as he stood there, he turned to Belus and asked, Belus, what is the matter? I was just about to win victory. You are no match for Kakarot. Step aside, declared Belus. However, Nappa, caught in the midst of the situation, remained oblivious to reality and attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by Belus. I command you to withdraw. I do not wish to repeat my orders, Belus stated darkly. Upon seeing Belus's grim expression, Nappa felt a shiver run down his spine, and he fell silent, merely shooting a glare at Goku before quietly retreating behind Belus. Although Raditz claimed their strength was on par with Frisia's, Nappa remained skeptical and felt the need to verify it for himself. Belus stepped into the center of the battlefield and turned to Vegeta, saying, Vegeta, I wish to engage you in combat. Weren't you just calling me brother? How can you deny it so quickly? Vegeta questioned. Enough with the nonsense. If you want my acknowledgement, defeat me first, Belus retorted, positioning himself for an attack. Vegeta gestured for Belus to strike first, and upon witnessing Vegeta's dismissive motion, Bellis was infuriated. He charged forward, aiming a punch at Vegeta. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous skirmish between Nappa and Goku. No matter how fiercely Bellis attacked, he could not land a blow on Vegeta. After numerous exchanges, Bellis shouted at Vegeta, "Why aren't you fighting back? Do you look down on me? Am I not even worthy of provoking your response?" Observing his brother for the first time, with a serious expression plastered on his face, Vegeta slowly nodded and replied, "Very well. Since you insist, I shall make my move that I hope you will not regret it." With Vegeta finally prepared to strike, Bellis's excitement surged as he lunged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta raised his arm to gently deflect Bellis's attack, and then pressed his palm against Bellis's chest, releasing a surge of energy. Bellis felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain and was sent flying. With a thunderous crash, Bellis's body collided with a mountain, causing it to crumble. Suddenly, he leaped from the rubble and charged at Vegeta again. Vegeta executed a counter move, and with the flow of yin and yang energy within him, Bellis's own punch was redirected back at him. With a resounding thud, Bellis struck himself in the face, hurtling backward and crying out in pain. Clutching his cheek, Bellis begrudgingly inquired, "What kind of technique was that? If I told you, you wouldn't understand. Are you still intent on competing?" Vegeta asked. "Compete? Of course, I have not yet lost." Bellis exclaimed, "Oh really? That was merely me holding back. Since that is the case, allow me to show you my true power," Vegeta declared. In truth, Vegeta was not prepared to unleash his full strength, fearing that such an attack might prove fatal to his newly met brother. Yet, Bellis was eager. He needed to validate his beliefs. Vegeta raised his hand, shifting his stance, and then bellowed, "Furious dragon with regret." Instantly, a magnificent golden dragon erupted from his palm, soaring toward Bellis. The overwhelming force suppressed Bellis's will to resist, compelling him to cross his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to defend against the impending strike. Fool! Witnessing Bellis stand still to absorb the attack, Vegeta inwardly scoffed and waved his hand. The golden dragon veered past Bellis, sending a powerful gust that propelled him away. The dragon, with its massive form, soared through the atmosphere and into outer space. With a resounding crash, the golden dragon collided with a small asteroid, resulting in a violent explosion that illuminated the entire sky. Finally regaining his senses, Bellis gasped for breath, having just sensed the chilling presence of death. A truly terrifying feeling. Standing up, he gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression and said, "Your strength is formidable. You have won this time. However, I shall return, and I will surpass you." Afterward, Bellis turned to Nappa and said, "Let us depart." At that moment, Nappa no longer exhibited the arrogance he had shown upon arriving on Earth. The power of Vegeta's attack had genuinely frightened him. Thus, he trailed behind Bellis like a timid quail, heading toward the spaceship. Bellis then addressed Raditz, asking, "Raditz, will you remain on Earth, or will you join us?" Raditz longed to escape Earth immediately, yet he hesitated, unwilling to act without Vegeta's consent. Consequently, he turned to Vegeta and Goku, asking, "Prince Vegeta, brother, what do you think?" Vegeta, bemused by Raditz's chicken-like demeanor, chuckled softly and replied, "You are free. Whether to stay or go is entirely your decision." Hearing Vegeta's words, Raditz promptly declared, "Then I shall leave Earth with Prince Bellis. It's not that I dislike Earth, but I prefer a life of constant battle." Nappa was taken aback by Raditz's admission. Enjoying battle. Raditz? Did I hear that correctly? Wasn't he the laziest among us three? Raditz noticed Nappa's incredulous gaze and quickly warned him with a look to remain silent. He then activated the controls of the spaceship, which swiftly approached him as Vegeta observed the trio preparing to leave Earth, uncertain of when they might meet again. He cautioned, "Be cautious in the universe, and refrain from unnecessary slaughter. Such actions will only breed hatred among other races towards the Scionts, yielding no benefits." Bellis halted his steps and replied, "Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs. Our matters do not require your oversight." With that, he led the way into the spaceship. Under the watchful eyes of Vegeta and Goku, the three spaceships vanished into the void of space beyond Earth. Chapter 82. The secret of the Dragon Balls. Watching the three spaceships disappear from view, Goku couldn't help but ask, "Master, will we see them again?" Vegeta gazed up at the sky and replied pensively, Certainly. I believe that day is not far off. Vegeta, however, was unaware that Raditz had already uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls. He spoke thus because he was confident that Frieza would seek him out upon learning of his existence. In the vastness of space, Raditz spoke into the communicator. Bellis, Nappa, let us land on a nearby planet. I have matters to discuss with you. Bellis furrowed his brow at Raditz's words, but ultimately acquiesced. And so the three spaceships descended one after the other on Mars. Nappa, whose temper was notoriously volatile, shouted at Raditz. Raditz, if you have something to say, spit it out. If you dawdle any longer, I might just crush your arm. A year ago, Raditz might have feared Nappa, but after a year of training on Earth, he had grown unafraid. Humph, do you think I spent that year on Earth idly? Do you believe you can bully me, as you once did? Raditz scoffed. Nappa, enraged by Raditz's audacity, immediately charged at him with a punch. Bellis did not intervene. He was curious to see just how much stronger Raditz had become during his year on Earth. Facing Nappa's assault, Raditz stood firm, meeting him with a punch of his own. With a resounding clash, Nappa was sent reeling backward, crashing into a mountain. Surprised by being overpowered, Nappa furiously brushed off the debris and shouted, "Humph, let's go again. I wasn't ready before." He attempted to attack Raditz once more, but was halted by Bellis. Bellis, Nappa remained unwilling to concede, yearning to voice his objections. However, Bellis lifted his arm and stated, "I do not wish to repeat myself. I shall say it a second time." Upon hearing Bellis's words, Nappa finally ceased his aggressive gestures, though his eyes were filled with resentment. Bellis turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, do enlighten us. Why have you summoned us here?" Raditz did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly approached Bellis and, in a sudden motion, snatched the combat power detector from Bellis's wrist and crushed it without hesitation. Bellis was taken aback, not by the destruction of his device, but by Raditz's unexpected action, which left him momentarily stunned. "Raditz, have you lost your mind? Why would you destroy our combat power detectors?" Nappa questioned loudly. Ignoring Nappa's words, Raditz moved to his side, reclaimed Nappa's detector, and crushed it as well. Unable to contain his fury any longer at Raditz's blatant disregard, Nappa prepared to retaliate once more. Yet again, he was restrained by Bellis, who, with a complex expression, gazed at Raditz and asked, "Pray tell, Raditz, I trust you have a valid reason for this wanton destruction." Raditz replied, "Have you not pondered a crucial question? If you can use the combat power detectors to eavesdrop on my conversation with Vegeta, do you not think that Frieza could also utilize these devices to listen on us?" Nappa gasped in astonishment at Raditz's revelation, exclaiming, "What? Frieza would dare do such a thing? Infuriating." Bellis, however, nodded expressionlessly and remarked, "I was aware of this. It is not difficult to deduce." Confounded, Nappa asked, "Why? Bellis, if you were cognizant of this matter, did you not inform us?" Bellis explained, "What purpose would that serve? It would merely escalate our conflicts with Frieza's forces. We are not yet capable of contending with him. We must bide our time." Raditz, surprised that Bellis was already aware of this, silently lamented, "Vegeta, your brother is far more astute than I had presumed. It is I and Nappa who are the fools." "Raditz, what is it that you wish to convey? Speak swiftly," Bellis interrupted, breaking Raditz's reverie. Raditz collected his thoughts and continued, "Bellis, Nappa, have you considered why Vegeta and Goku's powers exceed ours by such a margin?" Bellis furrowed his brow at Raditz's statement and inquired, "What do you mean? Is there a hidden reason behind their immense strength?" "Indeed," Raditz affirmed, "after spending a year on Earth gathering intelligence, I have uncovered their secret." He paused for effect, drawing out the suspense. Nappa, unable to contain himself, urged, "Do tell, I am dying of curiosity." Raditz continued, "Consider this. Vegeta is a higher-class warrior, older than us, and through diligent training, he has indeed surpassed us. But Goku, how can he, who was born weaker than a low-class warrior with a mere power level of 2, possess such overwhelming strength? So you suspect that their prowess stems from other factors?" Bellis mused, "Precisely. During my time on Earth, I learned of a remarkable artifact known as the Dragon Balls," Raditz revealed, his eyes alight with excitement. "Dragon Balls?" Bellis echoed, bewildered, having never encountered such a thing in his extensive travels across the cosmos. Yes, there are 7 Dragon Balls. When gathered, they can summon a dragon capable of granting any wish. Raditz finally unveiled what he believed to be the secret behind Vegeta and Goku's extraordinary abilities. You mean to say that Vegeta and Kakarot wished upon the dragon to significantly enhance their powers? Belis followed up, intrigued. Indeed, otherwise I cannot fathom how their strength could have escalated so rapidly, Raditz declared, momentarily forgetting that the true treasure he had acquired on Earth was the profound martial arts he had learned. But Earth is firmly under Vegeta and Kakarot's dominion. We have no means to collect the Dragon Balls there. Napha finally demonstrated some insight, voicing his concern. Belis turned to Raditz and queried, Raditz, you did not summon us merely to share this information, did you? You must have a plan in mind. Upon hearing Belis's words, Raditz smiled confidently and replied, Dragon Balls are not a natural phenomenon. They cannot simply appear out of thin air. They must have been created by someone, who crafted these Dragon Balls. Oh, Belis, now aware of Raditz's penchant for theatrics, played along. The Namekians. Raditz finally delivered his awaited answer, eliciting astonished gasps from both Belis and Napha. The Namekians? How do you know this? Can you be certain? Belis asked incredulously. I am certain. It is indeed the Namekians. Over 300 years ago, a Namekian accidentally found his way to Earth, and after years of training, he became the guardian of Earth and subsequently crafted 7 Dragon Balls capable of fulfilling any human wish. So, your intention is correct. While we cannot gather the 7 Dragon Balls from Earth, it stands to reason that there must be Dragon Balls on Namek as well, that we can travel to Namek and collect the Dragon Balls there. Raditz finally revealed his true intentions to Belis and Napha. Excellent. Raditz, you have finally undertaken an endeavor that has garnered my Napha's admiration. Belis praised him. Now you understand why I destroyed your combat power detectors. The existence of the Dragon Balls must remain a secret from Frisia, Raditz concluded, explaining his earlier actions. Indeed, you acted wisely. This information must not reach Frisia, Belis concurred, adding, time is of the essence. We shall set forth for Namek immediately. With that, the 3 of them boarded their spaceship and embarked on their journey to Namek, in the distant reaches of the cosmos. At the headquarters of Frisia's army, a subordinate with a frog-like head reported to Frisia. Lord Frisia, we have detected the movement of Belis and his crew's spaceship. Frisia nodded and remarked, they have finally made their move. Tell me, where are these 3 traitors headed? The frog-headed subordinate examined the computer's feedback and replied, Report to you, Lord Frisia. It appears they're en route to Namek. Namek? What could they possibly want on Namek? Frisia questioned, puzzled that at that moment, standing beside Frisia, Sabor seemed to have an epiphany and hesitantly said, Lord Frisia, I have heard a legend regarding Namek. A legend? Pray, enlighten me. Frisia replied with keen interest that it is said that on Namek, there exists a miraculous item known as the Dragon Balls, through which one can summon a powerful dragon that grants any wish. Sabor explained, Any wish? Even immortality? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment. Sabor hesitated before responding. The legend claims any wish, though I previously dismissed it as mere fantasy. However, given the recent actions of Belis and his companions, one cannot help but wonder if there may be truth to it. Better to believe in a possibility than to miss an opportunity. I have faith that these 3 would not embark on a frivolous endeavor, Frisia declared. Sabor, assemble the troops. We shall set forth for Namek at once and confront these 3 miscreants. Frisia commanded. Frisia commanded loudly. Yes, Lord Frisia, responded Sabin, standing with his legs together. Soon, the headquarters of Frisia's army reverberated with the sound of an assembly alarm as countless soldiers armed with laser weapons surged towards the nearby spaceship. In no time, the spacecraft descended into the sky and swiftly made its way towards planet Namek. The Grand Elder suddenly awoke from his slumber, having just experienced a dream in which the entire planet was engulfed in flames, with all the Namekians perishing. Neru, are you outside? The Grand Elder inquired loudly. Yes, Grand Elder, I am here, Neru responded hurriedly as he pushed open the door and entered, noticing the beads of sweat on the Grand Elder's forehead. Grand Elder, what's the matter? Did you have a nightmare? Neru asked, concerned. The Grand Elder took a moment to steady his emotions and replied, Neru, I just dreamt that planet Namek was consumed by fire, and a powerful demon slaughtered all the Namekians. Grand Elder, that was merely a nightmare. It is not real, Neru reassured him. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, No, this is not just a simple nightmare. It is an omen, a portent regarding the future of planet Namek. However, I dreamt of a powerful warrior who is destined to aid us against this demon. Therefore, I need you to find this formidable warrior. A powerful warrior? Neru queried, somewhat perplexed. Oh, you know who this warrior is, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder shook his head and responded, I could not discern the warrior's appearance in my dream, but I saw that they were surrounded by 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, this warrior must reside on a planet where 7 Dragon Balls exist. You are to travel to each village and gather the Dragon Balls, then make a wish to the dragon god Purunga to locate the planet with 7 Dragon Balls and seek the Namekian who created them, requesting his assistance in finding the powerful warrior who can help us vanquish the demon. As the only combat-oriented Namekian, Neru felt a twinge of defiance upon hearing the Grand Elder's request for help from another warrior, and fell silent. Bowing his head, the Grand Elder, perceiving Neru's thoughts, sternly admonished, Neru, do you intend to defy my orders? Startled by the Grand Elder's gravity, Neru immediately replied, Yes, Grand Elder, I shall set out at once to collect the Dragon Balls. With that, Neru soared from the room, darting towards the various villages, where 9 Dragon Balls were stored among the Namekian settlements. Chapter 84. Summoning Vegeta before long. Neru had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon god Purunga before the assembled Namekians. Many of them were already aware of the Grand Elder's dream, and while they were skeptical about the impending crisis facing their planet, they were intrigued by the possibility of a Namekian who had created Dragon Balls and now wandered the cosmos. Curiosity drew the villagers closer. In response to Neru's invocation, the majestic form of Purunga appeared before them. State your wishes, for I can grant 3 of them. Purunga's voice resonated through the air. Neru boldly addressed Purunga. Purunga, I wish to find a Namekian residing on another planet who has created 7 Dragon Balls. This wish is straightforward, but what shall you do once you find them? Purunga inquired. Hearing this, the villagers began to believe that there indeed existed a Namekian lost to the cosmos. Please help transport them here, Neru urged. Very well. That is a simple task. Purunga declared that on Earth, the god was enjoying tea with Mr. Popo in the heavenly temple. Ever since merging with Piccolo, the god had been living a life of peace and tranquility. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and he vanished before Mr. Popo's eyes. God? Mr. Popo exclaimed in shock, dropping his teacup, which shattered upon impact with the ground, frantically searching the temple for any trace of God. Mr. Popo's efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, God found himself on planet Namek, surrounded by a breathtaking sight. Hundreds of Namekians encircled him. You are my kin. After centuries, I have finally found my homeland, God exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion as tears filled his eyes. Many Namekians were similarly moved, stepping forward to embrace him in comfort. That moment, Neru spoke up. I do not yet know your name, but that is of little consequence. I summoned the dragon god Purunga to request your assistance. Startled by Neru's words, God quickly asked, Speak, whatever the task, if it is within my power, I shall assist you. Neru briefly recounted the Grand Elder's dream and stated, According to the Grand Elder, only the warriors from your planet can help us overcome this crisis. Can you assist us in bringing them here? Upon hearing Neru's request, God pondered for a moment before replying, If the Grand Elder's dream holds truth, then there is but one warrior on Earth capable of saving planet Namek. His name is Vegeta. Is Vegeta truly formidable? Neru asked, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. God smiled slightly and replied, It is no longer a matter of mere prowess. His strength is unfathomable. Can you summon him to assist us? Neru inquired eagerly. God, weighing his words carefully, replied, First, return me to my home. I shall go to his residence and see if I can persuade him. Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude, Neru said, and once again made a wish to Purunga to return God to Earth. Thus, God reappeared in the heavenly temple, and Mr. Popo, witnessing God's sudden return, was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. God, you have returned. I feared you had forsaken me, Mr. Popo exclaimed, looking at God with teary eyes. God gently patted Mr. Popo's head and reassured him, "Do not worry. I would never abandon you. I merely had urgent matters to attend to. I must visit Mr. Vegeta's home now, as I require his assistance." With that, God summoned a flying carpet and leapt upon it. "Oh, you need me to accompany you?" Mr. Popo asked from below. "No, Mr. Popo. Please remain here to tend to the temple," God replied, urging the carpet forward as it sped away towards Vegeta's abode. Before long, God arrived at the home of Vegeta and Bulma. Just then, he encountered Trunks, who was playing in the yard. God politely inquired, "Is Mr. Vegeta home?" Trunks, eyeing the green-skinned stranger with curiosity, asked, "Who are you?" "I am the god of Earth." God introduced himself, "And I seek Mr. Vegeta for an important matter." Trunks, intrigued, pressed further, "What is it? Is it fun?" Despite his urgency, God maintained his composure before the young boy and replied, "It is far from fun. It is quite dangerous, which is why I need Mr. Vegeta's help." Just as Trunks was about to ask more questions, Vegeta returned from the training grounds and spotted God conversing with Trunks. Knowing his son's insatiable curiosity, Vegeta hurried over to interrupt, exclaiming, "God, I am surprised to see you visiting my home. Please, come in for tea." God quickly halted Vegeta's hospitality, grasping his arm and stating, "Mr. Vegeta, tea is unnecessary. I have come to request your assistance." "Request my assistance? Speak quickly." Vegeta hastily spoke. The deity succinctly recounted the events concerning Namek to Vegeta, ultimately inquiring, "Mr. Vegeta, do you think you could lend your assistance?" Upon hearing the deity's words, Vegeta realized he was about to confront Frieza, an encounter he had long anticipated. Thus, he promptly nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, I have no objections to this task. However, I may require assistance from another." The deity asked, slightly puzzled, but quickly grasped the implication, responding, "You mean Mr. Son Goku, correct?" "Certainly. Who else but him? He is the most formidable opponent I can handle, while the remaining minions shall be dealt with by Son Goku." After speaking, Vegeta returned home and called Son Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's description, Goku's enthusiasm surged. He had not fully relished his previous battle with Nappa and welcomed the opportunity for another fight. Chapter 85. Arrival at Namek after concluding the call. Vegeta inquired of the deity, "Goku has agreed. How shall we proceed? Shall we travel via spaceship?" "No need. I possess a swifter method," the deity declared, closing his eyes and mentally calling out, "Neru, can you hear me? Mr. Vegeta has consented to assist, and additionally, Mr. Son Goku is on board. Please summon the Eternal Dragon to aid in our transport." Soon, the deity received a response in his mind. "Understood, sir. I shall request the Eternal Dragon's assistance." After receiving confirmation, the deity turned to Vegeta, stating, "Shortly, the Eternal Dragon from Namek will summon you and Mr. Son Goku." "Very well." Almost immediately after Vegeta spoke, he suddenly vanished before the deity and Trunks, startled by his father's sudden disappearance. Trunks pointed at the deity and exclaimed, "You wicked being! Where have you taken my father? Bring him back at once." Hearing Trunks' outburst, the deity hurried to explain, but Trunks remained unconvinced, firmly believing the deity to be malevolent. Ultimately, their altercation attracted the attention of Bulma, who was conducting experiments in the laboratory. After she emerged and inquired about the commotion, she managed to soothe Trunks, leaving aside the reactions of those on Earth. Let us return to Vegeta and Goku, who upon their arrival on Namek, were swiftly escorted by Neru to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta with delight and remarked, "Indeed, you are the warrior I envisioned in my dreams. Mr. Vegeta, your hairstyle matches precisely with what I beheld." Upon hearing this, Vegeta chuckled heartily and replied, "If I am not mistaken, this crisis on Namek may indeed have been instigated by me." The Grand Elder regarded him with curiosity. Vegeta continued, "This may relate to the Dragon Balls of Earth. I am not originally from Earth, but rather a scion, raised there since childhood. That my brother, Belus, once came to Earth seeking my aid to conquer planets of other races. But I repelled him. Perhaps this incident has led him to discover the existence of the Dragon Balls and the fact that the Namekians can create them. On Earth, he was no match for me, and could not seize the Dragon Balls. So he now seeks to acquire yours. At this point, Naru interjected, is your brother truly formidable, to be deemed a demon by the Grand Elder? Vegeta smiled and shook his head, saying his strength may exceed that of an average Namekian. But he is certainly no match for you, Naru. However, he is backed by a true embodiment of evil. Frieza! Frieza! Naru exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta inquired, do you also know of Frieza, my brother? Naru nodded, saying yes, some interstellar travelers who visited Namek to resupply spoke of this malevolent tyrant. When they recounted tales of Frieza, their faces were filled with terror, for countless races across the galaxy have fallen victim to his extermination. Since then, I have pondered the nature of Frieza and what fate would befall us should he arrive on Namek. I never imagined that day would finally arrive. After a moment of reflection, Naru turned to Vegeta and asked, do you believe you can defeat Frieza? After a brief silence, Vegeta replied, with my current power, I might only manage to hold my ground against him, but rest assured as long as I am here, I will not allow him to harm Namek. Hearing this, Naru felt reassured, not merely because he trusted Vegeta's words, but because he had faith in the Grand Elder. Since the Grand Elder dreamt of Vegeta thwarting Frieza, he believed Vegeta could indeed achieve such a feat. Thus, Vegeta and Goku remained on Namek, devoting their days to training and conversing with the Namekians, learning about their abilities. As Naru needed to guard the Grand Elder, he requested Dondi accompany Vegeta and Goku. Dondi, curious about Earth, followed Vegeta and Goku closely, inquiring about their planet. He later discovered that both Vegeta and Goku had sons around his age, expressing enthusiasm. If given the chance, I must visit Earth to play with Trunks and Gohan. Vegeta nodded, saying, that is no problem. Once we resolve the crisis on Namek, you can join us for a few days on Earth. Days passed, and while meditating on a mountaintop, Vegeta suddenly sensed three familiar energies racing towards Namek. Goku, nearby, opened his eyes and remarked, Master, it seems Bellis and his companions are arriving. Vegeta rose and affirmed, indeed, it is them. Let us go greet them. I suspect they will be quite pleased to see us. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku broke into a grin. After laughing, he followed Vegeta and asked, Master, may I inquire about something? Is Frieza truly that powerful, to the point where even you can only match him? Vegeta nodded, stating, indeed, Frieza is on an entirely different level compared to the enemies we have faced before. Had the Namekians not summoned us, their fate would have been annihilation. Remember, it was Frieza who destroyed our planet. Vegeta, over half of the galaxy is under the dominion of Frieza's forces. Upon hearing this, Goku gasped in disbelief, having never imagined Frieza and his army were so formidable. Nevertheless, Goku felt no fear. Instead, he was invigorated. With no rival left on Earth aside from his master, Vegeta, he eagerly anticipated the impending battle with Frieza. Vegeta, noticing Goku's excitement, smiled and said, you are eager. I concede I share your anticipation. After years of training, I can finally unleash my full power. Chapter 89. Making wishes to the Eternal Dragon. Quite easy. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding impacts struck Namek, creating 3 small craters. Bellis, Nappa, and Raditz disembarked from their spaceship and set foot on the verdant soil of Namek. Bellis gazed at the lush landscape, exclaiming, this planet is truly magnificent. A sea of green. It appeared like a green gemstone when viewed from space. Nappa chimed in, indeed, Bellis. Once we gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wish, let us seize this planet. I am certain it would fetch a splendid price. Upon hearing Nappa's words, Bellis furrowed his brow, as this brash individual had just shattered the fleeting beauty that had briefly blossomed in his heart. Just as Bellis was about to articulate his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind them, startling Bellis and his companions. Bellis, my dear brother, I never expected that so soon after parting, we would meet again. Vegeta exclaimed. Upon hearing this voice, Bellis turned around in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost, and confirmed that it was indeed his brother Vegeta speaking. He exclaimed in astonishment, how could you possibly be on Namek? And right in front of us. Goku, noticing that Bellis and his friends had turned to look at him, waved in greeting, particularly acknowledging his brother Raditz. Raditz, ever since you left, Gohan has been incessantly talking about you. he remarked. Raditz, hearing Goku's words, responded with a hint of irritation. I'm not your family's babysitter, and I detest children. Goku was momentarily taken aback, then replied, Oh, it seems you get along quite well with Gohan. I had thought you had a fondness for him. When I return this time, I'll be sure to inform him of your sentiments, so he can give up on you. Raditz, startled by Goku's words, quickly interjected, No, perhaps it's best not to mention it. After all, he is my nephew. It's better to leave him with some hope. Goku burst into laughter at Raditz's reaction, but chose not to expose the deeper truth of Raditz's feelings, stealing a furtive glance at Bellis. Raditz noticed that he was wholly preoccupied with Vegeta, and thus sighed in relief that Bellis's gaze remained fixed solely on Vegeta as he pressed on. Vegeta, you have yet to answer my question. Is there really a need for an answer? I presumed you would already know. Vegeta replied with a smile. That I should know. Bellis was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly seemed to have an epiphany as he exclaimed, It's the Dragon Balls! You used the Dragon Balls to teleport to Namek. Seeing that Bellis had finally grasped the reason, Vegeta nodded with a smile. You two imbeciles, Bellis shouted furiously, such a precious wish. And you squandered it to transport yourselves from Earth to Namek. Raditz chimed in, Why didn't you wish to be the strongest in the universe? Or to have infinite life or immortality, and so forth? Such a valuable wish wasted. It's truly disappointing. Realizing their intention, Vegeta sighed and confirmed, You seem to have a misunderstanding regarding the abilities of the Eternal Dragon. Bellis, taken aback by Vegeta's statement, asked, Isn't the dragon capable of granting any wish? Who told you the dragon can fulfill any wish? Vegeta queried. Bellis turned to Raditz, who admitted, I said that it weren't you both so powerful because you wished for it from the dragon on Earth? Who told you our strength was granted by the dragon? Vegeta pressed on, and no one told me. It was my own deduction, Raditz retorted defiantly. Vegeta, even though you are a superior warrior, that does not entirely account for your immense strength. Even with your exceptional talent, you could not and should not surpass us in such a tranquil environment like Earth. Then, if that is the case, your strength must solely be attributed to the dragon. Raditz concluded. Vegeta sighed once more and replied, The dragon is not omnipotent. Its abilities have limitations. For instance, wishing for your strength to be the greatest in the universe, infinite life, or immortality exceeds the dragon's capabilities. If the dragon truly had such power, the Namekians would have long since become the rulers of the universe, and they would not have been on the brink of extinction. Bellis and his companions felt as if they had been struck by lightning. With Bellis murmuring, Will I forever remain your underling? Vegeta, incredulous at Bellis's words, responded, You sought the dragon's wish to surpass me. Bellis nodded resolutely. Of course, I must surpass you, seeing the determination in his brother's eyes. Vegeta nodded slightly and said, Once this incident concludes, return to Earth with me. I will teach you Chinese martial arts. That is the true source of my strength. Chinese martial arts? Are you certain it is as formidable as you claim? Bellis asked skeptically. Absolutely. Didn't Raditz tell you? He trained in Chinese martial arts on Earth for a year. He should have made significant progress by now. Vegeta responded. Raditz, hearing his name mentioned, was momentarily taken aback and said, You are not mistaken. I did indeed study Chinese martial arts on Earth, and my strength has improved, but isn't that a result of my own diligence? Goku, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of disbelief. Brother, you are overthinking it. Raditz felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but fortunately his thick skin concealed his flushed face. Vegeta continued, By the way, I must mention that while the wishes of the Dragon Balls may seem incredibly valuable to you, they are rather mundane to us. On Earth, I can wish once every Earth year, while on Namek, I can make 3 wishes every 130 Earth days. Thus, our actions do not constitute a waste at all. Upon hearing Vegeta's ostentatious bragging, Bellis and his companions rolled their eyes in exasperation. Chapter 87. The evil Emperor Frisia, having realized that the Namekian dragon could not fulfill their desired wishes. Bellis lost all desire to remain on Namek. He said to Vegeta, Since the dragon is not that formidable, and you have already exhausted your wishes, let us hasten our return to Earth. Why waste time here? The sooner we return, the sooner you can teach us Chinese martial arts, and I am determined to surpass you in strength. Are you planning to leave just like that? Vegeta inquired upon hearing Bellis's words. What else is there to do? Shall we kill the Namekians, conquer their planet, and sell it for a good price? I have no objections if you agree, Belus replied. Vegeta's expression darkened upon hearing Belus's violent rhetoric. And he admonished, Belus, I told you before you left Earth. Do not engage in needless slaughter, as it only serves to heighten other races' animosity towards us science. Belus, hearing the reprimand, merely pouted and refrained from retorting. Raditz then asked, Since you do not permit us to conquer Namek, what are we doing here? Wouldn't it be better to return to Earth sooner? Vegeta shot Raditz a glare that rendered him momentarily speechless before continuing. We need to deal with whatever is pursuing you before we can leave.